Due to having experienced death once, Hua Yunfei has always placed the utmost importance on living, lingering at Daoyuan Peak for a century, signing in for 100 years. As the era of dark blood descends, chaos envelopes the world. The Supreme emerges, shattering the imperial weapons of the utmost path. That a Supreme arrives at the Kaoshan sect, borrowing 100 imperial weapons of the utmost path, raising his head high and bellowing into the cosmos. Who dares to battle with me? It is then that the world realizes just how cautious the Kaoshan sect has been, concealing its true strength. Chapter 1. The beginning of signing in for the imperial weapon of the utmost path, the Chaos Bell. In the Wild Continent at the Kaoshan sect, there are 7 main peaks, each led by the strongest individual known as the First Seat. The 7 main peaks are Kaoshan Peak, Guiyuan Peak, Daoyuan Peak, Tianji Peak, Xiaoshuan Peak, Wujiping Peak, and Dishen Peak. Hua Yunfei, the son of the 99th First Seat of Daoyuan Peak, succeeded to become the 100th First Seat after his father embarked on a journey. Daoyuan Peak resembles a celestial paradise, rich in spiritual energy and teeming with elegance. Anyone arriving from the other main peaks would discover that the spiritual energy at Daoyuan Peak is several times denser than that of the others. This fact is known only to the sect leader, Yun Tianjinren, for no one else can step foot on Daoyuan Peak without Hua Yunfei's permission. That he has inscribed a formidable defensive array upon the surface of Daoyuan Peak, which can only be breached by a sage. In this current era, with emperors absent and sages hidden, the strongest beings are but capable individuals of the temporal Dao realm. Hua Yunfei stands at the edge of the peak, admiring the enchanting scenery shrouded in mist, and softly murmurs, "Commence the signing in, ding. Check-in successful. Total check-in duration, a full 100 years. Has it truly been a century already?" Hua Yunfei mused, his voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. 100 years had elapsed since his arrival in this realm, coinciding precisely with the centennial anniversary of the system's inception. He had also completed 100 years of check-ins. Time indeed flies swiftly. I find myself a tad parched. Perhaps a ginseng fruit will quench my thirst. With a flick of his hand, a pristine ginseng fruit descended from a towering spirit tree in the distance, gracefully landing in his grasp. This was the heavenly root of the world, the ginseng fruit tree. It bore fruit once every 10,000 years, yielding 2,400 fruits at a time. For a mortal, merely inhaling the fragrance of the fruit could grant an additional 360 years of life, while consuming one could extend their lifespan by an astonishing 47,000 years. For mere mortals, this was the epitome of immortality. This particular ginseng fruit tree was a precious gift bestowed upon Hua Yunfei by the system after he had completed 50 years of check-ins. He had planted it on Daoyuan Peak, significantly enhancing the spiritual energy of the entire mountain. The region where the Reliant Mountain sect was situated had also been subtly transformed, with the spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense, leading to burgeoning abundance of precious herbs and spiritual materials. Elders often found themselves pondering aloud, why does it seem that breakthroughs have become increasingly effortless? As he bit into the fruit, a crisp and delectable flavor enveloped his senses, the rich aroma filling the air. The juice flowed smoothly down his throat, settling in his stomach, bringing a profound sense of comfort. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward for 100 years of check-ins. Supreme Emperor Weapon Chaos Bell. Hua Yunfei discarded the remaining half of the ginseng fruit in his hand, his expression one of astonishment. The reward this time was astonishingly an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. This was a weapon of the ancient great emperors. Regarded as the pinnacle of humanity, it was aptly named Extreme Dao. Across the entire northern Dipper Star, only a handful of sacred sites and ancient families, whose legacies spanned over 1,000,000 years, possessed such formidable Extreme Dao Emperor weapons. This was because their ancestors had once produced great emperors of ancient times. Yet now, through mere registration, he had acquired an Extreme Dao Emperor weapon. It took him merely a century. At present, only the Radiant Light Sacred Site and the Sun Moon Divine Cult possessed Emperor weapons in the entire eastern region. He was about to claim the third Extreme Dao Emperor weapon in the eastern region. It appears I can walk with confidence throughout the northern Dipper Star from now on. Whoever dares to provoke me, a shake of the chaotic bell will suffice. Its toll can reduce them to ashes. Hua Yunfei mused, lost in imagination. Although his current strength was already formidable and he was adept at survival, it was better to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. When the time came to emerge from his seclusion, having such a weapon would bolster his confidence. Safety first. Above the summit of Dao Source Peak, the fabric of space fractured as an ancient, colossal bell soared forth from the void. The chaotic bell. The chaotic bell pulsed with countless runes, its Dao rhythm swirling, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The aura of chaos was dense, and celestial light shimmered brilliantly. As it manifested, it seemed as though the myriad laws of heaven and earth began to lament, unable to withstand the imperial Dao principles emanating from the chaotic bell. The 99 sacred-level formations Hua Yunfei had set up around Dao Source Peak trembled perilously, their surfaces marred with fissures, unable to withstand the oppressive might of the imperial Dao laws. The entire Kaoshan sect began to tremble. The formidable imperial aura swept across the sect, radiating throughout the wild state and overwhelming the eastern domain, surging towards the most prosperous central domain. In an instant, within the depths of all sacred-level forces, several ancient beings abruptly opened their eyes, casting their gazes towards the eastern domain. From the depths of the two sacred lands in the eastern domain, ancient entities emerged from their secluded retreats, turning their attention towards the Kaoshan sect. The presence of an extreme imperial weapon manifested in the eastern domain, an imperial artifact they had never before encountered. System, do you possess any discernment? I have advised you numerous times to maintain a low profile. Great transformation of the universe. Hua Yunfei expressed his exasperation with a sigh, before employing spatial divine abilities to open the purple mansion cave in his dantian, reaching out to grasp the chaos bell. Upon his 5 fingers, myriad runes swirled, imbued with profound Dao rhythms and laws that filled the heavens. Should the chaos bell continue to float in that manner, the entire Kaoshan sect would be reduced to ashes by the imperial might. The Purple Mansion Cave is a domain that each cultivator unlocks upon breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm. Beyond harboring the divine infant cultivated therein, it can also securely store personal treasures, far surpassing the safety of storage bags and similar artifacts. The cultivation stages are divided into Meridian Opening, Yuan Dan, Purple Mansion, Divine Infant, Celestial Being, Approaching the Tao, and Saint, among others. An extreme imperial weapon is not an ordinary armament typically. It is exceedingly difficult for others to suppress it, let alone contain it within one's body. However, Hua Yunfei faced no significant difficulty in retracting it with a mere gesture. He summoned the spatial divine power and drew the chaos bell into the Purple Mansion's celestial realm. Above the Purple Mansion, suspended in his dantian, the chaotic aura gradually subsided, returning to a state of tranquility. If this were not a gift from the system, would I have been able to contain the supreme imperial weapon within my dantian at all? Hua Yunfei inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, the rewards granted by the system are inherently the property of the host from the moment the chaos bell appeared. It regarded him as its master, thus allowing for an effortless containment. I find it curious. It seems that aside from the ancient emperors, it is nearly impossible to suppress and internalize such a supreme imperial weapon. Hua Yunfei nodded, finally grasping the rationale behind it. In the lofty expanse beyond Daoyuan Peak, an elder with hair as white as snow approached, his aura exuding an unfathomable terror. His countenance was far from pleasant at that moment. The elder was none other than Yun Tian, the headmaster of the Kaoshan sect. Trailing behind him were several middle-aged men, equally grim-faced, all of whom were the esteemed leaders from the other 5 peaks. Not long ago, the emergence of the Chaos Bell unleashed an overwhelming imperial might, nearly obliterating the Kaoshan sect. Had they not acted swiftly to form a defensive array, the sect might have faced annihilation. Weaker disciples would undoubtedly have been reduced to ashes. It seems we have indeed stirred up quite a commotion, Hua Yunfei chuckled. Yet, I must place the blame on that system. It appears to delight in creating trouble for me. That is slander. I have no inclination to engage with you. A system devoid of boundaries, I kindly ask you to remain silent. Hua Yunfei chose to ignore the system, a being devoid of honor and virtue. In martial arts, he delved into the Purple Mansion's celestial realm and discovered a package of tea leaves. Perhaps I shall offer them some tea, a soothing brew to enjoy, he mused. With this thought, Hua Yunfei activated the array and soared from Daoyuan Peak, standing before the esteemed figures of Yun Tian Jinren and his companions. Hua Yunfei, what mischief have you been up to this time? What is this? A gift for me? Yun Tian Jinren's aged hands trembled slightly as he accepted the tea leaves offered by Hua Yunfei, his eyes glistening with emotion. Chapter 2. Come, one for each unthinkable. This is far too precious. The sect leader, Master Yun Tian, exclaimed repeatedly, seemingly refusing the offer. Yet his hands clutched the tea leaves from the enlightenment tree tightly, stuffing them into his robes. Master, such a treasure must be shared among us all. How can you hoard it for yourself? The esteemed elder of the Goshuan Peak, Master Goshuan, understood that this treasure was undoubtedly meant for a select few. Witnessing Master Yuntian's intention to keep it all for himself, he became incensed, shouted fiercely, and reached out to snatch it away. Master, where is your sense of righteousness? What has happened to your pride? Have you no shame? Master Tianji, the elder of Tianji Peak, an old Taoist with a black beard, sensed that Master Yutian was up to no good. He immediately flicked his dust whisk and, raising his hand, attempted to use a spell to retrieve the tea leaves. However, the leaves remained firmly held by Master Yutian, making it impossible for him to take them. Enraged by his inability to secure the tea, Master Tianji lunged forward. Grasping Master Yutian by the throat and bellowed, by the boundless heavens, this is meant for everyone. You cannot keep it all to yourself. Master, let go. We shall share. The 5 esteemed elders and the sect leader engaged in a chaotic and undignified scuffle high in the sky, pulling each other's hair and tugging at one another's beards. Even the only female elder, the beautiful Master Xian, joined the fray, wielding a divine whip that she used to strike at Master Yuntian's backside. The sound of the whip cracking echoed loudly in the air. What on earth has sparked this brawl? Behold, the sect leader is clashing with the 5 esteemed elders. The garment of the lower Xian master is nearly torn off by the celestial mechanism master. Look, the lower Xian master has grown furious and is employing his divine abilities. But wait, has not the lower Xian master been stagnating in the early stage of the celestial realm for nearly a century? How did he suddenly unleash the powers of the mid-stage celestial realm? Indeed, the celestial mechanism master has also been ensnared in the early stage of the celestial realm for nearly 2 centuries. Yet now he exhibits the prowess of the late-stage celestial realm. Have the elders concealed their true levels? Such profound depths of concealment, truly worthy of their esteemed status. The numerous formidable disciples of the Reliant Mountain sect gaze upwards, awestruck by the battlefield above. This is not the first occasion witnessing a confrontation between the sect leader and the elders. It seems there are several such instances each month. For reasons unknown, discussions often escalate into conflict. TSK, that old rascal, the celestial mechanism master, is quite mischievous, targeting the lower Xian master S attire specifically. Many elders stand below, hands clasped behind their backs, cheerfully observing the fray and offering their critiques. They have grown accustomed to such spectacles. Occasionally, they too partake in the brawls. Within the Reliant Mountain sect, who is not engaged in a scuffle with the sect leader, such tales, if shared, would bring shame. An elder of considerable prowess smiles gently, stroking his long beard. How did I come to realize that they are concealing their true realms? Another elder nods in agreement. Indeed, much like yourself. You have lingered in the divine infant realm for quite some time, have you not? Pray tell, how much have you concealed? Ahem. Why has the focus suddenly shifted to me? The formidable elder coughed awkwardly, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge the hidden depths of his cultivation. Impudent. For merely a trivial cup of Dao tree tea, do you still regard me as your sect master? Roared the revered Yun Tian, his visage marred, bearing the marks of a fierce confrontation. His beard was seized by the illustrious Gui Yuan, while his hair was gripped by the astute Xianji, and his neck was clasped by the insightful Tianji. The formidable Wu Ji and the formidable Shun Di each clung to a leg, rendering him immobile. Yet, the precious Dao tree tea remained steadfast in his grasp. Master, esteemed seniors, let us converse civilly. Is it truly worth this uproar over a mere cup of Dao tree tea? Hua Yunfei stood awkwardly to the side, extending his hand in an attempt to assist, yet feeling utterly helpless. It is of utmost importance. In response to Hua Yunfei's words, the 5 esteemed elders grew even more agitated, their voices rising in unison. The tea brewed from Dao tree leaves could induce a state of sudden enlightenment with just a sip. Even the most perplexing conundrum, which had stymied one for a century, could be comprehended in an instant. This was not the first time Hua Yunfei had bestowed such treasures upon them. Thus they understood all too well the significance of this precious gift. How could such a vital treasure be hoarded by the sect master alone? Absolutely not. As the intensity of the altercation escalated, Hua Yunfei, feeling compelled, could no longer hold back. Great transformation of the universe. A formidable spatial power erupted, connecting with the cosmic principles, as runes surged forth, shattering the space occupied by the 6 individuals, instantaneously dividing it into 6 distinct realms, thus separating them. Finally, the 6 were apart. "Oh dear," exclaimed the master of heavenly mechanisms, brandishing his dust whisk, preparing to charge forward without regard for decorum. "Master, do not." Hua Yunfei swiftly positioned himself amongst the 6, offering a gentle smile as he spoke. "Such trifling matters do not warrant such a commotion. Come, let each of you take a pouch." His consciousness delved into the purple mansion's heavenly domain, and 5 palm-sized pouches materialized in Hua Yunfei's hands. Within these pouches lay the Tao essence-infused tea leaves of the enlightenment tree, suffused with the fragrance of the great Tao. Hua Yunfei distributed the pouches, one to each individual. The 5 esteemed leaders stared at the tea leaves in their hands, momentarily dazed, their hands trembling. Was this merely cabbage? How could it be that each received a pouch? Ahem. The master of cloud and sky cleared his throat, stowing the tea leaves into the purple mansion's domain. He then stood beside Hua Yunfei, hands clasped behind his back, his expression stern as he admonished, "Pray, what manner of behavior is this? Is this the conduct befitting the leader of a peak? To engage in such a ruckus over trifling treasures, what sort of decorum is this? Do you not regard me as your leader? Do you not uphold the principles of the Reliant sect?" The master of heavenly mechanisms rolled his eyes, flicking his dust whisk and muttering, "I wonder who instigated this farce." The master of cloud and sky shot him a glare, and immediately, the master of heavenly mechanisms fell silent, daunted into submission. With a glance at the prominent swelling around Yu Tianjinren's eyes, Xiao Xianjinren could not suppress a chuckle. This laughter triggered a chain reaction, causing several other esteemed elders to burst into merriment, unable to maintain their composure. Yu Tianjinren's face turned a shade of green in response to their amusement. Hua Yunfei found it equally challenging to restrain himself. Each time he beheld the sect leader sporting bruises and injuries, he felt an irresistible urge to laugh. "Ha ha ha." Tianji Jinren laughed heartily, bending over in mirth, nearly losing grip on the feather duster in his hand. Suddenly, Yu Tianjinren conjured a colossal hand, 1,000 meters in size, and swatted it down, causing Tianji Jinren to scream in dismay as he soared away like a shooting star. Humph. Yu Tianjinren channeled his spiritual energy, and the injuries on his face swiftly healed. He cast a glance at the remaining 4 esteemed elders, signaling them to depart and avoid further embarrassment, as he wished to have a private conversation with Daoyuan Daoyuan was the title held by Hua Yunfei. Each generation of the Daoyuan Peak's leader bears this title as a form of inheritance, a tradition consistent across the other 5 peaks, aside from the sect leader's peak. Go Yuanjinren repressed his smile and glanced at Hua Yunfei, saying, "Nephew, such a grand gesture. I shall express my gratitude another day." Shaoxian Jinren, Wuji Jinren, and Dixin Jinren all slightly cupped their fists in gratitude towards Hua Yunfei. The tea leaves from the Wudao tree held immense significance for them. During the earlier altercation, they had inadvertently revealed a hint of their long-concealed cultivation. And now they felt the urgency to practice diligently to further conceal their abilities. Without a little concealment, one cannot help but feel a sense of unease within. Chapter 3. He was quite skilled in verbal dueling. After expressing their gratitude, the 4 of them turned and departed. Once they had distanced themselves, the celestial master, with a furrowed brow and a hint of perplexity on her charming face, softly inquired, "Surely you have sensed it as well?" The prowess of Dao Yuanjinren just now. The god of war nodded, his expression grave. "It appears our enigmatic junior disciple may be concealing his true strength, and not by a small margin. To attain the position of the peak master at the Reliance sect, one must possess at least the cultivation of the early stage of the celestial realm. Since becoming the peak master of Dao Yuan Peak 3 decades ago, Hua Yunfei had also smoothly broken through to the early stage of the celestial realm." With a smile, Go Yuanjinren stroked his abdomen, seemingly savoring the Taoist essence emanating from the tea leaves of the enlightenment tree within the purple mansion. He chuckled and remarked, "As for our junior disciple's cultivation, one need only consider his father. After all, it is best not to engage him in combat. First, one is unlikely to prevail. And second, offending him would mean forfeiting any potential benefits." The god of war, not one for idle chatter, nodded in agreement. Hua Yunfei's father. The previous peak master of Dao Yuan Peak was undoubtedly a cunning character. His cultivation had stagnated at the early stage of the celestial realm for many years. Yet during a confrontation with the sect leader, he surprisingly managed to overpower him. The unleashed aura had left the sect leader utterly astonished. The celestial master smiled, her beauty radiating grace. Our junior disciple is merely a century old. Oh my, how does one even compete with that? The group maintained a positive outlook. No matter how formidable Hua Yunfei might be, he remained the peak master of the Reliance sect, an ally. A sense of security enveloped the atmosphere. At Daoyuan Peak, Hua Yunfei invited the esteemed Yuntian Junren to sit with him. They settled before a jade table, savoring the tea with meticulous care. The tea, however, was hardly exceptional. It merely possessed the ability to substitute for a decade's worth of cultivation through ordinary spiritual tree leaves. Yuntian Junren cherished every sip, relishing the joy of his internal cultivation flourishing, before turning to Hua Yunfei and inquiring, what was the source of the imperial might earlier? You have just ascended to the throne of an emperor, and yet could not contain it. Hua Yunfei offered a faint smile, taking a delicate sip of tea, and replied nonchalantly. Yuntian Junren shook his head with a smile. The entire cosmos has been devoid of emperors for millennia. It has been merely 30,000 years since the great Xin Wang emperor's passing. The laws of the emperor's path suppress the heavens, dominating the principles of the universe, rendering it impossible for anyone to ascend to the rank of emperor. The next opportunity to claim the title may not arise for another 70,000 years, with chances being exceedingly slim. Since the demise of the Xian Wang emperor, the suppression of the heavenly laws has intensified. In this era, even a sage struggles to emerge in the northern Dipper constellation. The constraints imposed by the heavenly laws are exceedingly harsh. Given that Hua Yunfei has only practiced for a mere century, the prospect of him becoming an emperor is utterly implausible. Achieving the initial stage of the celestial realm is already a testament to his exceptional talent. Reluctant to elaborate further, Hua Yunfei remained silent, prompting Yutian Jinren to continue. Not long ago, your father reached out to me, requesting that I convey some matters to you. Oh, that old fellow still remembers me? Hua Yunfei was taken aback and smiled. 30 years prior, his father, the revered Taoist Master Dao Yuan, had departed from the sect under the pretense of seeking a breakthrough opportunity due to his dwindling lifespan. However, he was acutely aware of the true nature of his father. Dwindling lifespan? When he had forcefully pressed his father to consume a ginseng fruit, he had vehemently refused, even spitting out the pulp when it was shoved into his mouth. Thus, he regarded his father's reasoning as utterly implausible. The man simply wished to shed the burdens of the sect and revel in freedom. Master Yutian, a close friend of the previous Taoist Master Dao Yuan, was well aware of his character and chuckled while shaking his head. He has entrusted me with 2 matters that you must see to. Hua Yunfei inquired, what matters? The first was to find him a daughter-in-law. He desired to hold a grandchild. Hua Yunfei's expression darkened. And the second matter? Master Yuntian replied, to take on a disciple for Dao Yuan Peak, with the intention of passing the position of the head to him in the future. Hua Yunfei gazed at Master Yutian. Isn't that meant for his son? I recall that since the inception of Dao Yuan Peak, the position of head has always belonged to the ancestors of the Hua family. And now it has been 100 generations. Master Yuntian offered an awkward smile, explaining that his father claimed they were exploiting the labor of the Hua clan and intended to put an end to this lineage with Hua Yunfei's generation. Hua Yunfei was somewhat speechless, perplexed by this unexpected turn of events, as his father had never mentioned such matters during his lifetime. Indeed, he harbored no interest in continuing the lineage. Women, to be frank, can be rather troublesome. Suddenly, Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. From the depths of the purple mansion cave, he extracted a communication stone. This stone, a gift from the system upon signing in, allowed anyone, regardless of distance, to transmit messages to him. At that moment, the 99th generation Daoyuan Jinren was calling. Casting a glance at Yuntian Jinren, Hua Yunfei the stone's restrictions. Hello, Yunfei. Are you there? Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. What is it, father? Oh, it's nothing much. Just wanted to tell you. Wait. The sect master isn't beside you, is he? Hua Yunfei looked at Yuntian Jinren, who shook his head, and then replied, he is not here. Please go on. The communication stone emanated a soft glow as a voice resonated. Father is looking for you. He just wants to say, hurry and find a disciple. Let the chief seek go, and after you do that, come and find me. I have discovered a remarkably entertaining place. What about the sect? Are we just leaving it behind? The sect? Humph. That fool Yutian just like his master and his master's master, exploits our Hua family daily. Do you know how many ancestors of the Hua family lie within the ancestral tomb of the Reliant Mountain sect? While other main peaks have only passed down their legacies for a few generations, our Daoyuan peak has endured for 100 generations. Why is that? Due to our exceptional lineage, every member of the Hua family possesses remarkable talents, swiftly surpassing the superficial strengths of our sect to successfully enter the ancestral tomb, achieving a state of transcendental repose and embedding themselves within the foundational essence of our sect. Otherwise, if it weren't for your father's swiftness, I would currently be resting within those sacred grounds. Hua Yunfei cast a sidelong glance at the increasingly grim-faced Master Yu Tian, finding it difficult to respond given the bluntness of the statements made. Father, I understand. Is there anything else? Hua Yunfei remarked, suddenly feeling the communication stone in his hand as if it were a hot potato, eager to conclude the conversation. He could already sense the palpable frustration emanating from Master Yu Tian, who appeared ready to unleash his wrath upon his father. Additionally, you must hasten to find a wife and produce a robust child. Your mother is eagerly awaiting her grandchild. You are well aware of her temperament. If you fail to meet her expectations, we shall both suffer her ire. Hua Yunfei rolled his eyes, having little interest in a partner. Is there anything else? He inquired. Hey, you rascal, after so long, I finally managed to have a conversation with you, and you wish to terminate it so hastily? Master Yuntian could no longer contain himself. Hua Sanqiong, you scoundrel. The transmission from the communication stone abruptly ceased, locking out any further attempts to communicate. Sect leader, my father is just like that. You understand. He simply has a way with words. Hua Yunfei found himself at a loss for how to explain. Chapter 4. Hua Yunfei descends the mountain, System Version 2. The esteemed Yuntian Jinren patted his chest, striving to suppress the surging anger within him. This old rascal had the audacity to call me a fool. After taking a hearty sip of tea, he felt considerably better. In response to Hua Yunfei's words, Yuntian Jinren remarked, you need not defend him. Should he dare to return, I shall not hesitate to skin him alive. Just ensure you do not impede me. Hua Yunfei whispered, what if you are not his match? What did you say? Yuntian Jinren fixed his gaze upon Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei hastily shook his head. It's nothing, but master, I genuinely have no interest in taking disciples. Ding. The system issued a task for accepting a disciple. Halt. I refuse. Reject. In his heart, Hua Yunfei resolutely dismissed the system's task. He had no desire to traverse the world for the sake of a mere task, akin to a slave. The system acknowledged the rejection. The task has been cancelled. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. Although Yuntian Jinren was irate, he spoke earnestly. Disciples are the foundation of a sect. As the youngest celestial realm cultivator within our sect, can you truly disregard its interests to nurture a talented disciple? Moreover, a disciple's glory reflects upon your own. Hua Yunfei shook his head, expressing his lack of interest. After traversing a century, he had scarcely set foot outside Daoyuan Peak. The prospect of taking on disciples, a thankless endeavor, was something he wished to avoid entirely. He is rather indolent, content to remain at Daoyuan Peak for attendance. Once he ascends to the rank of a great emperor, venturing out to stroll through the streets may not be out of the question. Yuntian Jinren fell into a moment of contemplation before suddenly proclaiming, this is likely also your mother's intention. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei raised his head, stating, when it comes to my mother's words, particularly concerning taking on a disciple, I must heed them. His mother had always favored him since childhood, showering him with affection. Hence he was inclined to listen to her. Satisfied, Yuntian Jinren stroked his beard and remarked, in 7 days, the sect will hold its triennial disciple recruitment ceremony. Be sure to attend. Kaoshan sect stands as one of the paramount forces in the eastern region of the North Dipper Star, situated in the vast expanse of. Within the entirety of, only Dao Yixian sect and Gui Ming Fu can stand shoulder to shoulder with Kaoshan sect. Furthermore, in the broader eastern domain, Kaoshan sect wields considerable influence, ranking as the 6th among the 9 illustrious immortal sects of the region. The triennial disciple recruitment ceremony is a grand occasion for Kaoshan sect, a flourishing event for the entire. Even common folk are well acquainted with the name of Kaoshan sect, having often heard it mentioned by their elders since childhood. Consequently, despite the sprawling 100 billion li of, countless individuals set forth well in advance for the recruitment ceremony. Some even commenced their journey 3 years prior, traversing through numerous spatial transmission gates. Barely arriving at the mountain gate of Kaoshan sect after an arduous 3-year journey, Hua Yunfei has served as the first seat for 30 years. having participated in the disciple recruitment ceremony no fewer than 10 times. Each time, he merely schemes the surface and never takes disciples. Even when individuals approach him, drawn by his renowned genius, he remains indifferent. Now, as the disciple selection ceremony approaches, Hua Yunfei is determined to choose a suitable heir for Daoyuan Peak. The first seat of Daoyuan Peak has always been held by top-tier talents. Under his stewardship, this legacy must not be tarnished. However, 7 days later, the disciple selection ceremony unfolds as promised, with millions streaming into the Kashan sect for a month-long event. Yet, by the ceremony's conclusion, Hua Yunfei finds no worthy successor. Perhaps his own brilliance casts a shadow too vast. Ordinary talents fail to capture his attention. On the day of the ceremony, the so-called ordinary talents provoke a fierce clash between the esteemed Master Tianji and Master Go Yuan over the choice of a mentor. In the end, Master Go Yuan emerges victorious by a mere hand's breadth, fortuitously becoming the mentor of that ordinary talent, ushering him into Go Yuan Peak. Hua Yunfei sips the Dao tea, its sweet aroma of the Great Way enveloping his heart. Clarity pervades his consciousness, leading him into a state of self-forgetfulness. His dantian surges with formidable energy, thousands of runes swirling around him, while celestial phenomena manifest above Daoyuan Peak, resonating with the Great Way and shimmering with immortal radiance. Yet, he realizes the pressure of heaven and earth has become overwhelming. His own progress feels agonizingly slow. It seems the world has entered an age of decline, with no emperors emerging and no sages revealing themselves. All has reverted to mediocrity. A celestial figure of great stature has foretold that this is a harbinger of the impending grand era, akin to the ominous brewing of a storm. When the great path is liberated from its constraints and myriad paths awaken anew, it shall herald a resplendent golden age. Master, I intend to venture forth for an indeterminate period, the esteemed leader of the first peak declared. For the Reliant sect, the first seat holds immeasurable importance. And prior to his departure, it is imperative to inform the master. Exercise caution. The eastern domain has been particularly unsettled of late. 3 days prior, a second-rate power in the wasteland was obliterated by malevolent forces. Be vigilant. Should danger arise, do not hesitate to call for aid. The voice of Yuntian Jinren echoed in his mind. Understood. Hua Yunfei nodded, appreciating the Reliant sect for its harmonious and trustworthy nature. Though survival is paramount, the disciples within the sect shall never shy away from adversity. The Reliant sect stands as the bastion for all its members, instilling a sense of uprightness and confidence within them. Hua Yunfei gazed into the space before him, and with a crack, the fabric of reality fractured, revealing a profound void. He preferred to keep his movements concealed, thus departing through the void was the safest course of action. However, it is a daunting task for an ordinary celestial realm cultivator to linger within the void for extended periods. Within the void, the forces of space are formidable. Even a sage risks becoming lost in its depths if they remain too long, facing unimaginable terrors. A cultivator of the celestial realm may linger in the void for no more than 12 hours consecutively. 3 days later, above a vast primeval forest, the space shattered like a spider's web, and a young man clad in white emerged. The young man clad in white exudes an ethereal charm, standing high above as if the entire universe revolves around him. Hua Yunfei cast a glance at the prehistoric forest below, an overwhelming aura of primal ferocity surging forth, akin to a colossal beast from ancient times roaring in fury. After traversing through the void for 3 days, he finally emerged to catch his breath, feeling somewhat weary of the monotony. With no particular plan for his descent, he intended to explore the major cities of the wilderness province and seek out potential disciples. The prehistoric forest, rife with ferocious beasts and rampant wildlife, serves as a crucible for many talented disciples from noble families to hone their skills. System, aside from signing in, could you possibly provide additional abilities? This is rather mundane. There are system tasks. I require something more practical. Tasks are serendipitous at best. As a youth with aspirations of survival, it is unreasonable to expect me to traverse the world solely in pursuit of tasks. We shall discuss it later. What abilities does the host desire? X-ray vision. At your current level, is it not relatively easy to perceive someone clearly? Anyone standing before you is as if they were unclothed, provided you wish it so. What I seek is the capacity to gain comprehensive information about an individual at a glance. Understood. The system will automatically upgrade to version 2.0. Now activating the ability to see through. Hua Yunfei turned his gaze towards a talented young man undergoing training in the prehistoric forest, his eyes glimmering with newfound intrigue. Chapter 5. the ancient saint body of Yi Bufan name, Zhang Dekou age, 69 realm, 9th layer of the Yuan Dan realm identity, 2nd generation disciple of the Zhang family in Luoyang cultivation aptitude, medium grade Xian tier additional talents, superior grade yellow tier blade technique, superior grade Xian tier spear technique, inferior grade earth tier illusion technique, among others physique, Nun cultivation method, mixed Yuan Qi Gong, medium grade Xian tier. Song high blade technique, inferior grade Xian tier, divine powers, Nun magical artifacts. Song high blade, magical artifact of the Yuan Dan realm, fortune, yellow, fortune levels, 10 colors including black, white, yellow, green, blue, red, purple, orange, gold, etc. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. With the ability to see through others at a glance, he would be able to discern the true nature of anyone he faced in the future. Hua Yunfei covered one eye, and in that instant, the Tao trembled. Above the primordial forest, a colossal eye abruptly appeared, captivating the soul, exuding an unfathomable terror. What is that? A singular gaze, an eye that seemed boundless. How immense! Which formidable being is surveilling us? Is it the legendary celestial being of the Tianren realm? It is said that such entities can pluck stars from the sky and, in their wrath, can suppress the very forces of heaven and earth. Could even a celestial being of the Tianren realm accomplish this? Countless loose cultivators, children of noble families, and talented disciples from sects stared in astonishment at the gigantic eye overhead. Some individuals were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground, their pupils reflecting an unspeakable horror. Difficult to behold, merely a glance would cause blood tears to stream from their eyes. The disparity in realms was immense. Name, Li Dachui age, 99 realm, 3rd layer of Yuan Dan realm cultivation aptitude, mid-tier yellow rank other talents, Nun name, Wang Qing age, 133 realm, 3rd layer of purple mansion realm cultivation aptitude. Upper tier Xian rank other talents, lower tier earth rank and blade technique. Hua Yunfei also wished to remain inconspicuous. Yet the primordial forest was vast and boundless, nearly the size of an entire blue star. It would be a waste of time not to utilize divine powers. Upon reviewing the situation, he felt a deep sense of disappointment. There were few prodigies worthy of his attention, some were indeed renowned talents. Yet they seemed rather ordinary in comparison to him. Even when compared to his father, Hua Sangxiong, or his grandfather, they fell short. Hua Yunfei was somewhat indolent. He could transform ordinary individuals into formidable warriors, but the time required was excessively long, and he was reluctant to invest it. Seeking a prodigy would be far more efficient. He could simply provide them with a few imperial scriptures for their self-cultivation. In the wild state, the 3 foremost sects, Reliant Mountain sect, Daoyi Immortal sect, and Ghostly Nether Mansion, held the greatest power. Why not seek disciples within Daoyi Immortal sect and Ghostly Nether Mansion? The larger sects tend to harbor more talents. Perhaps he might find a suitable candidate. Valued, and, after consulting with his elders, he decided to yield to himself, offering him some benefits, which should ensure compliance. In a bid for convenience, Hua Yunfei shattered the fabric of space with a mere gesture, vanishing into the void. A day later, at the Daoyi sect. The Daoyi sect is adorned with countless celestial mountains floating gracefully, while the divine river of the 9 heavens cascades across the horizon. The atmosphere is thick with celestial essence in the presence of auspicious heavenly beasts guarding the mountain gates, alongside flocks of immortal cranes weaving through the sea of clouds. From a distance, it presents a picturesque scene of an immortal sect. On the surface, the Daoyi sect holds a slight superiority over the Kaoshan sect, embodying a more grandiose vision of immortal cultivation, aligning with the fantasies of a sacred realm for cultivation. The Kaoshan sect, however, remains rather understated. Above the sea of clouds, Hua Yunfei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring the celestial vista. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a valley outside the mountain gates of the Daoyi sect. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy surged through the valley, causing the spiritual essence to surge and radiant light to spill forth. Hit him. Disable him. Heh, Brother Chen, he was always a waste. Lin's words were misguided. The individual in question is, after all, a primal sacred body, the foremost among those in an era devoid of emperors. What primal sacred body? Merely a jester. With veins like divine iron, incapable of opening the meridians, you are a waste. No physique can redeem you. Ha ha. A cacophonous laughter shattered the tranquility of the air. The youth clenched his fists tightly, his eyes a fiery crimson, his tattered garments barely concealing his form, which bore the marks of countless wounds. Remarkably, the blood flowing from his injuries was of a golden hue. Golden blood, at this moment, appeared less remarkable, dim and devoid of its former glory. Surrounding the youth were 10 peers, their expressions mocking and filled with derision, fixated upon him, incessantly hurling vile insults and slandering him. All were cultivators of the Meridian realm. Although they shared a similar age, the youth had long been left behind, unable to cultivate. In this moment of 10 against 1, he could only resort to passive defense. The ancient sacred body, though no longer radiant, remained as resilient as divine iron, possessing the strength to move mountains. The 10 cultivators of the Meridian realm required the aid of their artifacts to inflict any harm upon him. Hearing their taunts, the youth clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. As humiliation, resentment, and righteous fury churned within him, all suppressed deep in his heart. He was the weaker one. Words were futile. The only truth lay in prevailing through sheer force. I am worthless, you 10 against me, and yet, after an hour, you have failed to bring me down. Revealing your own inadequacy. His words struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of the 10 youths, inflicting profound pain. You Buffon, you seek death. The battle reignited as one youth charged at you Buffon, his sword glinting ominously, raised to deliver a cleaving strike, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space. Yi Buffon, fueled by determination, chose not to evade this time, bracing his arm to block the blow. The sword plunged into his arm, blood gushing forth. Yet the powerful physique of the ancient sacred body halted the blade midway, embedded within his bone. The youth's face contorted in shock. Before he could draw his treasured sword, Yi Buffon bellowed, his fist piercing through the boy's chest in an instant, blood splattering across Yi Buffon's visage. Pfft. Ugh. You, madman. The youth coughed violently, blood seeping from his lips as the vitality within him waned rapidly. In his final moments, he managed to unsheath his sword, intent on a mutual demise. Crack. Yi Buffon seized the boy's arm, propelling him away with a fierce kick, sending him crashing to the ground, lifeless. Together. Let us avenge Brother Chun, shouted the youth known as Lin Gu, wielding a luminous lamp as his magical artifact. As he activated it, a torrent of flames erupted from the wick, surging toward Yi Buffon. The other 8 youths simultaneously unleashed their magical instruments. A barrage of radiant attacks hurtling toward Yi Buffon with terrifying force, the very fabric of space seeming to crack under the pressure. Yi Buffon remained silent, charging forward as he absorbed the onslaught. The searing flames scorched his skin, charring it black. Yet the intense pain did not provoke even a flicker of discomfort on his brow. He grasped Lin Ji's lamp with ferocity, crushing it into fragments with a single, powerful grip. This spectacle left the 9 onlookers wide-eyed in disbelief. Was the unawakened ancient sacred body truly this formidable? To shatter a magical artifact with bare hands? No. No, no. Lin Gu, ensnared by Yi Buffon's grip around his throat, flailed desperately, his face a mask of terror, a foul, yellowish liquid seeping from him. Do not kill him. Stop. Lin Gu is now the sole leader. He cannot perish again. With a swift motion, Yi Buffon embraced Lin Ji's neck and twisted it violently, causing a torrent of blood to spray upon him, staining his entire being. Subsequently, he wielded Lin Ji's headless corpse and hurled it at an approaching youth. With a resounding thud, the 2 bodies collided, and the youth let out a harrowing scream as his internal organs were instantly shattered, his body torn apart, leading to his swift demise. Lin Ji's headless body shattered into pieces. Chapter 6. You old scoundrel, are you bullying the weak? Yi Buffon seized a young man's sword and, in an instant, cleaved him in half, his entrails spilling forth and blood gushing profusely. I will kill you, you worthless fool, a bald-headed youth shouted as he charged forward, wielding an axe raised high above his head, ready to deliver a ferocious blow. Employing the same tactic, Yi Buffon blocked the attack with one arm, then swiftly severed the bald youth's head from his shoulders. The battle came to an abrupt halt. The remaining 5 youths were thrown into disarray, their legs trembling, nearly paralyzed by fear, as they involuntarily retreated, bodies shaking, faces paling, struggling to maintain grip on their weapons. Yi Buffon, gravely injured, was a gruesome sight, his golden-red blood mingling with that of his adversaries. He resembled a blood-soaked celestial king, his intimidating presence undiminished, fighting valiantly until his last breath. The combat resumed, with the 5 youths of the Meridian realm left with no option to flee or evade. They shouted to bolster their courage, their faces stricken with terror as they charged forward. Surrounding Yi Buffon, they launched a simultaneous assault. With a thrust, one youth's sword pierced Yi Buffon's back, embedding itself 3 inches deep and becoming lodged. Just as he attempted to withdraw, Yi Buffon turned and delivered a powerful punch. Boom. Splatter. The youth's head exploded instantaneously, brain matter and blood showering the area. In that fleeting moment, the remaining 4 youths' attacks also found their mark within Yi Bufon's body. Yi Bufon winced in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with fury as he fixed his gaze upon a young boy. In a sudden rush, he lunged forward, seizing the boy's head, and then forcefully collided his own skull against it. The sound echoed, with his ancient sacred body. As resilient as divine iron, the boy stood no chance. In an instant, his skull caved in, shattered fragments spilling forth, and the boy met a tragic end. Yi Bufon roared in rage, swinging the lifeless body of the boy around to strike at the other 3. In an instant, one of them was obliterated. The remaining 2 boys were sent flying, and as they barely touched the ground, Yi Bufon surged forward, pinning one into the earth and severing his neck from behind. Only one remained. Despite his grievous injuries, Yi Bufon seemed oblivious to the pain, his expression devoid of emotion as he focused on the last boy in the distance. He picked up a precious blade nearby and approached him with deliberate steps. "No, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong." The boy, seated on the ground, scrambled backward, shaking his head fervently, as if trying to dispel the vision of a fearsome specter charging towards him. Boom. Yi Bufon stood before him, showing no hesitation, raising his blade to execute him. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged through the air, striking Yi Bufon and sending him hurtling away. Thud. After enduring such a prolonged battle, he had managed to suppress the urge to spew blood, but now, the sudden force caused him to cough up a torrent of crimson. Crack. His rib cage was shattered, internal organs displaced, and meridians severed. He fell to the ground, struggling to rise, yet finding it arduous to move. An elderly man, his countenance dark and foreboding, descended from the direction of the Tao Immortal sect. His eyes shone like divine rainbows, and the aura emanating from him seemed to compress the very space around, causing it to wail in despair. While the ethereal energy of the heavens swirled in reverse, the mere presence he exuded appeared to fill an entire realm, an immense force pressing down upon Yi Bufon, as weighty as the peaks of the heavens. The old man's face was gaunt, his eyes profound, with a prominent nose and thin lips. Casting a glance at the sole remaining youth, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Such a young boy, so vicious, had actually slain 9 fellow disciples. The elder surveyed the scene of carnage, his heart ablaze with fury, fixating on Yi Bufon. He recognized the child, the ancient holy body, renowned far and wide. But that was an era long past. Since the last great holy body fell in battle quelling the chaos, the fortune of the holy body seemed to have been exhausted. The subsequent ancient holy bodies faced arduous cultivation, never to regain their former glory. When the Tao Immortal sect opened its gates to recruit disciples, Yi Bufon's arrival caused quite a stir, yet it soon became a source of ridicule for the entire sect. The great holy body subdued the heavens, capable of contending against the emperors of humanity. But what of it now? The current holy body was but a feeble vessel, difficult to cultivate. Such is the nature of the cultivation world. In times of glory, there are those who revere you. In times of decline, there are those who scorn you. Everything hinges on power. Kill him, Elder Wang. Swiftly eliminate this madman. The remaining youth, with a fierce countenance, roared in fury. Elder Wang discerned that his mind had been provoked, his spirit shattered, and he had suffered a tremendous blow, rendering him effectively incapacitated. With his hands clasped behind his back and a somber expression, Elder Wang fixed his gaze upon Yi Bufon. Today, in my capacity as an elder of the Tao Immortal sect, I hereby pronounce your death sentence. Do you acknowledge this? Yi Bufon, blood pooling in his mouth, unable to rise, dug his fingers deeply into the earth, his unwavering stare fixed upon Elder Wang. If Elder Wang believed that only they could extinguish my life while I was powerless to retaliate, then let him make his move. Impudence! A thunderous roar reverberated through the skies, resonating with a mighty hum that rendered Yi Bufon momentarily deaf, his mind blank, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Elder Wang raised his hand, declaring, "Today, I issue your death sentence." His hand transformed into a colossal palm, descending upon Yi Bufon. Hold on. From the heights above, a young man clad in white stood with his hands clasped behind him. His simple utterance bore the weight of celestial authority, shattering Elder Wang's illusory hand in an instant. "Who are you?" Elder Wang inquired, his vigilance directed towards Hua Yunfei, whose aura surged like a rainbow, pressing down from the skies. Hua Yunfei, unfazed, descended slowly, approaching Yi Bufon. He turned to face Elder Wang and declared, "Yi Bufon is under my protection." Both Elder Wang and Yi Bufon regarded Hua Yunfei, Elder Wang's expression darkened as he glared at him. Young man, I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Even with some prowess, one should remain discreet. Otherwise what? Hua Yunfei remained composed and unyielding, fearlessly locking eyes with Elder Wang. Heh. Elder Wang scoffed. Indeed, youth is brimming with arrogance. Do you know who I am? Are you aware of my identity? Hua Yunfei responded with a smile, retorting in succession, which caused Elder Wang's expression to darken. The aura of the divine infant realm surged forth, filling the surrounding space and converging upon Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei regarded him with a challenging gaze. Old man, do you intend to bully the young with your might? I am an elder of the Dao Immortal sect. What would it matter to me to deceive you? Elder Wang sneered, raising his hand to summon a luminous lamp artifact. With a gentle breath, the flame of the wick surged into a fierce crimson inferno, radiating intense heat that began to melt the very space around them. Freeze! With this utterance, silence enveloped the world. The flames were arrested in their motion, and all was rendered immobile. Elder Wang lost control of his body, staring at Hua Yunfei in horror, his face paling. A single word of truth. Elder Wang recalled the legendary, long-lost divine art, a single word that could overshadow the stars. A single word capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, rumored to be a forbidden technique created by a mysterious power. He faltered, attempting to speak but finding himself voiceless. His words had been silenced, exposing the vast disparity in their powers. Could he rise again? Hua Yunfei, disregarding Elder Wang, turned his gaze towards Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan nodded, struggling to rise, golden blood cascading from him in torrents. I bestow upon you the strength of a punch. Hua Yunfei pointed, and runes danced at his fingertips. A beam of golden light surged into Yi Bufan's body, and he immediately felt an overwhelming force within him. One so powerful that it seemed capable of shattering the very cosmos, coalescing in his fist. Understanding Hua Yunfei's intent, Yi Bufan did not hesitate. He strode forward to Elder Wang and delivered a punch that shattered him to pieces. Chapter 7. For the sacred body, I shall overcome all foes. Elder Wang, as a venerable elder of the Dao Immortal sect, possessed the formidable cultivation of the divine infant realm. Under ordinary circumstances, even with his defenses lowered, it would take Yi Bufan 3 days and nights of relentless assault to inflict the slightest harm upon him, possibly resulting in a counterattack that would leave Yi injured. However, with the power bestowed upon Yi Bufan by Hua Yunfei, Wang Elder's corporeal form was effortlessly shattered, his very soul obliterated, leaving no chance for escape. The remaining disciples, witnessing this harrowing scene, were struck with terror, their faces turning pale as they succumbed to shock. In the instant of Elder Wang's soul's destruction, deep within the Dao Immortal sect, in a sacred temple, dozens of spirit tablets were arranged meticulously. At that moment, one of the spirit tablets emitted a sharp crack. The sanctity of the temple was paramount, and it had always been guarded by formidable sect members. Upon noticing the shattered spirit tablet, the guardian's eyes narrowed, their pupils gleaming with a chilling light. Elders were the very foundation of the sect. Each demise bore profound implications. He promptly informed the higher echelons of the sect. When the sect leader of Dao Immortal sect received this alarming news, he was engulfed in a tempest of fury. Everyone, remain calm. I shall summon the ancestor to divine the matter. The sect leader transformed into a streak of radiant light, dashing towards the ancestral grounds. After vanquishing Elder Wang, Yi Bufan could no longer endure. He collapsed to the ground, his eyelids heavy as if weighed down by mountains, the vitality within him rapidly fading. Had he not been the ancient sacred body, he would have perished long ago from such grievous injuries. Hua Yunfei deftly infused a surge of vitality into Yi Bufan's body, sustaining his final breath, and subsequently placed a pill into Yi Bufan's mouth, assisting him in swallowing it. Yi Bufan emitted a low groan as his body suddenly radiated a golden light, exuding an ethereal fragrance. The pill was a sacred pill, of little monetary value. Yet it possessed the miraculous ability to revive even the most critically injured saint. Lacking even the foundational cultivation stage, Yi Bufan experienced an instantaneous recovery of his injuries, internal organs, and meridians upon consuming the sacred pill. I am completely healed. Yi Bufan opened his eyes in astonishment, quickly rising to his feet and bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your life-saving grace. Rise, Hua Yunfei replied with a gentle smile. He found Yi Bufan's character quite admirable. Name, Yi Bufan. Age, 19. Realm, none. Identity, specially recruited disciple of Daoi Cave Heaven, due to unique constitution, cultivation aptitude, supreme sacred grade. Other talents, imperial level fist technique talent. Supreme Sacred Grade Blade Technique Talent, Supreme Sacred Grade Sword Technique Talent, Supreme Sacred Grade Spear Technique Talent. Constitution, Primal Sacred Body Cultivation Method. None Divine Ability, none Magical Artifacts, none Fortune. Golden Yi Buffon's information was instantly comprehensible at a glance. One cannot help but acknowledge Yi Buffon's truly formidable talent. If not for the limitations imposed by the Great Holy Body, Hua Yunfei would boldly assert that his cultivation aptitude is undoubtedly of imperial caliber. His innate talent is nearly all-encompassing. He possesses profound abilities in every path, allowing him to cultivate in any discipline with remarkable potential for achievement. Even his fortune has ascended to golden auspiciousness, marking him as a child of destiny, a favored one of the heavenly Tao. He is the protagonist of an era. Would you be willing to accept me as your master? Hua Yunfei gazed intently at Yi Buffon. Such a disciple, with talent not far inferior to his own, has already met his expectations. Yi Buffon hesitated, fiddling with his fingers. Senior, I am an ancient holy body. In this era, His words were laden with a sense of grievance and reluctance. Possessing a physique that once rivaled the great emperors of humanity, yet unable to cultivate, felt akin to winning a fortune only to have the funds frozen, exceedingly frustrating. Hua Yunfei chuckled softly. You need only tell me your willingness or unwillingness. Yi Buffon clenched his fists, his expression serious. I am willing to be your disciple, senior. If one day I still cannot cultivate, I will take my leave, sparing you any additional troubles. Hua Yunfei's demeanor shifted, his expression stern, as an ancient holy body. To speak with such a lack of confidence is unacceptable. From this day forth, forget about the inability to cultivate due to your holy body, and strive diligently under my guidance. I will support you in all endeavors. Yes, master. Yi Buffon knelt, performing the customary bow of apprenticeship, his face alight with excitement. Rise. I inquire of you, what is the conviction behind the great saint body suppression of heaven and earth? Yi Buffon pondered momentarily and declared, I am the saint body, destined to vanquish all adversaries in this world. This proclamation conveyed a singular sentiment. As long as the saint body exists, none shall stand against it. With fervor, he bellowed forth, exuding confidence in the pride of a saint body capable of contending with emperors. Yi Buffon's expression shifted to one of solemnity, and an indomitable belief unique to the ancient saint body surged forth, his voice resonating like a resounding bell, shaking the heavens. I am the saint body, destined to vanquish all adversaries in this world. In that instant, the sky darkened, ominous clouds loomed overhead, and thunder rumbled ferociously. The saint body's declaration seemed to provoke the mysterious laws of the universe, summoning divine retribution in the form of thunderbolts aimed at obliterating Yi Buffon. Disperse, Hua Yunfei commanded, his voice akin to thunder itself. With that single utterance, the laws of nature aligned in his favor. The dark clouds in the sky were instantly shattered, and golden rays of sunlight poured forth as if nothing had transpired. Yi Buffon cast a glance at Hua Yunfei, a sense of admiration swelling within him. The realm of his master appeared truly extraordinary. As my master, you are the esteemed head of the Tao Source Peak of the Kuaishan sect. Henceforth, you shall be my esteemed disciple. Yes, master, Yi Buffon replied earnestly, bowing in respect. Let us return to the sect together. In the ancestral grounds of the Tao Immortal sect, there stood an elderly man, his visage gaunt and frail, as if he were on the brink of death. Before him lay several tortoise shells, emanating a faint luminescence. The aged sage scrutinized the tortoise shell, shaking his head and murmuring, It should not be. It should not be. The esteemed leader of the Taoist sect stood respectfully before the elder, filled with anticipation as he inquired, Master, have you discerned the truth? Who is the perpetrator? It was peculiar. The old man could not fathom that within this desolate region there existed such a being capable of eluding his divinations. The elder shook his head, proclaiming, I refuse to believe this. Let us try once more. With that, he expelled a mouthful of blood onto the tortoise shell and intoned an incantation. Instantly, threads of energy manifested throughout the cosmos, multiplying in abundance. The elder's spirit traversed these strands, swiftly locating the thread belonging to Elder Wang. Following the cause and effect line of Elder Wang, he at last arrived at a secluded valley, where a visage emerged. The face was exceedingly indistinct, cloaked in obscurity. Regardless of how the elder wielded his powers or intensified his efforts, it proved futile. This indicated that the entity's cultivation far surpassed his own, existing beyond his reach. Suddenly, that face turned to regard him, its gaze piercing as lightning, and with a mere utterance, it commanded, annihilate. In an instant, the elder expanded like a watermelon, erupting violently, blood splattering across the face of the Daoist sect leader. Master, he was left in a daze. Master, what are you gazing at? Yi Bufan observed as his master abruptly halted mid-air, turning his gaze toward the direction of the Daoist sect, his expression devoid of emotion. It is nothing of great importance. A presumptuous individual is playing with fire and will inevitably suffer the consequences. I shall assist him in extinguishing the flames, Hua Yunfei remarked nonchalantly. The elder was not dead. Rather, Hua Yunfei had imparted a lesson upon him. There exists no enmity between the Daoist immortal sect and the Kuaishan sect. To slay him would only invite unnecessary trouble should the Daoist immortal sect summon a formidable figure to deduce that he was the culprit. It is not that he fears the Daoist immortal sect. As a sect devoted to survival, the Kuaishan sect has always preferred to avoid unnecessary conflicts. As long as you do not overstep your bounds, I shall refrain from retaliating. Hua Yunfei, having grown up in the Kuaishan sect, shares this sentiment. The elder was merely attempting to deduce his intentions, but to no avail. A lesson was sufficient. Moreover, this method proves to be more effective than simply eliminating him. Having experienced this fright, the other party will undoubtedly abandon the investigation into Elder Wang's demise, thus avoiding any offense towards him. Chapter 8. The 3 Drops of the Great Emperor's Blood. In the ancestral land of the Daoist immortal sect, the elderly figure's fragmented body gradually coalesced, regaining human form. However, his vital essence was severely depleted, and his lifespan was greatly diminished, rendering him even more haggard. He was undoubtedly a formidable and enigmatic powerhouse. Seemingly not one of the 3 sects. The 3 sects refer to the Daoist immortal sect, the Kuaishan sect, and the Guiming manner. Having interacted for many years, they were quite familiar with one another. Such an extraordinary being could not possibly be cultivated by the 3 sects. He must hail from a sacred-level force. They could not afford to provoke him. The life of a mere elder was insufficient to justify a confrontation with a sacred-level power. The sect leader of the Daoist immortal sect wore a grave expression, genuinely taken aback moments ago. He nodded and said, "Indeed, Master. Perhaps we should let this matter go. Even if we uncover the truth, it would yield no benefit." The elder nodded in agreement. The reasons behind the sacred-level powerhouse's slaying of Elder Wang must be substantial. If they were in the wrong, it would be better to swallow their grievances. Master, could you deduce the cause of Elder Wang's demise, and whether there were any other individuals present besides that esteemed elder? This matter was quite simple to deduce. I had already calculated it in my mind moments ago. A few disciples had a dispute that escalated into a violent confrontation, resulting in a fatality. Elder Wang happened to pass by, intending to punish the disciple responsible for the killing, when that esteemed elder suddenly appeared, seeking to protect the disciple. Elder Wang's words clashed with his opponent, as he sought to leverage the name of the Daoist immortal sect to eliminate him. Upon hearing the sound, the leader of the Daoist sect trembled with rage. This fool, did he not possess the sense to see? He nearly brought destruction upon the Daoist sect. His death would hardly be regrettable. Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei soared through the lofty skies with Yi Bufan, weaving gracefully among the clouds. Hua Yunfei had initially intended to traverse the void directly to save time, but Yi Bufan expressed a desire to experience the sensation of flight. Naturally, Hua Yunfei acquiesced, guiding him upward into the heavens to relish the feeling of riding the clouds. I have yet to check in this month. In the midst of pondering about taking on a disciple, I completely forgot. System, initiate the check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Cumulative check-in duration, 100 years and 1 month. Check-in reward, 3 drops of imperial blood. Yet again, an exceptional reward. Hua Yunfei gasped in astonishment. He had no time to explain. He invoked his spatial abilities and swiftly drew Yi Bufan into his sleeve. The emergence of the imperial blood could obliterate him in an instant. Boom. As the 3 drops of golden blood materialized, the principles of the imperial path surged forth, filling the cosmos in an instant. The great Tao resonated. All paths bowed in reverence, and golden rays of Tao light descended from the heavens. This is imperial blood. 1 drop can instantly annihilate a quasi-emperor. 1 drop can shatter an entire star domain. Great transformation of the cosmos. Hua Yunfei's expression remained impassive. Even he found it difficult to withstand the oppressive force of the imperial path's principles at such close proximity. Were it someone else in his place, they would be reduced to mere dust in an instant. He intended to utilize spatial divine abilities to secure the imperial blood within the confines of his Zifu cave heaven. However, it is utterly unfeasible. The blood of the emperor, infused with divinity and the principles of imperial law, cannot be contained within the confines of the Purple Mansion. Can't you prepare a vial for me? Hua Yunfei said, somewhat exasperated. Very well, an ancient jade vial materialized, capturing 3 droplets of imperial blood. And the world instantly fell into tranquility. Hua Yunfei also restrained his aura and stored the ancient jade vial within the purple mansion. Next time, be more astute in your actions. Do not compel me to chastise you. By the way, I have gathered my disciples. What of the reward? Was it not stated that there was a task for accepting disciples? I have fulfilled it. Where is my reward? Did the host not decline? Unwilling to undertake the disciple acceptance task. That refusal is my concern. Now that I have already accepted my disciples, the reward that is due must be granted. One must adhere to reason. Are you certain you are adhering to reason? Host, to speak candidly, if I were human, I would undoubtedly give you a sound thrashing. But you are not. Ding. The task of accepting disciples has been completed. The rewards are now being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Heavenly Emperor Scripture and a volume of the Tai Sword Technique. The Heavenly Emperor Scripture? Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, astonished. The Heavenly Emperor is not a unique realm. It coincides with that of the human emperors. Yet, throughout history, very few have been worthy of the title of Heavenly Emperor. It is a title forged through conquest. Within the imperial realm, it stands as a pinnacle. The Heavenly Emperor Scripture and the Tai Sword Technique appeared in his hands. Hua Yunfei retracted the Tai Sword Technique. The cultivation method and divine abilities he practiced were temporarily sufficient, leaving him disinterested in pursuing other arts. To his astonishment, he discovered that this was a unique technique exclusive to the primordial sacred body. The Heavenly Emperor Scripture was crafted for the primordial sacred body to attain emperorhood. Hua Yunfei found this preposterous. Was there a historical precedent for a sacred body becoming an emperor in the annals of the Northern Dipper? Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The idea of a primordial sacred body ascending to emperorhood, had he not encountered this notion somewhere before? Perhaps the Heavenly Emperor Scripture would be most suitable for Yi Bufon's cultivation. With a wave of his hand, Hua Yunfei summoned Yi Bufon. Yi Bufon, bewildered, gazed at Hua Yunfei and inquired, Master, what has transpired? Nothing of consequence. We shall return to the sect, Hua Yunfei replied succinctly. Continuing their flight towards the Mount of Reliance sect. Gulyalu. As a mortal, Yi Bufon's stomach grumbled after a day of flight. A piece of fruit will suffice, he said. Hua Yunfei produced a precious ginseng fruit and offered it to Yi Bufon. Master, might we not indulge in a bowl of noodles instead? I would prefer to forego the fruit, Yi Bufon remarked, recognizing the rarity of the ginseng fruit and unwilling to waste such a treasure in his current mortal state. Very well, it has been ages since I last enjoyed noodles. This time, I shall partake of your good fortune, Hua Yunfei responded. And with a grand gesture of his hand, he enveloped Yi Bufon, accelerating towards the nearest ancient city, Luoyang. Here lies an ancient city in the remote region of Huangzhou. Sprawling across tens of thousands of miles, yet home to merely a few 100 million souls. The two ordered 4 bowls of shredded pork noodles with snow vegetables. Hua Yunfei had 1 bowl, while Yi Bufon indulged in 3, savoring each delectable bite. Having spent a century in this world, Hua Yunfei had not partaken in mortal food for an extended period. At his level of cultivation, he had long ceased the need for sustenance. However, occasionally relishing a meal provided a delightful experience. Suddenly, an ear-splitting demonic roar echoed from the heavens, resonating throughout the entirety of Luoyang City. I, the true body, require nourishment to advance in cultivation. You insignificant ants shall become my sustenance. A monstrous entity, colossal as 1,000 miles, manifested above Luoyang. Its body was a vivid crimson, resembling a lion but adorned with 8 bovine heads, one of which had just spoken. What is happening? A demon. It is a demon. How could a demon appear in Luoyang City? Everyone flee. Is there a powerful being resting in Luoyang? Quickly summon them to vanquish the demon. The crowd, incredulous, gazed at the creature in the sky, their expressions turning to horror as chaos ensued. Regardless of whether they were mortals or cultivators, they abandoned their tasks in sheer terror, scattering in all directions, desperate to escape Luoyang City and save their lives. Quickly. Out of the city. In the city of Luoyang, several feeble immortal clans, acutely aware of their inferiority, hastily gathered their belongings and fled towards the city. Even the personnel of the city lord's residence abandoned their posts in the chaos. Amidst the turmoil, some were trampled to death in an instant. Ha ha ha. The blood-red demon cackled, reveling in the scene of the masses scrambling for their lives below. Tremble, quiver, and succumb to the might of my power, as you are devoured and reduced to mere sustenance. With a thunderous roar, the blood demon with 8 bull heads shook the heavens, unleashing a sonic wave that resonated like thunder. The weak cultivators were nearly instantaneously struck senseless, blood streaming from their orifices as they collapsed to the ground, their faces etched with despair. Just as the entire city of Luoyang sank into hopelessness, believing they were destined to become fodder for the demonic creatures, an abrupt voice resonated through the heavens. What manner of insect is this? The unexpected utterance reached the ears of the blood-red demon. Startled, the demon turned its gaze, grinning widely. A hero has arrived. Chapter 9. The Hero's Mercy. I shall serve you like a steed, youngster. What did you just call me? The blood-red demon sneered, disdainfully fixating on the two individuals before him. He was in high spirits, with an abundance of blood to feast upon that would sustain him for quite some time. Additionally, he harbored a peculiar penchant for witnessing ants struggle in his presence, their expressions contorted in agony. The sight of their despair brought him immense delight. Unparalleled. What do you think of this demon as your mount? Hua Yunfei remarked nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back, casting a casual glance at the blood-red demon. A bit unsightly. Wouldn't it be rather embarrassing to ride it out in public? Yi Bufan, astute as ever, recognized that Hua Yunfei's intentions were not to truly subdue the demon as a steed, but rather to mock its arrogance. Indeed, it is rather hideous. Hua Yunfei conceded with a chuckle. Returning on such a creature might provoke laughter from our mischievous masters, especially Master Tianji, who is the most irreverent of them all. Hua Yunfei regarded Yi Bufan with satisfaction, acknowledging his potential. Since you find him unappealing, then let us slay him. Following your guidance, Yi Bufan replied with a smile, confident in Hua Yunfei's formidable prowess. Youngster, did you not hear my question? Roared the overlooked blood-red demon, its 8 bovine heads bellowing in fury, summoning a dark cloud that loomed ominously above, accompanied by the resounding thunder of his wrath. He was a being of celestial cultivation, capable of invoking the very forces of heaven and earth with his every word and action. The young man before him dared to disregard his presence, causing great displeasure. Hua Yunfei remarked, you compare the citizens of Luoyang to mere ants, yet in my eyes, you are but an ant as well, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. As he spoke, he raised his hand. The blood-red demon, consumed by fury, let out a maniacal laugh. A bolt of lightning descended from the depths of the ominous clouds, aimed at Yi Bufan. Rather than attacking Hua Yunfei directly, he intended to make him experience the agony of losing someone dear. He would revel in the humiliation once Hua Yunfei lost his current composure. Such a sensation would be truly exhilarating. Excellent. Observing the villainous antics, a smile crept onto Hua Yunfei's lips. In that case, allow me to introduce you to the depths of terror. It is time to demonstrate the might of the Chaos Bell. With a flourish, Hua Yunfei produced the Chaos Bell, an overwhelming display of power. The blood-red demon's expression shifted drastically upon seeing the artifact in Hua Yunfei's grasp. His colossal form trembled violently as if struck by lightning. The 8 bull-headed eyes widened in disbelief, mouths agape, jaws nearly unhinged. An imperial weapon. Could it truly be an imperial weapon? How could an imperial weapon be retrieved from the Purple Mansion's celestial realm? Had it been so long since its last emergence that the world had changed so drastically? Could imperial weapons now be easily wielded and absorbed into one's being? Your Excellency, let us converse calmly. No, noble hero, spare my life. I am willing to serve you as a humble servant. Boom. The majestic imperial might is boundless, the chaotic essence thick as clouds. At the end of the heavens, golden rays of celestial light descend, and divine beasts roar in manifestation. In the hazy distance, a dignified figure emerges. In an instant, a blood-red demon is struck by the imperial light, accompanied by a chilling scream. The immense form of the blood-red demon is reduced to ashes beneath the imperial radiance. The great emperor has manifested. In the city, all instantly kneel upon the ground, weeping profusely, their faces alight with emotion, expressing profound gratitude for the great emperor's benevolent salvation. Mortals, cultivators, everyone offers sincere thanks. The great emperor is revered by all. Hua Yunfei stowed away the chaotic bell and glanced at the throngs below who bowed in adoration, before departing with Yi Bufan. Yet, even after his departure, the citizens of Luoyang remained prostrate. Each person humbly knelt there, giving thanks for the great emperor's divine appearance, which had rescued them from peril. Kashan sect. After 2 days of travel, leading Yi Bufan, Hua Yunfei finally returned to the Kashan sect. From a distance, one could see 7 towering celestial peaks piercing the clouds. The ethereal aura wafted, the sea of clouds stretched endlessly, with powerful disciples soaring on swords and female disciples wandering together through the skies. The scenery was breathtakingly magnificent. Here, it is not inferior to the Daoyi immortal sect. Indeed, It is worthy of being the Kashan sect, Yu Bufan remarked with admiration. Hua Yunfei, with his celestial level cultivation, took 3 days to reach here without utilizing the teleportation array. For others, it might take a month to arrive. This delay was intentional on Hua Yunfei's part, allowing Yi Bufan to experience the sensations of being a powerful individual and to stimulate the pride he harbored as an ancient sacred body, encouraging him to aspire to transcend his own limits in the future. As my foremost disciple, you shall have the privilege of freely entering and exiting the Dao Yuan Peak, making you the 3rd individual to hold such a distinction. The first is your father, Hua Sanqiang, and the second is your temperamental mother. Thank you, Master. I shall not disappoint you. Ha. Your confidence brings me great joy. Now, let us return home. With that, they descended before the majestic gates of the Kashan sect. Entry into the sect must be through the main gate, as it is a strict rule of the sect. Although Hua Yunfei was the head of a peak, he adhered to this regulation. Upon seeing Hua Yunfei, the elder on duty immediately rose and saluted. Greetings, Dao Yuan Jinren. May I inquire who this is? My disciple. Hua Yunfei replied. Oh, congratulations. The esteemed heads and elders will undoubtedly be delighted. The elder then turned to Yi Bufan, producing a sword, a magical artifact of the Purple Mansion realm, and said, I do not possess much of value, so I hope you do not look down upon this gift. This is a token of our meeting. Before Yi Bufan could utter a word, Hua Yunfei chuckled. Quickly express your gratitude to Elder Shi. Thank you, Elder Shi. Yi Bufan said, cradling the precious sword with both hands, his gratitude sincere. The artifact from the Purple Mansion realm, a treasure utilized by cultivators of that level, was worth its weight in gold. Bestowing such a valuable gift upon a mere mortal was already a significant honor. Within the Dao Immortal sect, not only had he never received a meeting gift, but even the elders of the sect had seldom acknowledged his existence. Yi Bufan felt a swell of emotion, silently committing Elder Shi's visage to memory. Elder Shi chuckled lightly. No need for thanks. Dao Yuan Jinren will return shortly. The sect leader and others should come to offer their congratulations soon. With a slight nod, he prepared to return to his peak. Suddenly, Hua Yunfei turned his gaze skyward. Elder Shi, sensing the disturbance, furrowed his brow and focused intently on the sight above. There, in the high heavens, a meteor streaked towards them, its landing point directly at the gates of the Mountain of Reliance. As it drew nearer, it became evident that this meteor was none other than a person. It was the true man of heavenly mechanisms. At that moment, the true man of heavenly mechanisms bore a pallid complexion, his body marred with cracks as if it were about to shatter. His left arm had been severed, and a gaping, translucent wound marred his abdomen. He had sustained grievous injuries and was teetering on the brink of death. Elder Tianji, Elder Shi exclaimed in astonishment. As an elder of Tianji Peak, he was simply on duty today, and to witness his leader in such a grievous state filled him with horror. Hua Yunfei promptly waved his hand, channeling a gentle stream of spiritual energy that coalesced into a cloud, catching the descending figure of the celestial mechanism master. Elder Shi hurried forward, embracing the celestial mechanism master, who at that moment appeared to be teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, his eyes barely open, as if he were about to succumb to darkness. With the last vestige of his strength, he exclaimed, Damn it, there are assassins. Hua Yunfei, Elder Shi, Yi Bufan. Chapter 10. The pain of the celestial master. Upon finishing his words, the celestial master gestured below, requesting a cover, exclaiming his embarrassment. To Hua Yunfei's astonishment, he discovered that the celestial master had been pierced in the rear. This is goodness. He has been compromised. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively tightened his grip. Elder Shi was on the verge of tears, nearly bursting into laughter, his hands trembling as he held the celestial master. The struggle to contain himself was immense. Yi Bufan endeavored to maintain composure. The assault on the sect leader was a grave matter. No laughter. One must exhibit decorum. Ahem. Hua Yunfei averted his gaze from the celestial master's rear and channeled a substantial amount of spiritual energy into him, aiding in the alleviation of his internal injuries. Subsequently, he retrieved a garment to cover the celestial master. Turning to Elder Shi, he cautioned, This matter must remain confidential. Master Tianji values his dignity. Rest assured. Who in the Kashan sect is unaware of my steadfast discretion? Elder Shi patted his chest in assurance, nodding emphatically. The celestial master, summoning all his strength, pressed the garment against his rear, gazing at Hua Yunfei. Take me to the sect leader. If that wretched scoundrel is not dealt with, I shall renounce my ties to the secular world. His tone was one of profound indignation, tinged with a note of desperation. Gather the leaders of the 4 peaks. We shall convene at Kaoshan Peak. Hua Yunfei hoisted the Celestial Master and Yi Bufan into the air towards Kaoshan Peak, while Elder Shi dashed towards the summit of the 4 peaks to summon the esteemed leaders. What has happened to him? Observing the figure of the Heavenly Machine Master sprawled upon the bed, the Heavenly Cloud Master was initially filled with fury. However, upon lifting the garment to take a closer look, he was left utterly dumbfounded. By the Infinite One. This is. A sudden chill enveloped the lower half of the Heavenly Cloud Master, prompting him to instinctively clamp his legs together. With a countenance flushed with indignation, he demanded, "Who has harmed my junior brother?" Such malicious methods are utterly reprehensible. Aside from Hua Yunfei, the leaders of several peaks had once been prodigious disciples of the Reliance sect, and naturally referred to one another as elder brothers and younger brothers. The Heavenly Machine Master, on the verge of fainting, unexpectedly grasped the hand of the Heavenly Cloud Master upon hearing his words, lamenting in despair, "Master brother, I am in agony. This is sheer bullying. How could they treat me so?" Indeed, the pain was palpable. Just the sight of it induced discomfort. The Heavenly Cloud Master cast a glance at the Heavenly Machine Master's injury and nodded in agreement, feeling a shiver run through him as well. Hua Yunfei, too, was astonished internally, recognizing the sheer malice of such actions, truly despicable. For cultivators with an immense sense of pride, this was a devastating blow, an affront to their very dignity. "Master, what has happened to my junior brother?" The first to arrive was the real person Go Yuan, his expression fraught with concern. He shared a close bond with the Heavenly Machine Master, having played together since their youth. Upon uncovering the bloodied wound in the middle of the Heavenly Machine Master's posterior, Go Yuan could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Only when met with the murderous glare from the Heavenly Machine Master did he forcibly stifle his mirth, though his body continued to tremble with residual laughter, occasionally emitting soft chuckles. "Oh, the treachery of friends!" Master Tianji exclaimed, nearly in tears, when Master Xian, Wuj, and the God of Enemies arrived. They first inquired about Master Tianji's injuries, using their powers to aid in his recovery. However, they soon noticed Master Guiyuan trembling in the corner. Master Xian's face hardened, and she spoke up. "The head of our peak was ambushed and nearly perished. You seem rather pleased. Can you not take this seriously?" Master Wuj, known for his fiery temper, immediately chimed in. "Indeed, what junior sister says is correct. This is excessive. How can you be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation?" Senior brother, the God of Enemies remained taciturn, merely nodding in agreement. All right. Master Yutian stepped forward to mediate. Then, seemingly inadvertently, he revealed the back of Master Tianji's attire, stating, "Let us stabilize our junior brother's condition first. He appears to be poisoned, so we must detoxify him." Master Tianji's complexion darkened, indicating the presence of toxins within. "Why is there a hole in his attire?" Master Wuj wondered aloud, stepping closer for a better look, his expression gradually becoming peculiar as he moved aside, unable to suppress a smile. Master of Enemies, with keen eyes, noticed immediately, clearing his throat lightly and feigning ignorance, though his lips began to curl upwards. Master Xian, momentarily taken aback, felt a hint of embarrassment cross her face. She turned away, saying, "Master, you two are being quite unprofessional. To detoxify him, is it truly necessary to remove his clothing? This must be intentional. Such impropriety." Yun Tian, the true man, offered an awkward smile and covered himself once more. It was evident that the true man of heavenly mechanisms had already succumbed to humiliation and fainted. He had not anticipated that, in comparison to his physical injuries, his posterior would garner the attention of several elderly gentlemen. Hua Yunfei remarked, "I possess a miraculous elixir, fortuitously acquired during my recent travels. Once Master Uncle Tianji consumes it, he should be restored to his former state." As he spoke, he produced a sacred pill, grayish-white in hue, radiating a luminous aura, with cloud-like patterns adorning its surface. Yun Tian, the true man, exclaimed in delight. A sacred pill bearing the essence of cloud is truly a rare gem. Employing such an elixir for mere trivial injuries is excessively extravagant. With that, he took the sacred pill and stored it within the Purple Mansion's celestial realm. "Let us first employ our spiritual powers to heal our junior brother, and subsequently administer some lesser-grade elixirs. If all else fails, the sacred pill may serve to prolong his life." What audacity! This fellow is truly self-serving, intent on hoarding the sacred pill bestowed by his nephew. Go Yuan. The true man remained speechless, yet chose not to voice his thoughts. After all, he too believed that while the injuries of the true man of heavenly mechanisms were grave, they did not warrant the use of a sacred pill. With his celestial realm cultivation, he was unlikely to perish easily. Every action of a being in the celestial realm could invoke the forces of heaven and earth, resonating with the Grand Tao. They could regenerate from severed limbs or revive even a withered body. As long as the toxins within the true man of heavenly mechanisms were expelled, he could restore his own vitality. However, as the group endeavored to cleanse the toxins from his body, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Hua Yunfei stated, "It is blood poison. The venom of the blood demon." The blood demon bears a resemblance to the crimson fiend that appeared above Luoyang 2 days prior. However, in comparison to the blood demon, the crimson fiend merely possesses a trace of bloodline, rendering it utterly incomparable. The blood demon is a royal branch of the ancient demonic lineage, subsisting on blood and cultivating its powers through it. Possessing formidable strength, it poses a significant danger. A practitioner of the same realm engaging in battle with a blood demon faces a daunting challenge, with the likelihood of defeat being exceedingly high. Only the most exceptional talents within the same realm stand a chance against the blood demon, yet even they experience more losses than victories. Since its emergence, the blood demon clan has displayed an arrogant demeanor, proclaiming itself a creature of the destined Tao of heaven while belittling other races. In ancient times, a powerful being could no longer endure this arrogance and charged into the heart of the blood demon's lair, weapon in hand. As word spread, more individuals followed suit, and the battlefield expanded until it engulfed the entirety of the blood demon clan. The situation was exceedingly dire, with countless formidable figures perishing. Rumors suggest that no fewer than several dozen quasi-emperors fell in battle. However, the blood demon clan ultimately faced defeat. In that ancient conflict, the blood demons suffered severe losses, with only a handful managing to escape, unable to regain their former prominence. Since that fateful battle, although the blood demon clan was not entirely annihilated, they were cast into a shadow of fear, and the surviving members adopted an exceedingly low profile, even concealing their lair. It is unexpected that they would now dare to ambush the esteemed Master Tianji. Do they underestimate the support of the mountain sect? It seems they believe themselves formidable once more, mused Master Yu Tian with a cold smile. The blood poison of the blood demon clan is exceedingly difficult to eradicate, as it becomes intertwined with the blood of the afflicted, making it nearly impossible to separate. Only a sage-level being, wielding unparalleled sorcery, could extricate the blood poison from the body of the celestial mechanic. With the limited capabilities of a few individuals at the celestial realm, meaningful progress is elusive. Moreover, the blood demon responsible for inflicting the poison upon the celestial mechanic is likely a formidable entity of the path of approaching Tao. It is indeed a stroke of fortune that the celestial mechanic has managed to escape with his life. Hua Yunfei remarked, "Master, that holy pill just now is sufficient to eliminate the blood poison and will assist Uncle Mechanic in recovering from all his injuries." Indeed, the rarity of the holy pill guarantees its extraordinary efficacy. Agreed real person Go Yuan. Real person Yun Tian understood that although the holy pill is precious, its application is imperative at this moment. He swiftly retrieved the holy pill and administered it to the celestial mechanic. Chapter 11. Those who offend the Mount Guardian sect shall be punished, no matter how distant they are. Have you heard? The Grand Master of Heavenly Secrets has been humiliated. Indeed. Indeed. Ha ha ha. This old fellow, usually just a charlatan, has finally met his match. I suspect the sect leader and a few grandmasters will be having a good laugh at his expense. I wonder who leaked the news. The incident of the Grand Master of Heavenly Secrets' disgrace has spread throughout the Mount Guardian sect. Outer disciples, inner disciples, and even the sect's most esteemed disciples are stifling their laughter, gazing towards Mount Guardian Peak. However, laughter aside, the fact that someone has harmed a grandmaster of our sect feels akin to a slap in the face to the Mount Guardian sect. A young man clad in golden robes stands atop one of the peaks, his expression cold and infused with murderous intent. Indeed, when the Mount Guardian sect was founded, a steadfast rule was established. Those who offend the Mount Guardian sect shall be punished, no matter how distant they may be. Beside him, a young man in silver robes draws a long knife artifact, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, for he is a true disciple of the Infinite Peak, inheriting the tempestuous temperament of the Grand Master of Infinity. Disciples, heed my command. A voice, solemn and authoritative, resonates from Mount Guardian Peak, echoing with gravity throughout the sect. Outer disciples, all present. At the very periphery of the Mount Guardian sect, numerous young figures gather, their collective aura surging forth. Voices booming like thunder in fervent response to the sect's call. Inner disciples, receive the order. In the depths of the region, a throng of inner sect disciples surged forth like dragons among men, their spirits soaring as they ascended into the sky, vociferously answering the call of their sect. The true disciples of the sect stood resolute, for a single true disciple represented the very core of the sect, and among the peaks, there were but a few. Yet, these few emanated a formidable aura that surpassed the combined might of all outer and inner sect disciples, soaring into the heavens. The elders heeded the command. Every venerable figure was present. Apart from the Tao Source Peak, each of the other 6 peaks was graced by the presence of formidable elders, each exuding an intimidating presence. They were the elders of their respective peaks. The head elder of the Heavenly Mechanism Peak had narrowly escaped demise in a surprise assault by the Blood Demon clan yesterday. According to the ironclad rules of our sect, the Blood Demon clan must be exterminated. The voice reverberated like thunder, a majestic force sweeping across the heavens. The hearts of the entire sect beat as one. To bully the true man of Heavenly Mechanism was to insult them all, to insult the entire Kaoshan sect. Such an offense is punishable by death. Any who dare infringe upon our Kaoshan sect, no matter how distant, shall face retribution. The sect leader, True Man Yuntian, bellowed with great authority, igniting the fighting spirit within the disciples of Kaoshan sect. He personally led the charge, summoning the seemingly aloof ancestral figure of the sect. And alongside a multitude of powerful beings, they entered the sect's spatial gateway, setting forth towards the direction of the Blood Demon clan. A great battle was imminent. Hua Yunfei returned to Tao Source Peak with Yu Bufan. He did not follow the others, for the Kaoshan sect still required guardianship. Not only he, but also True Man Shaoxian remained behind. They were entrusted with the guardianship of the home. Master Yuntian, accompanied by 4 esteemed elders and numerous disciples, swiftly advanced toward the secret realm of the Blood Demon clan. Moreover, the seemingly unassuming ancestor of the Kaoshan sect, who was at the Tao realm, also followed suit. Yu Bufan gazed into the distance, astonished that such a significant event had unfolded so soon after his arrival at the Kaoshan sect. What surprised him even more was the extraordinary cohesion exhibited by the sect, as if they were one entity, akin to a family. The Taoyi Immortal sect, in stark contrast, was rife with intrigue and competition. Just aside, while they genuinely appreciated Master Tianji, the fury harbored within them was equally authentic. It appeared that the Blood Demon clan was in for a downfall, having kicked against an iron wall. Master, does it concern you that you are not accompanying them? Hee. Bufan, you must remember that seeing is not always believing. None of my esteemed brothers are to be trifled with. Each one conceals profound depths. This statement applies to everyone in the Kaoshan sect as well. Hua Yunfei's words ignited Yi Bufan's curiosity. Concealed depths? Could it be that those who ventured forth exceeded the number he had observed? Or did it imply something else? Hua Yunfei cast a glance toward the horizon, his smile deepening. Compared to the likes of Go Dao, these individuals were true predecessors, seasoned experts. The founder of the Kaoshan sect, the venerable ancestor, possessed mastery in Go Dao that reached the level of an emperor. The fine traditions of Go Dao were bequeathed by him. In the past, when the Kaoshan ancestor established the sect, he faced opposition from powerful figures in the wasteland, including a formidable being at the Tao realm. At that time, the seemingly unremarkable ancestor of the mountain relied solely on his celestial realm cultivation. However, when the two engaged in combat, the Taoist realm cultivator was instantaneously obliterated. Subsequently, the Taoist family arrived seeking vengeance, but the venerable sage ancestor descended upon the earth with an imposing presence. Before uttering a word, he was reduced to dust by the unassuming ancestor of the mountain. Compared to the ancestor, they were indeed rather inexperienced. Now, with the ancestor having attained eternal rest, it is time for them to elevate this craft to its pinnacle. Notable 1. From this day forth, I shall guide you in your cultivation. Master, my meridians are exceedingly difficult to unblock. I shall open your meridians for you. Hua Yunfei radiated an aura of sanctity, his eyes gleaming with golden light, embodying the presence of a saint, exuding divine majesty. Above the heavens, beams of golden light cascaded down, enveloping Yi Bufan in their brilliance. The 4 primordial divine beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird, manifested around Hua Yunfei. Moments later, the cries of countless divine beasts echoed, filling the cosmos with formidable and awe-inspiring phenomena. In today's world, cultivation is arduous. With no emperors emerging and saints remaining hidden, the ancient sacred body is particularly challenging to cultivate. Yet, it is not insurmountable. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can pave the way for the ancient sacred body. The ghostly underworld. It stands as one of the 3 superpowers of the renowned alongside the Mountain sect and Taoyi Immortal sect. It is also counted among the 9 great immortal sects of the Eastern Domain. The ghostly underworld is situated upon a floating island above a vast expanse of highly toxic marshland, stretching for hundreds of miles. Upon the island, dark vapors surged, enveloping the entire sect's edifice in a shroud of mist. The mountain-backing sect had set forth. Deep within the ghostly netherworld, a cadre of formidable beings congregated. The leader, clad in black chainmail, bore a solemn and imposing demeanor, his gaze radiating aggression as he fixed his eyes upon the assembly and slowly spoke. He was Gamingzi, the master of the ghostly netherworld. Those gathered were the upper echelons of the ghostly netherworld. However, one among them stood out, towering at an impressive 3 meters. Shrouded beneath a black robe, rendering his visage indiscernible. Keek. Eerie laughter emanated from beneath the cloak, its sound grating and unsettling. Even the elders of the ghostly netherworld, notorious figures of malevolence, felt a chill creeping upon their spines. He spoke, at this moment. They should be heading towards my blood demon clan. Keek, truly unaware of their own insignificance. He held the mountain-backing sect in contempt, deeming a force merely guarded by a transient realm practitioner to be hardly formidable. The glory of the blood demon clan had waned. Yet they boasted more than one practitioner of the transient realm now. Could the mountain-backing sect truly compare? The blood demon, concealed beneath the black robe, continued. Leave the matter regarding Utian Jinren of the blood demon clan to me. The ghostly netherworld shall assault the mountain-backing sect. Once the task is accomplished, we shall equally divide the mountain-backing sect's resources. Agreed. Gamingzi assented readily, a hint of a smile breaking through his austere countenance as he proclaimed, "May our collaboration be fruitful. Let us effortlessly seize the mountain-backing sect and share in the spoils." Glancing at the ghastly smile of Gue Mingzi, which was more sorrowful than tears, the blood demon in black robes emitted a chilling cackle before departing. "Heh, the diminutive blood demon clan dares to covet a piece of the pie?" Gue Mingzi scoffed, his eyes shimmering with a cold light, exuding an aura that was both sinister and terrifying. An elderly figure with flowing white hair rose, clasping his hands in respect. "Master, we have received word from the Sun and Moon Divine sect. They have already set forth." "Excellent," Gue Mingzi proclaimed. "Once we devour the Relying Mountain sect, the entirety of the Wild Province shall belong to the Gue Ming Manor. The Dao Immortal sect will inevitably fall into our grasp as well." Chapter 12. A hint of concealed depths above Daoyuan Peak. Golden light cascaded down, and the celestial sounds of the Great Way permeated the entirety of the Kaoshan sect. Numerous disciples gazed towards Daoyuan Peak, the most enigmatic of the sect's summits and the frequent battleground for the sect leader and the 5 esteemed elders. Daoyuan Peak has long been regarded as a place shrouded in mystery within the hearts of many disciples. Although it is one of the 7 peaks of the Kaoshan sect, it possesses a low profile. Many disciples are merely familiar with the name of the Daoyuan real person, yet few have laid eyes upon him. This is largely due to the 99 formations strategically placed around Daoyuan Peak, which encompass a plethora of defensive, offensive, and concealment attributes. Without the express permission of Hua Yunfei, no one may ascend the mountain unaccompanied. Such unique circumstances have only served to heighten the mystique surrounding Daoyuan Peak and the legendary Daoyuan real person. Only the most esteemed disciples from the various peaks have had the privilege of encountering Hua Yunfei on a few occasions. The holy golden light persisted throughout the entire day, and by evening, the commotion emanating from Daoyuan Peak gradually subsided. "Master, I have broken through to the 9th layer of the Tongmai realm," Yi Bufan exclaimed. Nearly leaping with excitement, Hua Yunfei had surprisingly enabled him to ascend from an ordinary mortal directly to the 9th layer of the Tongmai realm. What extraordinary power this was! Furthermore, as an ancient sacred body, his meridians were akin to divine iron, notoriously difficult to penetrate. Yet, under Hua Yunfei's guidance, this feat was achieved with remarkable ease. This was an accomplishment unattainable by the leaders of the various peaks of the Dao Immortal sect. Indeed, this is the true semblance of a sacred body. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Yi Bufan radiated a faint golden light, his vital energy swirling to form a condensation of golden blood essence. With every gesture, he exuded the demeanor of a top-tier prodigy. In the present day, within the ranks of the Reliant sect, he was undoubtedly the foremost talent. Yi Bufan knelt, tears glistening in his eyes, addressing his master, "Master, your disciple." Hua Yunfei, feigning a stern countenance, urged, "Rise, for I am your master. This is the least you should do. No thanks are necessary. No, such a life-altering grace is something I shall forever cherish in my heart." Should you ever find yourself in peril, I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself for you, Yu Bufan earnestly declared, bowing respectfully in a gesture of submission. What trouble could I possibly encounter? Hua Yunfei chuckled at his earnestness. In this world, let alone the eastern region, not even in Central State or the entirety of the Northern Dipper, exists anyone capable of taking my life. Although Yu Bufan's heart had yet to settle, he yearned to speak further, but Hua Yunfei interrupted. Enough, enough. I am aware of your gratitude and loyalty. I promise you, should I ever require your assistance in the future, I shall not hold back. Thank you, master. Yu Bufan bowed once more before rising. Hua Yunfei produced a golden tome, stating, "This is a token of our meeting, a gift for you. Do not dismiss it lightly." The Heavenly Emperor's scripture, Yu Bufan exclaimed, astonished at the title that met his gaze. The Heavenly Emperor. What a figure of renown. A pinnacle among emperors. Not everyone is worthy of being called a Heavenly Emperor. Since the dawn of ancient times, there have been but a few names of the celestial emperors passed down through generations. Yu Bufan opened the first page of the celestial emperor's scripture, and the content left him in a state of shock. The ancient sacred body became an emperor, unmatched among emperors, hence the title Celestial Emperor. This was a method compiled post the ascension of the ancient sacred body, providing a path to emperorship for future sacred bodies. His heart stirred with turbulence as he delved into the descriptions pertaining to the Meridian realm, becoming entranced. Standing atop the mountain, he entered a state of utter oblivion. As time gradually slipped away, the golden blood coursing through Yu Bufan intensified, seemingly coalescing into a golden dragon soaring through the heavens. Indeed, it bore a semblance to the demeanor of his master in years past. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction. Witnessing his disciple's remarkable prowess brought him greater joy than his own breakthroughs in cultivation. It is a peculiar sentiment. He also grasped why all strong individuals are inclined to take on disciples, passing down their knowledge. It is a form of alternative pride. Dao Yuan Jinren. Outside Dao Yuan Peak, Xia Xian Jinren hovered in the air with a woman beside her. 99 formations barred their entry. Hua Yunfei waved his hand, opening a path, allowing the two of them to soar inside. Master, the density of spiritual energy here surpasses that of Xia Xian Peak by several multiples. My realm feels unsteady. Shu, do not speak. I have brought you here with purpose. Xia Xian Jinren guided her to sit before Hua Yunfei. The three sat facing each other. Hua Yunfei lifted the teacup and placed it before the two individuals, one of whom prepared a cup of tea that exuded a fragrant aroma, imbued with the essence of the laws. This person, could it be the disciple of his esteemed nephew? The lower Xian Jinren curiously observed Yu Bufan, who sat in meditation not far away. The young man was enveloped in a golden aura, embodying the majestic spirit of a dragon among men. And as a disciple of Hua Yunfei, his talents were undoubtedly remarkable. Out of respect, she refrained from prying and inquired directly. Hua Yunfei nodded in acknowledgement. An unexpected encounter led to his acceptance of this gifted student. The lower Xian Jinren smiled with genuine delight, truly happy for Hua Yunfei. It was indeed a joyous occasion to see the strongest peak of the Kuaishan sect gain a new heir. Were it not for the incident involving the Tianji Jinren, the sect leader and several senior brothers would have surely come to extend their congratulations by now. Lifting her teacup, she took a gentle sip and asked, "Might I inquire? Master Uncle, what is the talent of your beloved disciple?" Before departing from the sect, Hua Yunfei had participated in the triennial disciple recruitment ceremony, which spanned a month. Yet, during that extensive period, he had not encountered a suitable disciple. It is difficult to fathom how high his standards truly were. In this contemporary world, talent levels are categorized as yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, Dao, saint, emperor, and immortal. Except for the emperor and immortal levels, the latter two talents are nearly unseen. For instance, a disciple with lower grade saint level aptitude, provided they do not perish prematurely, is assured of reaching the saint level in their cultivation. In today's era, where the Dao has entered a period of decline, saints are rarely seen. Even with saint level aptitude, it remains exceedingly challenging to advance to the saint realm. Such talents are undeniably formidable. With merely an opportunity, one can soar to great heights. For instance, those with celestial tier aptitude are guaranteed to cultivate to the realm of the celestial being, as long as they remain alive. Those of Dao tier aptitude are assured to attain at least the Taoist realm, potentially becoming the ancestors of a sect. Celestial tier aptitude is most prevalent among the elite geniuses of numerous powerful factions, while Dao tier aptitude is exceedingly rare. The emergence of holy tier aptitude can stir the entire eastern region. After all, during this age of decline, not only do saints remain concealed, but the probability of holy tier aptitude appearing has dwindled significantly. Among those forces of Holy Land status, their holy sons are predominantly of the highest Dao tier aptitude, while holy tier aptitude is seldom encountered, especially in a relatively small place like the wild state. Securing a disciple of celestial tier aptitude is already a remarkable feat, while Dao tier is indeed a rare treasure. Master Xiaoshuan estimates that Hua Yunfei possesses discerning tastes, likely requiring at least Dao tier top tier aptitude to satisfy him. With a subtle smile, Hua Yunfei cast a satisfied glance at the meditating Yi Bufan and remarked, "To be candid with you, Master Xiaoshuan, Bufan possesses low-grade holy tier aptitude." He concealed a slight truth, initially intending to mention Dao tier aptitude. However, Yi Bufan is an ancient holy body, with aptitude that is assuredly at least holy tier. This is no secret. Should Master Xiaoshuan scrutinize Yi Bufan closely, he would undoubtedly discern his unique constitution as a holy body. At that moment, the lie would be exposed. Thus, he decided to withhold a fraction of the truth. Even low-grade holy tier aptitude is already exceedingly astonishing. There is not a single individual of such caliber within the entire Kaishan sect. Xia Xianzhenren suddenly rose to his feet, gazing at Yi Bufan with radiant eyes. "Is it truly the case that you possess a low-grade holy rank? If I am mistaken, I shall compensate tenfold." Hua Yunfei replied with a confident smile. Chapter 13. The incomplete immortal body of the Dark Knight. The esteemed Master Xia Xian gazed intently at Yi Bufan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. His golden meridians shimmered like divine iron, while his golden blood flowed like a vast ocean, vigorous as a tempestuous tide. An ancient sacred body. Though Master Xia Xian had lived for several centuries, such age was trivial in the realm of cultivators, and she appeared no older than 30. With fair skin and exquisite beauty, her figure was slightly plump, exuding a sensuous charm. Her hair was elegantly arranged and secured with a wooden hairpin, draped in a Taoist robe that accentuated her unique allure. Yet, in this moment, she found herself utterly flustered, her composure shattered. The might of the ancient sacred body was something she had heard of since her youth. It was a being capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the emperors of the human race. Beside her, a woman rose in astonishment, her lovely visage awash with disbelief as she fixated on Yi Bufan. "Sip." Hua Yunfei calmly sipped his tea, his expression one of contentment, seemingly unfazed. The scene must have mirrored that of when the Dao Yi immortal sect first discovered Yi Bufan. Regrettably, they lacked the requisite insight and deemed the glory of the ancient sacred body a thing of the past, believing it irretrievably lost to the annals of time, thus missing the opportunity to nurture an extraordinary prodigy. Fortunately, Yi Bufan possessed golden fortune, crossing paths with him. Otherwise, even if he had encountered a force of the utmost sanctity, they would have been futile without the heavenly emperor canon. Only Hua Yunfei had the capability to pave the way for the reawakening of the ancient sacred body. Master Xia Xian voiced her inner perplexity. "Disciple, is it not said that the ancient sacred body cannot be cultivated? Why? Yi Bufan has already reached the 9th level of the Meridian realm, belonging to the latter stages of this realm, and is on the verge of attaining perfection. Moreover, according to her observations, Yi Bufan's cultivation is still progressing, and at this moment he has entered a state of profound enlightenment. He hardly appears to be someone unable to cultivate. Merely a slight stratagem." Hua Yunfei chuckled softly and remarked, "In truth, the ancient sacred body is not incapable of cultivation. It merely requires a targeted approach. Master, this chief of the Dao source is truly enigmatic, and so remarkably accomplished at such a young age." A young woman beside Xia Xianzhenren whispered. Xia Xianzhenren adjusted her posture and resumed her seat, saying, "This is my youngest disciple, Muqiu. You have not encountered her before. She has been diligently cultivating at Xiaxian Peak for many years and rarely ventures out. The chief disciple is indeed a direct disciple, the core of the sect," Hua Yunfei observed. Muqiu possessed a charming appearance, with delicate features, clad in a flowing white gown, her hair styled in a ponytail, exuding youthful vibrancy. Name: Muqiu. Age: 24. Realm: second layer of the Yuan Dan realm, outwardly. Fourth layer of the Yuan Dan realm, in reality. Identity: direct disciple of the Xiafeng branch of the Kashan sect. Cultivation talent: low-grade Dao talent. Other talents: exceptional dark talent of the Dao, exceptional sword talent of the heavenly tier, mid-grade symbolism talent of the heavenly tier. Physique: night fairy body, severely incomplete. Unawakened: cultivation techniques: life-forgetting technique, unranked. Inherited technique of the Kashan sect: invisibility technique, sect's hidden art. Vast sword technique, exceptional heavenly tier, Divine abilities, Nun magical weapon, Songhai sword, Yuan Dan realm magical weapon, fortune, Azure the Night Fairy body? Hua Yunfei was taken aback. This is indeed a top-tier physique. It is said that the greatest assassin dynasty of the Big Dipper, the first generation of its holy master, possessed the Night Fairy body. A physique born solely for the purpose of hunting. However, Mu Qiushui's physique is severely flawed, far from being as formidable, despite its incompleteness. The accompanying dark talent of this physique has astonishingly reached an exceptional level in the Tao. Those scions of sacred lands possess talents that barely compare. Mu Qiushue seems unaware of her Night Fairy body. She is even oblivious to the fact that her dark talent far surpasses her current cultivation in swordsmanship. Master, your little disciple possesses quite remarkable talent, Hua Yunfei exclaimed sincerely. Initially, she believed that her talent was commendable. However, upon witnessing her disciple's performance, her confidence was significantly shaken. The esteemed Master Xian had once taken great pride in Mu Qiushue's abilities, nurturing her as a treasure gem. Yet, after encountering Yi Bufan, the disparity became painfully evident. The ancestral grounds of the Mountain of Reliance would likely gain another formidable foundation in the future. Master, there is no need for such concern, Hua Yunfei chuckled softly. With a low-grade Taoist aptitude, one could still be considered a prodigy throughout the North Star. His words held a kernel of truth. In this era, which has entered the twilight of the celestial path, the Taoist qualifications that may have been deemed mediocre in the past are now rare and powerful. Many scions and daughters of sacred sects possess nothing more than exceptional Taoist aptitudes. Was it possible that his disciple could discern Qiushue's talents at a mere glance? Master Xian was somewhat taken aback, as she had not disclosed Mu Qiushue's potential, yet Hua Yunfei seemed to grasp it effortlessly. Maintaining his composure, Hua Yunfei replied, "It is merely a modest skill in discerning others' talents. A trivial matter, really." Oh, Master Xian did not press further and nodded in acknowledgement. "May I inquire?" Hua Yunfei ventured. "What brings you and Qiushue here today, Master?" Master Xian transitioned to the crux of the matter, stating that the Tao Source Peak was rich in spiritual energy and that Qiushue's formidable aptitude should not be squandered during her most opportune age for cultivation. Thus, she hoped to allow her to train here for a period of time, wondering if her disciple could accommodate this request. Her words carried a plea. Hua Yunfei was momentarily taken aback. Staying at Daoyuan Peak for cultivation? He hesitated, for Daoyuan Peak was replete with heavenly materials and treasures, shrouded in numerous secrets. It was not that he feared the treasures might be stolen. Rather, compared to Daoyuan Peak, Xiaoshuan Peak felt like a mere village. Once Mu Qiushue acclimatized to the cultivation environment here, returning to Xiaoshuan Peak would likely prove challenging. Furthermore, having a woman residing at Daoyuan Peak presented its own complications. Hua Yunfei felt torn but found it difficult to refuse. The various peaks of the Reliant Mountain sect were akin to one family. To decline would be somewhat inconsiderate. Additionally, Master Xiaoshuan had treated him well since childhood and shared a close bond with his father. If he were to refuse, it might reflect poorly on his father's standing. As a junior, he felt obliged to extend courtesy in such trivial matters. Thus, he ultimately consented to allow Qiushue to stay at Daoyuan Peak for a period of cultivation. Yet, deep down, he hoped Mu Qiushue would return home soon. Having a woman around made him quite uncomfortable. Master Xiaoshuan stood up and smiled, saying, "Then I am most grateful." Mu Qiushue bowed slightly, replying, "Thank you, head of Daoyuan. No need for such formality. We are all one family, after all. It is but a small matter." Hua Yunfei waved dismissively. After Master Xiaoshuan departed, Hua Yunfei arranged for Mu Qiushue to have accommodations nearby, next to Yi Bufan. Night fell. Yi Bufan remained in a meditative state, his golden blood energy surging like an ocean, ascending towards the heavens. At this moment, he had successfully transcended to the first layer of the Yuan Dan realm. Within him, the Yuan Dan was condensed, and spiritual energy transformed into spiritual power. Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor scripture is remarkable. Hua Yunfei marveled in astonishment. The cultivation method created by an emperor-level sacred body is truly formidable. He sat not far away, savoring his tea, contentedly observing. A distinguished disciple indeed fills a master with pride and satisfaction. This sensation is quite delightful. He even found himself contemplating the idea of accepting another disciple, nurturing another. Chapter 14. The Taiji Sword Technique. The moon hung high in the sky. Sensing Hua Yunfei's thoughts, the system quickly activated. Host sense. Stop right there. Hua Yunfei chuckled, saying, "While this sensation is indeed pleasurable, the rewards for taking on disciples are rather underwhelming. The Heavenly Emperor's sutra is undeniably impressive, but it is of no use to me. He had not examined the grade of the Taiji sword technique, but he presumed it to be of a similar caliber. He already possessed an abundance of cultivation methods. Just of that caliber? The Taiji sword technique is an imperial sword technique created by the Emperor of the Sword Path, an existence that transcends sacred-level techniques. The imperial sword technique? Indeed. Is it truly that remarkable? Hua Yunfei hastily retrieved the Taiji sword technique, scrutinizing it closely, and was immediately astounded. The Taiji ancient emperor, an unparalleled prodigy who had claimed the title of emperor in the realm of swordsmanship. One man, one sword, invincible across the world. The Taiji sword technique was a culmination created in the later years of the Taiji ancient emperor, embodying the essence of the sword techniques he had wielded from his youth to old age. I thought you would discern this, yet it appears you are rather obtuse. Have you been signing in for a century, overwhelmed by the plethora of treasures that your vision is clouded? Hua Yunfei felt a bit embarrassed. He promptly committed the Taiji sword technique to memory, intending to cultivate it during his leisure moments to enhance his strength. Will I still pursue the disciple collecting task? The rewards are undoubtedly substantial and will not pale in comparison to the treasures from my decade-long sign-in. They will not be inferior to the treasures from my decade-long sign-in. Hua Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically, filled with surprise. His signing-in system allowed him to check in once every month, ensuring that the rewards accumulated over the years were undoubtedly exceptional. After 10 or even 20 years, the treasures garnered would be even more remarkable. The minimum would always be items of saint-tier quality. Among the illustrious rewards from a decade's worth of signing in were the divine art of great transformation, the one-word true word doctrine, the enlightenment tree tea leaves, the ginseng fruit tree, the emperor's chaos bell, and so forth. If the rewards for accepting disciples were of the same caliber as those from a decade-long period, then the implications were staggering. I shall first venture into the inner sect to recruit 100 disciples. Do remember to grant me my rewards. Hua Yunfei rose, feeling assured as the inheritor of the Dao Source Peak had already been secured. The qualifications for his disciples could be somewhat relaxed. Just how relaxed, you ask? Well, any living creature that runs on the ground, swims in the water, or flies in the sky, if it breathes, it qualifies. Even a pig. Hua Yunfei was confident he could train into a pig saint. Wait, do you think rewards are so easily obtained? Do you have further demands? Hua Yunfei frowned. As the inheritor of the path of survival, he was still reluctant to expose himself. If there were specific qualifications required, he would have to venture out to seek them, which could be quite troublesome. What if he inadvertently offended an elder from a powerful holy land? That would only bring him unnecessary troubles. One must sacrifice to gain. The universe operates on the principle of cause and effect. After cultivating to such a level, do you not understand this concept? Hua Yunfei sensed the system was on the verge of expressing its frustration and reluctantly conceded, "Pray, do enlighten me." The task of taking on disciples serves merely as a means for the host to acquire greater treasures. Relying solely on sign-ins would be an exceedingly slow endeavor. Enough of this brainwashing. I am quite astute. Ding. The task system confirms activation and now issues the disciple recruitment task. Requirements for disciples: 1 individual. Qualifications: at least a low-level saint rank in cultivation. Other talent requirements: none. Task duration: 5 months. Completion reward: a disciple recruitment gift pack. Failure penalty: a random disappearance of one of the host's spiritual treasures. In today's North Dipper Star, saint-level qualifications are exceedingly rare, with sacred land-level forces fervently seeking such talents. Do you truly expect the minimum requirement? Am I to be toyed with? To demand that a disciple possess at least low-level saint qualifications is akin to expecting cabbages to grow in abundance. It is indeed true that such qualifications are rare. Many top-tier geniuses may lead their entire lives as mere mortals, completely unaware of their extraordinary cultivation potential. This sentiment holds validity. The tenure sign-in level rewards. The system casually mutters. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei feels a stirring within. After all, 5 months should provide ample time. Hua Yunfei reassures himself. For the sake of the ultimate reward, he must find comfort in this notion. Morning arrives. Yi Bufan finally awakens. His entire demeanor is composed and restrained, revealing nothing extraordinary. Yet, to the discerning eye, it is evident that he harbors a volcano within. When he moves, the heavens and earth tremble. His realm has ascended to the second layer of the Yuan Dan realm. It took merely a day and a night. Hua Yunfei stepped out of the cultivation cave. a subtle smile gracing his lips as he pointed towards the ginseng fruit tree. Are you hungry? That fruit tree over there, when you crave a taste. Feel free to pluck one. It is beneficial for your health and can prolong your life. Master, Yi Bufan exclaimed with joy, hastening forward. I have reached the second layer of the Yuandan realm. Indeed, you surpass my achievements at your age significantly, Hua Yunfei observed, discerning Yi Bufan's cultivation level with satisfaction. According to his estimations, Yi Bufan at the second layer of the Yuandan realm could rival a genius at the fourth layer. However, this only pertains to ordinary geniuses. Top-tier prodigies and exceptional talents find it challenging to transcend their levels. They represent the core of their sect, practicing supreme techniques. Thus their combat prowess is naturally extraordinary. To casually challenge beyond one's level does not align with the principles of the Tao. I possess a rather ordinary technique. The Tai Yi Sword Manual. You may take it and practice as you wish, Hua Yunfei said, retrieving the Tai Yi Sword Manual and handing it to Yi Bufan. The Tai Yi Sword Manual. Yi Bufan clutched the manual tightly, his expression enraptured. He understood that his master's claim of it being ordinary was anything but true. Even the heavenly emperor's scripture was deemed ordinary in his eyes. Upon opening it, as anticipated, Yi Bufan discovered that the Tai Yi Sword Manual was crafted by the Tai Yi Ancient Emperor, a supreme sword technique. It is exceedingly rare to find an imperial sword technique even across the entirety of the Big Dipper star. The master casually revealed his own identity, referring to it as quite ordinary. At that moment, Mu Qiuxue emerged, noticing Yi Bufan awakening. Curiously, she approached him with a gentle smile, introducing herself. Hello. My name is Mu Qiuxue. Her smile was sweet, her face reminiscent of first love, and her ponytail made her easily likable. Caught off guard by the sudden attention of such a beauty, Yi Bufan's face flushed slightly. Hello, I am Yi Bufan, a disciple of Deyuan Peak. As he spoke, he tucked the Tai Yi sword technique into his attire. He would not expose what his master had bestowed upon him without permission. The imperial sword technique could incite chaos wherever it was revealed. He could not bring trouble upon his master. Bufan, Hua Yunfei said with a slight smile. Qiuxue is the youngest true disciple of Xiaxian Peak, possessing exceptional talent. Yesterday, the head of Xiaxian personally brought her to Daoyuan Peak for further studies. You both should get along well. Yi Bufan nodded earnestly. I shall remember this. Indeed, Hua Yunfei replied, then turned to Mu Qiuxue, pausing thoughtfully before speaking. Qiuxue, do you find yourself standing in the light even amidst darkness? How could the head of Deyuan know this? Only the master was aware. Just as Mu Qiuxue was about to continue her conversation with Yi Bufan, she was taken aback by Hua Yunfei's words and glanced at him in astonishment. I possess a technique to observe, Hua Yunfei explained, and I previously discussed this with your master. Ah, I see. Mu Qiuxue suddenly tightened her clothing and inquired, Master Daoyuan, your abrupt mention of this matter, does it signify some issue? Do you wish to know why you are different from others? Chapter 15. A Visit from the Underworld. The specter of the netherworld appears. Mu Qiuxue was undoubtedly intrigued. Each night, the world, as dark as ink, appeared to her as bright as day. Only the moon above signified that it was evening. Prior to her entry into the realm of cultivation, this dilemma had plagued her for quite some time. For mortals require sleep, and if every moment felt like daylight, it would severely disrupt her rest. Over time, her body grew increasingly frail. Ultimately, she resolved to embark upon the path of immortality. She endured numerous trials to reach the mountain-dependent sect and participated in the grand ceremony for accepting disciples. In the end, she successfully became a disciple under the esteemed Xianjunren. Although her circumstances remained unchanged after becoming a cultivator, her dependence on sleep diminished. She found solace in utilizing her cultivation practice as a substitute for rest, alleviating her concerns. This peculiar occurrence was something Mu Qiuxue had discussed with Xianjunren. Yet he could not ascertain the cause. Subsequently, she gradually set the matter aside until Hua Yunfei's sudden mention of it rekindled her memory. I am indeed curious, but this matter remains a mystery even to my master, Mu Qiuxue remarked. The Dark Night Celestial Body, Hua Yunfei chuckled. Have you ever heard of it? The Dark Night Celestial Body? Mu Qiuxue shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity. Yi Bufan inquired, Master, could this Dark Night Celestial Body be a unique physique, akin to mine? Yet, why have I never heard of it before? It is quite normal that you have not heard of it. The Dark Night Celestial Body has only appeared once. Belonging to the first generation of the Holy Lord, the Eternal Night Emperor of the Assassin Dynasty, the Imperial Court. His physique is the epitome of the Dark Night Celestial Body. Flawless in its perfection. In contrast, Mu Qiushui's is severely lacking. This is a piece of secret lore, merely a legend, which Hua Yunfei stumbled upon by chance. It is entirely reasonable for the lower Xianjinren to be unaware of it. Initially, Hua Yunfei also believed it to be mere myth, as it has been 1,000,000 years since then, making the authenticity of the Eternal Night Emperor's tale difficult to ascertain. The only ones who might truly know the facts are the imperial court itself, yet they seldom reveal themselves. Even the most profound sacred lands tremble in their presence, for they are the true assassins. It is rumored that they have assassinated ancient emperors of formidable strength. Although few believe such claims, they instill fear in countless hearts. Hua Yunfei elaborated to the two, saying, Qiushue, though your physique is potent, it remains incomplete, lacking its essence, making it arduous to fully unleash the might of the Dark Night celestial body. He then continued, however, in the wilderness state, even a flawed Dark Night celestial body will suffice. Mu Qiushue, filled with excitement, her cheeks flushed, inquired eagerly how she might harness the Dark Night celestial body. Even if it pales in comparison to that of the Eternal Night Emperor, she remained exhilarated. A special physique is the aspiration of every cultivator. The enhancement of combat power is substantial, and it has clarified the direction of future cultivation, making the practice considerably easier. It is quite simple, just activate it. How do I activate it? Mu Qiushue inquired, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Hua Yunfei. Her master often spoke of his disciple, Daoyuan Jinren, as the most enigmatic figure of the Kansang sect, possessing countless treasures, a discerning eye, extraordinary talent, and formidable cultivation. Observing now, it seemed her master had perhaps understated his praises. With a mere glance, he discerned her unique physique and articulated it with precision. Such insight is rare in the world. Hee. Hua Yunfei replied, stand still, it will be over soon. With a deft motion of his finger, a glimmer of light struck Mu Qiushue at her navel. Ugh. She let out a soft groan, her brows slightly furrowing in discomfort. Yet, she understood that Hua Yunfei was aiding her, and she could not resist. Before long, Yu Bufan, standing nearby, noticed that Mu Qiushue seemed to possess something additional. It was something akin to what he himself had, residing within her abdomen. It was unfathomable, a principle of Tao. His was the essence of the sacred body, while hers was the essence of the night fairy body, albeit in an extremely incomplete form. Merely a fragment. In that moment, Mu Qiushue was enveloped by a distinctive aura. Although she stood there, one might overlook her entirely if not paying attention. This was still during the day, where at night, she could likely merge seamlessly with the shadows. A natural-born assassin. Hua Yunfei withdrew his hands and stood with them clasped behind his back, awakening the latent essence of the dark night immortal body within Mu Qiushue. For him, it was a trivial effort, requiring no more than a flick of a finger. However, for the entire sect, the addition of another disciple possessing the dark night immortal body held immense significance. In the future, as Mu Qiushue flourished, the sect's ancestral tomb would gain yet another formidable foundation. A stronger sect would ensure a more secure and stable life for him within the Reliant Mountain sect, instilling a profound sense of safety. Such as the essence of the dark night immortal body. Mu Qiushue felt the power of the immortal body essence coursing through her. Utterly astonished, she sensed her strength had doubled, far surpassing her previous capabilities, even in such a state of extreme deficiency. If one day she could restore the missing essence. Thank you, esteemed master, Mu Qiushue exclaimed, bowing deeply with excitement. No need for such formality. Hua Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, speaking nonchalantly. To him, it was merely a matter of a slight gesture. Yi Bufan remarked, congratulations, senior sister Mu, on awakening the dark night immortal body. You are destined to become a top-tier powerhouse in the wild state. Hee, you are not lacking either. With your ancestral saint body, you can challenge emperors. Mu Qiushue joyfully patted Yi Bufan on the shoulder, elated. This visit to Daoyuan Peak had proven fortuitous. Hee, senior sister, you flatter me, Yi Bufan replied, feeling somewhat awkward in conversation with Mu Qiushue. Qiushue, Hua Yunfei remarked, the dark talent of the night immortal body is exceedingly formidable. Though your origin is incomplete, you possess an exceptional dark aptitude at the Dao tier. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate the dark attribute techniques. Yes, Qiushue solemnly acknowledged. You embody the night immortal body. You are a top-tier assassin. Always remember this. Mu Qiushue engraved these words deep within her mind. At the gates of the Kashan sect, a figure suddenly emerged. Clad in black chainmail, he was tall and imposing, with a stern visage and eyes that emanated an aura of authority. It was Gui Mingzi, the lord of the ghostly underworld. Elder Shi, who had been punished by the celestial mechanism real person, was still enduring the hardships of his duty. It was his loose tongue that had revealed the scandal involving the celestial mechanism real person, causing widespread embarrassment for him and the sect. Before departing, the celestial mechanism real person had sentenced him to guard the sect for a year as penance. Nonetheless, standing guard was a relatively comfortable existence. However, upon sighting Gui Mingzi, Elder Shi's expression abruptly changed. He swiftly rose to his feet, his demeanor tense as he inquired, "What brings the esteemed Gui Mingzi to the Kashan sect?" Gui Mingzi, with his hands clasped behind his back, let out a cold snort and replied, "Is this how your Kashan sect treats its guests? Is my status not sufficient to warrant a simple cup of tea?" "Indeed, it is sufficient," Elder Shi stammered, fully aware that the sect was currently at its most vulnerable. Gui Mingzi is a sinister and ruthless individual, not one of virtuous character. His unexpected visit to the Kashan sect, without any inquiry into its purpose, is akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. However, given your sudden appearance, one must surely articulate a reason. For you are well aware of the tenuous relationship between the Kashan sect and the Gui Mingfu. Elder Shi, with a smile that belied his true feelings, remarked, and then instructed a nearby disciple, "Go summon Xian Jinren and Dao Yuan Jinren, and inform them that Gui Mingzi has arrived unannounced." Gui Mingzi disregarded the disciple who went to deliver the message, forcing a grim smile. Indeed, the animosity between the Gui Mingfu and the Kashan sect is not a matter of recent history. Therefore, it is time to settle this. With a sudden motion, he extended the hand that had been concealed behind his back, seizing Elder Shi by the throat and lifting him effortlessly, sneering coldly. "A mere initial stage, divine infant dares to obstruct my path." Chapter 16. Just now, the performance was truly exhausting. Boom. A tremendous force struck Elder Shi in the abdomen. Blood gushed from Elder Shi, resembling a kite severed from its string, as he fell to the ground, struggling to rise. He managed to lift his head, his face pale, and bellowed, "Enemy attack." The resounding cry instantly reverberated throughout the Kashan sect. An enemy invasion. All disciples, along with the elders, rushed towards the gates of Kashan sect in a frenzy. Armed with weapons, they exhibited no trace of fear. With the sect in peril, they were determined to defend it to the death. Hey, with Master Yutian absent and Daoist Xuanhe missing, what will you use to contend with me? Daoist Xuanhe is the public ancestor of the Kashan sect, the mentor of Master Yutian, and the former leader of the sect. A being of the realm of the approaching Tao, Gui Mingzi swaggered into the Kashan sect, hovering in midair, inhaling spiritual energy with a satisfied expression. "From this day forth, the Kashan sect shall be mine to command." What an audacious claim. An elder of considerable age from Kaoshan Peak stepped forward, sneering. "Do you truly believe that you alone can oppose the entirety of the Kashan sect? Indeed, even if you are the leader of a faction, such a feat is unattainable. How laughable. You are far too arrogant. Preposterous." The gathered elders were incensed, glaring furiously as they encircled Gui Mingzi, leaving no room for escape. Upon closer inspection, there were actually over 40 elders present. The minimum cultivation level is that of the initial stage of the divine infant realm. Gui Mingzi marveled, surveying the surroundings. It must be said that the strength of the Kashan sect has indeed grown significantly in recent years, having taken so many powerful individuals with them. There remains an impressive number of divine infant realm experts within the sect. He secretly rejoiced, fortunate that the Gui Ming manor acted early. Otherwise, in 100 years, they would likely not stand a chance against the Kashan sect. How infuriating. This person shows no signs of tension, as if dismissing the elders entirely. Numerous disciples, armed and alert, encircled Gui Mingzi, their watchful gazes fixed upon him. Witnessing his leisurely demeanor, as if strolling in his own garden, their ire flared. Some hot-tempered disciples from Wuji Peak could not help but vocally insult Gui Mingzi. If only the sect leader were still present, he would never dare behave so audaciously. How frustrating. They lamented their inadequate strength, wishing to eradicate this scoundrel. Some disciples pounded their chests in despair, lamenting their inability to join the elders in battle. Gui Mingzi, have you gone too far? The arrival of Master Xia Xian, wielding a fiery red divine whip, a formidable artifact of the Lingyao level passed down from her master, was a sight to behold. Ah, after many years apart, Master Xia Xian's beauty has only intensified, hasn't it? A stiff smile broke across Gui Mingzi's face as he fixed his gaze upon Master Xia Xian, his eyes revealing a lascivious glint. He inquired, "Might I be granted the honor of a close encounter, to fulfill a longing desire?" Such blasphemous words ignited a furious uproar among the crowd, with everyone pointing angrily at Gui Mingzi and cursing him. Die! An elder wielding a divine infant-level sword artifact slashed with fury. Instantly, a blinding sword light manifested in the heavens, stretching a full 10,000 meters, with sword energy roaring and embodying the will of the sword path. A mere parlor trick. Gui Mingzi scoffed as he casually shattered the sword energy with a wave of his hand. With a flick of his finger, the attacking elder was sent flying, spewing blood, and his aura diminished. The disparity in power was too great. You are going too far. Xianjun, the lower immortal, unleashed a fiery divine whip towards Gui Mingzi's body. Unflinching, Gui Mingzi grasped the divine whip, withstanding all of Xianjun's efforts to break free. Now, do you comprehend the gap in strength? Gui Mingzi remarked disdainfully, pulling the divine whip and drawing Xianjun's body closer to him. Do you truly believe you can disregard the entire Kaoshan sect alone? As if the Kaoshan sect has no one? Numerous elders joined forces to unleash formidable spells, overwhelming and pressing down upon Gui Mingzi. Even with Gui Mingzi's cultivation, it would be impossible to fend off the combined assault of over 40 divine infant-level opponents while dealing with Xianjun. He swiftly relinquished the divine whip, allowing Xianjun to escape. Then, with a powerful thrust of his hands, he emanated an intense aura, summoning the heavenly laws to descend divine thunder, instantly shattering the spells of the elders. Puff. Several elders of slightly lower realms were suddenly backlashed and injured, spitting blood. Yet, none retreated. They remained steadfastly focused on Gui Mingzi. They vowed to coexist with their sect, come what may. Do you understand why you cannot break through to the celestial human realm? Gui Mingzi surveyed the crowd, asserting that it was not due to talent, but rather your ignorance. You do not comprehend what a celestial human is. Now, I shall enlighten you on the essence of a celestial human. He raised his hands high above his head, and above the mountain sect, dark clouds gathered. The grand laws of heaven and earth roared in response to his call. In an instant, the winds and clouds transformed, whipping up a tempest. A celestial human's every word and action can summon the grand laws of heaven and earth. Gui Mingzi was, after all, at the 9th layer of the celestial human realm. The celestial powers he could wield were incomparably beyond that of the initial stage of the 2nd layer of the celestial human realm, such as that of the lower Xiantrue person. At this moment, Gui Mingzi seemed like a colossal giant, looking down upon everyone with an indifferent expression, stating, "Do you now comprehend the chasm between us? With Yun Tianjinren and Xian He Daoren absent, no one stands as my equal." Under the might of his celestial presence, all were suppressed. The terrifying aura of Gui Mingzi's celestial human realm restrained their powers. How infuriating. The elders and disciples gritted their teeth, yet they were utterly powerless. The lower Xiantrue person tightly gripped the fiery red divine whip, her delicate face grave. Gui Mingzi's strength was truly overwhelming. Even if she unleashed her hidden powers, it would only allow her to contend momentarily, but she could not hope to defeat him. However, the master of the lower mysteries cast her gaze toward the direction of Daoyuan Peak, where Hua Yunfei surged forth, landing beside her with hands clasped behind his back and an expression devoid of emotion. "Gui Mingzi, have you ever heard of catching a turtle in a jar?" Upon seeing Hua Yunfei's arrival and standing next to the master of the lower mysteries, several disciples immediately discerned his identity. It was the revered Daoyuan. Indeed, it was he, rarely seen in public, yet now he had emerged in the face of the sect's crisis. With a striking presence and extraordinary grace, he was a true prodigy of his generation. Many disciples gazed at Hua Yunfei, their faces alight with joy. A great number had never laid eyes on him, while others had only caught fleeting glimpses. His arrival stirred palpable excitement. The sect leader had mentioned that this esteemed Daoyuan was exceptionally formidable, though the veracity of such claims remained uncertain. "Oh?" Gui Mingzi regarded Hua Yunfei, scrutinizing him before stating, "Are you the elusive head of Daoyuan Peak? The one akin to a dragon whose visage is seldom seen?" Even with his own esteemed status, he had heard whispers of the mysterious Daoyuan from the Kaoshan sect. Hua Yunfei paid him no heed and addressed the elders, saying, "Esteemed elders, please step back. You wouldn't want to be splattered with blood." "Ha ha." Gui Mingzi laughed heartily, his expression mocking. "Surely, your reference to catching a turtle in a jar is not aimed at me?" Hua Yunfei offered a slight smile. "I hope you will still find reason to laugh shortly." Before his words had fully settled, he gestured with his fingers, and the 7 principal peaks of the Kaoshan sect trembled, erupting with intense fluctuations in an instant. A majestic aura emerged, revealing a bowl-shaped protective shield in the sky. The esteemed elders must be familiar with the guardian formation, which I imagine also exists in the underworld. At this moment, the previously solemn Xianjunren suddenly broke into a smile, having just performed with great effort. The other elders joined in laughter, sheathing their weapons and preparing to enjoy the spectacle. Elder Shi, beside them, rubbed his belly and staggered to his feet, grinning at Gu Mingzi with a toothy smile. It was all an act. What the hell? The disciples were indeed left in the dark, staring wide-eyed in confusion. Gu Mingzi's expression darkened, becoming as murky as water. Chapter 17. While I was pretending, you were still in your diapers. Galingzi squinted at the protective formation overhead, fixing his gaze on Hua Yunfei and the lower Xianjunren. Did you deliberately allow me to enter? He questioned. Who do you think you are? Do you genuinely believe that possessing the cultivation of a celestial being permits you to trespass into the Guangshan sect with such ease? Surely not. I never anticipated that the esteemed lord of the ghostly underworld would be so naively innocent. Several elders chuckled, their tones filled with amusement. Before leaving the sect, Master Yutian had surreptitiously issued a directive regarding this matter, instructing them to remain discreet while preparing in secret. To their astonishment, they had indeed caught a significant prize. You. Galingzi glared at the elders, then turned to lower Xianjunren and Hua Yunfei. How did you know I would come? Only the ghostly underworld, the Blood Demon clan, and the Sun and Moon Divine cult were privy to this information. Yet, they are all in cahoots with the ghostly underworld and could not possibly divulge such news. Hua Yunfei replied, it is not difficult to deduce. The celestial mechanism master was injured within the realm of the ghostly underworld by the Blood Demon clan. This alone should not lead one to conclude that the ghostly underworld was plotting in the shadows. Galingzi dismissed Hua Yunfei's words with skepticism. Not sufficient? Hua Yunfei smiled, a mocking grin upon his face. If it were anyone else, indeed it would be inadequate. However, you chose to attack the celestial mechanism master, who is on the path of causality. By doing so, you have tainted the very fabric of fate, and no amount of cleansing can erase that. One merely needs to extrapolate a bit to attain the desired outcome. Damn it. The realization struck Gu Mingzi with fury. After orchestrating plans for such an extended period, he had unwittingly stumbled into a pitfall. His anger was palpable. The Blood Demon clan, in their foolishness, had chosen none other than the celestial mechanism master, who delved into the path of causality. Truly, it was an act of sheer folly. However, he soon regained his composure, donning a renewed smile. The guardian formation merely served to prevent his escape. Yet, it appeared that they were not his match. In a confrontation, their victories would be few and far between. Heh. The lower Xian master chuckled coldly, prepare to be disappointed. The guardian formation of the Kaoshan sect has been enhanced by the Dao Source master, endowing it with the ability to launch internal assaults. This enhancement was, in fact, a result of Hua Yunfei's acquisition of the Qiankuan array Dao Pin through a signing-in process, which he used to alter the array patterns within the guardian formation. He transformed a portion of the defensive patterns into offensive ones, imbuing the guardian formation with aggression, albeit at the cost of its defensive capabilities. What? Gu Mingzi hastily looked up, only to find that the guardian formation had severed his connection to the powers of heaven and earth. To his astonishment, a terrifying thunder was coalescing above him, now aimed directly at him. Hua Yunfei remarked, just a reminder. The guardian formation of the Kaoshan sect is of the inferior holy rank. What? Wasn't it of the mid-Dao rank? Gu Mingzi was taken aback. The entire was aware that the protective formation of the Kaoshan sect was regarded as the most inferior among the 9 great sects of the eastern region, merely of the mid-tier Dao rank. How had it suddenly transformed into a low-grade saint rank? Even the protective formation of the Gu Mingfu was only of the top-tier Dao rank. His complexion paled drastically. For the offensively imbued low-grade saint rank formation could inflict severe injury with a single strike. An elder scoffed, everyone knows this. It must have originated from our Kaoshan sect. You fool. Who would divulge their secrets to you? Ha ha ha, the disciples below erupted in laughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. How detestable, these petty villains. Everything is a fade, all a ruse. Gu Mingzi's face flushed with rage. This is the way of survival. What do you know of it? Hua Yunfei and the Xia Xianjunren commanded the protective formation, simultaneously directing their fingers. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance emanated from the thunder above Gu Mingzi, followed by a thunderous roar as a massive bolt of lightning, 100 meters wide, was unleashed. The lightning, imbued with terrifying destructive power, manifested like a thunder dragon, instantly descending upon Gu Mingzi, piercing through the crown of his head. Agui Mingzi screamed in agony. The black chain mail he wore began to smoke from the strike. But soon Gui Mingzi, amidst his cries, suddenly burst into laughter, revealing a radiant lamp-like magical artifact in his hand. The moment the lightning made contact, it was reduced to ashes. What manner of magical artifact is this? To the astonishment of the elders, the defensive formation of the lesser sacred grade, meant to protect the sect, inexplicably faltered. Hua Yunfei narrowed his eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. Xiapian Jinren, regaining his composure, conjured a defensive spell, shielding the gathered disciples beneath him to guard against unforeseen peril. Did you ever imagine this? Gemingzi, wielding a treasured lamp, wore a mocking expression. His rigid face contorted with derision. You may possess some skill in deceit, but I am far more adept. Such mere theatrics are trivial when I employ them. You were still in your infancy. With that, Gemingzi forcefully blew upon the wick of the lamp, unleashing a torrent of flames. Instantly, a conflagration of 3 distinct hues, white, yellow, and red, erupted, engulfing the air with a searing heat wave. The flames surged forth, obliterating the entire protective formation in an instant. Xiapian Jinren stood frozen in disbelief, while the elders and disciples alike were rendered speechless. What manner of artifact was this, capable of dismantling a lesser sacred grade defensive formation in the blink of an eye? What does the lesser sacred grade signify when faced with my artifact? It is all but inconsequential. Gemingzi scoffed, surveying the expressions of the onlookers with evident satisfaction. Indeed, this treasure borrowed from the Sun and Moon sect proved to be exceedingly effective. Initially intended to breach the defensive formation of the Kashan sect, he seized the opportunity presented by their unguarded state to brazenly stride into their midst. I had thought it would never be needed again, yet to my surprise, the protective formation of the Kashan sect has turned aggressive. It was only then that I deployed it, shattering the protective formation of the Kashan sect. Your magical artifact? Perhaps it is not as certain as you believe. Hua Yunfei remained composed, letting out a soft chuckle. Is it not borrowed from some sacred level force? Gui Mingzi narrowed his eyes. Do you underestimate the Gui Ming mansion? Indeed, I do. Hua Yunfei candidly nodded. Very well. I shall see how long you can maintain this bravado. Now that the protective formation has been breached and the Kaoshan sect's power has dwindled, there is no need for concealment. Everyone come forth. With a wave of his hand, Gui Mingzi produced a bag and opened it, instantly revealing nearly 100 figures surrounding them. This is a treasure capable of containing living beings. It harbors many powerful individuals from the Gui Ming mansion. No wonder he dared to swagger in here alone. The elders squinted, scrutinizing the newly appeared figures. Many of them were familiar faces, having dealt with the Gui Ming mansion for so many years, especially among the elder ranks. However, there were also those they did not recognize, such as the 2 gray-robed elders standing beside Gui Mingzi. Their expressions were calm, yet their aura was formidable, hardly weaker than that of Gui Mingzi himself. Additionally, there were dozens of towering figures clad in black robes, each standing 2 to 3 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence, concealing who knows what kind of monstrosity beneath their dark garb. Keek. At last, the true figure has emerged. Is this the mountain support sect? From this moment forth, it shall be the territory of the Blood Demon clan. A towering figure cloaked in black let out a grotesque laugh, the sound grating and unsettling. Blood Demon clan, exclaimed the lower Xian real person, startled. Their sect's leaders had ventured to exterminate the Blood Demon clan. How could they possibly spare manpower to confront the mountain support sect? Finally, they've shown themselves. I've been waiting so long that my arms are weary. The elders of the ghost underworld chuckled coldly, retrieving their magical artifacts and preparing their powers to thoroughly devour the mountain support sect. 2 elderly figures clad in gray stood beside Ghost Mingzi, their expressions serene as they slowly retreated behind the others, exhibiting no intention of participating. Ghost Mingzi stated, Gentlemen, this will soon come to an end, and at that time, we shall certainly share the spoils equally. Make it swift, the 2 gray-robed elders replied tersely, standing still in the air, closing their eyes to cultivate their spirits. Everything around them seemed to hold no relevance to their existence. Hua Yunfei observed this scene keenly. Though the situation appeared dire, a smile gradually crept onto his lips. Not just him, but the lower Xian real person and all the elders wore smiles once more. Chapter 18. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The identities of the 2 elders clad in gray were laid bare before Hua Yunfei, as if nothing could escape his discerning gaze. In an instant, he perceived all their information. Name, Li Qingchong. Age, 822 years. Realm, 9th layer of the celestial realm. Status, elder of the Sun and Moon divine sect. Mid-tier Heavenly Array Master Cultivation Aptitude. Low-tier Heavenly Other Talents. Low-tier Heavenly Blade Talent. Low-tier Heavenly Array Talent Physique. Nun Techniques. Sun and Moon Divine Art. Mid-tier Sacred. Kuan Yuan Blade Technique. Low-tier Tao. Divine Ability. Sun and Moon Will Magical Artifact. Black Fiend Ghost Blade. Tao Realm Artifact. Fortune. Green. Name. Li Qingping. Age. 822 years. Realm. 9th layer of the Celestial Realm. High-tier Heavenly Talismancer Status. Elder of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect Cultivation Aptitude. Low-tier Heavenly Other Talents. High-tier Heavenly Talisman Talent Physique. Nun Techniques. Sun and Moon Divine Art. Mid-tier Sacred. Tao Yuan Array Method. Low-tier Tao. Divine Ability. Sun and Moon Will Magical Artifact. Heavenly Array Brush. Tao Realm Artifact. Fortune. Green. Another pair of twins. Hua Yunfei chuckled coldly within. As expected, Gui Mingzi indeed had backing. The force behind them was none other than the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, one of the two paramount holy lands of the Eastern Domain. A top-tier power possessing supreme imperial weapons. Having ingratiated himself with them, Gui Mingzi stood tall, allying with the Blood Demon clan, intent on swiftly devouring the mountain-dependent sect. Hua Yunfei cast a sweeping glance over all present in the sky, directing his gaze towards Gui Mingzi. Are all your people assembled? Gui Mingzi forced a faint smile and declared with pride, They are assembled. The demise of the mountain-dependent sect is at hand. Since everyone is here, matters will proceed smoothly. Hua Yunfei exchanged a knowing smile with the esteemed Xianjin, and together they turned their attention to the depths of the mountain-dependent sect. There lay the ancestral grounds of the sect, and deeper still, the ancestral tomb where all the revered ancestors of the mountain-dependent sect had been interred. A thrilling spectacle awaited. Heh, at my advanced age, I find myself experiencing the fervor of youth once more, exclaimed an elder with exuberance. Indeed, I too, chimed in another. The elders' faces flushed with enthusiasm as they collectively gazed towards the ancestral grounds behind the mountain peak. What is happening? The formidable members of Gui Mingzi's entourage exchanged puzzled glances. Bewildered by the spectacle, why were the elders of the mountain-dependent sect laughing in the face of impending doom? Something is amiss. One elder, following the gaze of Hua Yunfei and the others, suddenly revealed a look of horror. From the depths of the ancestral grounds of the mountain peak, an awe-inspiring surge of divine laws erupted, unleashing a terrifying pressure that blanketed the area. Instantly, all those of the Gui Ming mansion and the Blood Demon clan who were below the realm of transcendent beings were forced to their knees. Unable to rise despite their desperate struggles, the ghostly figure of Ming Zi trembled, and the remaining celestial beings, possessing formidable powers, felt a chill run down their spines. This oppressive force belonged to a transcendent master. Little ghost, do you still remember me? From the depths of the ancestral land, a figure soared skyward, exuding an awe-inspiring presence, each movement embodying a distinct philosophy. With mere words, he effortlessly repelled Mingzi, who staggered back 9 steps, unable to suppress the surge of blood that erupted from his lips. Lifting his gaze, he stared in horror at the newcomer, Daoist Qianqing. Did you not attain nirvana 3 centuries ago? Daoist Qianqing, clad in a cerulean robe and wielding a 3-foot-long azure blade, gracefully descended into the midst of the assembly. His demeanor serene, he spoke slowly. Do you truly believe in the tales meant for children? Mingzi could only respond with a stunned silence. I have the honor of meeting you, Master Qianqing. I pay my respects to you, Ancestor Qianqing, all elders and disciples, including Hua Yunfei and the Xia Xianjinren, bowed respectfully. Rise, there is no need for such formalities. Daoist Qianqing chuckled warmly, resembling a benevolent elder. Hua Yunfei cast a glance at the pale-faced Mingzi, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The Kaoshan sect is far deeper than you might imagine. Even he is unaware of the extent of its hidden depths. Meanwhile, the 2 gray-robed elders, who had been meditating with their eyes closed, suddenly opened them, their expressions grave as they regarded Daoist Qianqing, hovering on the brink of speech. Daoist Qianqing, it is good to see you again, Li Qichong and Li Qingping. How have you fared? The 3 were old acquaintances, figures of a bygone era. Li Qingchong's expression was peculiar. He never anticipated that despite his brother and himself possessing the resources of the sacred land, they would still lag behind you by such a margin. Haha, merely talent. Qianqing Daoist waved his hand and remarked, will you leave on your own? Or do you require my invitation? The 2 brothers exchanged glances, revealing a hint of a smile as they replied, Qianqing. Although you have reached the realm of the Tao today, it seems that you alone cannot safeguard the Kaoshan sect. As the words fell, Gui Mingzi, at their signal, once again retrieved a pouch. Instantly, 3 figures burst forth from the bag. The terrifying aura of the Tao realm intensified, causing the elders of the Kaoshan sect, along with their disciples, to retreat at a distance. Even Hua Yunfei and Xia Xianzhenren had no choice but to step outside the influence of the four Tao realm presences. For Tao realm experts, Li Qingping chuckled softly. Xiancheng, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this grand gift? Xiancheng Taoist narrowed his eyes, recognizing two of the three figures before him. One was an old man in black robes, the ancestor of the Guiming sect, and the master of Guimingzi, Gui Xian Taoist. The other was Li Chenxiao, the father of the Li Qingchong brothers, hailing from the Sun-Moon Divine sect. The last figure, though humanoid, was entirely blood-red, adorned with a pair of horns, and bore a fearsome, sword-like grin, an entity from the Blood Demon clan, a Tao realm powerhouse. Xinqing, I never expected you to still be alive. Gui Xian Taoist sneered coldly. You have not perished, so it is only natural that I shall not meet my demise. The Taoist Xinqing scoffed coldly, his expression turning grave. Facing three foes, he possessed no certainty of victory. The Blood Demon, at the pinnacle of the Taoist realm, sneered. A mere first layer of the Taoist realm, I could obliterate you with a mere gesture. Indeed, Li Chenxiao declared, though you surpass my two sons, today shall be your last. He brandished a demon-subduing pestle, a top-tier artifact of the Taoist realm, its power formidable. He had once wielded it to vanquish a being of the fourth layer of the Taoist realm, while his own cultivation was merely at the third layer. Among the trio, Li Chenxiao was the most powerful, having attained the fifth layer of the Taoist realm, while both Gui Xian Taoist and the Blood Demon stood at the fourth layer. Taoist Xiancheng, however, languished at the first layer, utterly at a disadvantage. Enough of this prattle. I shall strike first as a mark of respect. The Blood Demon, unable to contain his murderous intent, aimed to slay Taoist Xiancheng and feast upon his blood, having reached the zenith of the fourth layer. Consuming Taoist Xiancheng's blood would assuredly propel him to the fifth layer. With that, the Blood Demon drew forth a massive crimson blade, several dozen meters long, and cleaved downward at Taoist Xiancheng, the overwhelming Taoist principles tearing through the fabric of space itself. Yet, facing an adversary 3 layers above him, Taoist Xiancheng remained remarkably composed. Slowly, he unsheathed his sword. In an instant, his sword technique rent the heavens and the earth asunder. The blade of light swept across. Splatter! The blood-red blade shattered, cleaving the body of the Blood Demon in twain. The divine infants residing in both his mind and the purple realm were annihilated. The Blood Demon of the transcendental realm is vanquished. The ghostly Xian Taoist widened his eyes in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Blood Demon was of the same realm as he, a formidable being at the fourth layer of the transcendental realm. How could he be slain by a mere first-layer Xiancheng Taoist with a single strike? He concealed his true cultivation. A despicable wretch. Li Chenxiao discerned the truth at a glance, his expression darkening. This Xiancheng Taoist was several centuries younger than him, yet his cultivation surpassed his own. The lower Xianzhenren exclaimed in astonishment, how did Master Uncle Xiancheng achieve this? Hua Yunfei replied, Master Uncle Xiancheng is not at the first layer of the transcendental realm, but rather at the 7th layer. Chapter 19, The Pursuit of Longevity in the Realm of the 7th Layer of the Path to Immortality. The Xiancheng Taoist had concealed 6 entire realms. He was far from merely being at the first layer of the path to immortality. With an expression of indifference, Xiancheng Taoist declared, I have offered you a chance. Yet you did not cherish it. Thus, you have no one to blame but yourselves. With that, he unleashed a single sword strike. The Gui Xian Taoist cried out in alarm and fled in desperation. He conjured countless ghostly figures that coalesced into a formidable wall of spirits, attempting to obstruct Xiancheng Taoist's assault. However, under the immense disparity in power, his techniques were as fragile as paper, torn apart in an instant. And the sword light descended upon the Gui Xian Taoist. No, the Gui Xian Taoist wailed in despair, but before his voice could fade, he was obliterated beneath the sword light, his divine infant within him annihilated without a trace. With 2 sword strikes, 2 formidable practitioners of the path to immortality were vanquished. Gui Mingzi lamented, Master. Instantly, he drew the attention of Xiancheng Taoist, who casually swung his sword. In that moment, Gui Mingzi met a tragic end. His body reduced to mere dust. Uncle Master Nyopai, so powerful, utterly formidable. Is this truly the pinnacle of our sect's heritage? Being a disciple of the Mount Reliance sect fills me with immense pride. The disciples of Mount Reliance shouted in exhilaration. The might of Xiancheng Taoist deeply etched into their minds, leaving them utterly astonished. For a practitioner of the path to immortality, it was but a matter of a single sword. Suddenly, one disciple bellowed, That old scoundrel is attempting to flee. Suddenly, Li Chunxiao soared into the sky, accompanied by his brothers Li Qichong, tearing through the fabric of space and plunging into the void. Master Uncle, please pursue them. One disciple exclaimed, his eyes wide with urgency. The adversaries were elders of the Sun and Moon sect, and Li Chunxiao held the esteemed title of Grand Elder, making them untouchable. Xianqing Daoist shook his head, refraining from the chase. As the ancestral figure of the sect, he understood the necessity of restraint and rationality. The Li family could not be harmed. To do so would sever ties with the Sun and Moon sect, inevitably sparking a bloody conflict that could engulf the entire eastern region. The Kashan sect lacked the supreme imperial weapons, rendering them severely disadvantaged against the Sun and Moon sect. Thus, even if the latter allied with the ghostly underworld to annihilate the Kashan sect, he had to endure this situation. Violence was not an option. These were the unspoken rules of the cultivation world. One may strike down their foes, but they must bear the consequences. Xianqing Daoist would not gamble the fate of the entire Kashan sect. The time for confrontation with the supreme sacred land had not yet arrived. Furthermore, openly opposing the supreme sacred land was also contrary to the sect's principles. How infuriating, he thought. The accursed Sun and Moon sect, was it not their shadow that loomed over the destruction of a great sect 30 years ago? Indeed. Now they dared to extend their grasp towards the Kashan sect. Thankfully, Master Uncle intervened. Had Master Xuanhan not been present, the sect would have faced dire peril. The disciples pounded their chests in frustration. The Sun and Moon Divine sect is an imposing entity, wielding the ultimate imperial weaponry, and on the surface, it is not something the Reliant sect can contend with. The lower Xian real person inquired, Master Uncle, how shall we deal with these elders of the ghostly underworld? Upon hearing this, all present, including several venerable elder beings from the ghostly underworld, trembled in fear. They gazed at the Xianqing Daoist, apprehensive that he might strike them down without hesitation. The multitude of blood demons had also lost their previous bravado, resembling wilted eggplants. Please, Senior. Poof. With a single stroke of his sword, the assembly was annihilated. The Xianqing Daoist showed no mercy, decisively executing all the elders of the ghostly underworld. Thus, the invaders from the ghostly underworld were utterly vanquished. In their place stood several blood demons, paralyzed with fear, their hair standing on end. Among them was a blood demon at the 4th tier of the celestial realm, who gritted his teeth and spoke. Our blood demon clan possesses an ancestor at the 9th tier of the path of transcendence. Should you slay us, it will surely. Poof. His head soared into the air, his consciousness obliterated, meeting a gruesome end on the spot. The Sun and Moon Divine sect could still hold a conversation. What significance does your blood demon clan hold? A mere 9th tier ancestor of the path of transcendence is hardly worthy of boasting. The Xianqing Daoist scoffed, showing no regard for the blood demon ancestor. The remaining blood demons quaked in terror, their teeth chattering, too frightened to utter another word. This old fellow is extraordinarily ruthless. Master Uncle Ancestor. Hua Yunfei floated beside the Daoist Xianqing, clasping his fists in greeting and saying, These blood demons still hold value. I kindly ask for your mercy. Oh? Daoist Xianqing turned his gaze towards Hua Yunfei, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. You are quite remarkable. He realized he could not perceive the essence of the young man before him. A chuckle escaped his lips as he thought, It seems my sect, the Comb Mountain, has a promising future ahead. 3 centuries prior, Daoist Xianqing had ascended to a life of seclusion and was unfamiliar with the merely century-old Hua Yunfei. Master Uncle. I am Hua Yunfei, the 100th generation head of the Dao Yuan Peak. Hua Yunfei introduced himself. The son of Song Qiong. Daoist Xianqing burst into laughter, patting Hua Yunfei on the shoulder, exclaiming in astonishment, A tiger begets no dog. Before I ascended, your father insisted he would never choose such a path of seclusion. What has become of him now? Recalling his father's carefree departure, Hua Yunfei offered an awkward smile. My father has laid down his burdens and embarked on a journey of divine exploration. Haha. Good lad, he truly did so. Daoist Xianqing showed no offense, but rather held great admiration for Hua Songqiang's decision. He reminisced about his own similar intentions, which had been thwarted after a thorough reprimand from his own father, leading him to obediently ascend into seclusion. He couldn't help but envied Song Qiong's boldness. Young Yunfei, Daoist Xianqing continued, you mentioned that these blood demons hold some utility. What purpose do you see in retaining them? Hua Yunfei replied, Our sect seeks longevity through survival, and the essence of survival lies in the very word endure. If news were to spread that our Kaoshan sect could simultaneously wage war against the blood demon and annihilate the equally ranked ghost underworld, it would undoubtedly thrust us into the spotlight. Before long, the entire eastern region would be aware that our Kaoshan sect harbors hidden strength, with several ancestors of the transcendent realm stationed within. The astute among them might even surmise that what we have revealed is merely a facade of our true capabilities. Your analysis is astute. I have acted rashly and nearly committed a grave error for our sect. I shall soon offer incense to our venerable Kaoshan ancestor, seeking his forgiveness. After a prolonged slumber, I almost forgot the core principles of our sect. Xiancheng Daoist's expression turned grave as he comprehended Hua Yunfei's intent. Allowing the Blood Demon clan to survive would render them scapegoats, although the Sun and Moon Divine sect is aware of the truth. For the sake of their own face and dignity, and to prevent any dark secrets from being unearthed by our Kaoshan sect, they will undoubtedly turn a blind eye. With scapegoats in place, our Kaoshan sect can not only vanquish the ghost underworld, but also seize all its resources. More importantly, on the surface, this incident would be attributed to the Blood Demon clan. What connection could it possibly have to the Kaoshan sect? Behind the scenes, with an influx of resources, our sect would be able to develop discreetly and accelerate our ascent to power. Caution must be our guiding principle. We shall act with utmost prudence and eliminate all risks. Eradicate all potential or conceivable dangers. Hua Yunfei and Daoist Xiancheng reached a harmonious consensus, and after deliberation, they decided to inscribe the slave seal upon the remaining blood demons, to be governed by the esteemed Master Xian. Chapter 20. The all-encompassing sixth elder. After branding the slave mark, the esteemed Xian Jinren guided them towards the realm of the ghostly underworld. The crisis faced by the sect had been averted, and it was now time for a bountiful harvest. Master Uncle, I just heard that the Blood Demon mentioned the Blood Demon ancestor is at the 9th layer of the transcendental realm. What about Master Xuanhe and the others? An elder, whose age exceeded 800 years, spoke with reverence, his heart laden with concern for the sect leader and the ancestors who would confront the Blood Demon clan's secret domain. The 9th layer of the transcendental realm was but a step away from its consummation, a pinnacle in this age of dwindling laws. If memory served him right, Master Xuanhe's cultivation was at the 4th layer of the transcendental realm. It would be exceedingly challenging to secure victory against the Blood Demon ancestor. There is no need for concern, replied Daoist Xiancheng, his expression relaxed and a smile gracing his lips. My senior brother is far more formidable than I. Far surpasses Master Uncle Xiancheng. The realization struck that the cultivation of Master Xuanhe was astonishing. The elders gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Compared to their esteemed masters, they had concealed far too little. Master Uncle Xiancheng had reached the transcendental realm, quietly harboring a 6th layer of cultivation. This revelation astonished all gathered. Many elders discreetly noted their insights, vowing that once the matter concluded, they would diligently study the revered text left by the ancestral master, the great classic of survival. Each of them had only managed to conceal 3 or 4 minor realms at most, which was indeed scant. Henceforth, they resolved to cultivate more diligently. The Blood Demon clan's secret realm lies 30,000 miles to the north of the ghost underworld. Following the astute calculations of Master Tianji, the location was swiftly determined. Led by Master Yuntian, the formidable members of the Mount Kuaishan sect breached the entrance to the secret realm in an instant, charging forth. A fierce battle erupted. The Blood Demon clan had long been apprised of the impending conflict and had made ample preparations to confront their foes. Though their numbers were not vast, they totaled around 150. When including the lesser blood demons below the divine infant realm, their ranks swelled to over 600. Almost every elder of the Mount Kuaishan sect faced 2, if not 3 or 4, blood demons of equal standing. The struggle proved exceedingly arduous. Meanwhile, Master Tianji and his esteemed colleagues encountered dozens of blood demons of the same realm. The intensity of the battle was brutal, and injuries were almost instantaneous. It must be said that despite the Blood Demon clan's decline, they remain extraordinarily formidable. The Celestial Realm members far outnumber those of the Mount Kuaishan sect. Upon closer examination, there are indeed dozens, approaching the strength of an ordinary sacred land. Even the number of those in the temporal realm exceeds 6. In the skies above the Blood Demon clan's secret realm, the battle raged between Xuanhe Daoist and the 6 temporal realm blood demons led by the ancient Blood Demon ancestor. The clash of 7 temporal realm experts tore the very heavens apart, causing the entire Blood Demon clan's secret realm to tremble violently and fissures to appear. This location was not an ancient stronghold of the Blood Demon clan, but rather a more recent construction. unable to withstand the cataclysmic forces unleashed by 7 masters of the temporal realm. The disciples of Mount Kuaishan heed the command. Confronted by 6 formidable blood demons of the transcendent realm, the venerable master Xuanhe bellowed with authority, "Lift the constraints, unleash your true powers, and strike with all your might." In an instant, the master, who had already displayed an impressive cultivation at the 8th layer of the transcendent realm, experienced a remarkable surge in strength. Before the astonished gazes of the blood demon ancestors, his prowess ascended to the pinnacle of the transcendent realm. A divine aura enveloped him, as if he were poised to transcend the sacred threshold and ascend to the status of a saint. This is inconceivable. It cannot be. The blood demon ancestor was on the brink of madness. What began as a master of the 4th layer of the transcendent realm had, through the course of battle, escalated to the 6th layer, then to the 8th layer. Now, he had unabashedly revealed his full power, reaching the consummate level of the transcendent realm. What shall we do, ancestor? The 5 blood demons, trembling in fear, directed their anxious glances toward their leader. With no path left to retreat, they resolved to follow their master into battle. We possess a numerical advantage. Even if he is at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm, he cannot hope to vanquish us all. The 7 combatants became embroiled in a fierce struggle, causing the very foundations of the blood demon's secret realm to tremble violently. Above, the heavens roared with thunder and lightning, while below, the cries of battle echoed with resounding ferocity. Have you heard the words of my esteemed uncle? Remove the restrictions. Strike for my sake. The celestial mechanism master shouted in fury, his previously modest aura of the 2nd layer of the celestial realm surging dramatically to the 8th layer. I refuse to believe. The opponent of the master of heavenly secrets was a cadre of 10 blood demons, each at the 2nd to 3rd tier of the celestial realm. At this moment, the master unleashed his formidable aura, nearly rendering them paralyzed with fear. This old man concealed a mastery of the 6th tier. Die, wretched beings. The master of heavenly secrets brandished his feathered whisk, which surged to a length of 40 meters, and with a gentle sweep, the immense power of heaven and earth instantaneously crushed the corporeal forms of the 10 blood demons. Within the bodies of the blood demons, their divine infants sought escape. As long as the divine infants survived, they could find new vessels and continue to exist. Yet, how could the master of heavenly secrets afford them such an opportunity? With a swift motion of his hand, a fierce gale, sharp as the finest blade, obliterated their divine infants. A similar scene unfolded on the battlefield of Master Go Yuan. Surrounded by 8 blood demons, witnessing the master of heavenly secrets display his might, he bellowed, "Only 8? Do you dare to underestimate me? Prepare to perish." In an instant, he erupted with the power of the 9th tier of the celestial realm, surpassing the master of heavenly secrets by 1 tier. Before the 8 blood demons could utter a word, they were reduced to mere fragments, meeting a gruesome end on the spot. "You old fool, your concealment exceeds even mine." The master of heavenly secrets, infuriated, realized he was overshadowed by this individual. "Ha! Now you understand." Master Go Yuan, in high spirits after vanquishing his foes, prepared to assist others. "Where do you think you're going?" In the distance, the formidable Wuji Jinren wielded a colossal 40-meter blade, relentlessly pursuing nearly 20 blood demons of the celestial realm. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The aura emanating from Wuji Jinren was unmistakably that of the 9th layer of the celestial realm, under the might of his enormous blade. All 20 blood demons met their grim fate in mere moments. This individual had seemingly been at the 1st layer of the celestial realm not long ago. Yet he boasted of his straightforward nature, claiming to harbor no secrets. It was, indeed, a ruse. Tianji Jinren's eyes burned with envy, realizing that he was the one with the lowest cultivation. But wait, there was another. He quickly glanced towards the figure of Dishi Jinren. In an instant, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Dishi Jinren was charging towards the battlefield in the skies, exuding the aura of the 1st layer of the Dao realm. What the hell? This individual, usually reticent, was evidently a hidden talent, having ascended to the Dao realm. Tianji Jinren felt profoundly disheartened, vowing to avenge this humiliation upon his return. Go Yuan Jinren observed Dishi Jinren and thought, this fellow would not last long and would soon attain the state of sitting in meditation. Where's the sect master? Go Yuan Jinren scanned the surroundings and soon realized that Yutian Jinren had already concluded his battle. His adversaries were 3 blood demons at the 9th layer of the celestial realm, who now lay lifeless. Meanwhile, the aura radiating from Yutian Jinren was unmistakably that of the 2nd layer of the Dao realm. The old fellow likely lacks true prowess, Gu Yuan murmured. He then surveyed the battlefield. Unsurprisingly, despite the Blood Demon clan's numerical superiority, the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. The Kushan sect had suffered no casualties. The elders at the Divine Infant Realm were exceptionally formidable. Upon the utterance of Xuanha Daoist's command, they swiftly dismantled the restraints, bringing the conflict to a swift conclusion. You despicable humans! How revolting! I never wish to lay eyes on you again. A blood demon of the celestial realm bellowed in fury. What manner of beings are you? Your realms only seem to ascend ever higher with each confrontation. Chapter 21. The Overthrow of the Netherworld. Astonishing the powers of the Eastern Domain, the celestial master Yuntian and several esteemed elders vanquished dozens of blood demons at the celestial realm. However, the Blood Demon clan still had numerous celestial realm warriors engaged in battles across various fronts. Rather than slaying those weaker elders, Yuntian and his companions chose to administer a severe beating, temporarily imprisoning them instead. They then traversed the battlefield, subduing all surviving blood demons. Upon completing their task, the group gazed upwards towards the sky. It appeared that the battle at the realm of the Ascendants had reached its conclusion. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the heavens, causing the earth to fracture violently, resembling a spider's web, and creating a vast pit several miles in diameter. Before the reverberations could settle, another figure descended, followed closely by three more, resulting in a cataclysmic depression spanning nearly 1,000 miles. Finally, the loudest commotion resounded as the ancient blood demon patriarch lay defeated upon the ground, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his eyes vacant and devoid of comprehension. He had been utterly bewildered. Merely a single realm's disparity had led to his being so thoroughly humiliated. He was no match for his adversary. After all, he was the patriarch of the Blood Demon clan. How could this be? His heart brimmed with regret. He should never have boarded this treacherous vessel of the netherworld. Who could have anticipated that the Reliant sect harbored such formidable strength? The Blood Demon clan was only slightly inferior to the Holy Land, lacking in foundational depth, boasting 7 formidable Ascendant-level warriors, while he himself was at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the Ascendant realm, nearly standing atop the pyramid. Yet today, I was utterly defeated, and by none other than Xuanha Daoist. The Blood Demon ancestor felt an unsettling notion, as if Xuanha Daoist had yet to exert his full might. Xuanha Daoist repressed his aura and descended from the heavens. Gazing upon the Blood Demon ancestor, he raised his hand and unleashed a rune. The rune surged into the Blood Demon ancestor's consciousness, subduing his divine infant and inscribing a slave mark upon him. You shall not. The Blood Demon ancestor roared. To kill is permissible, but to humiliate is intolerable. With a resounding thud, Xuanha Daoist delivered a kick that rendered him unconscious, coldly snorting, noisy. Subsequently, he inscribed slave marks into the bodies of the other 5 blood demons, thoroughly subjugating them. Once Xuanha Daoist completed this task, several others, including the Yutian True Man, inscribed slave marks into the remaining members of the Blood Demon clan. The entire Blood Demon lineage was now under their control. Heh, you old fellow. Having reached the realm of the Celestial, yet still pretending to be merely in the mid-stage of the Divine Infant realm, how shameless. Humph, you speak of shame, yet are you not also in the Celestial realm? Ha ha, indeed, we are equals. The battle concluded splendidly, with some elders exchanging light-hearted banter, teasing one another about concealing their true realms, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Perhaps the only one feeling out of sync was the Tianji True Man. For despite being at the 8th layer of the Celestial realm, he found himself the weakest among them. Each of them was exceedingly formidable, particularly that fellow, the enemy deity, who typically remained silent, yet turned out to be the most formidable of all, having reached the realm of the Tao. All right, what is the big deal? Go Yuan. The True Man patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. Get lost, thundered Tianji, the True Man enough, declared Xuanha, the Taoist, with his hands clasped behind his back. The battle has concluded. Let us cleanse the battlefield and seize all valuable possessions of the Blood Demon clan. Once we are finished here, we shall proceed to the ghostly underworld. I suspect the sect's affairs will also soon reach their resolution. On this day, the myriad clans of the Eastern Domain were left in shock. The ghostly underworld, ranked 7th among the 9 great sects of the Eastern Domain, had been annihilated. An ancient sect with a legacy spanning millennia was breached by the Blood Demon clan, resulting in the deaths of both Taoist Gui Xian and the sect leader, Gui Mingzi. Nearly every member of the ghostly underworld perished, with bodies piled high and half of the sect structures reduced to rubble, the result of a brutal conflict. Powerful figures arrived to investigate, seeking to reconstruct the events that transpired. Yet, It seemed that the celestial mechanisms surrounding the ghostly underworld had been disrupted, severing the threads of causality, rendering any inquiry futile. A formidable expert from the transcendent Tao realm remarked, "Surely it is the fabled blood demon ancestor who has employed his arcane arts to obscure the celestial mechanisms and disturb the causal links. Should anyone persist in their investigation, they will undoubtedly attract his attention and face dire consequences." Those within powerful sects understood that the blood demon ancestor was a top-tier expert at the 9th level of the transcendent Tao realm. To be targeted by him meant near certain death. Under such circumstances, only the sacred grounds might dare to pursue the matter with steadfast resolve. However, what connection did the annihilation of the ghostly underworld have with the sacred grounds? In the realm of cultivation, it is a commonplace occurrence for sects to perish over time, lost within the annals of history. The principle of survival of the fittest has always been one of the fundamental laws governing the cultivation world. If every sect's demise were to be scrutinized by the sacred lands, they would be overwhelmed with the task. While the Blood Demon clan is undoubtedly malevolent, it is also a testament to the inadequacies of the ghostly underworld, which met a dismal defeat. It is shocking that an ancient sect, with a legacy spanning millennia, could be extinguished so effortlessly, revealing a disconcerting lack of depth. It seems that the esteemed title of the 9 great sects may be somewhat misleading. Some voices arose in derision, asserting that the ghostly underworld is unworthy of bearing the name of the 9 great sects, especially after being quietly obliterated. Such news, if it were to spread, would become fodder for ridicule from other clans. The audacity of the Blood Demon clan raises questions. Do they intend to recreate the cataclysmic battles of antiquity? An elder from one of the sects hesitated to speak, fearful that the Blood Demon clan's next target might be them. In ancient times, the Blood Demon clan, as a royal branch of the demon race, wielded formidable power, subjugating myriad races and instigating a blood calamity. During the era of antiquity, formidable leaders launched an assault on the ancestral grounds of the Blood Demon clan, igniting the Great War of old. The Blood Demon clan faced defeat, abandoning their ancestral land, with only a handful of young blood demons managing to escape. Today's Blood Demon clan is merely a shadow of its former self, lacking significant influence. Yet, they are not to be underestimated. An elder asserted his belief that the 2 sacred lands would never remain passive, allowing the Blood Demon clan to act with impunity. His declaration quelled the fears of the powerful figures from the Eastern Domain, for indeed, such a grave incident could not go unaddressed by the Shimmering Light Sacred Land and the Sun and Moon Divine sect. As the 2 leading powers of the Eastern region, they could never remain passive observers. However, at the entrance of the Sun and Moon Sacred Sect's ancestral temple stood a middle-aged man clad in a black and white Taoist robe, enveloped in a sacred aura that obscured his features. Before him knelt 3 individuals, the father and sons of Li Chunxiao. They were visibly tense, trembling, their jaws clenched tightly, their backs already drenched with sweat. The middle-aged man in the black and white robe was none other than the leader of the Sun and Moon Sacred Sect, a figure whose very name instilled fear across the Eastern region, a master of the saintly realm. It was astonishing that the Hua sect harbored not just one, but multiple experts at the threshold of the Tao, with Xuanqing having reached the 7th layer of this realm. After a moment of silence, the leader cast a glance at the 3 men and stated, "The ghost underworld must have been annihilated by the Hua sect, and the blame shifted onto the Blood Demon clan. If my conjecture holds true, the Blood Demon clan now exists merely in name. The strength of Yun Tian, the sect leader of the Hua sect, and Zhuang Daoist ought not to fall short against the Blood Demon ancestor. Indeed, could it be that the Blood Demon ancestor, having repelled the strong forces of the Hua sect, realizing the futility of this scheme, has now turned his attention towards the ghost underworld, which has lost both Guimingzi and Gui Xiandao? There is a possibility." The 3 Li Chunxiao men exchanged anxious glances at the leader, offering their quiet explanations. "Humph." The leader of the Sun and Moon Sacred Sect scoffed, saying, "Foolish minds. If Xuanqing could conceal 6 minor realms, then why could Zhuang not do the same? Zhuang is likely a formidable expert at the 9th layer of the Tao. Daring to speculate, it is possible that he has attained the pinnacle of the transcendental realm. He must be the strongest among the Mount Koshan sect, which is why he covertly followed the battle against the Blood Demon clan, rather than his junior brother, Xuanqing." Upon hearing the leader's analysis, the 3 dared not voice their dissent. Yet, they truly found it hard to believe that a mere sect like Mount Koshan could possess 2 formidable experts at the late stage of the transcendental realm. Chapter 22, The sect's ancestral grounds require fresh blood. Your survival is merely a concession granted by Xuanqing to the Sun and Moon Divine sect. The sect master gazed at the three individuals and declared, "Had my sect lacked the supreme imperial weapon, I assure you, your demise would be certain. We are indeed a sacred land of the utmost caliber, even in the absence of an imperial weapon." With a mere gesture, the sect master pointed. Instantly, Li Qichang collapsed to the ground, a gaping hole in his brow, blood gushing forth, his consciousness severely ravaged. "Master, please, show mercy." Li Chunxiao and Li Qingping hastily pleaded for clemency. Had the sect master exerted further force, Li Qingchang would have perished. I may exercise restraint within the sect, but what of the outside world? The sect master's voice thundered like divine retribution from the heavens, causing the three to sway, their minds buzzing perilously close to unconsciousness. One day, should you encounter someone unafraid of death, even if you were to bind the supreme imperial weapon to your waist, your end would be inevitable. The sect master lamented the lack of wisdom in this father-son trio, their ages increasing yet their intellect waning alarmingly. Their foolishness was so profound that he felt an overwhelming urge to silence them with a single blow. You may not comprehend the significance of reaching the 9th layer of the Tao realm, but I do. The master continued, "Let this matter conclude here. Let everyone pretend it never occurred. As for the obliteration of the ghost underworld, send someone to investigate and handle it superficially. In the future, should anyone inquire, simply state that it was the Blood Demon clan that was responsible. The sect holds leverage over the Mount Reliance sect, while it may be disregarded for now. The time has not yet come to sever ties with the radiant sacred land. It is prudent to yield when possible, to align with their interests." Li Chenxiao and Li Qingping stabilized Li Qingchang's divine essence and promptly declared, "Yes, we shall heed your command." Within the Sun and Moon Divine sect, hierarchy is strictly observed. Although all three are elders, with Li Chunxiao being the Grand Elder, they remain subordinates before the sect leader. Go and accept your punishment. When one errs, they must face consequences. The sect leader's tone was devoid of warmth. "Should you falter again in your duties, I shall not show mercy." "Understood. Depart." The three, as if granted a reprieve, retreated and, once at a distance, hastened away until they vanished in the blink of an eye. The presence of such incompetence indeed raises concerns for the future of the sect. The sect leader rubbed his temples, feeling a profound weariness. At over 1,000 years of age, one would expect clarity in such trivial matters, yet they still managed to disturb him. It was utterly foolish. Mount Reliance sect. A faint smile graced the sect leader's lips as an unusual celestial phenomenon materialized behind him, an eerie sight. He stood there, yet seemed to transcend this realm. 2 days later, amidst the jubilant cheers of the elders and disciples of the Mount Reliance sect, the return of the esteemed Yutian Jinren and his companions was marked by triumph. This battle had secured an abundance of resources for the Mount Reliance sect, sufficient to cultivate numerous exceptional talents over the next millennium. The ancestral grounds and tombs would undoubtedly welcome new members. The 5 esteemed leaders convened at the Mount Reliance sect to deliberate on significant matters. The esteemed Xianjin remarked, "Brother Xiaomin, this incident has unveiled considerable strength from our faction. Within the sect, could there be spies from rival sects?" The unconcerned Yun Tian chuckled. "Our venerable ancestor has long anticipated this. Rest assured, no infiltrator can breach our defenses." The puzzled Go Yuan inquired, "Why is that?" With a hint of mirth, Yun Tian explained, "Since the inception of our sect, we have established a unique reconnaissance formation that envelopes the entire domain. Any spy with impure intentions will be detected the moment they cross our threshold, without exception. This meticulous strategy was devised by our ancestor long ago. We prefer to maintain a low profile, thus we must be vigilant and resolute. Only in dire circumstances should we reveal our true capabilities." Yun Tian's countenance radiated joy, for this recent campaign had resulted in an extraordinary fortune for the Mount Reliance sect. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were swimming in wealth. With these newfound resources, the sect's clandestine power would undoubtedly ascend to unprecedented heights. Tianji emitted a disdainful snort. "Such secrets, and even we were kept in the dark. How deeply they are concealed." His irritation was palpable, and his gaze bore a hint of hostility, as if he were ready to confront anyone in his path. The others, sensing his mood, chose to remain silent. However, Xianjun, who had not participated in the battle against the Blood Demon clan, expressed his confusion. "Brother Tianji, what troubles you?" "Sister." Tianji's eyes flared with emotion as he fixed his gaze upon her, demanding, "Speak honestly. How much have you concealed?" The Taoist master of the lower mysteries was momentarily taken aback. Was such a statement casually utterable? She began to comprehend why the master of heavenly secrets appeared rather displeased. The recent conflict with the Blood Demon clan had undoubtedly resulted in a loss of face, likely due to the lack of involvement from several senior brothers, leading to an unpleasant atmosphere. After pondering, she spoke. Junior sister has not concealed much, having just broken through to the 6th layer of heaven. This remark was as sweet as honey, proving most delightful, as the corners of the Master of Heavenly Secrets' lips curled slightly upward, letting out a soft huff. I have no intention of competing with junior sister. Master Guiyuan could hardly suppress his amusement. This old fellow truly valued his pride. Master Wujie remained silent, while the Master of Divine Enemies appeared indifferent, as though the matter did not concern him. Enough, declared Master Yutian. You need not worry about the trivialities of the sect. The sect leader will provide an overview through the sect leader's grand ceremony. This document chronicles the management insights and precautions from our venerable ancestors to my generation, ensuring that safety concerns are adequately addressed. The assembly nodded in agreement. Master Yintian continued, our sect has acquired an immeasurable bounty of resources, including sacred weapons and artifacts. Shortly, I shall devise a distribution strategy to allocate these resources among each peak. I hope that all junior brothers can swiftly advance to the threshold of the Tao, as our ancestral grounds require fresh blood. Upon hearing this, Master Guiyuan's expression turned peculiar. Sect leader, might it be too soon? I am but a few hundred years old. Should I suddenly pass away, others would hardly believe it. Master Yintian replied, unexpected demise is a possibility. I have already considered that for you. Several individuals remarked, you all may leave. Shortly, the allocation of resources will be delivered to you. The disciple of the enemy god was instructed to remain. The faces of the few gathered around the venerable Go Yuan displayed a peculiar expression as they cast a glance at the enemy god before quietly departing. Only the esteemed Yun Tian and the enemy god remained to deliberate significant matters. Upon the Daoyuan peak, Yi Bufan engaged in a spirited exchange with Mu Qiuxue. One was the ancient sacred body, and the other, a fractured shadow celestial body. The duel of these extraordinary physiques was nothing short of exhilarating. Their combat was marked by a fervent back and forth, with the intensity of the clash palpable. Yet, it was evident that Yi Bufan held the advantage. Although Mu Qiuxue presented herself as at the 2nd level of the Yuan Dan realm, when contending against Yi Bufan, who was at the 1st level, she could only rely on her superior realm to parry his strikes. Fortunately, Yi Bufan's brief time in cultivation and his lack of experience allowed Mu Qiuxue to barely withstand his assaults. It was no wonder that the ancient sacred body proved to be a formidable opponent for Qiuxue. Hua Yunfei sipped his tea, feeling quite satisfied with Yi Bufan's prowess in battle. This was indeed the manifestation expected of an ancient sacred body. However, a bolder ambition brewed in his mind. Having resolved to appoint Yi Bufan as his successor and the next leader of Daoyuan Peak, he realized that his current efforts were insufficient. Hua Yunfei aspired for Yi Bufan to become the strongest sacred body since antiquity, surpassing even the one who authored the Heavenly Emperor scripture. This was the modest objective he set for Yi Bufan. Bufan. Hua Yunfei summoned Yi Bufan and said, you have performed commendably since joining the sect. It is time to impart to you the true core techniques of our order. Thank you, Master. Yi Bufan replied, his face alight with surprise. Hua Yunfei produced a small tome and handed it to him, stating, this is the incomprehensible breath concealment technique, the core skill of our sect. Devote yourself to its practice. Incomprehensible breath concealment technique. Yi Bufan questioned, a look of confusion crossing his features, as it seemed to be a form of concealment technique. Chapter 23. The Perils of the World. Holding back is key. Hua Yunfei perceived his confusion and elucidated. This is a technique passed down by the founding master of the Kaoshan sect, extremely extraordinary. It encompasses 36 supreme methods of concealing one's presence, along with 72 secondary techniques. Mastering these methods and integrating them will render my concealment technique inscrutable. In the future, even if a sage stands before you, they will be unable to discern your true realm. Upon hearing this, Yi Bufan's eyes sparkled with realization, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Master, are you suggesting that I should adopt a facade? This implied that he should not display his realm overtly, but rather retain some of it within, to be revealed only when necessary. Yi Bufan, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped Hua Yunfei's intent. However, a question lingered in his mind. Could it be that all disciples of the Kaoshan sect have mastered the art of remaining inscrutable? This is for you to carry. Hua Yunfei then produced a jade pendant and suspended it at Yi Bufan's waist. Master, what is this? Yi Bufan inquired. Hua Yunfei replied, this is a concealment jade pendant. created by the venerable ancestor of Kaoshan. At first glance, it appears to be an ordinary jade pendant. However, its unique material can obstruct others from peering into your essence, significantly aiding in the concealment of your true realm. It serves as a double layer of protection. Every disciple of the Kaoshan sect possesses one. Ostensibly, it is a token of the sect, a symbol of the discipleship. Yu Bufan flipped the pendant over, and indeed, his name and identity details were inscribed upon its back. In my heart, I couldn't help but feel immense admiration for the elusive ancestral figure, whose meticulousness rivaled the finest threads. The world is fraught with peril, thus, retaining a degree of discretion is paramount. Hua Yunfei imparted wisdom, instilling in the inexperienced Yu Bufan the principles of survival within the sect. Yu Bufan listened intently, nodding thoughtfully, contemplating how much to conceal in the future. Junior brother, this is a fundamental lesson for every disciple under the protection of the sect, Mu Qiushue remarked, raising her identity token. Suddenly, Yu Bufan regarded her with earnestness and inquired, Sister, have you concealed your own realm as well? During our earlier spar, I sensed your fluctuations in strength. It seems my intuition was not misguided. Nonsense. You overthink things. Girls are innocent. How could we harbor such profound thoughts? Mu Qiushue gazed steadily at Yu Bufan, shaking her head with a smile, entirely dismissing the notion. This is also a tenet of our sect. As long as one is not caught in the act, one must staunchly deny it. You have no evidence, do you? Yu Bufan chuckled softly, refraining from further inquiries. Content to understand in his heart, you have yet to reach the Purple Mansion realm, and thus lack a proper means of storage. Therefore, I shall gift you a storage ring for the time being. Hua Yunfei produced a golden ring adorned with a jade stone, inscribed with the character. This is not merely a storage ring, it possesses a formidable concealment spell. Once worn, it will assist you in remaining undetected. This token serves as a third layer of protection bestowed by a master to his disciple. He believed that the dual layers of protection provided by the sect were insufficient, and that a third layer would offer greater security. Furthermore, the storage ring could obstruct the deductions of formidable opponents, ensuring even more safety. Additionally, in the event of a life-threatening situation for Yu Bufan, the ring would manifest a projection to rescue him. Naturally, there was no need for Yu Bufan to be aware of these measures. It was better to keep them hidden. In Hua Yunfei's mind, thoughts of the 10-year sign-in rewards for the disciple recruitment task consumed him. Although he possessed more treasures than those found in the extreme Dao sacred land, who would ever complain about an abundance of good fortune? Thus, 3 days later, after meticulously instructing Yu Bufan on the essential precautions for life at Daoyuan Peak, Hua Yunfei quietly departed from the Reliance sect. He was uncertain how long this journey would take, but he regarded it as a leisurely expedition. Having traversed a century without truly appreciating the world, he decided it was time for a thorough exploration, albeit without revealing his presence. As an aspiring practitioner of the path of survival, the foremost taboo when venturing out was to be discovered by others. Who could say whether he might encounter an insidious plot, much like the one faced by the true man of heavenly secrets? Caution was paramount. Before long, Hua Yunfei retrieved a flying vessel from the Purple Mansion as Celestial Realm, a sacred artifact of the sage level. Its most notable feature was its remarkable speed and ability to conceal itself. It was perfectly suited for transportation. The last time he left the sect, he had relied solely on flight, which had proven to be quite exhausting. This time, he had learned to savor the experience. The interior of the flying vessel was a realm unto itself, replete with a variety of delectable dishes and even entertainment facilities for leisure. Such a saintly vessel may only be utilized by the most esteemed of sects. Even ordinary clans, should they possess one, would find it exceedingly arduous to sustain the consumption of spirit stones necessary for its operation. Each minute devours a mid-grade spirit stone. Hua Yunfei arrived at the power chamber and extracted 10,000 superior-grade spirit stones to amass there. By placing a greater quantity, he could alleviate the constant worry concerning energy. After all, spirit stones were not in short supply. On this journey to recruit disciples, Hua Yunfei devised a plan to first visit some remote mountain villages in search of hidden gems. There are countless prodigies whose extraordinary talents remain obscured due to their humble beginnings, never having the chance to shine throughout their lives, oblivious to their potential as cultivators until their last breath. Thus, Hua Yunfei aimed to offer these individuals an opportunity as well as a chance for himself. However, after half a month, Hua Yunfei departed from the 30th village in disappointment. Indeed, true talent is not easily encountered. After traversing so many villages, he found very few with Xian rank aptitude, most possessing merely Huang rank qualifications, and the majority were of mundane lineage. This fell far short of his expectations, as such qualifications would struggle to gain entry into the Kaishan sect, with Xian rank providing only a slight chance. After another 5 days of fruitless searching, Hua Yunfei found himself disheartened. It appeared he had boarded the system's pirate ship. Finding low-grade Saint-tier talent in this era was exceedingly difficult. System, sign in. With a sense of resignation, Hua Yunfei called upon the system to complete the sign-in process. Ding. Sign-in successful. Accumulated sign-in time, 100 years and 2 months. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Saint Weapon, the Tua Sacred Sword. The Tua Sacred Sword? Tua Sacred? Why does this sound so familiar? Another Great Saint Weapon, as if I could not have enough. Hua Yunfei disdainfully tossed the Tua Sacred Sword into the Purple Mansion cave. For he possessed weapons of various ranks. He had always dismissed such sign-in rewards. At that moment, Hua Yunfei's flying vessel arrived at a place called Qingyang Town. The circumstances here captured his attention, and his brows furrowed slowly. This town was being ravaged by bandits. Everyone was subjected to massacre. Almost the entirety of Qingyang Town lay in ruins. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses piled high, and severed limbs littered the ground. Furthermore, the heads of children were cruelly strung together by the merciless bandits, who wielded them with sinister grins. The frenzied bandits laughed maniacally, indulging in wanton slaughter. As more and more lives fell beneath their blades, they were all cultivators, with their leader being a Purple Mansion realm practitioner. The most formidable cultivator in Qingyang Town was the elder of the Lin family, yet he was only at the 9th level of the Yuan Dan realm. As soon as the bandits stormed into Qingyang Town, the Lin family elder was summoned to suppress them. However, upon his arrival, he was ambushed and met a gruesome fate at the hands of the bandit leader, who devoured his remains without a trace. These bandits had evidently come well prepared, having thoroughly assessed the strength of Qingyang Town in advance. After the demise of the venerable patriarch of the Lin family, his clan became the primary target of merciless bandits, leaving barely 1 in 10 still alive. A bloodied youth clad in white staggered through the crowd, wielding a sword and fighting fiercely. He was the last of the Lin lineage, and the foremost prodigy of Qingyang Town. In the previous day's grand competition in Qingyang Town, several young talents from various families showcased their skills, ultimately leading him to claim the top position. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, calamity struck the entire town. His grandfather was slain, his parents met a tragic fate, and his sister's whereabouts remained unknown, pushing him to the brink of madness. With reckless abandon, he plunged into the midst of the bandits, fervently swinging his sword, determined to slay even one more foe in vengeance for his family. However, he was woefully inadequate. Soon, he was gravely injured and collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Lin Yang, a young woman, rushed forward, his childhood companion, the daughter of the head of another prominent family, the Mu clan. Upon seeing Lin Yang in peril, she dashed to his aid with unwavering resolve. Yet, with a swift motion, a bandit severed her arm, and she was subsequently seized by her hair and forced to the ground. A swarm of bandits promptly surrounded her. Right before Lin Yang's eyes, her clothing was torn away piece by piece. Ching. Chapter 24. The mountaineering sect requires such talent, Lin Yang cried out in despair, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. The two had grown up together, their bond exceptionally close, yet now he was forced to witness her humiliation. No. Lin Yang struggled with all his might, drawing upon an unknown reservoir of strength to rise to his feet. Stumbling, he grasped the broken sword, fearlessly charging forward. Undeterred by the threat of death, Mu Qingqing writhed in distress, desperately turning her head to plead, Lin Yang, quickly, flee. She could not bear the thought of Lin Yang sacrificing himself. Even if she were to suffer indignities, as long as Lin Yang could survive, it would suffice. The Mu family had already perished. Living alone held little meaning. It would be better to sacrifice herself to save the one she secretly adored, leaving no regrets behind. Tears streamed down Mu Qingqing's cheeks as she witnessed Lin Yang once more trampled beneath the feet of the bandits. Qingqing. Lin Yang lay on the ground, his eyes bloodshot, gazing at the tormented Mu Qingqing, memories of his parents' final moments flooding his mind. The fury within him surged to unprecedented heights. Boom. A tremendous force suddenly surged from his abdomen, a jolt of electricity coursing through his entire being, and the bandit who had trampled him was violently thrown back. In midair, Lin Yang seized the bandit's leg, and with a fierce motion, slammed him down to the ground, causing the earth to shatter and collapse beneath him. Spare me. The bandit coughed blood, pleading for mercy, his dazed eyes reflecting Lin Yang's fierce visage. At this moment, Lin Yang was enveloped in electric light, with hundreds of lightning serpents dancing around him. His hair stood on end, his eyes radiated a brilliant blue light, and a lightning rune appeared on his forehead. With a crack, Lin Yang crushed a bandit beneath his foot, then transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging towards Mu Qingqing. The three bandits who had been tormenting Mu Qingqing also noticed the commotion and rushed to confront Lin Yang. Alas, it was somewhat too late. By the time he arrived, only Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing remained in the entire town. The others had perished as victims of the blade. Had he arrived a little earlier, perhaps he could have saved them. His gaze was then drawn to Lin Yang. Name: Lin Yang. Age: 18. Realm: 7th layer of the Meridian Realm. Identity: young master of the Lin family in Qingyang Town. Cultivation aptitude: exceptional Dao grade. Other talents: exceptional thunder attribute talent of Dao grade, intermediate fist technique talent of Dao grade, inferior rune technique talent of Dao grade, inferior blade technique talent of Dao grade, exceptional palm technique talent of celestial grade, superior sword technique talent of celestial grade. Physique: incomplete thunder battle body. Cultivation method: Xinling Gong. Intermediate Xin grade, Tianling sword technique, inferior Xin grade, divine ability: none magical artifacts, none fortune. Purple. He actually possesses the thunder battle body. This young man could be recruited into the sect, and surely he will become a valuable asset in the future. Hua Yunfei mused to himself. Lin Yang possesses remarkable talent, boasting peak Dao tier aptitude. If he remains unscathed, he is destined to become a formidable figure at the threshold of Dao level. The Reliant Mountain sect is in dire need of such exceptional individuals. Furthermore, he is endowed with the Thunder Battle Body, a rare constitution that significantly enhances his innate abilities and combat prowess compared to his peers. Regrettably, much like Mu Qiushua's Shadow Immortal Body, Lin Yang's Thunder Battle Body is also flawed. Fortunately, the deficiency is less severe, leaving the potential for restoration of its essence. Consequently, the sudden awakening of the battle body's essence within him has unleashed unfathomable power. However, this strength is but a fleeting phenomenon, destined to dissipate swiftly. Alas, if only it were a tad stronger, it would meet the required standards. Hua Yunfei shook his head in lament. The distinction between peak Dao tier aptitude and inferior Saint tier aptitude is minuscule, yet the actual disparity is profound. Without ascending to the Saint realm, one remains merely mortal. As Lin Yang unleashed the power of his thunder battle body, he commanded the lightning, with serpentine bolts dancing around him, exuding an untamed vigor. He swiftly dispatched the three marauders from the Meridian realm, who had just charged forth, with a single punch that pierced through their chests, ending their lives instantly. Monster. Freak. In their final moments, the trio was engulfed by terror, having never encountered such a spectacle. Qingqing. Lin Yang supported Mu Qingqing, staunching the wound on her severed arm to prevent excessive blood loss. Lin Yang, you must flee. Qingyang Town is lost. Mu Qingqing gently pushed Lin Yang's chest, urging him to escape swiftly. Lin Yang gazed at her resolutely and declared, "We shall depart together. I want you to survive." Mu Qingqing felt a wave of emotion. Lin Yang, though somewhat dense regarding matters of the heart, had uttered what could be considered the most beautiful words he had ever spoken. To leave together would only render me a burden. With your talents, once you escape, you will surely be able to join a prestigious sect for cultivation, and in no time, you shall wield formidable power. At that moment, you will take vengeance for me and my family, and that would suffice for my contentment. Although Mu Qingqing yearned to accompany Lin Yang, she rationally declined. It is far easier for one to flee than for two. Moreover, with her grievous injuries and severed arm, she was left with scarcely any strength. To escape together would only hinder him. Go, Lin Yang insisted, disregarding her protests as he lifted Mu Qingqing onto his back, ready to flee. However, at that moment, more bandits took notice of their predicament and swiftly encircled them. Even the bandit leader turned his gaze toward them. Lin Yang gripped his broken sword, his expression resolute, unyieldingly surveying his surroundings. The power bestowed by the thunder battle body still surged within him, enabling him to unleash strength far beyond his realm. Kill him, the bandit leader commanded coldly, perched atop a six-winged demon tiger. Instantly, over a dozen bandits revealed menacing smiles, casting lewd glances at Mu Qingqing. Wait. Beside the mountain of corpses in Qingyang Town, a young man clad in a blood-red robe sat, keenly observing the unfolding scene. He rose and approached. Young master. The leader of the bandits and all present bowed respectfully. The blood-robed youth halted a short distance before Lin Yang and his companion, his expression one of astonishment as he remarked, "Thunder battle body, impressive." You possess the qualifications to become my servant. Surrender to me, and you shall not perish. Dream on. Lin Yang retorted without a moment's hesitation. This man was the true leader of the bandits, the one responsible for the death of his kin. There was no way he could ever submit. Dare you refuse me? The blood-robed youth narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. Throughout his life, no one had ever dared to decline his invitation. His extraordinary talent had led him to value Lin Yang, yet here he was, utterly ungrateful, seeking death. It was a favor for you to be taken as a servant by the young master, and you failed to recognize the honor. The bandits, incensed, raised their weapons, eager to rend Lin Yang asunder. The blood-robed youth inquired, "Do you know who I am? What my status is? How dare you refuse me?" A low-grade saintly stage qualification. Found it. Hua Yunfei exclaimed in delight, his gaze fixed intently on the blood-robed youth. This individual had initially sat motionless, failing to capture his attention. He had not expected him to be a genius with a low-grade saintly stage qualification. Hua Yunfei instantly assessed his information. Name, Houchen age, 25 realm, 7th layer of Yuan Dan realm identity, young master of the Blood Spirit sect. Disciple of the remnant soul of the Blood Spirit Saint cultivation aptitude, inferior grade Saint other talents, inferior grade blood path talent. Inferior grade fist path talent physique, none techniques, blood spirit art, medium grade celestial, blood drinking spell, medium grade saint. Hunyuan fist technique, top grade Dao, divine powers, none magical artifacts, blood drinking sword fortune, blue. The young master of the blood spirit sect? The blood spirit sect? I have no recollection. It must be a rural sect. Hua Yunfei shook his head, redirecting his focus to Houchen's second identity. Disciple of the remnant soul of the blood spirit saint. A remnant soul of an old man? How extraordinary. To possess the assistance of a saint-level remnant soul, simply due to a mere blue fortune, is akin to stumbling upon an extraordinary stroke of luck. Chapter 25. Am I not strong enough to boast? Not only does he have the remnant soul of a sage as his mentor, but Houchen's innate talent is also of the highest caliber. With a low-grade sage-level aptitude, he stands as a pinnacle existence in the entire eastern region. Given normal development, his future achievements could be boundless. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the disciples of the sacred lands. A low-grade sage-level aptitude, an aptitude befitting a sage. Such talent was not uncommon 30,000 years ago, during the era of the Xianhuang Emperor. In fact, most of the top geniuses from the supreme Taoist lands possess sage-level aptitude. However, in today's age of dwindling laws, sage-level aptitude has become exceedingly rare, with scarcely one emerging among a million. Due to the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth, those born 30,000 years ago, who might have possessed the potential of a great sage or even a quasi-emperor, are now constrained to a low-grade sage-level aptitude. Being born in the wrong era profoundly impacts one's entire life. To alter this fate, one can only wait for the end of the age of decline, when innate talents might be elevated. The goals set by the system are exceedingly lofty, according to Hua Yunfei's own thoughts. Aside from the inheritor of the Dao Source Peak, it would suffice for the other disciples to remain at the Dao level. Such high demands are incredibly difficult to meet. Yet, he has finally encountered one. Houchen. Hua Yunfei gazed at him, but his brow gradually furrowed. This individual. He realized that despite this person's exceptional talent, his character was deeply flawed, revealing him to be a base and despicable individual. Hearing Houchen's words, Lin Yang let out a cold laugh and replied, "What is your identity to me?" Houchen snorted disdainfully, then suddenly broke into a smile as he said, "In fact, they are not mere bandits, but disciples of the Blood Spirit sect. True Orthodox disciples." He emphasized the term Orthodox disciple with particular intensity, deliberately reminding Lin Yang, "It is I who commanded them to annihilate everyone in Qingyang town." Lin Yang's fury erupted, his eyes blazing red as he glared at Houchen. "Why would you do such a thing? What benefit does this bring you?" "Why?" Houchen replied with a playful smile. "Ents have no right to question why. If I wish for your death, then you shall die. If I desire your life, you cannot even contemplate death. This is the power that comes with strength. Something you frogs at the bottom of the well will never comprehend." Ha ha. Houchen's words pierced Lin Yang's heart like a thorn, painfully illuminating the harsh reality. Qingyang town laid to waste, the Lin family utterly exterminated, all due to their weakness. When the strong wield the blade of slaughter, the powerless have no means to resist. It seems you have yet to experience the ultimate despair. Go, bring that woman of his over here. I shall humiliate her before his very eyes until he kneels and begs for mercy." Houchen said with a cold smile. A group of disguised disciples from the Blood Spirit sect approached Lin Yang with lewd grins, closing in on him. Suddenly, Hua Yunfei emerged at the center of the arena, exuding an overwhelming aura that instantly sent the surrounding disciples of the Blood Spirit sect flying. With a mere flick of his hand, all those disguised as bandits, including the leader of the Purple Mansion Realm bandits, were reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. "Who are you?" Haochen asked cautiously, his gaze fixed on Hua Yunfei, unable to discern how this figure had materialized. Moreover, the strength exhibited by this individual appeared formidable. "Young master, this person is dangerous." Two elders clad in blood-red robes suddenly materialized, shielding Haochen from harm. They were elders of the Blood Spirit sect, tasked with ensuring the young master's safety. A prodigy of the lower tier of the saint rank was worth any cost to the Blood Spirit sect. If he were to grow successfully, the benefits for the sect would be unimaginable, potentially leading not only to the attainment of the saint realm, but also to the Dao realm. Hua Yunfei regarded Haochen with deep disappointment and regret. It was a rare encounter with someone of suitable talent, yet this individual exhibited profoundly flawed character traits. Such a person was unworthy to be his disciple, let alone a disciple of the Reliance sect, regardless of possessing supreme talent in the saint rank. "Come here, both of you." Hua Yunfei beckoned Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing. "Senior," Lin Yang approached hesitantly, sensing no malice from Hua Yunfei and feeling a sense of trust. "Stand behind me, and I shall ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing were almost moved to tears, quickly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your rescue. In the future, we..." Hua Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort. If it weren't for Lin Yang's commendable aptitude and Mu Qingqing's reasonable potential, he likely would not have intervened at all." "Senior," Lin Yang interjected, "the other party is the young master of the Blood Spirit sect, and the two before us might be elders of the sect." "You, the Blood Spirit sect?" "Merely an inconsequential force," Hua Yunfei replied, hands clasped behind his back, displaying complete indifference. Such a trivial sect could be dealt with effortlessly. A mere breath could obliterate a significant portion of their ranks, rendering concern unnecessary. What audacity! Haochen stepped past the two elders, fixing a cold glare upon Hua Yunfei. "You do not appear much older than I, yet your arrogance surpasses even mine. Given my strength, should I not carry myself with confidence?" Hua Yunfei replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he regarded Haochen. "You, I..." Haochen found himself at a loss for words. Infuriating. He had never encountered such blatant self-praise. "Young sir, it would be prudent for you to adopt a more modest demeanor," an elder interjected, his eyes glinting with menace. "I am an elder of the Blood Spirit sect. Should you choose to depart now, I shall consider this incident forgotten. Otherwise, you may find the conclusion of this matter rather unfavorable." Hua Yunfei shot him a cold glance. Puffed. With but a glance, the elder's words shattered like a watermelon. Chunks of the body splattered all over Haochen and another elder, leaving them in stunned silence. Dead? The remaining elder's expression shifted drastically as he hastily spoke. "Senior, we meant no offense. Please grant us mercy. We shall leave at once." As he spoke, he grasped Haochen, intent on fleeing. "Release me." Within Haochen dwelled the remnant soul of a saint, imparting upon him tremendous courage, rendering him unafraid of Hua Yunfei. He could scarcely believe that this individual could surpass the power of a saint's remnant soul. "Young master, do not err." The elder was nearly in tears, acutely aware that if they did not depart now, they might never escape. However, he could not abandon Haochen, otherwise, the Blood Spirit sect would not spare him. Hua Yunfei discerned the source of the elder's confidence, a disdainful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "A mere remnant soul of a saint dares to claim bravery?" Haochen gasped, "How do you know?" The anxious elder paused, the mention of the saint's remnant soul causing a stir within him. The entirety of the Blood Spirit sect was oblivious to the colossal secret that Haochen harbored. Suddenly, he was filled with exhilaration. The young master possessed inferior saint-level aptitude. And with the aid of the saint's remnant soul, was it not possible that he would lead the Blood Spirit sect to the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain in the future? Hua Yunfei wasted no words, snapping his fingers to unleash a beam of light that struck Haochen, who immediately cried out in agony, his countenance twisted in pain. "Do not harm the young master?" The elder cried out in alarm, his perfected Purple Mansion Realm aura instantly unleashed as he bared his teeth and lunged at Hua Yunfei. In an instant, with a sickening squelch, he was reduced to a pile of mangled flesh before even making a sound, dying a gruesome death on the spot. This elder was indeed terrifying. Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing stared in disbelief, their mouths agape. One elder of perfected purple mansion realm was killed with a mere glare, while the other perished upon colliding with the aura. What level of cultivation must one possess to achieve such feats? Lin Yang's breath quickened as he fixated on Hua Yunfei's retreating figure. He had long yearned for a powerful mentor capable of guiding him. And now he had encountered just such an individual. Young man, how do you know of my existence? A fiery red phantom materialized above Haochen's head, hovering there. It was an elderly figure with hair as white as snow, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Hua Yunfei, yet he could not penetrate his essence. Even a cultivator in the early stages of the path could not evade his perception, so why was this youth seemingly impervious to it? In an instant, his vigilance heightened. This person appeared youthful, yet he could very well be an ancient being several millennia old, with profound cultivation. Perhaps he was in the late stages of the path. If that were the case, it would be dire. His current strength was insufficient to contend with a contemporary master of the late path stage. He shouted urgently to Haochen, "Disciple, flee swiftly. I cannot withstand him." Chapter 26. The young hero speaks wisely as a once mighty sage. The fiery figure was undoubtedly astute and exceptionally shrewd, devoid of any rigidity. When faced with an insurmountable foe, even if merely by instinct, he would not hesitate to flee at once. This had been his approach in the past, and it remained unchanged. "Disciple, retreat swiftly," the anxious remnants of the sage's spirit urged. He and Haochen's souls had fused, and separation was not an option unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, Haochen remained unmoved, perplexed. "Master, you are a sage. Surely, a mere youth cannot pose a challenge to you? Stop feigning and act swiftly." I can hardly contain my eagerness to utilize the blood-drinking curse on him. Haochen's expression radiated excitement, as in his eyes, a sage was invincible, although his master was merely a remnant of a spirit and thus not truly invincible. Such limitations would only apply in the presence of a sovereign of a holy land or an ancestral figure of a sect. Hua Yunfei appeared unremarkable. At most a century old. How formidable could one be at such an age? Am I performing for a fool? The sage's remnant spirit was on the verge of despair, agitated like an ant on a hot pan. Looking back, he found Hua Yunfei quietly gazing at him with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The more he looked, the greater his fear grew. Trusting his instincts had never been a mistake. This person was someone we cannot defeat. Haochen. This individual must be over 1,500 years old. His youthful appearance is likely due to the consumption of special elixirs. Do not be deceived by this facade. Retreat immediately. Heeding the master's call, the remnant soul of the sage urged him on, yet alas, its existence relied upon the soul of Haochen. Once separated, it would swiftly dissipate. Otherwise, at the very moment Haochen had spoken, it would have been enraged enough to depart. What? It turns out he is not merely slightly older than I? Haochen, not lacking in intelligence, quickly realized he had been deceived by Hua Yunfei's appearance. With that, he pivoted and fled, while the sage's remnant soul floated behind him, incessantly urging, "Hurry, hurry, utilize your agility." As it spoke, it raised a hand and unleashed a stream of radiant energy, which entered Haochen's body. Instantly, Haochen's speed surged, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. Subsequently, the sage's remnant soul turned and cast a perplexing spell, striving to obscure their whereabouts and enhance their chances of escape. For it knew that, relying solely on Haochen, the prospect of fleeing was nil. A blood-red fog suddenly enveloped Qingyang town, obscuring spiritual perception, with visibility no greater than a mere yard. Having accomplished this, the sage's remnant soul still felt insecure. It extended a hand and pointed, unleashing multiple streams of light into the lifeless bodies scattered throughout Qingyang town. In an instant, those corpses stirred, rising with a ferocious growl. Their eyes glazed white as they charged toward Hua Yunfei. How profoundly disappointing. It was my folly to harbor any hope for you. Scatter. The incantation was uttered, and the surrounding fog dissipated instantly, leaving the running corpses powerless to continue. The remnants of the sage's soul, in his eyes, were utterly insignificant. With a mere gesture, Hua Yunfei summoned the fleeing Haochen, who had already covered 100 miles, and the remnants of the sage's soul, causing them to rise off the ground and be propelled back towards him in an instant. They landed before Hua Yunfei, rendered immobile. "Young hero, let us speak amicably." The remnants of the sage's soul implored, rubbing his hands together with a sycophantic smile. He was entirely unconcerned with his status as a sage. Survival took precedence, after all. What is one's dignity worth in the face of life or death? "Senior, I possess the aptitude of a low-grade sage. Release me, and I shall become your disciple." "Surely." You desire a disciple of sage caliber to enhance your prestige. Oh, Haochen exclaimed, convinced that Hua Yunfei could not resist the allure of a sage-quality disciple. Who would turn away from such an opportunity? You are the most foolish individual I have ever encountered, bar none. Even the fish I keep are wiser than you. Hua Yunfei lamented, feeling a pang of regret yet resolutely executing Oh Haochen. With a flick of his finger, a blood hole appeared in the center of Oh Haochen's brow. And he fell lifeless, his eyes devoid of spirit. I am unwilling to accept this. Why? The sage's remnants have awakened, and yet I have done nothing. Unjust. Upon Oh Haochen's demise, his soul extinguished, and the remnants of the sage's soul, which had been residing within him, faced obliteration as well. Unless a new host could be found immediately, death was inevitable. Hua Yunfei observed his anguished cries with an unperturbed heart. Reflecting on the prior demeanor of the remnant soul of the sage, an epiphany struck. This individual, despite being a remnant of a sage, harbored an inflated sense of self-worth. Yet, when confronted with the realization of potential defeat, promptly relinquished his pride and fled without a care for his dignity. His character must be exceedingly pragmatic. To attain the status of a sage, one must surely possess such pragmatism. Such a person would likely be well-suited to the mountain sect. In the future, the remnant soul of the sage might even have the opportunity to be reborn through the weight of his existence, transforming into a true sage. With this thought, Hua Yunfei made a resolute decision and gestured to stabilize the dissipating essence of the sage's remnant soul. Esteemed senior, the remnant soul of the sage, still in a state of shock, uttered the words of respect. Do not refer to me as old. Hua Yunfei waved his hand and said, I offer you a chance at life. It remains to be seen whether you will cherish it. Cherish it? I shall value it immensely, regardless of your conditions. As long as I live, I shall comply. The remnant soul of the sage epitomized the essence of a true gentleman who knows when to yield. Ensuring his survival was paramount. Hua Yunfei nodded, and then turned to Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing, saying, You two find yourselves without a home. Would you be willing to accompany me back to the sect? What is your esteemed sect? Mu Qingqing began, but before she could finish, Lin Yang placed a hand over hers, signaling for him to respond. Lin Yang declared, Esteemed senior, both Qingqing and I are willing. He made a decisive choice. Many of his seniors were rather eccentric, having previously offered their assistance and now willing to take him in. If he were to be overly concerned about the sect affiliation at this juncture, it might provoke their displeasure. Excellent, Hua Yunfei remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Lin Yang. Given the circumstances, you two shall become disciples of the Kaoshan sect. With your talents, particularly yours, Lin Yang, it is assured that you will ascend to the status of an inner disciple. Lin Yang possessed extraordinary aptitude at the Tao level, complemented by the Thunder Battle body. His becoming an inner disciple was a foregone conclusion. As for Mu Qingqing, Hua Yunfei had reviewed her credentials, noting that her talent was second only to Lin Yang's in Qingyang Town. She was of mid-tier heavenly aptitude, and if circumstances permitted, she too could evolve into a practitioner of the celestial realm in the future. Bringing these two back would undoubtedly delight Master Yu Tian, especially with an added bonus, the remnant soul of a sage. Kaoshan sect, the 9 great sects of the Eastern Domain. Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing were both astonished, realizing that the elder before them was indeed a formidable figure from the Kaoshan sect, which explained his extraordinary prowess. Hua Yunfei nodded, directing his gaze towards the sage's remnant soul. Elder, the remnant soul of the sage rubbed its hands together, striving to present a friendly smile. Your situation is unique, and I have pressing matters at hand, thus I cannot return to the sect for the time being. Therefore, Hua Yunfei turned to Lin Yang and declared, Lin Yang, this sage's remnant soul shall accompany you from now on. Ah? Lin Yang was taken aback, astonished that the remnant soul of a sage was gifted to him. Chapter 27. The sage contemplated that this matter required careful consideration. Although the remnant soul of a sage is not a genuine sage, the cultivation methods, insights, divine abilities, and secret arts he possesses are treasures beyond measure. Especially in this era when true sages are rare, their value becomes even more pronounced. To have a sage as a mentor is a dream many prodigies would scarcely dare to entertain. Senior, this is indeed the remnant soul of a sage. Keeping it will undoubtedly be of immense benefit to you, as the cultivation methods and insights it offers could provide guidance when you ascend to sagehood in the future. Lin Yang remarked. Deep down, he yearned for it, yet he needed to remain rational. What if this was merely a test of his character set by the senior? Help me? Hua Yunfei chuckled, shaking his head. Did he truly need the assistance of a sage's remnant soul for his own cultivation? Was he to retreat with its help? Very well, I do not require it for myself. However, Recognizing your exceptional aptitude and your imminent elevation to my sect's true lineage, I shall bestow this upon you. Do not refuse." As his words fell, before Lin Yang could respond, Hua Yunfei gestured with his fingers, drawing the remnant soul of the sage closer to Lin Yang. "Relax your body and mind. Do not resist." Lin Yang promptly complied, sitting cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and striving for relaxation. With his other hand, Hua Yunfei placed it upon Lin Yang's crown, applying a gentle pressure before swiftly pulling away. A pale white ethereal figure was extracted from Lin Yang's body. This was Lin Yang's soul. Quickly, quickly, this sage is about to awaken. The remnant soul of the sage, devoid of any psychological burden, expressed sheer delight. Soon, his lingering soul collided with Lin Yang's spirit. With a soft hiss, white smoke instantly billowed between the two souls. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Lin Yang's spirit was too feeble to merge, resulting in substantial evaporation. Ugh! Lin Yang grimaced in pain, yet he dared not forget Hua Yunfei's words, to steadfastly maintain his essence, to relax entirely, and to allow his soul to be guided. "Lin Yang, persevere." Mu Qingxing watched anxiously, her tension palpable. "What are you laughing at? Quickly suppress your soul's intensity. Do you wish to perish?" Noticing the situation, Hua Yunfei cast a glance at the smirking remnant of the sage and admonished sharply. "The little one wishes to live." To live. The sage's remnant hurriedly attempted to restrain its soul's intensity. However, this merely slowed the evaporation of Lin Yang's spirit slightly. As a practitioner of the channeling realm, Lin Yang's soul was exceedingly weak, having yet to reach the Origin Dan realm and without having awakened his sea of consciousness. It was exceedingly difficult for him to withstand such a fusion of souls. Yet, this was no challenge for Hua Yunfei. He exhaled a breath of celestial energy, which enveloped Lin Yang's spirit. The evaporation of the soul vanished in an instant, and a perfect fusion with the sage's remnant commenced. Remarkably, my soul's intensity surged to the level of the Purple Mansion realm. The breath of celestial energy emanated from Hua Yunfei was a fragment of his soul's power, merely intermingling with Lin Yang's spirit. Yet, in an instant, it elevated Lin Yang's soul intensity beyond the Origin Dan realm, achieving the strength of the Purple Mansion realm. Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement. This was indeed a tremendous opportunity. When the remnant soul of the sage successfully merged with Lin Yang, Hua Yunfei retracted the celestial energy and returned Lin Yang's soul to his body. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Yang opened his eyes and promptly knelt in gratitude. The two fortuitous encounters were akin to a rebirth, destined to impact his entire life. "We are now fellow disciples. There is no need for thanks. If you truly wish to express gratitude, then strive to serve our sect diligently in the future." Hua Yunfei waved his hand dismissively, speaking with indifference. To him, it was merely a trivial gesture. The remnant soul of the sage held no value for him, and there was no need to bestow it upon Yi Bufan. He could offer something far superior, rendering the sage's remnant soul unnecessary for guiding a disciple. Furthermore, the remnant soul had a peculiar condition. It would soon dissipate unless it found a new host. With his magical prowess, he could only preserve it for a short duration. His current expedition to recruit disciples would last several months, and the remnant soul could not endure such a lengthy period. It required a host to sustain its existence. Coincidentally, Lin Yang was eager to join the Kaoshan sect, and his talent was exceptional, making him a fitting recipient of the sage's remnant soul. In fact, for someone whose aptitude had already reached the pinnacle of the Tao stage, the assistance of the sage's remnant soul could potentially enable Lin Yang to achieve accomplishments that rivaled those of the originally sage-class gifted Haojin. Moreover, Lin Yang possessed a unique constitution, suggesting that his future achievements were boundless. In the years to come, the ancestral tomb of the Kaoshan sect might very well house a figure of unparalleled legacy. As he departed from Qingyang town, Hua Yunfei dispersed the surrounding celestial mechanisms, preventing others from deducing the events that had transpired there. Drawing from his experiences with the Daoi Xianzong, he exercised greater caution on this outing, eliminating all potential risks of exposure. Even the slightest possibility was to be extinguished in its infancy. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei arrived at the Blood Spirit sect, where he waved his hand to obliterate it and similarly dismantled the nearby celestial mechanisms. The Blood Spirit sect, notorious for its heinous acts, arrogantly claimed to be righteous while engaging in utterly unscrupulous deeds. Although Hua Yunfei harbored no significant benevolence, the horrific state of Qingyang town sent shivers down his spine. Such malevolent sects should not exist in this world. Their annihilation would suffice to save countless lives. After settling all matters, the four ascended into their flying vessel, traversing the void as they resumed their journey of recruiting disciples. What a luxurious flying vessel! Such a magical artifact is certainly beyond the means of ordinary individuals. The remnant soul of the sage widened its eyes, smacking its lips as it beheld the thousands of spirit stones in the power chamber, nearly drooling. In its previous life, despite being a sage, it had lived in poverty, often resorting to petty thievery for a meager supply of resources. Time and again, it had narrowly escaped death at the hands of others due to resource disputes. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones equated to 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, or 10 million low-grade spirit stones. To see such an extravagant accumulation casually set aside for the vessel's use was a testament to immense wealth. Lin Yang pursed his lips, his eyes equally transfixed. Though once the young master of the Lin family, he had never laid eyes upon high-grade spirit stones, let alone such a vast quantity of them. If these were to be utilized for cultivation, how long would it take to absorb their essence? Lin Yang, you're practically drooling, Mu Qingqing chuckled, covering her mouth. Ah. I apologize for my lapse in decorum, Lin Yang replied awkwardly, recognizing that such uncharacteristic behavior was unbecoming of him. However, the loss of his family had significantly intensified his yearning for power, causing him to momentarily lose his composure in the presence of the thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Young man, whispered the remnant soul of a sage, drawing near Lin Yang's ear, your aptitude is commendable, and with the supreme Tao level paired with the thunder battle body. Few in this current era of diminishing laws can rival you. Lin Yang regarded him curiously and inquired, what do you mean? The sage's remnant soul chuckled softly, casting a glance at the enigmatic figure of Hua Yunfei seated at the bow of the flying vessel. This individual possesses unfathomable strength and great wealth. Why not consider apprenticing under him? Apprentice under him? Lin Yang gazed at Hua Yunfei, recognizing that he had entertained this notion long before. Upon realizing the latter's extraordinary capabilities, he was aware of his own commendable talent. However, since Hua Yunfei had rescued him and expressed a willingness to take him back to the sect, he feared that demanding too much could provoke resentment, potentially leading to a counterproductive outcome. Thus, he resolved to cultivate for a while at the sect before contemplating this matter further. What's there to fear? If you hesitate, I shall speak on your behalf, urged the sage's remnant soul. Very well. Lin Yang surprisingly nodded in agreement. The remnant soul of the sage, taken aback by Lin Yang's decisiveness, felt a twinge of embarrassment and remarked, this matter, I believe, requires careful deliberation. It was evident that he too was hesitant. Chapter 28. The Black Xiaoyin Body and the Black Xiaoyang Body. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Fearful, yet offering a plethora of excuses, he discerned that although the remnants of the sage were indeed a sage, they possessed a timid disposition, excessively cautious and prone to evasion at the slightest hint of danger. What sort of gaze is that? The sage's remnant placed its hands on its hips, bristling with indignation. How could a mere child dismiss it so lightly and still expect to maintain its standing? Do not intimidate Lin Yang, or I shall inform the elder that you are bullying us. Mu Qingqing raised her small fist defiantly, standing resolutely by Lin Yang's side, even willing to sacrifice herself for him. Clad in a flowing blue dress, she exuded grace. Her fair complexion and delicate features, while not of the highest beauty, were nonetheless captivating. Qingqing. Lin Yang shook his head with a smile, taking Mu Qingqing's hand and signaling her to show some consideration for the sage's remnant. Caught off guard when Lin Yang grasped her hand, Mu Qingqing froze, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. She sensed a change in Lin Yang's demeanor toward her compared to before. Oh dear. The sage's remnant whistled and smacked its lips, instantly shattering the tender atmosphere between the two. Lin Yang retorted, in truth, there is no need to coddle him too much in the future, for he himself has no regard for his own dignity. Why should we extend it to him? Pfft. Mu Qingqing stifled a light laugh, her gaze fixed on Lin Yang's profile, her heart racing with excitement. This fellow has truly transformed. At the bow of the flying vessel, Hua Yunfei reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely savoring his tea. Although the dialogue among the three was deliberately hushed, how could it escape his notice? If this little one were to speak up, should he refuse him? Hua Yunfei found himself in a moment of hesitation. Lin Yang exhibited commendable character, possessed considerable talent, and harbored a unique constitution, all of which qualified him for apprenticeship. Yet, he remained contemplative. For once he nodded in agreement. He would bear the responsibility for Lin Yang's future, intertwining their destinies. For someone like him, who adhered to the philosophy of survival, entanglements of fate were less than desirable. In the ensuing 2 months, the flying vessel traversed the desolate state, ultimately reaching the territory of Qizhou. This region fell under the influence of the sacred land of Yaoguang. The eastern domain was divided into the desolate state, Qizhou, and Sangzhou. On the opposite end of the eastern domain, the extreme path sacred land, the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, was located in Sangzhou. It's proving to be quite elusive. Hua Yunfei stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the front of the vessel, gazing at the clouds drifting by, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. 2 months had elapsed without encountering a single candidate of inferior saintly rank. It was indeed a formidable challenge. Perhaps it would be prudent to venture to the extreme path sacred land to capture one. They must harbor a few prodigies of inferior saintly rank. Yet, this notion flickered briefly in his mind before being swiftly dismissed by Hua Yunfei. It is a jest to suggest that I, a mere youth of the path, could commit such an act. Should they become incensed and summon the ancestral figures to discern my identity, it would surely invite trouble upon our sect. However, these past 2 months have not been entirely fruitless. Currently aboard the flying vessel, there are 2 additional individuals. Both possess the potential of a Dao tier, and they are a pair of twins. I intend to bring them back to the sect for cultivation. Such prodigious talent, when nurtured, should be sufficient for them to eventually enter the ancestral tombs. Name: Tang Yi. Age: 20. Realm: None. Identity: Mortal. Cultivation potential: Middle grade Dao tier. Other talents: Middle grade Earth attribute talent, Lower grade Sword path talent, Upper grade Array path talent. Physique: Black Cheyenne body, Awakening not yet achieved. Cultivation method: None. Divine ability: None. Magical artifact: None. Fortune: Purple. Name: Tang Air. Age: 20. Realm: None. Identity: Mortal. Cultivation potential: Middle grade Dao tier. Other talents: Middle grade Earth attribute talent, Lower grade Sword path talent, Upper grade Array path talent. Physique: Black Cheyenne body, Awakening not yet achieved. Cultivation method: None. Divine ability: None. Magical artifact: None. Fortune: Purple. Aside from their distinct special physiques, the 2 are nearly identical in every other respect. It is noteworthy that the Black Cheyenne body and Black Cheyenne body, when considered individually, do not possess overwhelming strength. Although the physiques of the 2 individuals are deemed perfect, they pale in comparison to the incomplete thunder battle body of Lin Yang. However, this assessment holds true only in isolation. When the Black Cheyenne body and the Black Cheyenne body manifest simultaneously, their combined strength, even within the same realm, could contend with the ancient holy body. These 2 types of physiques possess the unique ability to merge, allowing for the evolution of yin and yang and the enactment of extraordinary Taoist methods, rendering them immensely powerful. Tang Yi and Tang Air, being twins, share an intrinsic connection. Their cooperation is nothing short of seamless. As they gradually grow stronger together, as long as they remain united, it would be exceedingly challenging to defeat them, even if faced with adversaries several minor realms above their own. Legend has it that a certain emperor, prior to attaining enlightenment, challenged all perfected quasi-emperors of the starry skies. His aim was to elevate his combat prowess to the utmost peak, overcome the emperor's tribulation, merge with the celestial heartmark, and ascend to the imperial realm. The most arduous battle faced by this emperor before his enlightenment was against the twin brothers endowed with the Black Cheyenne body and Black Cheyenne body. That battle raged for decades, marked by ferocity, nearly leading the soon-to-be emperor to a bloody defeat. Thus, upon encountering Tang Yi and Tang Air, Hua Yunfei resolved to bring them back to the sect, envisioning their cultivation as the future foundation of the sect. The ancestral grounds require such talent. Upon entering Qizhou, it became evident that the abundance of geniuses was remarkable. Hua Yunfei, however, was discerning. He was not inclined to nurture just anyone in the sect. With the profound heritage of the Mount Reliance sect, his standards were exceptionally high. Consequently, after Tang Yi and Tang Air, no others were permitted aboard. Once again, the month has turned, and the vessel is poised to depart from Qingzhou, entering the territory of Zhangzhou, where the Sun and Moon sect reigns. At the edge of Qingzhou, today marks the grand discipleship ceremony of Qian Kuan Cave Heaven, one of the 9 great immortal sects. Millions of souls converge in the square before the mountain gate of Qian Kuan Cave Heaven, a sea of dark figures. Talented individuals gather in abundance. The atmosphere charged with fervor as animated discussions fill the air. A young man clad in a yellow robe, with an unremarkable appearance, stands amidst the throng, seemingly disconnected from the commotion around him. Yet, he unexpectedly elicits gasps from those nearby. Isn't that Huang Xian? This fellow has left the sacred land of Yaoguang and come to Qian Kuan Cave Heaven for the discipleship assessment. One can only imagine the dismay within the sacred land of Yaoguang. Indeed, he is one of the candidates for the current Holy Sun, yet after being eliminated, he defiantly chose to sever ties with the sacred land. Perhaps he feels devoid of worth now, as the position of Holy Sun has been determined, and all resources from the sacred land would inevitably be directed towards him. Indeed, although Huang Xian possesses only inferior holy grade talent, the rumored Holy Sun is said to be even more formidable. Hua Yunfei fixates on the scene below, specifically on Huang Xian, his expression shifting from calm to perplexed, and then to astonishment. This fellow, good heavens! Concurrently, he overhears the discussions of the crowd. If this man has been cast aside from the Holy Sun position, what manner of person must the Holy Sun of the sacred land of Yaoguang be? Yet, Hua Yunfei is hardly concerned with the Holy Sun of Yaoguang. His primary interest lies in the enigma that is Huang Xian. Chapter 29, Huang Xian. Xian Huang name, Huang Xian age, 23 realm, 8th layer of Yuandan, surface, 1st layer of Zifu, actual, identity, candidate for the position of Holy Sun of Yaoguang sacred land. Reincarnation of the remnant soul of the Xian Huang Emperor cultivation aptitude, supreme holy grade talent other talents, supreme holy grade all attributes talent, upper holy grade array talent, upper holy grade talisman talent, upper holy grade. Physique, incomplete Xian Huang indestructible body cultivation method, incomplete Xian Huang Emperor scripture divine ability, incomplete Xian Huang Wujideo magical artifact, imitation of Xian Huang indestructible seal fortune, golden. Xian Huang Emperor. Hua Yunfei was genuinely astonished. This Huang Xian is a drop of the Xian Huang Emperor's imperial blood, harboring a fragment of the soul in a reincarnated form. The Xian Huang indestructible body and the Xian Huang Wujideo are among the renowned physiques and divine abilities of the Xian Huang Emperor. As the last human emperor in the annals of history, the memories of him in the hearts of the people are undoubtedly the most vivid. It is said that after venturing to an unknown realm, the Xian Huang Emperor ascended shortly after his return, making him the emperor with the briefest sojourn among mortals. It now appears that before his ascension, the Xian Huang Emperor left behind a contingency, reborn into a new life. Presently, this Huang Xian embodies the reincarnation of the Xian Huang Emperor. However, it remains uncertain whether it is due to the bloodline reincarnation, but Huang Xian's Xian Huang indestructible body, Xian Huang Emperor scripture, and Xian Huang Wujideo are all incomplete. Even his qualifications are merely of the highest saintly grade. The gap from his former imperial level aptitude is far from negligible. During Huang Xian's participation in the assessment for the Holy Sun of the Yaoguang sacred land, he must have retained much of his potential. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he could have effortlessly ascended to the position of Holy Sun. Yet, he chose to forego this opportunity, opting instead to join the Qian Kuan Cave Heaven for the disciple selection examination. Such a vexing situation. A strategy must be devised to prevent his entrance into the Qian Kuan Cave Heaven. With such talent, he ought to align himself with the Mount Kaoshan sect. Hua Yunfei's thoughts raced, and just as he contemplated taking action, an unexpected event unfolded in the square. Oblivious to the discussions surrounding him, Huang Xian was disinterested in engaging with them. His identity was unique and must remain concealed. The Yaoguang sacred land possessed imperial weapons which bore sentience. The longer he lingered there, the greater the risk of his identity being discovered. Moreover, a formidable ancestor of the Yaoguang sacred land had recently awakened, his consciousness vast as the sea, enveloping the entire sacred realm. For his own safety, Huang Xian decided to depart from the Yaoguang sacred land. He had to exercise utmost caution, for should any mishap occur, it would lead to his irrevocable doom. Despite having once been the Xian Huang Emperor, commanding countless races and revered by the world, if that ancestor were to uncover his true identity, he would care not for who he was. Without hesitation, he would consume him, furthering his own journey on the path of the emperor. He understood this all too well. Although he bore the blood of an emperor, his soul resided in a fragment of reincarnation, leaving his memories incomplete. Yet, he was acutely aware of the allure he held for those ancient beings who were approaching the twilight of their imperial paths. Thus, departing from the sacred land of the extreme path early was a form of self-preservation. His arrival at the Qian Kuan Cave Heaven was driven by Huang Xian's desire for rapid advancement, which necessitated an abundance of resources. Achieving this solely through his own efforts would prove exceedingly challenging. As the fourth-ranked supreme power among the 9 great immortal sects of the eastern region, Qian Kuan Cave Heaven undoubtedly possessed unparalleled resources within the entirety of the eastern domain. Although he had only revealed a low-grade holy talent in this era, joining Qian Kuan Cave Heaven should be a simple endeavor. Once he acquired substantial resources and devoted himself to a century of diligent cultivation, he would then be poised to seek out the mysterious Huang Emperor's tomb. His memories were fragmented, his foundation incomplete. Everything he possessed was but a remnant, requiring the Emperor's heart from the imperial corpse to mend these deficiencies. In his previous life, though he had transcended, he had deliberately left behind the Emperor's heart, interred in an undisclosed location for this very day. However, his recollections were hazy, and he could not recall its whereabouts, leaving him with no choice but to grow stronger and excavate every corner of the eastern domain, hoping to uncover the Huang Emperor's tomb. At this moment, the majestic gates of Qiankuan Cave Heaven swung open, and a celestial crane descended, alighting above the crowd. Upon this crane stood an elder, his long beard fluttering in the wind, gazing downwards with a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes. Huang Xian looked up, realizing the elder's attention was fixed upon him. The crowd sensed this connection, casting envious glances at Huang Xian. Indeed, the qualities of a low-tier saint are remarkable. The elder of the Qiankuan Cave Heaven has personally come forth to meet him. It is evident that with such exceptional talent, one is always in demand. Even after departing from the Radiant Light Sacred Land, he could easily catch the attention of the other 9 great immortal sects. The elder of the immortal crane gazed at Huang Xian, shaking his head with a sigh, and remarked, "You should leave. The Qiankuan Cave Heaven cannot accommodate you." Huang Xian blinked in surprise, momentarily stunned. "Senior, why is that?" he inquired. The elder of the immortal crane responded, "You must be well aware in your heart. So there is no need for such a question." Upon hearing this, Huang Xian helplessly shook his head and turned to depart. He navigated through the crowd, vanishing from the square. What is happening? Is it true that someone of Huang Xian's caliber is not accepted by the Qiankuan Cave Heaven? Exclaimed one onlooker. "You fool. It's obvious something is amiss. How could the Qiankuan Cave Heaven possibly overlook a low-tier saint's talent? Indeed, if my conjecture is correct, it may be due to the influence of the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Are you suggesting that the Radiant Light Sacred Land has blacklisted Huang Xian? It seems highly probable. It appears that the Radiant Light Sacred Land harbors a deep resentment towards disciples who leave whenever such incidents occur. The departing disciples are nearly always unable to join other major sections. It is a pity, although he may still join smaller sects. It is a grave injustice to Huang Xian. Even if he were to align himself with a lesser sect, the lack of resources would severely restrict his future achievements." The discussions among the crowd deepened the elder of the immortal crane's expression of regret. This is indeed a case of a subpar holy ranked talent slipping away. The detestable Yaoguang Holy Land. Even Elder Xianhe is powerless, as Qiankuan Cave Heaven and Yaoguang Holy Land reside on the same continent. Fully aware of each other's terrifying might, they are not to be trifled with. When the other party issues a decree, Qiankuan Cave Heaven must comply. Such tyranny from the Yaoguang Holy Land. Hua Yunfei scoffed. Huang Xiantian is exceptionally gifted, a top contender even among the supreme Holy Lands. Although he was not selected as a holy son, with proper cultivation, he is destined to become a formidable powerhouse in the future. However, his sudden and inexplicable decision to withdraw from the Holy Land is utterly unacceptable. The Yaoguang Holy Land will not resort to killing Huang Xian, but they will not allow him to have an easy time either. They will blacklist his name among the 9 great sects of the Eastern Domain, forbidding several top-tier factions from accepting him as a disciple. Qiankuan Cave Heaven dares not act, but I shall. Hua Yunfei muttered under his breath, already devising a plan. As long as his actions remain undetected, erasing all traces, even the Yaoguang Holy Land would be unable to trace him. Of course, he was not afraid of the Yaoguang Holy Land. He merely wished to avoid causing trouble for the Reliant sect. With this thought, Hua Yunfei steered the flying vessel closer to the departing Huang Xian. As he proceeded, he exerted his great power to erase all traces, causing the entire vessel to merge into the void and traverse onward. Chapter 30. The Qiankuan Cave Heaven is a master of performance among the various sects. None dared to offend the Radiant Light Sacred Land. Alas, it seems I must rely on myself. Huang Xian left the Qiankuan Cave Heaven with a heavy heart, ascending into the sky and piercing through the clouds as he journeyed into the distance. One must understand that the Radiant Light Sacred Land is so domineering. In my past life, I should have eradicated them. Huang Xian thought bitterly. The emperor was invincible in his era, capable of obliterating any power with a mere flick of his hand. Even the most formidable sacred lands were but trifles to him. Yet now, words hold no weight. Returning to the Radiant Light Sacred Land is utterly impossible. No extreme power can be approached. Living under the shadow of the Emperor's weapon for an extended period poses too great a risk. Moreover, it is unlikely that any of the 9 great immortal sects of the eastern region would take me in. It seems my only option is to initially join one of the smaller sects and later devise a plan to acquire more cultivation resources. If memory serves me right, the nearest sect from here should be the Huangfeng Valley. I shall head there. With a clear objective, Huang Xian quickened his pace, intending to reach the nearest city and take the spatial domain portal. The eastern region is vast and boundless. For ordinary cultivators, flying could take centuries to reach its end. For long journeys, unless one is a top-tier powerhouse traversing the void, the most expedient and common method is to use the spatial domain portal. As long as I can teleport to the nearest spatial domain portal to Huangfeng Valley, I shall save a considerable amount of time. Young friend, please hold on. An elderly man clad in gray appeared on the path ahead of Huang Xian, standing there with a smile. Who are you? Huang Xian asked warily, observing the stranger. They were high above, with no one around. If the intentions of this individual were nefarious, he would be in great danger. Upon noticing the Bagua emblem on the old man's chest, he suddenly realized, "You are from the Qiankuan Cave Heaven." Indeed, the gray-robed elder chuckled, surveying Huang Xian with satisfaction. "Would you care to join our Qiankuan Cave Heaven?" Huang Xian was somewhat taken aback. "Did you not reject me before? What is this charade?" Then, he quickly grasped the situation and added, "You are merely putting on a show for the sacred land of Yaoguang, aren't you?" "Indeed. Young friend, your intellect is truly remarkable." The gray-robed elder nodded in approval, increasingly pleased with Huang Xian, not only for his exceptional talent, but also for his sharp mind. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in this era. Thus, Qiankuan Cave Heaven is willing to take such a significant risk to recruit Huang Xian. What say you? Will you consider it? The elder inquired confidently, believing that Huang Xian would not decline his offer. As anticipated, under the elder's expectant gaze, Huang Xian nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a figure clad in white suddenly descended from the heavens. Hua Yunfei was truly impressed. The Qiankuan Cave Heaven proved to be quite the theatrical sect. Originally, Huang Xian had nowhere to turn, and he could effortlessly recruit him into the Reliant Mountain sect. Unexpectedly, a formidable competitor had emerged. "May I ask who you are?" The elderly man in the gray robe fixed a wary gaze upon Hua Yunfei. This individual had descended from the heights, managing to evade his divine perception. It was only when the figure entered his line of sight that he became aware of his presence. Hua Yunfei, however, did not engage in further conversation. Pointing at Huang Xian and declaring, "I want him. You may leave." Huang Xian looked at Hua Yunfei with a bewildered expression, as if he did not recognize him. "Senior, you." Huang Xian began tentatively. Yet, before he could finish his statement, the gray-robed elder suddenly snorted and remarked, "Huang Xian has already nodded in agreement to join my Qiankuan cave. It would be inappropriate for you to intervene." Were it not for the inability to discern Hua Yunfei's true strength, he would not have bothered with such discourse. "Indeed, it is inappropriate," Hua Yunfei acknowledged. "But what of it? You." The elder's expression darkened, feeling that this individual was rather ungrateful. "To make this fair, let us allow Huang Xian to choose for himself. If he decides to join Qiankuan Cave, I shall take my leave at once, with no regrets." Hua Yunfei was not overly forceful in his approach. "Very well." The elder's demeanor softened. Since the other party was engaging in reasoned discussion, matters would be more manageable. He turned to Huang Xian and said, "Young friend, you have already nodded. Does that not imply your agreement to accompany me back to Qiankuan Cave? Here, I can assure you that, should you consent. Once you enter the sect, resources will be allocated to you generously, and you will be nurtured vigorously." Upon hearing this, Huang Xian felt a stirring within him. What he currently lacks are cultivation resources. With such resources at his disposal, he could swiftly ascend in power, enabling him to more rapidly seek the enigmatic Huang Emperor's tomb. At that moment, Hua Yunfei transmitted a message to Huang Xian, uttering merely 4 words. Instantly, Huang Xian's eyes widened, and he turned abruptly to regard Hua Yunfei. After a prolonged silence, Huang Xian addressed the elder in gray robes, saying, "I apologize, esteemed elder. I am willing to accompany the senior." He expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the sincerity of the Qiankuan Cave. "Why, were you not just?" The elder in gray, skeptical, attempted to press further. But Hua Yunfei interrupted him, stating, "Now that Huang Xian has made his choice, there is no need for further discussion. Return to your sect and report." "You." The elder in gray's chest heaved with indignation, nearly provoking him into action. How infuriating it was to lose a prize so readily. Who was this sudden intruder? And what manner of influence had led Huang Xian to choose him without hesitation? Fury consumes me. The elder in gray, casting off his sleeves, stormed away. His face contorted with displeasure. Remaining any longer, he feared he might be unable to restrain himself from striking out. Suddenly, a smirk appeared at the corner of Hua Yunfei's mouth as he locked his gaze upon the retreating figure of the elder, his pupils transforming into a golden hue, with an underlying glimmer of deep violet light. The elder in gray suddenly clutched his head, a horrific scream escaping his lips as his visage twisted in agony. He sensed a formidable surge of spiritual power invading his consciousness, forcefully altering his memories. The elder in the gray robe sought to resist, yet was astonished to discover that, despite his cultivation at the celestial realm, he was utterly powerless against the sudden onslaught of spiritual force. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the elder stood there, a look of perplexity on his face. Murmuring, Huang Xian has vanished without a trace. This lad moves with such swiftness. Truly, he is a top-tier prodigy, possessing remarkable skills. Returning to report to the cave master, he thought to himself that if he was unable to locate him, it should not reflect poorly on him. With that, his figure faded, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei, accompanied by Huang Xian, had surged into higher cloud layers, entering the concealed flying vessel nestled within. The environment is quite splendid. Huang Xian, being the reincarnation of an emperor and having seen the world, merely offered a modest commendation of this luxurious craft that left even the remnant soul of the saint longing for more. Upon their return, Lin Yang and his 4 companions eagerly approached. None of them had seen Huang Xian before. Their expressions were filled with curiosity about this individual who warranted Hua Yunfei's personal welcome. However, Huang Xian was too preoccupied to engage with them, as the 4 words that Hua Yunfei had conveyed to him still left his heart racing. Xian Huang Great Emperor. This was the title Hua Yunfei had confidently called out to him, seemingly aware that the Xian Huang Great Emperor was indeed he, thus addressing him as such. Huang Xian was bewildered. Having never met Hua Yunfei before, how could he possibly know his true identity? Could it be that this individual not only possessed an unparalleled imperial weapon, but was also a formidable being of the great saint level? To discern his true identity, one must possess at least the cultivation level of a great sage, or wield a supreme imperial weapon of the saint level. Others, however, must employ their spiritual consciousness at close range to thoroughly examine his body from all angles to have any hope of uncovering the truth. Yet, observing Hua Yunfei, he neither wields a supreme imperial weapon nor does he seem to possess the cultivation of a great sage. Where lies the mystery? Chapter 31. Esteemed Master, please accept a bow from Huang Xian. Even though Huang Xian was once a revered emperor of humanity with unparalleled vision, he could never have anticipated the existence of a system that could see through him. Naturally, Hua Yunfei would not admit to this. Noticing Huang Xian's unwavering gaze upon him, he chuckled lightly and turned to Lin Yang and the others, saying, "You may proceed with your cultivation. Feel free to utilize the resources aboard the flying vessel. I have matters to discuss with him." Lin Yang and the others nodded in understanding and departed. Once they had distanced themselves, the remnant soul of the sage tugged at Lin Yang, stealthily peeking out and straining to listen. Lin Yang, unable to suppress his amusement, remarked, "Have you grown bolder after spending several months together, thinking that the senior is quite amiable?" It had been over 3 months since they set off from Qingyang town. Throughout this time, Lin Yang and his companions had come to understand Hua Yunfei's temperament. They discovered that not only was he kind-hearted, but he was also exceptionally easy to interact with. In his normal demeanor, he displayed none of the airs of a formidable expert. Instead, he was wise and just, winning others over with virtue. Consequently, the fear they initially felt towards Hua Yunfei's terrifying prowess gradually dissipated. This was especially true for the remnant soul of the sage, whose courage had been steadily emboldened. Eavesdropping isn't such a crime. The sage's remnant chuckled slyly. "If you dare to listen in again, a single slap from me could spell your demise," Hua Yunfei said, as he effortlessly detected their presence, turning to face them with a nonchalant expression. "Indeed, Lin Yang, how could you act in such a manner?" The remnant soul of the sage displayed a stern expression, directing his reproach towards Lin Yang. "I feel a profound sense of shame for your despicable act of eavesdropping. What is most egregious is that you have dragged me into this disgraceful affair." With that, the sage's remnant soul drifted away, leaving Lin Yang in a state of bewilderment. Given his temperament, he was nearly driven to utter curses. "Senior, what was the meaning of your previous words?" Huang Xian remained remarkably composed. Although his memories were fragmented, His past life as a great emperor of the human race endowed him with exceptional poise. He was uncertain whether Hua Yunfei had genuinely discerned his identity and intended to probe further. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei offered a slight smile and replied, "What you ponder is precisely what I contemplate. Do you understand?" A tumult arose within Huang Xian. Could it be that he had indeed been seen through? Yet, why? He was still reluctant to believe it, suspecting that Hua Yunfei might be deceiving him. Perceiving his doubts, Hua Yunfei remarked, "There is no need for suspicion, nor for any false hope. I possess my own methods, but rest assured, I bear no ill will towards you." Huang Xian, partially convinced, inquired, "Then what is your intention in bringing me aboard this flying vessel?" He did not believe that Hua Yunfei could remain indifferent in the presence of even a trace of imperial blood and a fragment of an emperor's soul. Imperial blood and imperial souls were coveted treasures, yearned for by countless individuals. Even a mere trace, if discovered by a quasi-emperor, would incite a rush across the cosmos to seize it. Thus, he decisively departed from the profound and ancient sacred land of Yaoguang. According to the fragmented memories left from his previous life, the depth of these sacred lands is truly formidable, far more complex than it appears on the surface. Hua Yunfei did not mince words, stating, "I perceive your remarkable heritage and am inclined to take you as my disciple." "You wish to take me as your apprentice?" Huang Xin chuckled. In this era, true powerhouses are scarce, and among them, few sages exist who could impart any wisdom to him. Although his memories were incomplete, he retained knowledge of the supreme techniques and the cultivation insights of the Emperor Xianyuan from his past life. With such understanding, a master was hardly necessary. His decision to join the sacred land of Yaoguang and the Qiankuan cave heaven was solely for access to resources. What he lacked most were merely resources. Hua Yunfei discerned Huang Xian's skepticism. Indeed, the vision of an emperor would hardly be impressed by a contemporary powerhouse. Even if Huang Xian were to have shortcomings, he would not qualify in the eyes of the emperor. However, Hua Yunfei believed he was worthy and promptly set out to prove himself. With a sudden flourish of his sleeve, a multitude of high-grade spirit stones and various low-grade sacred herbs materialized around the two, amounting to hundreds in total. Instantly, within the already spirit-rich vessel, clouds of sacred energy coalesced and lingered. The fragrance of the herbs drew the attention of Lin Yang and others, captivating them once more. The remnant spirit of the sage fervently shook Lin Yang's shoulders, pointing at the treasures surrounding Hua Yunfei, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. If he were to obtain even one of those, he would surely ascend to the heavens. "Can you calm down for a moment?" Lin Yang rolled his eyes. The emperor-level elixir, the true dragon elixir. Other sage-level and even sage king or great sage-level elixirs failed to elicit much response from Huang Xian. Only upon seeing a golden elixir resembling a dragon did his expression shift to one of astonishment. "Do not look at me. I am a legend you shall never possess." The emperor-level true dragon elixir had already developed sentience. It was seen growing with its eyes slowly opening on its leaves. It disdainfully glanced at Huang Xian, as if to say, "Where did this bumpkin come from? Have you never seen such a handsome visage?" The fact that it could speak did not surprise Huang Xian. Many sage-level elixirs possessed sentience, capable of fleeing into the air to evade the grasp of cultivators. It was entirely normal for an emperor-level elixir to converse. He cast a glance at Hua Yunfei, who appeared increasingly enigmatic in his eyes. With a mere wave of his hand, Hua produced over 100 elixirs of at least sage level, among which was a true dragon elixir that could transform into an emperor-level elixir after 500,000 years of cultivation. Who was this person? Perhaps an ancient ancestor from a supreme holy land? The more Huang Xian pondered, the more plausible it seemed, and it was the only explanation that made sense. Otherwise, why would he be so extravagant? Huang Xian even believed that an ancient ancestor from a supreme holy land would not be so lavish. The sacred medicine is predominantly cultivated within the revered sanctuary of the Holy Herb Garden. It is inconceivable that it could be so casually nurtured in the Purple Mansion celestial realm. Hua Yunfei waved his sleeve once more, and the spirit stones and precious herbs were drawn into the Purple Mansion celestial realm, revealing several volumes of imperial scriptures. Over the years, although he possessed only a single piece of the supreme imperial weapon, the volumes of imperial scriptures were so numerous that he could scarcely grasp them with both hands. The techniques he practiced were all derived from these texts. The abundance of imperial scriptures was, in itself, a source of vexation. Does anyone truly comprehend the weight of such a sentiment? "Master, I beseech you, accept this humble bow from Huang Xian." With a decisive thud, Huang Xian knelt upon the ground, performing the rite of apprenticeship. His countenance was solemn, and he did not even glance at the imperial scriptures. The scriptures and resources held little significance. His primary desire was to pay homage to his master. "Haha, my obedient disciple. Please rise." Hua Yunfei, with a joyful smile, stored away his treasures. Huang Xian was endowed with exceptional talent and, in his past life, had been a formidable emperor of humanity. With a touch of guidance, he would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset for the Reliant sect, destined to rest in the depths of the ancestral tomb. Hua Yunfei produced the imperial sword technique and the Taiji sword technique, presenting them to Huang Xian, saying, "Master possesses nothing of great value. This ordinary technique shall serve as a token of my acceptance of your apprenticeship. Do not disdain it." Huang Xian received the Taiji sword technique, his expression earnest. "Master, the gift may be modest, yet the sentiment is profound. This, I understand well. Thank you for bestowing upon me the sword technique." Hua Yunfei repeatedly expressed his approval with 3 commendatory words, thoroughly pleased with Huang Xian. Initially, he had presumed that Huang Xian, having been an emperor in a previous life, might exhibit a degree of rigidity in this existence. After all, one who has once looked down upon all beings might struggle to engage with others as equals. However, it appears he had overestimated this notion. Huang Xian is remarkably astute, devoid of any trace of stiffness or pretense. He has not immersed himself in the role of an emperor, fully aware that the past is but a distant memory, and he is no longer the emperor of the human race. Chapter 32. Simply Extravagant Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Xian Huang ancient scripture. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a pool of celestial river water. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 ton of eternal celestial gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special constitution known as the innate Tao. What the hell? Hua Yunfei was utterly astonished. What divine rewards are these? It is simply extravagant beyond comprehension. Compared to the rewards he received when first taking in Yibufan, the benefits from accepting Huang Xian are simply unparalleled. He was uncertain about the celestial river water, but eternal celestial gold is a coveted treasure sought after by emperors for crafting artifacts. When an emperor forges a supreme weapon, the mere addition of a trace of eternal celestial gold or any celestial gold of comparable caliber can significantly enhance the weapon's potency. There exists an inherent disparity between an ultimate weapon infused with special celestial gold and one devoid of it. In a confrontation, the latter would undoubtedly find itself at a disadvantage. To receive a ton of it as a reward for accepting a disciple is simply astounding. Just how many top-tier artifacts can he forge with such a bounty? Especially considering his own fated artifact. Once a cultivator reaches the Purple Mansion realm, they unlock the Purple Mansion's cave heaven, cultivating a sea of purple chi. Not only can they store anything within, but they can also begin to nurture their own fated artifact within this sea of purple chi. Every cultivator possesses their own fated artifact, and Hua Yunfei is no exception. His is a 9-layered pagoda. However, due to his lofty aspirations, even at his current level, the pagoda is merely in its nascent form, without a name. He has been eagerly awaiting the infusion of potent refining materials into his innate artifact, striving to elevate its essence to an extraordinary level. The recent emergence of eternal celestial gold has seemingly fulfilled his desires. Moreover, Huang Xian Huang immortal body appears capable of nurturing the primordial energy of Xian Huang, a force akin to the primal aura of the universe's inception, on par with the illustrious purple chi from the east. Should this essence be incorporated, his innate artifact is destined to become even more formidable, potentially rivaling that of a great emperor in the future. However, that is a matter for another time. Primordial Tao. Hua Yunfei recalled that this signifies a unique innate constitution attuned to the Tao. Thoughts and reflections resonate harmoniously with the great principles, facilitating enlightenment and accelerating cultivation at an extraordinary pace. It seems that the ancient sacred body and the primordial Tao can indeed give rise to the primordial sacred body Tao, which is the epitome of hidden Tao qualities. It is said that the primordial sacred body Tao is regarded as the supreme constitution, ensuring that one is born a sage, with an almost guaranteed ascension to emperorhood. Hua Yunfei contemplated finding a spouse for Yi Bufan in the future, ideally one possessing the primordial Tao, who could bear a genius of emperor-level caliber, thereby strengthening the foundation of the Reliant sect. System, what is the celestial river water? Could it be the waters of the legendary celestial river in the immortal realm? Indeed, the celestial river was once merely a brook in the immortal realm billions of years ago, comprised of mundane water. Over countless eons, it underwent a transformation, gaining sentience and evolving into the celestial river. If the host wishes to inquire about its effects, a simple immersion will reveal all. A simple immersion will reveal? With a perplexed expression, Hua Yunfei soon came to a realization and remarked, "A bath? So that's it. Once I return to Daoyuan Peak, I shall give it a try. I hope the waters of this celestial river do not disappoint me." Subsequently, the innate Tao merged with his constitution, and within his purple mansion, a small figure appeared, seated in a meditative posture. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the figure was a miniature version of Hua Yunfei himself. This was the Tao. Inherently attuned to the Tao, perpetually engaged in comprehension and cultivation, relaying insights back to Hua Yunfei. From now on, let the celestial gold and such treasures be directly transmitted into the Purple Mansion-esque cave without drawing attention. I have told you countless times. Do you not comprehend the essence of subtlety? You seem to revel in ostentation even more than I do. Is it an addiction? Indeed. It had become somewhat of an obsession. If the system had a physical form, Hua Yunfei would undoubtedly have delivered a resounding slap. His younger brother, who completely failed to grasp the principles of maintaining a low profile. Hua Yunfei held the system in utter disdain, having long perceived its trivial intentions. Each time there was something valuable, it insisted on making a grand spectacle of it. The protective array at Daoyuan Peak, consisting of 99 layers, could not contain its ostentation, which was exceedingly dazzling. Upon seeing that Hua Yunfei and Huang Xian had concluded their conversation, Lin Yong and the others approached, previously from a distance. They had witnessed Hua Yunfei's extravagant display of wealth, and not only was Huang Xian captivated, but they too found themselves in awe. Lin Yong gazed enviously at Huang Xian, wondering how this individual could have become a disciple of a senior. Was his talent truly superior to his own? He felt somewhat disheartened. Would his request truly be met with approval by his senior? Mu Qingqing grasped his hand, offering a gentle smile as she said, "The most essential quality in a person is confidence. Regardless of whether you can become a disciple of your senior, I firmly believe that at the Kashan sect, you will undoubtedly shine with your own brilliance." "Thank you," Lin Yong replied, rekindling his confidence. Indeed, he must possess faith. Even if Hua Yunfei were unwilling to accept him as a disciple, he must not succumb to despair. After all, he was destined to become a true disciple of the Kaoshan sect, and that was no small feat. Hua Yunfei surveyed the group and remarked with a smile, "After several months away, it is indeed time to return to the sect." At his words, the others beamed with joy. They were finally going back. In the sacred land of Yaoduang, the night was deep and tranquil, with the moon hanging high in the sky. Two venerable elders clad in golden and silver robes stood at the pinnacle of a structure, gazing upward at the moon. The elder in the golden robe spoke. "A storm is brewing in the eastern domain. The fall of the ghost underworld is merely the beginning." The elder in the silver robe nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears the ancient races are awakening. Recently, some disciples have discovered traces of their presence. At this juncture, it is time to compel those reclusive families and sects to reveal themselves. The 9 great immortal sects have become mere shadows of their former glory. Their strength no longer aligns with the renown of the 9 great immortal sects, for a grand era is gradually approaching. Indeed, it has been 30,000 years since the Xianwang Emperor ascended. The entire cosmos has languished in desolation for 30,000 years. Without the power of a sage, traversing the stars is perilously dangerous. The elder in the golden robe sighed, lamenting the swift passage of time. This has led to a recent estrangement between the North Star and other celestial bodies. It is imperative to contact the Sun and Moon Divine Sect to initiate the immortal ranking plan, thereby instilling fear in the ancient powers that are on the verge of awakening. I am certain that the other 4 domains will also take action against the imminent resurgence of the ancient races. Tomorrow, I shall personally make the journey and inquire whether they still possess any semblance of dignity. As a sacred land of the extreme path, what means do we not possess to uncover even the slightest trace? The annihilation of the ghostly underworld bears the shadow of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect. They discovered that before the fall of the ghostly underworld, there was a close connection with the Divine Sect. A powerful entity from the ghostly underworld led a formidable member of the Divine Sect into their fold. On the same day, the ghostly underworld met its demise. To claim that they were uninvolved would be utterly implausible. By the way, the elder in the golden robe suddenly remarked, "The disciple who detached himself from the holy order and sought to attend the disciple recruitment ceremony at the Qiankuan cave has been rejected." The elder in the silver robe snorted coldly, asserting that the Holy Land shall not obstruct his departure. He will undoubtedly pay the price for his actions. In the eastern domain, and indeed across the entirety of the North Star, Which force would dare to disregard my shaking light's authority? The elder in the golden robe shook his head with a smile, stating, his life is effectively ruined. Joining a minor sect will only lead to his complete obscurity. Even with his holy tier qualifications, he will not attain profound cultivation. Both elders expressed their regret for Huang Xian's departure from the sect. Yet their sentiments were overshadowed by a greater sense of indignation. The sacred land of Yaoguang endeavored to nurture him. Yet he chose to depart solely due to not becoming the saint's son. This is utterly devoid of decorum. Huang Xian did not attain the title of saint's son due to his insufficient abilities. After all, this generation's saint's son possesses exceptionally formidable qualifications, far beyond his reach. Chapter 33. Has the Celestial Master of Destiny resolved to eliminate his disciples? Recently, the Celestial Master of Destiny has undergone a profound transformation, confining himself within his secluded abode. Neither venturing beyond his threshold nor engaging with the world. Even on rare occasions when he does emerge, he bears a countenance so stern that it seems as though everyone around him owes him a debt. It has now been 2 months since his last foray into the outside world. At Destiny Peak, practitioners delve into the mysteries of fate and causality. All disciples of Destiny Peak have a modicum of knowledge regarding this path. Almost everyone is seen wielding a duster, clad in Taoist robes, striding about with an air of superiority akin to terrestrial immortals. Oh, Infinite Lord, what has befallen our esteemed master? A young disciple, gazing at the tightly shut door of the abode, furrowed his brow in perplexity. Ever since returning from the Blood Demon clan's secret realm over 3 months ago, the master has become an entirely different person. Once a mischievous and unprincipled elder who frequently jested with his junior disciples, he now refrains from leaving his chambers. When he does venture out after prolonged intervals, it is always with a frown. His usual interactions with the beautiful female disciples, which he once relished, have become non-existent. Has he fallen ill? Pondered the young man, who is the Celestial Master's most trusted disciple, Liducio. Presently, he has reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm and is recognized as the eldest brother among all of Destiny Peak's disciples. With the master secluding himself, the elder teachers and uncles of the sect have devoted themselves entirely to their own cultivation, leaving all sect-related matters to him. This has become a considerable burden for him. Liducio was eager to embark on his cultivation journey. Otherwise, he would be surpassed by his junior disciples, which would be quite embarrassing. At the very least, he needed to feign a breakthrough. However, time was a luxury he could not afford. Senior brother, a petite and delicate woman in a Taoist robe, approached him, holding a string of prayer beads. She smiled gently. Is master still unwilling to emerge? She was Ouyang Luoqing, the second disciple of the Celestial Mechanism Master. Liducio shook his head with a sigh. Suddenly, he turned to Ouyang Luoqing and asked, have you reached the perfect stage of the Purple Mansion realm? I just broke through yesterday. I wanted to solidify my progress a bit before coming to see master today. Ouyang Luoqing replied with a light laugh. Her features small and refined, her smile remarkably soothing. It seems I have indeed been caught up by you, junior sister. I must strive harder. Liducio said with a wry smile, aware that Ouyang Luoqing was several years his junior, yet had already matched his cultivation level. That's all right. It's merely superficial. Is it not? You have no idea how much I've concealed. Ouyang Luoqing said earnestly, her petite and exquisite appearance making it easy for others to trust her. Yet, as the esteemed senior brother of the Celestial Mechanism Peak, Liducio was astute and deeply understood the teachings of the Celestial Mechanism Master. He would not be easily deceived. He took Ouyang Luoqing's words with a grain of salt, dismissing them as mere chatter. In the entire Mount Reliance sect, anyone claiming not to have hidden something was simply lying through their teeth. Yet, despite this, no one seems to care. In any case, if one does not acknowledge it, there is little that can be done against me. I observe my master, who is engulfed in melancholy, with worries accumulating. If this continues, it may give rise to inner demons, leading to significant turmoil. Liducio expressed his concerns. Ouyang Luoqing remarked, I have inquired on other peaks, and my master's state may be related to several other esteemed leaders, particularly the leader of the enemy gods. What do you mean by that? Liducio himself lacked the time to investigate. Currently, all the trivial matters of Tianji Peak rest upon his shoulders, leaving him no opportunity to spare. My master, along with the real master of the sect and several esteemed senior uncles, has gone to confront the Blood Demon clan. Each of them showcased their formidable prowess, subtly revealing their hidden strengths. It seems that my master did not fare as well against the other esteemed senior uncles. Hence, Liducio realized. Is he sulking? Ouyang Luoqing nodded and replied, For now, we can only wait for our master to elevate his realm to match that of the senior uncles. Otherwise, it may be difficult to see him in the near future. Li Duxiu turned his gaze towards the other main peaks. Expressing his helplessness, it appears that while my master outwardly appears to be the most scheming, he is, in fact, the most innocent. Indeed, Ouyang Luoqing sighed in agreement, acknowledging that the esteemed senior uncles have been excessively competitive, bringing my master to such a state. Particularly the enemy god uncle, who has reportedly been scolded by my master for quite some time, being labeled as a repressed individual. Suddenly, the entrance to the cave opened, and Master Tianji emerged with a stern expression, gazing at the two individuals before him. He reprimanded, "Do you think your master is a person of petty grievances? Do not heed the baseless gossip of others. The notion that I have not engaged with the other esteemed elders due to emotional turmoil is entirely unfounded, utterly fabricated. Do not dare to mention it again." Li Duxiu and Ouyang Luoqing's expressions grew serious, and they nodded in unison. "Understood, master. Others are merely speaking nonsense. Our master is merely in a state of meditation, seeking tranquility." "Precisely," Master Tianji affirmed, nodding with a stoic demeanor, though internally he was seething. "You fools, just wait. I shall not let you off easily. I shall not be called Hankishan if I do not deal with you appropriately. Remember my words. Do not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Focus on your cultivation. It is imperative that you excel and do not fall behind the true disciples of other peaks." With that, Master Tianji flicked his sleeves, and a cloud materialized beneath his feet, propelling him skyward toward the direction of Dayuan Peak. "Our master is still as proud as ever," Ouyang Luoqing chuckled lightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Li Duxiu, both shaking their heads in resignation. Li Duxiu gazed toward Dayuan Peak and remarked, "I fear our master may return disappointed from seeking out the head elder of Dayuan this time. He has ventured out infrequently in recent months, yet each time it is almost invariably to Dayuan Peak. However, Daoyuan Jinren has been away for more than 3 months, and he has yet to return to the sect. Daoyuan Peak possesses profound depths, and numerous treasures remain. It seems the master intends to seek out these riches," remarked Ouyang Luoqing. "Daoyuan Peak is the foremost mountain, and each generation of the Hua family ancestors has been a prodigy of the highest caliber, yet they are exceedingly peculiar, never taking disciples. Moreover, they seem afflicted by some mysterious ailment, most living only a few hundred years, vibrant in their prime yet succumbing prematurely. Countless sect disciples have mourned their untimely demise. Had the ancestors of the Hua family enjoyed longevity, the strength of the current Kaoshan sect would likely rival that of an ordinary Holy Land level force." "Uncle Master Tianji, it is indeed true that my master has not returned. Your insistence is futile." Beneath Daoyuan Peak, Tianji Jinren stood, while Yi Bu Fan explained, nearly in tears. Uncle Master Tianji had visited several times, each time seeking the master. Yet, with the master absent for over 3 months and returning empty-handed each time, today was no different. Regardless of Yi Bu Fan's explanations, Uncle Master Tianji remained incredulous, insisting on entering Daoyuan Peak to ascertain the truth. "I shall not make things difficult for you. Whether your master is present or not, I shall know once I enter," Tianji Jinren said, growing impatient. He could hardly wait. Who knows if those ancient fellows have made any progress during these 3 months? In any case, he himself has not. Thus, he was eager to meet Hua Yunfei, hoping to procure some valuable items from this esteemed disciple to enhance his own cultivation. Yi Bufan lamented, "My master has stated that, without his permission, no one else is allowed to enter the mountain. Master uncle, if you insist on proceeding, you may find it difficult to reach the summit." Chapter 34 possesses such profound depth, reminiscent of the disciples of the heavenly mechanism peak. The celestial mechanism master cast a glance at the source of Dao Peak, aware that numerous intricate formations were concealed within. He harbored considerable apprehension towards these formations, which, on the surface, were left by the ancestors of the Hua family. Typically, one could only ascend to the mid-slope of the source of Dao Peak. Without the express permission of Hua Yunfei, access to the higher elevations was utterly forbidden. Moreover, Hua Yunfei had explicitly cautioned their senior members against intruding recklessly, warning of dire consequences should he be absent. The celestial mechanism master's nostrils flared slightly as he inhaled the rich aura of spiritual energy emanating from the source of Dao Peak. Far denser than that of the other peaks, stirring a longing within him. An idea struck him, and he proclaimed, "Extraordinary. My esteemed senior uncle seeks your master for a matter of great urgency." Although he had been away for several days, it had been over 3 months since his departure. and he anticipated that his return would not be long delayed. The senior uncle would find a place to reside on the source of Dao Peak, patiently awaiting his arrival. The matter at hand was of utmost importance, necessitating an immediate meeting. Yi Bufan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the distinction between waiting here and returning to the heavenly mechanism peak. Before he could voice his thoughts, the celestial mechanism master, with a warm and amiable smile, draped an arm around Yi Bufan's shoulders, guiding him toward the summit of the source of Dao Peak. Senior uncle, this. Yi Bufan was not particularly eloquent, and he found himself unable to resist the celestial mechanism master's insistence. Thus, he was led onward, steadily ascending toward the peak, where the methods for controlling the formations of the source of Dao Peak had been entrusted to him prior to Hua Yunfei's departure. At present, Yi Bufan wields the golden ring bestowed upon him by Hua Yunfei, enabling him to command various formidable formations within the Daoyuan Peak. Here, even the esteemed sect leader, Yuntian Jinren, may find himself at a disadvantage against Yi Bufan. As the two ascend, they often encounter disciples from other peaks, hidden away in secluded corners, diligently practicing. These individuals are not disciples of Daoyuan Peak, but rather practitioners from the other 6 peaks, drawn here by the abundant spiritual energy that permeates the air. Laden with the fragrance of medicinal herbs, a veritable paradise for cultivation. The atmosphere fosters breakthroughs with remarkable ease, and merely inhaling the aromatic air instills a sense of tranquility and vitality, as if extending one's lifespan. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. Yet many disciples are unwilling to forfeit such a precious opportunity. Among them, a disciple from the Scroll King Peak has even established a cultivation abode along the mountainside, residing here for extended periods. It is reasonable to presume that those who engage in such practices have significantly outpaced their peers in clandestine mastery. Notably, Ouyang Luoqing, the second disciple of Tianji Jinren, has also established a cultivation cave in this very locale, a fact unbeknownst to both Tianji Jinren and his senior disciple, Li Duxiu. Truly, Daoyuan Peak is remarkable. Even the scent in the air is enchanting. With a smile gracing his lips, Tianji Jinren feels a profound sense of joy. Should he immerse himself in cultivation here for a decade or so, even the enigmatic and reticent Shinshiti would find it impossible to surpass him. When Yunfei returns, a thorough discussion shall be in order. Suddenly, the esteemed master of heavenly secrets noticed a disciple from the heavenly secrets peak diligently excavating a cave dwelling. The disciple exerted himself with great vigor, wielding a magical shovel with remarkable speed, his countenance alight with excitement, punctuated by bursts of laughter. From this day forth, this shall be the abode of Wang Shower. Who would wish to return to the heavenly secrets peak? The master cast a glance at him, remaining silent, yet the smile upon his face deepened. Indeed, this was commendable. He had truly grasped the essence of the teachings. Such profound diligence was befitting of a disciple from Heavenly Secrets Peak. The master resolved to guide the other disciples of Heavenly Secrets Peak in the future, encouraging them to establish their own cave dwellings on the Tao Origin Peak, where they could cultivate for an extended period. Within a decade, the disciples of the other 5 peaks would surely only be able to gaze in awe at their progress. This method was exceptionally beneficial. The master of Heavenly Secrets could not suppress his laughter, causing Yi Bufan to shudder involuntarily. This Uncle Master seems to have a few loose screws. Is it truly wise to bring him back to Tao Origin Peak? Yi Bufan harbored grave doubts about inviting a wolf into his den. 2 months later, at the entrance of the Mount of Reliance sect, Elder Shur was on duty as usual, yet today he felt somewhat perturbed. Just 3 days prior, another elder, 20 years his junior, had informed him that he had successfully ascended to the 4th layer of the divine infant realm, achieving mid-stage status. This left Elder Shur, who, despite being an elder, only held a nascent stage initial rank in the divine infant realm, feeling quite embarrassed. Yet he found himself powerless. Who could blame him for his indiscretion in gallantly proclaiming the misadventures of the Master of Heavenly Secrets? As a consequence, he had been sentenced to guard duty for a year, and only half of that time had elapsed. During these 6 months, he had been utterly deprived of the opportunity to cultivate. Not only had his superficial realm stagnated, but even his hidden potential progressed at a sluggish pace. Alas, patience is a virtue. This too shall soon pass. Elder Shur sat quietly, glancing upward. Oh, the master of Daoyuan has returned. From the distant sky, the void parted, revealing Hua Yunfei leading 5 others. In no time, they arrived at the grand entrance of the sect. It has been quite a while. Elder Shur greeted with a warm smile. Indeed, it has been a long time, Hua Yunfei replied with a slight nod. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Elder Shi, he proceeded through the gate with his companions. Is this truly the esteemed sect of immortals? Tang Yi and Tang Er, who had only just begun their journey of cultivation, were utterly awestruck by the ethereal beauty of the Mount of Reliance. A flock of celestial cranes soared past, eliciting gasps of wonder from the two. Even Lin Yang and Mu Qingqing, heirs of prominent families, had never witnessed such a spectacle. The group momentarily lost themselves in this enchanting realm. Only Huang Xian remained sufficiently composed. The grandeur of the Mount of Reliance failed to capture his attention in the slightest, for he had witnessed far more extraordinary sights in his past life, having even faced the Supreme. Lin Yang, Mu Qingqing, Tang Yi, Tang Er. Allow me to first introduce you to the sect leader. With a flick of his sleeve, Hua Yunfei summoned a sword that appeared out of thin air, rapidly enlarging and hovering before them. Let us proceed. The Mount Kaoshan is vast, and we still have quite a journey ahead. Fly with the sword. Lin Yang and his companions exhibited expressions of fervent excitement. This was undeniably far more impressive than mere flight. They had often contemplated that once they attained the Yuan Dan realm and could soar through the skies, they would undoubtedly prefer a sword as their mode of transportation, for it exuded a certain elegance. Accompanied by the five, Hua Yunfei positioned himself at the forefront of the colossal sword and gestured with his finger. The immense blade immediately ascended, carving a graceful arc as it surged toward Mount Kaoshan. As the peak of the sect, Mount Kaoshan was the tallest and grandest among the 7 summits. The ancestral grounds of the sect lay deep behind Mount Kaoshan, with the ancestral tomb situated even further within, concealed by a formidable hidden array. It was said that even those standing at the entrance of the ancestral tomb could not perceive its existence. This was the greatest secret of the Kaoshan sect, accessible only to the sect leaders of successive generations. At that moment, the celestial master Yu Tian had just concluded his sect affairs and sat leisurely in the grand hall of Mount Kaoshan, savoring his tea. Master Uncle, it has been half a year since we last met, and your strength has evidently grown even more profound. Hua Yunfei remarked with a smile as he approached the grand hall with his 5 companions, taking in the presence of Master Yun Tian. Name, Yun Tian Shu. Also known as the Celestial Master Yun Tian, age, 509 years, realm, 4th layer of the Ling Dao realm, identity, sect leader of the Kaoshan sect. Low-grade Daoist Talisman Master, supreme-grade Heavenly Poison Master, cultivation aptitude, low-grade Dao other talents, low-grade Dao mastery aptitude, low-grade Talisman mastery aptitude, low-grade Poison mastery aptitude, physique, none techniques, the art of forgetting oneself, no rank, the incomprehensible breath-holding technique, no rank, divine abilities, master of the universe. Great Wilderness Monument hand magical artifacts, Kaoshan seal, prison sky dust fortune, purple alas. This old fellow has broken through again. Hua Yunfei exclaimed in astonishment. The sect leader, Celestial Master Yun Tian, appeared to be at the 9th layer of the celestial realm, but before Hua Yunfei departed, his true realm was the 3rd layer of the Lingao realm. Now, he has surprisingly advanced to the mid-stage of the Lingao realm. It seems that the sect will soon have a change in leadership. It is time for the esteemed sect leader to take his seat in the ancestral grounds. Chapter 35. Is this a recruitment or a supply run? Who could it be? Has my disciple already been received after nearly half a year away? Master Yu Tian held his teacup, savoring the aroma, and cast a casual glance at Hua Yunfei, smiling leisurely. Hua Yunfei took a seat beneath Master Yu Tian and remarked, Master, what do you think of these individuals? He gestured towards Lin Yang and the others. Oh. Master Yu Tian observed Lin Yang and the group with curiosity, his discerning gaze quickly revealing their exceptional potential. However, the exact nature of their talents could only be determined through personal assessment. He inquired, Are these 5 your new disciples? Hua Yunfei chuckled, Master, you know I prefer not to venture out and wish to avoid entanglements. Why would I take on so many? He pointed to Huang Xian, adding, This one is my 2nd disciple, Huang Xian. Huang Xian immediately bowed respectfully, stating, I pay my respects to Master. Master Yun Tian nodded with a smile and asked, Can you tell me, what is your level of aptitude? Huang Xian responded with neither humility nor arrogance. I am but a mediocre disciple, barely reaching the lower tier of the saint rank. Indeed, quite mediocre. Master Yun Tian set down his teacup, rising in surprise as he gazed at Huang Xian, asking, What did you just say your aptitude was? I possess the aptitude of a lower tier saint rank. The esteemed Yun Tian gazed with wide eyes, a joyous expression adorning his face as he approached Huang Xian, clapping him on the shoulder with a hearty laugh, Indeed, indeed. Our Mount Kai sect has a promising future ahead. First, there was the extraordinary one, and now you. Our sect visibly boasts 2 disciples of saintly caliber. Yun Tian then turned his attention to Hua Yunfei, exclaiming, "You, my lad, what fortuitous luck you possess, to have taken in 2 disciples, both of whom are of saintly qualification." "Merely a stroke of luck," Hua Yunfei replied with a subtle smile. Yun Tian shook his head, chuckling, and then inquired about the 4 individuals accompanying Lin Yang, and who might they be. Hua Yunfei responded, "These 4 are disciples I have selected for our sect. I surmise that the sect master will appreciate them." "Ah, you are indeed thoughtful. Your esteemed masters are so engrossed in their cultivation that even after years of absence, they rarely return with anything, let alone a precious find." Yun Tian jested with a grin before asking, "What are their qualifications?" "Knowing your discerning eye, they must possess at least heavenly ranked talent, correct?" Hua Yunfei's lips curled into a smirk as he replied, "Aside from the young lady, who boasts a middle-tier heavenly qualification, the other 3 possess earthly ranked talent." Upon hearing this, Yun Tian scrutinized Hua Yunfei, discerning that he was not jesting, and then turned his gaze toward Lin Yang and the others. "Have you truly struck a lucky streak?" Yun Tian mused, circling the 5 individuals, including Huang Xian, with keen interest, as though assessing precious treasures. Even Huang Xian felt a shiver run down his spine. Why did it seem that the sect master was far more complex than he appeared? "May I take a look?" Yun Tianjinren addressed Lin Yang, Mu Qingqing, and Tang Yi and Tang Er. He expressed his skepticism, noting that while it was understandable to find individuals with medium-level heavenly aptitude, it was exceedingly rare to encounter those with Dao-level aptitude. The fact that Hua Yunfei had managed to gather 3 such individuals was astonishing, and even more so. His own disciples possessed saint-level aptitude. Was he recruiting disciples or merely procuring goods? The 4 nodded in agreement and replied, "Master Uncle, please." Yun Tianjinren extended his hand, his formidable consciousness enveloping the 4. "Impressive." Lin Yang and the others widened their eyes, their expressions filled with astonishment. Under the influence of Yun Tianjinren's consciousness, they felt as if they were a solitary boat adrift on an ocean, on the verge of capsizing at any moment. Soon, Yun Tianjinren retracted his hand, his eyes reflecting utter shock. Mu Qingqing's medium-level heavenly aptitude had already reached the standard of a true disciple, while the other 3 exhibited even more formidable qualities. Lin Yang possessed exceptional Dao-level cultivation aptitude, while Tang Yi and Tang Er both demonstrated medium-level Dao cultivation aptitude. Moreover, he sensed a profound and unique fluctuation of Dao principles emanating from their dantians. This indicated that not only did the 3 exhibit extraordinary aptitude, but they also possessed unique physical constitutions. Had this young man truly ventured forth to procure such talent? Was it truly so effortless to find geniuses? Hua Yunfei chuckled and remarked, "Now do you believe me? You know I have never been one to boast." The esteemed Master Yutian beamed with joy and remarked, "Indeed, indeed. The future of our Kashan sect appears bright. When my master and Uncle Xuanqing learn of this, they will undoubtedly be delighted. Perhaps they might even make an exception and accept the 3 of them as disciples." He lifted his teacup once more, gazing at Hua Yunfei, and continued, "You have truly shown great intent this time. With the addition of those 4, along with your 2 disciples, our Kaoshan sect will surely grow even stronger." Hua Yunfei nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. This is merely the surface." "Haha, you are indeed perceptive." Master Yutian chuckled heartily. "A large tree attracts the wind. It suffices for our Kaoshan sect to hold a measure of influence in the eastern region without the need for excessive competition." His laughter conveyed genuine happiness. Acquiring 4 exceptionally talented disciples of the true transmission level at once is certainly a cause for celebration. Moreover, Master Yutian took a sip of tea, his gaze drifting to Lin Yang, and with a slight smile inquired, "What is your name?" Lin Yang promptly replied, "I am called Lin Yang, with Lin meaning forest and Yang signifying morning sun." "Quite a fine name," Master Yutian remarked. "Your aptitude is already sufficient to qualify for the position of Holy Son of the Kaoshan sect. However, significant changes are impending in the eastern region, thus my standards have risen accordingly. To become the Holy Son, one must possess at least inferior grade saintly aptitude. And you still fall slightly short." Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's gaze darkened. Though disheartened, he recognized that this was a predetermined fate beyond his control. However, Master Yutian continued, "Should you demonstrate commendable performance in the future, I possess the means to restore your original essence. At the very least, it will surpass your current state. and your potential may very well ascend to the saint level. Lin Yong immediately bowed, his excitement palpable as he declared, I shall devote myself entirely to the service of our sect. Master Yuntian nodded, stating, the purpose of sharing this with you is to ignite your motivation. Coming to the Kaoshan sect will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Hua Yunfei was taken aback by Master Yuntian's words, remarking, it seems that even as the master of a peak, my understanding of the Kaoshan sect remains woefully insufficient. He was unaware that the sect possessed methods to restore one's physical essence. This was a matter beyond his grasp. Indeed, a formidable challenge. The incompleteness of one's essence is an innate condition. Without a full understanding of the Tao, the hidden potential of one's constitution cannot be awakened, and thus, its true power remains dormant. Each unique constitution possesses its own secret repository, which, once unlocked, grants access to formidable techniques exclusive to that constitution. Therefore, should Lin Yong succeed in restoring his essence, his future accomplishments would be remarkably high, perhaps even leading him deep into the ancestral tombs. Master Yutian smiled mysteriously, stating, if you are willing to become the sect leader, the secrets of the Kaoshan sect will be revealed to you. Hua Yunfei, with his exceptional talent, having broken through to the celestial realm at the tender age of 100 and possessing a keen intellect, would be a source of great reassurance for Master Yutian should he assume the role of the Kaoshan sect's leader. In this matter, the esteemed Yuntian Jinren had previously discussed with Hua Yunfei's father, the former head of Daoyuan Peak, Hua Sanqiong. At that time, Hua Yunfei was merely 20 years old, and Yuntian Jinren intended to nurture him as a potential successor. However, Hua Sanqiong unhesitatingly declined. His reasoning was rather blunt. Can you not exploit my Hua family incessantly? Is it truly entertaining to keep your gaze fixed upon us? Are the ancestors of the Hua clan resting in the ancestral tomb not sufficiently numerous? Enough with your incessant prattling. Do you wish to provoke me? You know you cannot match my strength. Hua Yunfei shook his head, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked, I have no intention of assuming that role. Whether or not I am privy to the sect's secrets matters little. What is important is that I am aware of them within my heart, and that brings me peace of mind. Chapter 36. The Master of Secrets has lingered here for 2 months now. After conversing briefly with the esteemed Yuntian, Hua Yunfei took his leave, accompanied by Huang Xian. As they made their way back to Daoyuan Peak, the other 4, Lin Yong and his companions, were entrusted to Yuntian for further arrangements. Given their exceptional talents, their status within the Kaoshan sect would undoubtedly be significant, with the position of direct disciple being the bare minimum. Lin Yong, however, might ascend even higher. Ascending on their grand sword, Hua Yunfei and Huang Xian soared into the heavens, piercing through the clouds toward Daoyuan Peak. As they approached, Hua Yunfei gazed into the distance, his brow furrowing in perplexity. Lo and behold, he exclaimed, Daoyuan Peak has indeed flourished. It was heartening to witness the influx of inner disciples. Despite the fact that Daoyuan Peak had never actively recruited students, the number of practitioners on Daoyuan Peak was certainly not inferior to that of the other 6 peaks. It seemed that the more formidable the disciple, the more inclined they were to bask in the abundant spiritual essence that permeated Daoyuan Peak. Although the spiritual energy across the vast expanse of Kaoshan had improved remarkably, especially with the cultivation of the heavenly materials and treasures Hua Yunfei had planted, particularly the transformation of the ginseng fruit trees, Daoyuan Peak remained the source of this vitality. The richness of its spiritual energy was such that it felt as if it could coalesce into spiritual water. A single day of cultivation here equated to 5 days elsewhere, if not more. In such a splendid and spiritually vibrant locale, Hua Yunfei never turned anyone away. Consequently, an increasing number of disciples from the 6 peaks began to establish their camps and construct their cultivation abodes here. Even several esteemed disciples of the headmaster possessed their own exclusive cultivation caverns here. Under the cloak of night, they quietly converge to practice their arts. Their nocturnal visits are not without purpose. They aim to outdo their fellow disciples, particularly the other esteemed ones. Should a boastful quarrel arise, one must be prepared to stand their ground, after all. Has that girl Luo Qing arrived so early today? Hua Yunfei observed from above. Noticing Ouyang Luo Qing stealthily navigating the shadows, inching closer to her cultivation cavern on Daoyuan Peak, she was exceedingly cautious, fearful of being spotted by the other esteemed disciples. The second disciple of Master Tianji, she appeared charming and petite, with delicate features adorned in a Taoist robe, resembling a porcelain doll. Yet, those deceived by her exterior would find themselves in grave peril. She is indeed the reigning prodigy of Tianji Peak, and her prowess likely surpasses that of the senior disciple. Li Duxiu, Ouyang Luoqing discreetly maneuvered through the crowd and slipped into a concealed cavern, closing the stone door behind her, shaking his head with a smile. Hua Yunfei turned his attention away and ascended to the summit of Daoyuan Peak with Huang Xian. Ah, is that the presence of Master Tianji? Upon traversing the formation and reaching the peak, Hua Yunfei immediately sensed an unfamiliar aura that did not belong to Daoyuan Peak. Upon closer inspection, it unmistakably belonged to Master Tianji. What brings this old fellow here? Hua Yunfei gazed towards a newly constructed cavern in the distance. Had he truly settled in? Hua Yunfei entered Daoyuan Peak silently, disturbing no one. At this moment, Yi Bufan was engrossed in his training by the Spirit Lake, practicing his martial arts. As an ancient sacred body, his physique was unparalleled, with his fists being his most formidable weapons. Thus, after imparting the Tai sword technique, Hua Yunfei deliberately left behind the Sun Fist Cannon before departing from the sect. This also belonged to the imperial path of martial arts, created by an ancient emperor. It is said that this emperor, from the very beginning of his cultivation journey, wielded his fists as his divine weapons. According to legend, after achieving enlightenment, an extreme holy land offended him and issued a provocation, even going so far as to confront him with an imperial weapon. Subsequently, this ancient emperor, with few words, raised his hand and delivered a single punch, shattering the extreme imperial weapon, obliterating the entire extreme holy land with that one blow. At that time, the technique he employed was none other than the Sun Fist Cannon. Yi Bufan's body radiated with golden blood energy, his form dancing as he swung his fists, and unexpectedly, a magnificent sun appeared behind him. This was the manifestation brought forth by the Sun Fist Cannon. As the sun emerged, Yi Bufan's power grew increasingly terrifying, emanating an overwhelming pressure that caused the very space around him to tremble. In the midst of his expansive movements, a golden dragon of blood energy soared into the heavens, then leaped down, swirling around the sun that danced behind Yi Bufan. Remarkably, Yi Bufan had already grasped the essence of the Sun Fist Cannon, truly living up to the legacy of the ancient sacred body. Hua Yunfei stood behind him, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, one cannot help but marvel at the exceptional aptitude of a saintly tier, possessing extraordinary comprehension. The mastery of imperial-level martial arts has been swiftly grasped, enabling him to attain a remarkable level of proficiency. Presently, Yi Bufan commands the Heavenly Emperor Scripture, the Supreme Sword Technique, and the Solar Fist Scripture, making him virtually unparalleled among his peers. Even in a confrontation with Hua Yunfei of the same rank, the odds of victory would scarcely exceed 90%. Name: Yi Bufan. Age: 20. Realm: First layer of the Yuan Dan realm. Surface: Third layer of the Yuan Dan realm. Actual: Identity: Senior disciple of Daoyuan Peak. Cultivation aptitude: Supreme Saint Tier. Other talents: Imperial level Fist Path talent, Supreme Saint Tier Blade Path talent, Supreme Saint Tier Sword Path talent, Supreme Saint Tier Spear Path talent. Physique: Primordial Sacred Body Techniques: Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Imperial. Supreme Sword Technique. Imperial. Solar Fist Scripture. Imperial. Unperceivable Breath Concealment Technique. Unranked. Divine Powers. Non-magical artifact. Golden Sacred Sword. Sage level. Fortune. Golden. In a mere 6 months, he has ascended 2 layers of the heavens. Such prodigious talent is nothing short of monstrous. Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction, realizing that it would not be long before he could relinquish his position as the foremost disciple to Yi Bufan. Furthermore, he observed that Yi Bufan exhibited remarkable cunning. After mastering the unperceivable breath concealment technique, he suppressed his apparent realm to the first layer of the Yuan Dan realm, creating an illusion of stagnation for 6 months. In truth, he had already attained the 3rd layer of the Yuan Dan realm. Truly, he is a promising student. At that moment, Yi Bufan withdrew his fist and turned around, only to be taken aback. Master? Soon after, he joyfully approached Hua Yunfei and inquired, "When did you return, Master?" "I just arrived at the sect an hour ago," Hua Yunfei replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. "I witnessed the fruits of your cultivation over the past 6 months. You have done remarkably well." "Thank you, Master." Yi Bufan felt an immense joy at receiving Hua Yunfei's praise. Though he was not particularly eloquent, his admiration for his master ran deep. Upon arriving at Daoyuan Peak and encountering this enchanting world of immortals, he realized that his master was no ordinary person, and his reverence only intensified. Hua Yunfei cast a glance at the dwelling of the celestial mechanism, Master Jin, and remarked, "How did I sense Master Jin's presence?" Yi Bufan's expression suddenly turned peculiar as he glanced toward Master Jin's abode and whispered, "Master Jin has been staying here for 2 months already. and I dare not ask him to leave. However, judging by his demeanor, it seems he has no intention of departing for a lifetime. Is that so? Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is he attempting to take advantage? He surveyed the surroundings and quickly noted that several precious herbs he typically nurtured were missing, particularly those of saintly grade. These herbs were meant for his leisurely enjoyment, not for cultivation, as he had grown weary of consuming such high-grade items when his cultivation level was lower. However, just as I was about to depart, I was unexpectedly consumed by someone. What will I gaze upon in the future? Chapter 37. Could my master possess such great power? Master, who is he? Yi Bufan cast a glance at Huang Xian, who stood behind Hua Yunfei, and inquired with curiosity. Huang Xian, observing Yi Bufan, discerned that he was indeed a figure of the primordial sacred body. He stole a glance at Hua Yunfei, pondering the true nature of this seemingly unassuming master. Was he merely the head of a single peak within the Kai Mountain sect? Surely, it could not be that simple. Yet, Huang Xian dismissed such thoughts, having chosen Hua Yunfei as his mentor and perceiving no malice from him. Along with the promise of unparalleled resources for cultivation, Huang Xian resolved to harbor no further doubts. As Yi Bufan's uncertainty lingered, Hua Yunfei offered a gentle smile. Stepping aside to introduce, this is Huang Xian, whose talents are on par with yours. He is the second disciple I have taken under my wing and your junior brother. Huang Xian, this is your senior brother, Yi Bufan. The two exchanged smiles and nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, junior brother Huang. Senior brother, you are too kind, Huang Xian replied. Hua Yunfei interjected, very well, you two converse. I shall seek out Master Tianji for a discussion on the intricacies of life. With that, he made his way toward the abode of the esteemed Master Tianji. Senior brother, in this current era, can the primordial sacred body still cultivate? Huang Xian queried. Drawing from his memories of a bygone age when, during the reign of the Xian Huang Emperor, the primordial sacred body was indeed capable of cultivation, albeit with significantly greater difficulty than in previous times. Following the ascension of the Xian Huang Emperor, the Tao entered an age of decline, where the laws of the universe imposed constraints, transforming everything that once was. A genius, destined for the extraordinary imperial-level talent, finds himself constrained to the qualifications of a sage in today's world. The once invincible primordial saint body is rendered utterly incapable of cultivation, according to the ancient chronicles spanning nearly 30,000 years from the sacred land of Yaoguang. Any primordial saint body attempting to defy the heavens will inevitably attract the attention of mysterious laws, resulting in catastrophic retribution. Over the course of 3 millennia, 3 individuals with primordial saint bodies have emerged, and without exception, each perished when their respective masters endeavored to forcibly reconnect their severed paths, triggering the enigmatic laws. All 3 met their demise under divine punishment. Yet, Yi Bufan appears to be the 4th individual following these 3, astonishingly capable of cultivating in peace. Having now attained the Yuandan realm, this is truly unfathomable. The only conceivable explanation Huang Xian can muster is that Yi Bufan has encountered a benefactor, a top-tier powerhouse who has aided him in reconnecting his severed path, thereby bearing the weight of the mysterious law's consequences and severing the retribution. This has enabled Yi Bufan to restore his primordial saint body's path. Upon hearing Huang Xian's inquiry, a smile graced Yi Bufan's lips as he gazed at the retreating figure of Hua Yunfei, stating, "It is my master. He employed his formidable magical power to forge my meridians as resilient as divine iron, condensing the Yuan Dan and reconnecting the severed path of the primordial saint body that has persisted for millennia." Yi Bufan's words remained incomplete. Even more crucial is the heavenly emperor scriptures bestowed upon him by Hua Yunfei, which serves as the primary catalyst for the reconnection of his primordial saint body's path. Could my master truly possess such immense power? Huang Xian too gazed at Hua Yunfei's figure, momentarily unable to fathom the depths of his mastery. All Huang Xian knew for certain was that he was undoubtedly not at the level of a celestial being. The realm of celestial beings cannot accomplish such feats. As for the realm of the impending path, it appears equally incapable, requiring at least a perfected level of mastery. Moreover, such prowess can only barely be attained. And in the future, Yi Bufan's cultivation will undoubtedly face countless tribulations. Should Hua Yunfei truly possess the strength of the impending path, he would be unable to assist Yi Bufan any further. Junior brother Huang, since you are new to the Daoyuan Peak and still unfamiliar with it, allow me to show you around. Our Daoyuan Peak is certainly not inferior to the sacred land of Ultimate Path, Yi Bufan cheerfully remarked. I can see that. Huang Xian nodded. Even before entering Daoyuan Peak, he was astonished to find several spatial attribute formations outside, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth almost surpassing that of the Yaoguang sacred land. Upon entering Daoyuan Peak, his heart remained restless. He began to doubt whether this truly was a peak of the Qi Mountain sect. Upon arriving at the cave abode established by the Master of Heavenly Mechanisms, Hua Yunfei raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. I have already stated that I seek your master for a matter of great importance. When your master returns, I shall naturally take my leave, came the voice of the Master of Heavenly Mechanisms from within the cave. The door did not open. Master uncle, I have returned. Hua Yunfei spoke softly. Silence enveloped the air, with no response emanating from the cave abode. Hua Yunfei inquired, Master uncle? Still, the Master of Heavenly Mechanisms remained unresponsive. This old fellow. Hua Yunfei's expression darkened as he swiftly appeared within the cave, only to discover the enigmatic Master Tianji with 2 wooden plugs inserted in his ears. Nevertheless, it was evident that he could still hear, especially upon noticing Hua Yunfei's entrance. His body shuddered, and he feigned composure, continuing his meditative practice with his back turned. Hua Yunfei approached the venerable figure, silent and observant. After a prolonged moment, beads of perspiration began to form on Master Tianji's forehead, and ultimately, he could no longer withstand the tension. He slowly opened his eyes, and, upon seeing Hua Yunfei, displayed a look of unexpected delight. Disciple Yunfei, when did you return? Why did you not awaken your master? Look, when I immerse myself in meditation, I enter a state of oblivion, completely unaware of my surroundings. My sincerest apologies. Master Tianji stated, his demeanor unruffled, standing up with a cheerful expression. Remarkable, simply remarkable. Is this the artistry of the esteemed first seat? Truly. The esteemed figures of the Reliant Mountain sect are unrivaled. One must not only survive, but also master the art of performance. Hua Yunfei was almost moved to applause, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he regarded Master Tianji. Indeed, this old fellow had not squandered the sacred elixir. He had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Name, Hong Qi Tian, the celestial mechanism sage, age, 482 years realm. Second layer of celestial being realm surface. Perfected celestial being realm, actual, identity, abbot of the celestial mechanism peak of the Reliant Mountain sect. Low-grade Taoist rune master cultivation aptitude. Supreme grade of heavenly tier other talents. Low-grade causal talent of Tao. Low-grade rune talent of Tao. Supreme grade fire attribute talent of heavenly tier physique. None techniques. The art of self-forgetfulness, no rank. The incomprehensible breath concealment technique, no rank. Divine powers. Celestial magical artifact. Transformative dust brush, Tao level, fortune, orange. In the brief span of nearly 6 months, he ascended 2 levels, clearly indicating that my sacred medicine was not consumed in vain. It is regrettable, however, that he consumed it. I shall need to cultivate more sacred herbs for my future admiration. Hua Yunfei shook his head in exasperation, pondering how he could display displeasure towards the celestial mechanism sage over a few utterly worthless sacred herbs. After all, they hold little value. Primarily, he wished to discern what schemes this fellow might be concocting. Was it not enough to reside elsewhere? He had taken up residence here? Moreover, the old rogue's fortune level was astonishingly orange. No wonder he had become an old man with a black beard, accompanied by a throng of young female disciples. It seems his fortune had been entirely spent on romantic endeavors. With a smile, Hua Yunfei addressed the celestial mechanism sage, saying, Master uncle, I wonder what pressing matter has compelled you to personally await me at Daoyuan Peak for 2 months? With a hearty laugh, the Master of Heavenly Secrets displayed an unruffled demeanor, stating, in truth, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to inquire about your father, who once traversed the Northern Dipper. Where might he be now? Hua Yunfei understood that this was undoubtedly a premeditated excuse. Did he truly care about his father? During Hua Sangqiong's presence, the Master of Heavenly Secrets had endured his fair share of beatings. With a sharp tongue and a fiery temperament, every council meeting would devolve into chaos at the slightest disagreement, ensnaring several other leaders, including the sect master, in the fray. Amusingly, despite the melee, it often culminated in a 1 versus 6 scenario. Hua Sangqiong, possessing unparalleled strength, would strike down with force, inciting panic among the others, which compelled the sect master and his companions to unite against him. Ultimately, they remained outmatched, had it not been for the intervention of Master Xuanhe, who hastily arrived from the ancestral grounds to mediate. The 6 would have languished in bed for half a month. Chapter 38. The Tomb of the Yellow Emperor emerges. The third three layers of heaven my father is currently preparing to break through to the emperor level and has now become a terrifyingly powerful figure of supreme caliber. Hua Yunfei said with a cheerful smile. The celestial mechanic casually fabricated an excuse, and naturally, he indulged in a bit of boasting. The celestial mechanic rolled his eyes, his face betraying his discomfort as he nestled beside Hua Yunfei, whispering, "Nephew Yunfei, how does your master usually treat you?" Hua Yunfei cast him a sidelong glance and decisively replied, "Not very well. You have deceived me more than anyone else since childhood. My father has certainly given you a good beating, hasn't he?" The celestial mechanic's expression turned grim. "Can we have a proper conversation? My heart is heavy. Ever since I ceased to engage with your uncle Goiwan and a few others, their gazes towards me have changed. Especially your uncle Dishi, that taciturn fellow. Now pretends to walk with a swagger whenever he sees me, shaking his head in a condescending manner. It's infuriating." Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Isn't that a good thing?" The celestial mechanic sighed in exasperation, pounding his chest in frustration. "Can we not have a civil conversation?" Hua Yunfei shook his head with a smile. Ceasing to tease him, "What do you wish to say? Help your uncle." The celestial mechanic's eyes shone with sincerity. Feeling a chill run down his spine under the celestial mechanic's gaze, Hua Yunfei responded, "The few sacred herbs left by the ancestors of the Huayan family have all been taken by you. What further assistance do you seek?" He then spoke, "Disciple. I am but at the nascent stage of the celestial realm, truly willing yet powerless." The true man of heavenly mechanisms replied, "Master Uncle, you are not one to encroach upon the resources of others. You merely need to reside at the peak of Dao Source for a while. Naturally, Master Uncle shall not dwell here without recompense. I possess a supreme technique of the transcendent Dao, which you may practice." As he spoke, he produced an ancient tome and handed it to Hua Yunfei, his expression one of pride. Hua Yunfei. Time flew by, and a month passed swiftly. Huang Xian had thoroughly settled at the peak of Dao Source, greatly satisfied with the surroundings. He was particularly pleased with the Tai sword technique that Hua Yunfei had imparted to him, enhancing his strength significantly compared to others of his realm. Although he could not yet match his previous life's prowess, he was quite content nonetheless. Once he located the imperial tomb of Xian Huang and obtained the heart of the emperor, he would undoubtedly transcend and grow even stronger. Fully compensating for the deficiencies of his lingering soul, "Junior brother Huang, our master summons us to his cave abode," Yi Bufan exclaimed as he approached. "Very well. Let us proceed," Huang Xian replied, nodding, and together with Yi Bufan, they arrived at the cave dwelling of Hua Yunfei. Inside the cave, 2 large jars were displayed, filled to the brim with a milky white liquid. At first glance, the liquid seemed unremarkable, merely shimmering faintly, yet within its glow, there appeared to be the essence of a miniature world. Huang Xian discerned the extraordinary nature of the liquid and turned to Hua Yunfei beside the jars, inquiring, "Master, what is this?" Hua Yunfei remarked, "Remove your garments and immerse yourself. The truth shall reveal itself." As his words echoed, Yi Bufan swiftly shed his clothing and plunged into the large vat with a splash. "So quick," Huang Xian murmured, hesitating not a moment longer as he too disrobed and leapt into another vat. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei gestured with his fingers, activating the concealed formation of the cave to obscure their presence. Inside the vats, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian closed their eyes, their consciousness sinking into profound cultivation. "I hope this celestial pool does not disappoint me," Hua Yunfei whispered. The milky white liquid within the vat was the reward from earlier disciples, derived from the waters of the celestial river. The system proclaimed that one would gain insight from immersion. Thus, he allowed Yi Bufan and Huang Xian to experience it first, curious about its miraculous effects. After all, being the water of the celestial river, it should yield unexpected benefits. At this moment, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian felt as though they had transported to the celestial realm. Before them stood magnificent palaces amidst the celestial expanse, beams of light cascading down, intertwined with divine rainbows. In the distance loomed a portal, towering higher than the heavens themselves, with a river flowing across its threshold, the destination unknown. The river surged with ferocity. Even a single drop seemed to harbor supreme laws, encapsulating a miniature world that, once severed from the river, would descend into ruin and obliteration. "What is this?" Hua Yunfei gazed at Huang Xian, his eyes filled with astonishment. Golden radiance emanated from Huang Xian, a mysterious aura materializing around him. With a celestial realm manifesting above his head, ethereal palaces and jade towers connected seamlessly, and golden beams of light cascaded down. He cast a glance at Yi Bufan. Although the primal sacred body had been activated with considerable commotion, it paled in comparison to Huang Xian's spectacle. It appeared that the Xian Huang undying body had been restored, revealing a physical anomaly. The manifestation of the Xian Huang undying body was the celestial realm hovering above his head. Name: Huang Xian. Age: 23 years. Realm: 8th layer of the Yuan Dan realm. Surface: 1st layer of the Purple Mansion realm. Actual: Identity: reincarnation of the remnant soul of the Xian Huang Emperor. 2nd disciple of the Dao Source. Peak cultivation aptitude: supreme quality of the sacred tier. Other talents: supreme quality attributes of the sacred tier. Superior quality array path talent of the sacred tier. Superior quality talisman path talent of the sacred tier. Superior quality. Physique: Xian Huang undying body. Perfect. Cultivation method: Xian Huang Emperor Scripture. Fragmented. Divine ability: Xian Huang Wujidao. Fragmented. Magical artifact: Xian Huang undying seal. Replica: Fortune. Golden. Indeed, this celestial river water could actually replenish the origin and min deficiencies. This alone rendered it a true treasure. Hua Yunfei marveled, noticing that Yi Bufan and Huang Xian's foundations were becoming increasingly robust, their bodies shimmering with an ethereal clarity. Their internal organs, meridians, and flesh had transformed, infused with the celestial essence of the river. This was a blessing that even emperors rarely encountered. In a certain region of the eastern domain, as Huang Xian's indomitable body of primal essence was being restored, a cataclysmic earthquake transpired simultaneously. The earth trembled and mountains swayed, the tremors radiating for hundreds of miles, then thousands, eventually extending to millions, engulfing the entirety of the eastern domain. The vast expanse of the eastern domain shook violently, the heavens collapsing and the earth quaking, with resplendent 9-colored auroras cascading down, illuminating the scene with golden light. Above the firmament, a colossal celestial realm emerged, obscuring the sun and sky, seemingly inhabited by celestial beings. This celestial realm was not merely a single layer, but rather comprised of 33 layers. Deep within the sacred land of Shaking Light, the Shaking Light Sovereign, clad in golden robes, traversed the skies, ascending to great heights while fixating on the distant celestial realm, his expression one of astonishment. Even he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. 33 layers of the celestial realm, was it not the manifestation of the primal emperor Huang Xian's extraordinary physique 30,000 years ago? Why, on this day, did it materialize in the eastern domain, inciting such monumental upheaval? An ancient relic of the sacred land of Shaking Light awakened. Appearing beside the Shaking Light Sovereign, his countenance grave and perplexed, the Shaking Light Sovereign declared, "It must be a world-shattering artifact related to the primal emperor Huang Xian." The ancient relic responded, "Immediately send someone to the epicenter to investigate and maintain contact via the communication stones without delay." Understood. The ancient relic before him, nearing the level of a saint, was the Shaking Light Sovereign's granduncle, who had been secluded for several centuries. Meanwhile, the scene unfolding in the sacred land of Shaking Light was mirrored across all sects within the eastern domain. Chapter 39. So, have they been living atop graves all these years? The 9 great sects of the eastern domain are as follows: the Holy Land of Yaoguang, the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, the Yin and Yang Holy Sect, the Qiankuan Cave Heaven, the Dao Immortal Sect, the Kuaishan Sect, the Ghostly Underworld, the Sacred Mysterious Gate, and the Immortal Abode. These 9 sects are distributed across the 3 vast continents of the eastern domain, wielding significant influence and authority. Among them, the Immortal Abode in Zhangzhou holds a unique geographical position, situated at the confluence of the 3 continents. Today, the Immortal Abode is celebrating a momentous occasion for the entire sect. 30,000 years ago, on this very day, the Immortal Abode was founded. The progenitor established the sect at the edge of Zhangzhou, nestled within a mountain range that borders the other 2 continents. As a day of celebration, the Immortal Abode buzzed with excitement early in the morning, laying out grand feasts for all members to partake in joyous festivities. On this occasion, they cast aside any restraint regarding their cultivation levels, allowing the intoxicating effects of alcohol to soothe their nerves and provide an unprecedented opportunity for relaxation. Under normal circumstances, they would diligently train to uphold the prestigious reputation of the 9 great sects, never daring to squander time. However, today, the sect leader granted permission for unrestricted revelry, declaring himself the host of the festivities. As the merriment deepened, female disciples sang and danced, while their male counterparts accompanied them in song, creating a harmonious and joyous atmosphere. Even the sect leader took to the stage to perform the celestial techniques of a transcendent being, igniting a fervent desire among all disciples for the power of the celestial realm. Yet, just as everyone was lost in blissful celebration, the statue of the founding master of the immortal abode suddenly cracked. With a resounding snap, fissures spread from the base to the head, and the entire statue split apart. A drunken disciple was the first to notice, rubbing his eyes and exclaiming, "What on earth has the ancestral statue cracked?" No sooner had he spoken than he received a punch from a tall, sturdy disciple who, though irritated, reminded him that even inebriation should not excuse disrespect towards the ancestral master. Such behavior is unbecoming of a descendant. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the ancestral statue. Mouth agape. Incredible, it has truly cracked. An increasing number of individuals began to notice the anomaly, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. The ancestral statue, which symbolized the dignity of the immortal abode, had indeed fractured. What could this portend? The master of the estate squinted, calculating, and exclaimed, "An ominous sign." Thunder rumbled. Before the master could finish his proclamation, a deep, resonant sound emanated from beneath the earth, reminiscent of a great bell tolling. The master. "Can you discern the cause of this upheaval?" A robust elder inquired with a grave countenance. The cracking of the ancestral statue and the ominous rumblings from the depths of the earth clearly indicated that something significant was about to transpire. The master attempted multiple calculations, yet all proved fruitless. He then summoned all his spiritual energy to forcefully divine the truth. The fracturing of the ancestral statue foretold an impending event that could jeopardize the entire immortal abode, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. Alas, despite his fervent calculations, he failed to unveil the nature of the impending calamity. Instead, he was met with a mysterious backlash of power that injured his vital essence, causing him to spit forth blood, his vitality waning instantaneously. What he sought to unravel transcended his understanding, breaching forbidden realms. If not for the timely intervention, it could have resulted in instant demise. "Master," an elder hastily supported the leader, his face etched with concern, "do not overexert yourself." The leader shook his head, blood staining his lips, and with great effort, he gazed skyward, where 9 colored rays of light cascaded from above. "Quick, summon the ancestor." Suddenly, a deafening rumble reverberated through the air. Before his words could dissipate, the earth trembled violently, shaking the very mountains. The entire range housing the immortal residents began to fracture, the crevices widening to a staggering 100 miles. Blinding golden light streamed forth from the depths of the fissures. Accompanying this brilliance was an almost palpable pressure, a terrifying force that seemed capable of subduing the universe itself, the pinnacle of the great Tao. "All disciples of the immortal residents, retreat from the mountain gate and distance yourselves from this place. Withdraw at once." From deep within the immortal residence, 3 figures soared into the sky, emanating an overwhelming aura of power that left no room for doubt. The elder at the center, with long hair cascading to his waist, bellowed. Instantly, all those inebriated within the immortal residence were jolted awake. Disciples above the Yuandan realm, capable of flight, led those in the Meridian realm to evacuate with utmost haste. The leader ascended into the heavens, manifesting the laws of the universe, standing firm against the chaos. Despite the internal injuries he suffered from the backlash, he summoned all the power of heaven and earth to stabilize the tumultuous region of the immortal residence's mountain gate. Subsequently, the 3 ancestors of the Tao realm and all the elders joined forces, striving to secure the trembling terrain, striving to buy time for the disciples to retreat. Chaos erupted within the immortal's abode. The disciples of the Meridian realm found themselves unable to ascend, seeking refuge among those of the Yuandan realm and above. However, the Meridian realm disciples typically constituted the majority within every sect, making a complete evacuation a formidable challenge. Cosmic Pocket. An elder of the transcendental realm relinquished his efforts to stabilize the terrain and plunged into the immortal's residence. He wielded his Taoist arts, continuously drawing in the stranded Meridian realm disciples into the folds of his robe. Once he confirmed that everyone had evacuated, he bellowed, "Leave the epicenter immediately, retreat swiftly." In an instant, under the guidance of the elder with long, waist-length brows, all surged forth into the distance, transforming into countless radiant arcs, swiftly distancing themselves from the mountains. Boom! A tremendous shockwave surged forth once more, the earth convulsing violently. The once majestic immortal's abode crumbled in vast sections, collapsing into the chasms that had formed. The mountains split apart, golden light spilling into the heavens. A resplendent rainbow of 9 colors cascaded from the celestial vault, and layers of heavenly realms, 33 in total, manifested above. Majestic palaces adorned with jade seemed to house celestial beings, accompanied by auspicious divine beasts soaring in a breathtaking display. The crowd from the immortals' abode, having fled to a safe distance, gazed in horror at the spectacle above, rendered speechless by the awe-inspiring sight. The elder, with his long brows, wore a grim expression, his gaze fixed on the mesmerizing heavenly realms, his pupils trembling. The oppressive force of the 33 layers was overwhelming, shrouding the sky. Cascading rays of light and resonating with the thunderous sounds of the Tao, captivating the very soul. The mountains housing the immortals' abode trembled violently, ultimately collapsing to unveil a colossal structure within. This is a tomb? The members of the immortals' abode were left dumbfounded, for the vast edifice before them was unmistakably a burial mound. To their astonishment, a grand tomb lay hidden beneath their sect all these years. Had they unknowingly dwelled atop a grave? As the tomb emerged, a pale yellow gas began to waft from the depths of the earth, permeating the atmosphere. The lord of the abode gathered a wisp of the gas for closer examination, exclaiming in surprise, "The aura of Xian Huang? What?" The crowd gasped in shock, hastily collecting a trace for scrutiny, and indeed discovered it was the Xian Huang aura. Legend has it that the Xian Huang aura was born at the dawn of creation. In the beginning of the world, 2 energies emerged, the ethereal purple aura from the heavens and the Xian Huang aura from the earth. An elder with hair cascading to his waist scrutinized the tomb repeatedly, as a staggering conjecture began to take root in his mind, one he scarcely dared to entertain. Such scale, such grandeur, the 33 layers of the celestial realm, the Xian Huang aura, the faint yet palpable imperial majesty in the air. This is an imperial mausoleum. He struggled to articulate. This could possibly be the tomb of the Xian Huang emperor. Upon hearing this hypothesis, everyone gasped in disbelief. The immortals' abode was built upon the grave of an emperor? Such an absurdity. The eastern domain seemed increasingly unstable, with ancient races re-emerging with alarming frequency. The emergence of the imperial mausoleum once again portends an unimaginable bloodbath. An elder of the Tao realm furrowed his brow and remarked, "The appearance of the imperial mausoleum will undoubtedly incite a fierce conflict among the powerful. Should one obtain any relic of the great emperor, it would be a monumental fortune. Moreover, if the tomb harbors the legacy of the Xian Huang great emperor, a bloodbath is inevitable, and a cataclysmic battle will ensue. 3 elders, accompanied by the celestial mansion, are compelled to relocate, distancing themselves from this place, for a bloody conflict may soon unfold here. Meanwhile, tremendous upheavals sweep across the eastern domain, leading to the demise of countless mortals beneath the weight of this colossal earthquake, while many cultivators are astonished by this sudden turn of events. Chapter 40. A brand new era of splendor is approaching. The great earthquake in the eastern domain persisted for a full 3 days. Yet, the 33 layers of celestial heavens above remained undiminished, towering majestically, resembling an enchanting realm. Each time a passerby gazed upward, an involuntary awe surged within their hearts. Beneath this celestial expanse, even the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of the Tao realm felt remarkably insignificant, as if a mere streak of light from the heavens could obliterate them with ease. An ancient ancestor of a sect emerged from his ancestral grounds, his expression one of astonishment. The 33 layers of celestial heavens, is this not the handiwork of the illustrious Xian Yuan Emperor of yore? Only a being of such monumental stature could conjure such a terrifying phenomenon. Even a quasi-emperor, once ensnared within the 33 layers, would be instantaneously imprisoned and subdued, destined for demise. Increasing numbers of venerable figures emerged from their ancestral domains, their gazes fixed upon the heavens, their minds teeming with conjecture. The name that surfaced in the thoughts of all these ancient sages was none other than Xian Yuan Emperor. With a profound sense of reverence, they looked skyward, uncertain of the events that had transpired. It was not until 3 days had elapsed, and the tremors subsided, that the various sects began dispatching their strongest members to investigate the nature of the disturbances. The commotion surrounding the 33 layers of celestial heavens was so immense that whispers arose. Could it be that the Xian Yuan Emperor had awakened? Soon, news spread like wildfire throughout the eastern domain. It was the imperial tomb. The tomb of the Xian Yuan Emperor had surfaced. "My heavens!" exclaimed an elder. Reliable sources have confirmed that the tomb of the Xian Yuan Emperor has appeared beneath the grounds of the immortal's abode. The immortal abode has astonishingly been established upon the imperial tombs, and now they have relocated en masse. It is said that the imperial tomb of Su Nu spans a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, its imperial might permeating the air, rendering even the strongest of the transcendent realm incapable of approaching. Moreover, the ethereal essence of Su Nu suffuses the atmosphere, defying all attempts at absorption. Countless rumors swirl like a tempest, echoing across the eastern domain, igniting fervor among myriad factions, as numerous noble families hasten towards the region of Tsangzhou. Even more alarming is the emergence of a terrifying aura that blankets the eastern domain. Mysterious clans have risen, setting their sights on the Su Nu imperial tomb. On this momentous day, within a seemingly ordinary city, the ancestral temple of the Huangfu clan radiates a divine might, shattering the heavens with its awe-inspiring presence. Powerful beings, infused with dread strength, ascend into the skies, departing from this unremarkable city. Heavens above, is that the Huangfu family? Have they concealed such formidable power all along? Could it be that they have remained in seclusion merely to await this very day? News of the Huangfu clan's emergence from obscurity reverberates throughout the eastern domain. Simultaneously, more hidden families and sects unveil themselves. Even those long thought to have faded into the annals of history suddenly reappear, no longer shrouded in secrecy. The equilibrium of the eastern domain is utterly disrupted. The 9 great sects of the eastern domain find their authority nearly extinguished, their once mighty reputations now a mere shadow. Ancient races, primordial families, and reclusive sects, one after another, these formidable forces manifest, completely upending the existing order of the eastern domain. Tsangzhou, the former site of the immortal abode. The colossal imperial mausoleum reveals only its upper half, yet it stands majestically vast and boundless, exuding an overwhelming aura of imperial might. A mysterious, yellowish mist envelopes the site, and the celestial dome above holds 33 layers of heavens, suppressing the stars. Any individual who approaches cannot help but feel their insignificance. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around the Xianwang Imperial Mausoleum, no one dares to draw near. Recently, a practitioner of the celestial realm attempted to forcefully breach its defenses, only to be instantly reduced to ashes by the imperial might. Shortly thereafter, a formidable being from the Dao realm sought to test its limits, but ultimately fled in a severely injured state. The Xianwang Imperial Mausoleum remains inaccessible for the time being. An ancient sage has concluded that since the mausoleum has emerged, there will one day be a means to enter. This day may come in a matter of months or extend to several years. The imperial aura surrounding the mausoleum will inevitably dissipate to a point of insignificance, posing no further threat to top-tier powerhouses. Several strong individuals have ventured their speculations, gaining the consensus of the majority. Consequently, many have taken residence around the mausoleum, biding their time for the day when the imperial might wanes. Before long, some began to comprehend the principles of the imperial path within the imperial might, seeking to harness that ultimate force of humanity to elevate their cultivation further. Such endeavors were not limited to a solitary individual. Indeed, numerous practitioners from both the celestial and Dao realms sat in meditation, diligently attuning themselves to the essence of the imperial laws. Boom! Astonishingly, one individual managed to break through the barrier of the celestial realm, successfully stepping into the Dao realm. The Sun and Moon Divine Cult. In the Temple of the Sun and Moon, the revered leader of the Sun and Moon sect deliberates on significant matters and engages in daily cultivation. Above the temple, 2 divine stones radiate a mesmerizing interplay of red and blue light, the red stone resembling the sun, while the blue stone takes the form of a crescent moon. The leader of the sect sits cross-legged in midair, exuding an ethereal and formidable aura as he channels the celestial powers contained within the stones for his cultivation. At that moment, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes materializes in the center of the temple. The leader's eyes snap open, fixating on the newcomer, and he descends gracefully, inquiring, "What is the situation?" Reporting to the leader, the cloaked figure kneels on one knee and replies, "We have ascertained that the tomb of the primordial emperor has indeed emerged. Countless powerful beings have already surged into the Tsangzhou region, eager to uncover the mysteries of the imperial tomb. However, the tomb spans a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, shrouded in imperial might. Even those at the threshold of Dao would face severe injury if they recklessly ventured within. Should one attempt to force their way deeper, they would be met with fatal repercussions." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect narrowed his eyes. This imperial might would not endure indefinitely. There would inevitably come a day when it dissipates. At that moment, an opportunity will present itself for all, heralding an unavoidable bloodbath. Anything associated with the emperor, especially a tomb housing his remains, is far from ordinary. Go forth and report any developments at once, the leader commanded, waving his hand, causing the cloaked figure to vanish into thin air. The Xianhuang Emperor's mausoleum. Why has it suddenly manifested in the world? This may not be mere coincidence, but rather, the Lord of the Sun and Moon pondered deeply, noting that in recent years, the ancient races have been re-emerging, while hidden families and sects have continuously revealed themselves. Now, the sudden appearance of the Xianhuang Emperor's mausoleum further foreshadows the advent of a magnificent new era. The eastern region is on the brink of transformation. If that is the case, the greatest beneficiary of the Xianhuang Emperor's mausoleum must be the Sun-Moon Divine sect. For the next several millennia, even amidst monumental changes in the world, our Sun-Moon Divine sect shall remain eternal and unyielding. As these words fell, the Lord of the Sun and Moon vanished from sight. He made his way to the depths of the Sun-Moon Divine sect, the ancestral ground. Here lie the formidable figures of the sect's history, the very essence of the Sun-Moon Divine sect. Before he could speak, an elderly man clad in blue robes, marked by a crescent moon symbol on his forehead, appeared at the entrance of the ancestral ground. The old man's visage was withered and aged, his frame gaunt to the point of skeletal. His years were vast. He gazed at the Lord of the Sun and Moon and said, "I am already aware of what has transpired. Leave this matter to me." Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Sun and Moon nodded and inquired, "Shall we take the Sun-Moon Star Seal?" The Sun-Moon Star Seal is the divine weapon of the Sun-Moon Divine sect. Once, it was the artifact of the Sun-Moon Sacred Emperor, who, of course, is the founding patriarch of the Sun-Moon Divine sect. The elder spoke without hesitation, "No need. In today's world, with no sages emerging, it is difficult for anyone to rival me." As he finished speaking, he waved his robe and summoned a golden ancient war chariot. He leaped into the chariot and swiftly surged into the void, departing at an astonishing speed. Alas, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect gazed into the distance, pondering whether it would have been more prudent to take the imperial weapons. Who could tell if the sacred land of shaking light would seize the imperial weapons? Those individuals, while often appearing virtuous, are filled with malevolent intent, far more insidious than the overtly wicked Sun and Moon sect. Chapter 41. Signing in at the Temporal Divine Realm. 10,000 days. How many years is that? System, commence sign-in. Yu Bufan and Huang Xian delved deeply into their cultivation, while the idle Hua Yunfei took a seat at the table. He lifted a teacup, brewed a cup of tea, took a sip, and softly remarked, "Ding. Sign-in successful. Cumulative sign-in duration, 100 years and 7 months. Sign-in reward, a Temporal Divine Realm." The Temporal Divine Realm? Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this peculiar entity. "Do I need to elucidate?" Ding. The Temporal Divine Realm is a unique secret realm where the flow of time within is 30 times faster than that of the outside world. In other words, while one day passes outside, a month has already elapsed within the Temporal Divine Realm. What the heck? Hua Yunfei sprang to his feet, his expression one of astonishment. The Temporal Divine Realm was indeed an extraordinary treasure. At a ratio of 1:30, cultivating for 30 days would mean only a single day had passed outside. Should such a treasure be discovered in the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite a fierce and bloody competition. Time is the most elusive of principles. Even emperors can only traverse the river of time momentarily, unable to alter any events within its current. Time-related treasures are exceedingly rare across the entire northern Dipper star, typically only differing from the outside by a few hours. Such artifacts are already considered precious. Yet, this temporal divine realm boasts an astonishing rate of 30 times. In the future, it shall provide an avenue for leisure, a space to both survive and cultivate. Longevity, is it not beckoning to me? Hua Yunfei was overwhelmed with joy. Ding. A notification for the host. Due to the significant discrepancy in the flow of time within the divine realm of time and space, one's lifespan will correspondingly diminish at an accelerated rate. Individuals with a limited lifespan who enter this realm will experience a 30-fold increase in their mortality. Moreover, prolonged sojourn within this temporal expanse may lead to a loss of self, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, as the formidable laws of time may obliterate fragments of memory. Upon hearing the system's words, a smile suddenly graced Hua Yunfei's lips. He conceived a strategy for dealing with those antiquated individuals who might trouble him in the future. These old-timers are typically of advanced age. Whoever provokes me shall be confined within the divine realm of time and space, left to succumb to the ravages of time. This way, I need not lift a finger. At that moment, an ancient token manifested in Hua Yunfei's hand, its surface a mottled black and gray adorned with blue streaks. The reverse side inscribed with the characters for time and space. The divine realm of time and space resides within this token, with but a thought. The host may enter it. I wish to inquire, does the divine realm of time and space possess offensive capabilities? None. What, then, can I control? The host can manipulate the temporal laws within the divine realm, concentrating all time laws upon a single individual, instantly altering that person's temporal flow to 1,000 days. How many years does that equate to? As Hua Yunfei pondered, the entire Daoyuan peak began to tremble violently. Array, activate. Hua Yunfei furrowed his brows, remaining calm in the face of danger. With a gesture of his fingers, he activated all the formations of Daoyuan Peak, stabilizing the mountain. Instantly, the tremors diminished to a mere whisper, barely perceptible. What is happening? Hua Yunfei stepped out of his dwelling, just as the celestial mechanism master emerged. His expression one of astonishment. The celestial mechanism master pointed at his forehead, and to everyone's surprise, a vertical eye opened above his brow, radiating a brilliant golden light that captivated the soul. This was the celestial mechanism master's divine ability, his heavenly eye. As he activated it, he scanned the vicinity of the Kaoshan sect for thousands of miles, discovering that the entire earth was trembling violently under the influence of a mysterious force. Upon gazing further afield, he was shocked to realize that it seemed as though the entire eastern region was in upheaval. The celestial mechanism master closed his heavenly eye and exchanged a knowing glance with Hua Yunfei, both men acutely aware that a momentous event was imminent. Soon after, Xuan, Taoist of the Kaoshan sect, stepped out from the ancestral grounds to assess the situation, followed by Xuanqing Taoist. The two engaged in prolonged calculations. Yet they could not ascertain the cause of the disturbance. The more they delved into their divinations, the more their hearts raced in trepidation, ultimately leading them to abandon their efforts. Subsequently, Xuan Taoist refrained from sending any disciples of the Kaoshan sect to investigate further. Instead, he enlisted the Blood Demon clan, capable of manipulating life and death, to venture out from the Blood Demon secret realm for reconnaissance. In such extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were necessary. With safety being the paramount concern, the Kaoshan sect had thrived for many years through prudence and caution, adhering to the principle of survival above all else. Sensing danger, they naturally refrained from rushing to the forefront. When the news of the emergence of the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb was conveyed by the Blood Demon ancestor, both Xuanhe and Xuanqing, who had each lived for nearly a millennium, exhibited expressions of astonishment, their usual calmness shattered. Upon receiving the tidings, Hua Yunfei promptly returned to his cave abode. Employing his techniques to reinforce the concealment array, he gazed at Huangxian, firmly convinced that the appearance of the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb was undoubtedly linked to Huangshuan's restoration of the primordial essence of the Xianhuang indestructible body. Perhaps this was a stratagem left behind by the Xianhuang Emperor in days of yore. The Xuanhuang's techniques, divine abilities, and even his physique were all incomplete. The Xianhuang Emperor must have anticipated this and deliberately preserved a contingency. This contingency might very well be the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb. Within it, there could be items that Huangxian requires to mend his deficiencies. If this were the case, it is conceivable that his exceptional aptitude could transcend to the imperial level. As of now, Huangxian remains immersed in the waters of the immortal pool, absorbed in his cultivation, and has yet to awaken. Everything hinges on his eventual revival. 3 months later, the imperial aura of the tomb pervaded, showing no signs of abating. Yet, an increasing number of cultivators flocked to Cangzhou, eager to behold the majesty of the tomb. The immense fluctuations in the eastern region naturally drew the attention of the neighboring central, northern, and southern regions. Powerful forces from all three factions clandestinely approached, remaining out of the public eye in the eastern region. For it was the domain of the Yaoguang sacred land, and the Sun and Moon divine sect. Now, the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb had re-emerged in the eastern region. In the present day, the imperial might remains undiminished. It is prudent for them to remain concealed, lest they provoke the enmity of the two great sanctuaries of the eastern domain. However, once the imperial aura dissipates, their emergence may become a possibility. It is noteworthy that although the imperial might has yet to vanish, and the ethereal essence of the Xianhuang is elusive, an increasing number of cultivators have taken to meditating around the imperial mausoleum, immersing themselves in the profound principles of the imperial path. Some have even begun to draw the Xianhuang essence into their bodies. Although it may overflow, they gradually comprehend its profound mysteries. Some have thus advanced to the divine infant stage, while others have ascended to the celestial human stage. The number of breakthroughs within the smaller tiers of each realm is beyond calculation. Remarkably, There are already several dozen cultivators who have reached the threshold of the temporal path stage. Among them, the most formidable is a mysterious elder, rumored to be on the cusp of the sacred realm. A month prior, utilizing the imperial might for enlightenment, he seemingly made strides in his cultivation and is on the verge of attaining the level of a sage. As this news spread, even more ancient beings flocked to the scene, many of whom are nearing the end of their mortal span. Despite being formidable at the temporal path level, their lifespans are dwindling, and without a breakthrough, it would not be long before they transcend into the afterlife. They come in search of fortune, true to expectations. Some of the ageless have indeed broken through their limits, extending their lifespans and temporarily alleviating their existential concerns. It is said that the Yaoqi Sanctuary and the Tianshu Sanctuary from the central region have arrived, lurking in the shadows. Additionally, the Wanku Mountain from the southern region seems to have made its presence known, with some detecting a spine-chilling miasma in the air. It appears that the most enigmatic Kunlun Divine Palace hails from the northern region, rumored to have ancestors originating from distant star domains. Whispers among the powerful reveal that the imperial tomb has undergone 3 months of transformation, now rife with surging undercurrents. Although the imperial might has not waned, certain extreme forces have long since made their preparations. Chapter 42. The Ideology of the Sect. A matter of survival while the entire eastern region is engrossed in the astonishing news of the emergence of the Xianwang Emperor's tomb. An equally explosive announcement resonates from the two supreme sanctuaries of the eastern region, the immortal rankings. The competition for celestial status is poised to commence once more. The titles of the 9 great sects of the eastern region shall be reclaimed. A fresh selection of the 9 great sects is underway, with the Radiant Light Sanctuary and the Sun Moon Divine Cult extending invitations to the ancient clans and reclusive sects that have recently emerged. The contest for the immortal rankings signifies the authoritative voice over the eastern region, given the decision of the ancient clans and hidden sects to re-emerge. Such a monumental event will undoubtedly capture their attention, and they will strive to secure a position among the 9 great sects. However, the titles currently held by the 9 great sects cannot simply be revoked at the whim of the 2 sanctuaries. Prominent figures from the Radiant Light Sanctuary and the Sun Moon Divine Cult have been dispatched to communicate the realities to the leadership of the 9 great sects. The eastern region is in turmoil. The ancient races, venerable clans, and clandestine sects are emerging one after another, showcasing formidable strength and depth. Some even possess the potential to be deemed sanctuaries themselves, perhaps lacking only a single imperial artifact to solidify their status. Consequently, the influential representatives tasked with persuasion have presented a stark reality to the upper echelons of the 9 great sects. Their foundational strength and sectarian power have proven inadequate for maintaining their standing. At the very least, some no longer merit a place among the 9 great sects. If one forcibly occupies this position, they will undoubtedly be regarded as a thorn in the side by some ancient clans and reclusive sects, who will not spare them. A mismatch between strength and status is best avoided in the open. Otherwise, one may be the first to perish. The 9 great immortal sects, in their current state, are understandably unwilling to concede easily, as this was a hard-won achievement by their ancestors thousands of years ago when the last immortal rankings were established. It is indeed difficult to swallow such a bitter pill. However, reason dictates that the 2 great holy lands requesting the surrender of the 9 great immortal sects title do so for their own good. Otherwise, they may face the dire threat of extermination in the future. Nevertheless, the 9 great immortal sects, confident in their strength, still believe they can compete for this year's immortal rankings. With sufficient power, they can indeed remain among the 9 great immortal sects. Yet, apart from the Shaking Light Holy Land and the Sun Moon Divine Cult, who dares to claim they can contend with those ancient clans and hidden sects boasting lineages of at least several 100,000 years? The news of the immortal rankings commencement naturally reached the Mountain Support sect. The Xuana Daoist personally emerged from the ancestral grounds and descended upon the Mountain Support sect, gathering all the elders and the chief from the 7 peaks for a council. The Great Hall of the Mountain Support Peak was filled to capacity, with nearly all the elders still present and the sect attending. Those absent were mostly engaged in pressing matters and had long since departed. Looking around, the elders of the 7 peaks of the Mountain Support sect exceeded 130, each at least at the early stage of the Divine Infant Realm. Compared to a few months ago, when the Ghost Underworld launched an assault on the Mountain Support sect, their numbers have indeed increased significantly. At the forefront sat the venerable Master Yuntian and Daoist Xuanha, flanked by the heads of the 6 peaks, while the elders of the 7 peaks occupied the lower seats. They observed the two masters in silence. The removal of the title of the 9 great immortal sects was a significant matter. Not long ago, a prominent figure from the Yaoguang sacred land had departed after negotiating. Daoist Xuanhe had then stepped forth from the ancestral grounds to convene this meeting. Master Yuntian cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, his expression serene, and spoke. The title of the 9 great immortal sects has been stripped away. The efforts of our ancestors from thousands of years ago have been rendered futile. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, several elders were filled with righteous indignation, expressing their dissatisfaction with the actions of the 2 sacred lands. In just a few words, the fruits of their ancestors' labor had been unjustly taken. The ancestors had shed considerable blood to achieve recognition within the 9 great immortal sects. Master, I believe that the dissolution of the 9 great immortal sects is, in fact, a blessing in disguise, remarked Elder Gu Yuan, unperturbed, a slight smile gracing his lips. Oh? Master Yutian responded with a smile, turning his gaze toward Elder Gu Yuan. What do you mean by that? Elder Gu Yuan explained, although our Kuaishan sect possesses profound foundations and is unafraid of challenges, the philosophy of our esteemed ancestor is encapsulated in the word avoid. While we are not fearful, prudence is essential. Should we insist on retaining the title of the 9 great immortal sects, our sect would inevitably become a target for the ancient clans and major sects emerging in this era. Consequently, to safeguard ourselves, we would be compelled to reveal our strength and showcase our heritage, thereby inciting their scrutiny. Is this not in conflict with the ideals of our sect? By laying bare our foundations for all to see, how can we hope to survive in the future, even if it does not require our utmost effort? The esteemed Xia Xianjinren interjected, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Brother Go Yuan's words hold merit. The reputation of the 9 great immortal sects is undeniably significant. Over these millennia, the prestige of the immortal sects has certainly facilitated our endeavors, as many sects are quick to comply and heed our call upon learning of our association with the 9 great immortal sects. However, if we continue to expose our foundations and engage in a relentless struggle against those ancient families and hidden sects solely for the sake of the 9 great immortal sects' reputation, I believe it is not worth the effort. The ancestor of the mountain should also see this action as inappropriate and contrary to our sect's philosophy. Yun Tianjinren smiled and nodded. The sentiments expressed by Go Yuanjinren and Xia Xianjinren resonated deeply with him. Indeed, the reputation of the 9 great immortal sects is paramount, yet the principles of our sect hold even greater significance. Although, on the surface, the mountain sect has only attained the 6th position among the 9 great immortal sects after thousands of years, this is merely superficial. As the eastern region undergoes transformation, numerous ancient families and hidden sects are emerging. If they desire the reputation of the 9 great immortal sects, let them have it. There is no need to reveal our strength and engage in futile conflict. In the future, even if the mountain sect is no longer part of the 9 great immortal sects, our strength and foundations will still remain. Whoever assumes the mantle of the new 9 great immortal sects, should they dare to wield its name to oppress the mountain sect, they will surely be courting disaster. An elder from the Wujifeng rose, his countenance reflecting resentment and simmering anger. He spoke, Sect leader, Master Xuanhe, esteemed elders, our vexation does not stem from this matter. Rather, it is the utter disregard shown by the 2 great sacred lands. The elder from the Yaoguang sacred land who came to persuade us displayed an attitude of condescension, as if looking down upon us. Wujizhen glanced at the elder from his peak, incredulous that such childish thoughts could arise, and reprimanded. Have you already forgotten the sect's principles as articulated by Head Elder Go and Head Elder Shaxian? Despite my own temper, I have not succumbed to anger. Yet you lead the protest. The character Go signifies superiority. If our adversaries look down upon us, is that not advantageous? The more they underestimate us, the more vulnerable they become to retaliation. Our Koyan sect actually desires that those formidable clans and sects perceive us with disdain. Let them come and test their mettle, and we shall unearth their ancestral graves. Upon hearing the final words, Elder Wuya's expression softened into a smile as he remarked, Indeed, I was foolish. If we allow this matter to incite our anger, it reflects a lack of confidence in our sect and signifies self-contempt. Yutianjinren nodded with a smile, saying, Well, everyone has heard the recent discussions among the esteemed elders and heads. As they have articulated, while reputation holds significance, the tenets of our sect are paramount. Others may look down upon us, yet we must maintain self-respect. The Koyan sect does not seek trouble, nor do we fear it. The incident with the Sun and Moon Divine cult was not forgotten. Rather, the time for retribution has not yet arrived. The words of the revered Master Yutian ignited a fervor within these centuries-old elders, rekindling their unwavering confidence in the sect. His remarks hinted at the profound heritage of the sect, instilling a sense of fearlessness in all. Chapter 43. That old fellow could not resist such temptation. It is precisely due to the adherence to the survival philosophy of our venerable founder that our sect has thrived on this eastern land for millennia. Just as a tall tree invites the wind to uproot it, our sect, devoid of imperial weapons, must avoid drawing excessive attention. After all, no leader appreciates having subordinates whose merits overshadow their own, stealing the limelight. The previously silent Taoist Xuanhe began to speak slowly, a smile gracing his face. He found great solace in the fact that the gathered members recognized the tenets of our sect and refrained from foolish actions. Thanks to our prudent preservation of strength, we have not encountered any significant calamities. Those seemingly stronger than us disdain our presence, while those on par with us find themselves unable to best us in conflict. Thus, it is wise to remain low-key. The preservation of strength is indeed a virtue, and our founder has not deceived me. Upon hearing Taoist Xuanhe's elucidation, the assembly erupted in laughter. The philosophy of survival has long been a tradition of the Kaoshan sect. The 130 elders seated here all appear to be at the initial stage of the divine embryo realm. Yet, who among them truly embodies that stage? In the Kaoshan sect, one must conceal a portion of their cultivation, otherwise, speaking lacks conviction. It is almost embarrassing to claim to be a disciple of a renowned master. Realizing the consensus among the members, Master Yutian declared, "Since we are in agreement, let them create their ruckus for this year's immortal rankings. Our Kaoshan sect shall not partake." The crowd nodded in accord. The Xuanhe Taoist proclaimed, "Everyone should cultivate steadily, concealing a bit more of their realm. When the time comes to traverse the world, it will afford you a measure of confidence." Indeed, the elders responded with smiles. Subsequently, at the behest of the Yuntian Jinren, the elders rose to disperse the meeting, gradually exiting the Kaoshan Great Hall. At this moment, only the Xuanhe Taoist, Yuntian Jinren, and the 8 others, including the head of the 6 peaks, remained within the hall. The Tianji Jinren cast a glance at Yuntian Jinren and Xuanhe Taoist, inquiring, "Brother, what further matters do you wish to discuss with us?" Yuntian Jinren replied, "It concerns the recent affairs of the Sun and Moon Divine sect." Upon hearing this, the often irritable Wuji Jinren raised an eyebrow and excitedly remarked, "Are you planning to confront the holy ground, brother?" The Xia Xian Jinren frowned, admonishing Wuji Jinren to exercise caution in his speech. "You are several centuries old. Must you still be so uncouth?" Embarrassed, Wuji Jinren scratched his head and restated, "Brother, do you have a strategy? Are we indeed going to contend with the Sun and Moon Divine sect?" With a faint smile, Yuntian Jinren replied, "I possess no specific strategy, however. A significant figure is soon to return to our sect. After I informed him of this matter, he has already proceeded to the Sun and Moon Divine sect." "Already gone?" Upon hearing this, even the usually reticent Dijiang Jinren looked on in astonishment. What kind of formidable figure possesses such audacity to directly confront the Sun and Moon Divine sect? That is a paragon of the holy ground. Yuntian Jinren turned his gaze toward the aloof Hua Yunfei, who had remained detached from the discussion. Hua Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, a conjecture forming in his mind as he tentatively ventured, "Could it be my father?" His father, Hua Sanqiong, had been absent from the sect for 30 years, with their communication limited to the occasional use of a sound transmission stone, leaving nearly all other information about him shrouded in mystery. Even the whereabouts of his father remained unknown to him. All he could ascertain was that he was certainly not in the eastern region. In the entire Kaoshan sect, who could possess a temperament more formidable than that of his father? When it came to temperament, even his master, Wuji, would have to address him as elder brother. The esteemed Yuntian Jinren chuckled, revealing his own surprise at the fact that Hua Sanqiong had learned of the sect's peril at the hands of the Shadow Empress, prompting him to turn on his heel in a fit of rage and head towards the Sun and Moon Divine sect. Guiyuan Jinren, seemingly at a loss for words, remarked, "After 30 years, he remains unchanged. In terms of cultivation, he is the most diligent; in temperament, the most formidable; and in strength, the most powerful." Tianji Jinren scoffed. "Had I been raised among the elders of Daoyuan Peak since childhood, I too could. Spare us your pretensions, with your heavenly tier aptitude." "You ought not to seek attention," Guiyuan Jinren interjected with a low chuckle, casting a dismissive glance at Tianji Jinren. The latter, incensed, felt the urge to strangle this individual. Wuji Jinren also shot a sidelong glance at him, suggesting that it would be wise for Tianji Shixiang to maintain a lower profile. "Considering the matter of aptitude, wouldn't you agree, everyone?" The insinuations regarding the Blood Demon clan's secret realm were unmistakable. Humph. Tianji Zhenren fell silent, a cold smile curling upon his lips in contemplation. He has now ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial realm, with only a single step remaining before reaching the Dao comprehension realm. You old fellows may revel in your arrogance, but once I procure some benefits from Dao Source Peak, I shall surely overwhelm you. When my cultivation reaches an adequate level, I will undoubtedly seek a reason to confront you. At that time, you will understand why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Upon realizing that this old man was indeed his father, Hua Yunfei found himself at a loss for words. This old coot, who often dismissed the affairs of the sect with a casual, "It has nothing to do with me," now exhibited such impulsiveness when the sect faced adversity. After all, this was a sacred ground of extreme Dao. At his age, one would think he might consider the feelings of his mother. Oh, right, his mother also possessed a fiery temperament. Do not fret. Song Qiong's visit to the Sun and Moon Divine cult is merely a matter of observation. He will not act unless there is an opportunity, for the opposing force is indeed a sacred ground of extreme Dao. Even he, stubborn as he is, understands that reckless individuals meet their demise. Master Yin Tian expressed his confidence in Hua Qiong's capabilities. When he departed 30 years ago, he was already at the mid-stage of the Dao comprehension realm. Now, with 30 years having passed, his true strength should be no less formidable than that of Master Xianhe. Hua Yunfei remarked, "I hope he can truly restrain himself. What if a high-ranking member of the Sun and Moon Divine cult ventures out alone?" Upon hearing this, Master Yun Tian and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, that old man would find it impossible to resist such temptation. How could a fierce wolf withstand a sheep passing right before its eyes? Very well. Let matters concerning the vast expanse be pondered by him alone. It is presumed he will not act recklessly. Since our sect has resolved not to participate in the contest for the immortal rankings, we must brace ourselves for the challenges posed by the newly appointed 9 great immortal sects. Master Yintian remarked that those ancient clans and reclusive sects, having long shunned the world, possess scant resources. In their quest to expedite the development of their sects and elevate their own prestige, they may resort to targeting the remnants of the former 9 great immortal sects. By stepping upon the legacy of these once mighty sects, they can bolster their reputations and subsequently seize all resources from the vanquished sections. Such occurrences are inevitable. Therefore, it is of paramount importance for our sect to fortify our grand formation, bringing forth several of the ancient arrays left by our ancestors as a precaution. The ancient clans possess myriad stratagems. Previously, the underworld employed the array-breaking treasures of the Sun and Moon Divine sect to easily breach our sect's inferior holy grade formation from within. This time, we must be thoroughly prepared. Hua Yunfei stated that the Daoyuan Peak harbors a barrier formation, the void-shattering array, which can serve as the focal point of our sect's grand formation, rendering it immune to the majority of array-breaking artifacts and their magical intrusions. Master Yutian responded with a smile, affirming the adequacy of our sect's countermeasures, yet emphasizing that a dual approach would ensure greater security. "Junior brother Go Yuan," he called. The esteemed Go Yuan immediately replied, "Leave this matter to Go Yuan Peak. I shall collaborate with nephew Yunfei to see it through." Go Yuan Peak is tasked with overseeing the sect's formations, its disciples predominantly possessing talents in array techniques. Indeed, since that is the case, let the impending storm come as it may, and await the results of this celestial ranking. Chapter 44. In time, you shall become the new emperor of Xian Wang stepping out of the Mountain Guardian Hall. Hua Yunfei was about to take flight on his sword when Master Tianji hastily pursued him, earnestly saying, "Disciple Yunfei, allow your uncle to accompany you." Before he could finish, he drew forth a long sword, gestured with his hand, and the sword expanded, landing at their feet. Hua Yunfei turned to him and inquired, "Uncle, are you planning to reside at Daoyuan Peak for a while?" Master Tianji glanced at the already distant figures of several others, including Master Go Yuan, and replied, "I intend to stay for a short while longer. Recently, I may be on the verge of breaking through." "Oh?" Hua Yunfei scrutinized him. Once a cultivator reaches the Purple Mansion realm, their rate of advancement typically diminishes significantly, which explains why many take centuries to approach the threshold of the celestial being realm. For those lacking sufficient aptitude, even centuries of cultivation may leave them stagnating at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm or the complete Divine Infant realm. Though Daoyuan Peak boasts unparalleled conditions, it is improbable that Master Tianji could cultivate at such an accelerated pace. He had only been at the 8th layer of the celestial being realm prior to his departure, yet upon his return 6 months later, he had already attained the peak of the celestial being realm. Now, he was on the cusp of yet another breakthrough. To the threshold of the Lingao realm? In this current age of dwindling spiritual energy, how could one easily transcend into the Lingao realm? Hua Yunfei concluded, "This old fellow is boasting. My father is soon to return." Does he not fear? Hua Yunfei kindly cautioned, recalling how severely Master Tianji had been beaten in the past, as his father had never held back. The Master of Heavenly Secrets instinctively took a step back, only to quickly realize that he must not lose face. He cleared his throat and declared with a hint of arrogance, "What have I to fear? Your father is neither a wolf nor a tiger. He cannot possibly be unreasonable." He added, "Once I break through to the transcendental realm, I shall depart. Your father is preoccupied with blocking the entrance of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, and it should be some time before he returns. I should be able to avoid him." However, his tone grew increasingly uncertain. "I hope you truly can avoid him." Hua Yunfei shook his head with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. If the two were to truly encounter each other, the Master of Heavenly Secrets would undoubtedly flee. Upon their return to Daoyuan Peak, the Master of Heavenly Secrets cast a glance at the distant ginseng fruit tree, though he was unaware of its nature. He could sense that the abundance of spiritual energy at Daoyuan Peak was likely due to this very tree. The fruits it bore must be of great value. After watching the Master of Heavenly Secrets enter his cave dwelling, Hua Yunfei opened the cave's protective barrier and stepped inside, only to find Yi Bufan and Huang Xian just awakening. Their expressions were somewhat dazed. 3 months of profound cultivation had left them feeling somewhat unaccustomed, given their current level of mastery. Moreover, the celestial realm they glimpsed deep within their consciousness. Where exactly was it? The boundless land of the Big Dipper held no such paradise. It was akin to the abode of deities, a place seemingly reserved for immortals. Seeing Hua Yunfei enter, the two promptly bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "Master." Hua Yunfei smiled and nodded, his gaze scrutinizing the two individuals before him, his eyes sparkling with interest. Name, Yi Bufan. Age, 20 realm. 2nd layer of Yuan Dan realm surface. 9th layer of Yuan Dan realm. Actual, identity, senior disciple of Daoyuan Peak. Cultivation aptitude. Supreme quality of sacred rank. Other talents. Emperor level fist technique. Supreme quality of sacred rank sword technique. Supreme quality of sacred rank saber technique. Supreme quality of sacred rank spear technique. Physique. Ancient sacred body source celestial energy. Techniques. Heavenly Emperor scripture. Emperor level. Supreme Tai sword technique. Emperor level. Sun fist scripture. Emperor level. Incomprehensible breathing technique. Unranked. Divine powers. Non-magical artifact. Golden sacred sword. Saint level. Fortune. Golden. Name. Huang Xian. Age, 23 realm. 9th layer of Yuan Dan realm surface. 4th layer of Purple Mansion realm. Actual, identity. Reincarnation of the remnant soul of the Xian Huang Great Emperor. 2nd disciple of Daoyuan Peak. Cultivation aptitude. Supreme quality of sacred rank. Other talents. Supreme quality of all attributes. Superior quality of sacred rank array technique. Superior quality of sacred rank talismans. Physique. Xian Huang indestructible body source celestial energy. Techniques. Xian Huang Emperor scripture. Incomplete. Supreme Tai sword technique. Emperor level. Divine powers. Xian Huang Wijideo. Incomplete. Magical artifact. Xian Huang indestructible seal. Replica. Fortune. Golden. Indeed, Yi Bufan's realm has ascended by 6 minor levels, while Huang Xian, being of the Purple Mansion realm, merely elevating to 3 realms is indeed a remarkable achievement. Hua Yunfei was immensely satisfied with the wondrous effects of the immortal river water. The transformation that both experienced transcended a mere superficial breakthrough. It was akin to a rebirth. After being immersed in the immortal river water for 3 months, their bodies underwent a profound cleansing, resulting in a metamorphosis from within. Their foundational strength had multiplied several times over. It can be asserted that, at the same realm, they would have undoubtedly surpassed their former selves from 3 months ago. Hua Yunfei inquired, "Have you sensed any differences?" Yi Bufan clenched his fists, his heart still reverberating with shock. He had ascended to the 9th layer of the Yuan Dan realm. This deepened his admiration for Hua Yunfei, as he felt profoundly moved that his master had bestowed upon them such a precious resource. "Master." Huang Xian had never uttered these words with such heartfelt willingness. Gazing at Hua Yunfei, he proclaimed, "My Xian Huang indestructible body is now flawless." With that, he activated his Xian Huang indestructible body, and a small celestial dome immediately appeared above his head, an extraordinary manifestation of his physique. At that moment, Huang Xian resembled a formidable war deity. surrounded by swirling Xianhuang energy, the celestial dome above him evoking the shadow of the ancient Xianhuang emperor in every gesture and word. Huang Xian's heart surged with excitement. He had not anticipated that Hua Yunfei could so effortlessly restore the origin of his physique, thanks to his memories from a past life. He understood that repairing one's origin is an arduous endeavor, unless one is an emperor of the human race. It typically requires the aid of heavenly treasures to accomplish such a feat. It is evident that the liquid in which Hua Yunfei immersed himself is an exceptionally rare treasure of heaven and earth. Quite remarkable, Hua Yunfei acknowledged with a nod. Despite having been aware of it beforehand, in the future, you shall undoubtedly ascend to become the new Emperor Xianhuang. Huang Xian nodded vigorously, as he is the reincarnation of the remnants of the Emperor Xuanhuang's blood and soul. He must once again embark on the path of the Emperor and vie for the throne in this life. Yu Bufan remarked, Master, I can sense that the essence of the primordial sacred body seems to have acquired something new, yet I cannot articulate what it is. Huang Xian replied, My Xianhuang indestructible body's essence has also gained an indistinct something. It is the essence of the immortal qi. This phenomenon is profoundly enigmatic. It does not resemble anything in the mortal realm, yet it seems familiar from a past life, though the memory is hazy and elusive. Hua Yunfei shook his head, uncertain about the nature of the essence of immortal qi. However, once their realms are elevated, its effects will undoubtedly manifest, and they will come to understand it then. What is certain is that their physiques have now far surpassed the original primordial sacred body and Xianhuang indestructible body, transcending their ancestors. Hua Yunfei retrieved a piece of golden paper and handed it to Huang Xian. Upon receiving it, Huang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hua Yunfei. The golden paper bore the ancient and cryptic methods of cultivation, along with the insights of a formidable practitioner. This is the Xianhuang canon. Why would Master possess the Xianhuang canon? Chapter 45, Master, Disciple wishes to dig a grave. Hua Yunfei was aware of Huang Xian's impending inquiry. However, he could not divulge the true reason behind his intentions. Just as he was about to speak, Huang Xian, suppressing his curiosity, bowed and expressed, Thank you, Master. He refrained from further questioning, as it was unnecessary. After months of companionship, although Hua Yunfei remained enigmatic in Huang Xian's eyes, he had undeniably treated them with great kindness. The Daoyuan Peak resembled a celestial paradise, with sacred herbs flourishing abundantly. Hua Yunfei imposed no restrictions on their utilization of resources, provided they did not indulge excessively in medicinal substances. Even the legendary ginseng fruit tree, which he had only glimpsed in ancient texts during his previous life, bore fruit that Hua Yunfei generously allowed them to pick whenever they were thirsty, claiming it to be a means of prolonging life. With such a benevolent master, regardless of the origins of the Xianhuang classic, whether it was acquired from ancestral graves of the past, Huang Xian placed his trust in Hua Yunfei. Indeed, Hua Yunfei nodded in satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing his face. With disciples like these, he need not worry about his future. They were tasked with growing stronger while he focused on survival. Hua Yunfei continued, 3 months ago, the Xianhuang imperial tomb emerged in the eastern domain of Zhangzhou. Huang Xian's body trembled as he turned to Hua Yunfei, realizing that it was undoubtedly the completion of his Xianhuang indestructible body's essence that had activated the ancient laws left behind at the imperial tomb, resulting in its manifestation. This meant he would no longer need to seek it out himself. Originally, Huang Xian had resigned himself to the notion that the completion of the Xianhuang indestructible body's essence was beyond hope and had intended to embark on a quest for the imperial tomb only after attaining greater strength. It now appears that it is no longer necessary. Master, I wish to excavate my ancestral grave, Huang Xian stated candidly. Hua Yunfei nodded and replied, I shall take you there, but not at this moment. Currently, the imperial mausoleum is suffused with imperial might. While I should be able to enter, it would be exceedingly difficult to avoid detection by the formidable beings lurking in the shadows of the extreme sacred lands. Should they discover us, the situation could become quite troublesome. Therefore, we shall wait until the imperial might wane slightly before I accompany you to unearth your ancestral tomb. Although Hua Yunfei had not ventured to inspect the Xianyuan Emperor's mausoleum, he could surmise that it was presently rife with hidden currents and teeming with powerful entities from the extreme sacred lands. These factions possess unfathomable depths and myriad methods. In the absence of absolute certainty, Hua Yunfei deemed it prudent to bide his time. Should they be exposed upon entering the imperial mausoleum, it would inevitably reveal their devastating prowess, potentially embroiling their sect in the ensuing turmoil, an outcome he wished to avoid. After all, waiting bears no detriment. Huang Xian's desires will undoubtedly be fulfilled, and the extreme sacred lands cannot impede that. Thank you, Master. Huang Xian nodded earnestly, filled with confidence in Hua Yunfei. Master and junior brother Huang Yi Bufan observed the two, seemingly grasping the essence of their exchange, yet still feeling a sense of ambiguity. Noticing Yi Bufan's perplexed expression, Huang Xian turned to him and smiled. Elder brother, I am but a fragment of an imperial soul reincarnated, he confessed to Yi Bufan, feeling a profound sense of relief as he unveiled his deepest secrets. Moreover, both Hua Yunfei and Yi Bufan were individuals he could place his trust in. For 23 long years since his reincarnation, he had lived in solitude, perpetually haunted by the fear of his secrets being exposed, traversing life on the edge of a precipice. Now, at last, he had two people he could completely rely on, and he experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. Yi Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing his words. The imperial soul? The remnant soul of the great emperor? Huang Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Xianwang great emperor was my former self, yet I am no longer him. In this life, I am a new incarnation. But there is one similarity to my past. I shall ascend to the imperial throne once more and reach the pinnacle of the path. His tone exuded confidence. For a sovereign must possess the ambition to be invincible across the realm. Every great emperor has lived a life without defeat. This is one of the fundamental conditions for ascending the path of the emperor. An indomitable spirit, an unparalleled path. Only then can one become an invincible human emperor. Yi Bufan smiled, his expression equally confident as he gazed at Huang Xian, saying, Junior brother Huang, should you ascend to the imperial throne one day, and I achieve the completion of the sacred body, we shall surely contend against each other. The instances of a fully realized sacred body coexisting with an emperor in the same era are exceedingly rare, and opportunities for confrontation are few. Therefore, I wish to ascertain whether a fully realized sacred body can truly contend with an emperor. Huang Xian, brimming with self-assurance, responded, Then let us, in the presence of our master, make an agreement. In the days to come, I shall be the great emperor, and you shall embody the pinnacle of sanctity. We must inevitably engage in a duel to ascertain who prevails. Yi Bufan nodded solemnly, a bright smile gracing his features as he exclaimed, Indeed. The corners of Hua Yunfei's mouth lifted in delight. He cherished the personalities of these two brothers. One day, they would undoubtedly surprise him, astonishing the Koyan sect as well. Who knows, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands of years hence, both would become the ultimate foundation of the Koyan sect, residing within the ancestral tomb. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei instructed Yi Bufan and Huang Xian to solidify their realms. The disparity in their levels was considerable. It was imperative to reinforce their foundations to ensure they could genuinely achieve invincibility among their peers. However, the waters of the immortal river are no ordinary substance. Their foundations were already remarkably solid. Although the gap in their realms was somewhat pronounced, it posed no significant hindrance. Hua Yunfei maintained exceptionally high standards. Wishing for them to advance further, they must not tread the path of their predecessors, they must transcend their forebears within the same realm. They must surpass them by a considerable margin. Even the slightest possibility of defeat was unacceptable. After the two departed, Hua Yunfei filled an entire large vat with the waters of the immortal river, then lifted the restrictions on his cave dwelling to prevent any intrusions. He subsequently shed his garments and leaped into the vat. After allowing his disciples to indulge, it was now his turn as their master. His aspiration was for eternal life, to exist perpetually, and the path to immortality was singular. The waters of the immortal river, imbued with celestial essence, would prove beneficial even to his own realm. Perhaps even more so than to the lower tier Yi Bufan and Huang Xian. After merely a brief period of cultivation, influenced by the ethereal essence concealed within the waters of the celestial river, Hua Yunfei felt the constraints of his internal realm begin to loosen. He was on the verge of stepping into a new domain. 3 days later, high above the sun and moon sect, a figure plummeted like a shooting star, shattering the void around him. Resplendent in golden light, he struggled to stabilize his form, yet to no avail. How infuriating! Who could it be? The figure belonged to a gaunt old man, marked by a crescent moon insignia upon his brow. His body was nearly shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. His countenance pale and weakened. He was a venerable ancestor of the sun and moon sect, a figure from thousands of years past. Due to the emergence of the Xianyuan emperor's tomb, he had departed the sun and moon sect 3 months prior under the orders of the sect master. Journeying towards the tomb, everything had been proceeding smoothly. Concealed in the shadows, He remained vigilant against the other supreme sanctuaries while harnessing the imperial laws and the essence of the Xianyuan for his cultivation. After millennia of stagnation, his cultivation began to waver, and in a moment of clarity, it seemed the threshold to sagehood beckoned him. However, at the most critical juncture of his practice, a mysterious masked man materialized, striking him down with a single blow, erasing the sage-level breakthrough he had just comprehended. Enraged, he intended to retaliate, but to his terror, the assailant showed no regard for him, delivering 2 swift strikes that left him grievously injured, resembling a beaten dog as he was dragged back to the Sun and Moon sect. The old man was furious. Who was this lowly wretch? He deeply regretted it. Had he known, he would have heeded the words of the Sun and Moon Master and brought along the Sun and Moon Star seal. Chapter 46. Money for Redemption. The Sun and Moon Divine Sect is an unparalleled sacred ground, fortified by imperial weapons that suppress fortune, even during ordinary times. A unique defensive formation envelopes the entire sacred site, allowing exit but barring entry. Boom. Bang. High above, an elder, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, collided violently with the protective shield, rebounding instantly like a rubber ball. Puffed. The immense force of the impact caused the elder to spew blood, his complexion a ghastly shade of red as he clenched his teeth in agony. Who on earth could it be? The elder, having 1 foot already in the realm of saints, would not easily meet his demise even if dismembered. Though gravely injured now, it was predominantly his fury that surged within. How could a venerable ancestor of the supreme sacred ground, having lived for millennia, be felled by merely 3 slaps? What was even more infuriating was the fact that he had no knowledge of his assailant. Most damning of all, this unknown adversary had dragged him back to the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, subjecting him to humiliation before all. This was the most grievous affront. The thunderous sound of the collision echoed throughout the sacred ground. Numerous disciples emerged from their cultivation chambers, gazing skyward with puzzled expressions. Who could that be? In broad daylight, daring to strike the defensive formation of the supreme sacred ground with one's head. Such audacity is remarkable. This individual could not have struck the sect's defenses without reason. Could it be an attempt to assault our sect? Impossible. The Sun and Moon Divine Sect wields imperial weapons. Who possesses such audacity? Suddenly, a disciple with exceptional eyesight noticed the crescent-shaped mark on the elder's forehead, his pupils widening in shock. He exclaimed loudly, "Behold! This man's glabella bears the same mark as that of the right envoy of the Moonshadow. Could he possibly be the Moonshadow envoy?" Beneath the leader of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, apart from the Grand Elder, the highest-ranking individuals are the left envoy of the Sun and the right envoy of the Moon. These 2 envoys, akin to the position of the leader, are passed down through generations, with each leader having their own left and right envoys of the Sun and Moon. Another disciple, noticing this distinctive feature, remarked, "No. The right envoy of the Moonshadow is a woman. This old man is evidently male. He must be a certain ancestral figure from our sect's history who once held the title of Moonshadow Envoy." Upon uttering these words, he was taken aback by his own conjecture and exchanged a glance with another person. If this truly were the former Moonshadow Envoy, then the old man's assault on the defensive array of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect could not be without purpose. Subsequently, they observed the gruesome injuries adorning the old man's body and finally realized the gravity of the situation. Which audacious scoundrel dares to harm our sect's forebear? A furious shout resounded like thunder from the heavens, followed by a figure bursting forth from the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, soaring toward the old man. He raised his hand, intending to rescue him. "It is the Grand Elder," a disciple cried out, his face alight with excitement. The Grand Elder is a formidable power at the late stage of the path of ascendancy, his strength unfathomable. Rumors abound that the Grand Elder is on the brink of taking that final step, achieving the pinnacle of the path of ascendancy. The Grand Elder, a middle-aged man clad in a silver robe, exuded an air of nobility. Tall and imposing, his countenance, though devoid of anger, emanated an undeniable authority, commanding the very essence of the heavens and earth to yield before him. As he stretched forth his hand, it seemed to expand in the air, reaching for the Moonshadow Right Envoy. Suddenly, just as the Grand Elder was about to seize the Moonshadow Right Envoy, a man in a black robe materialized out of nowhere, effortlessly repelling the Grand Elder with a mere wave of his hand. The Grand Elder staggered back 7 paces, his previously composed demeanor now marred by a flicker of agitation. He struggled to suppress the surge of blood rising in his chest, fixing his gaze upon the black-robed figure. The man stood tall, with broad shoulders and disheveled hair. radiating an aura of untamed defiance. Merely standing there, it seemed as though the very cosmos revolved around him, an almost imperceptible pressure weighing upon the Grand Elder, instilling a sense of formidable dread. He was a master, adorned with a bronze mask that concealed his features through an enigmatic method. The masked man gripped one of the Moonshadow Right Envoy's legs, dragging him as one would a lifeless dog. His voice, raspy and commanding, echoed, "If you seek the man, bring forth the gold. Pay to redeem him." At this proclamation, the Grand Elder's eyes narrowed, his aura surging forth like a mighty river. He sprang into action. As the Grand Elder of the Supreme Path's sacred land, he was a figure of unparalleled authority, second only to the countless multitudes beneath him. How could he allow himself to be so easily manipulated, especially upon his own territory? Yet, the Grand Elder, despite his swift response, was not reckless. The ability of the black-robed man to gravely injure the Moonshadow Right Envoy suggested a terrifying level of power, raising the possibility that he might not be the Grand Elder's equal. However, this is the realm of the Sun and Moon sect, where the entire sacred ground serves as his stronghold. He is acutely aware that the upper echelons of the Sun and Moon sect have secretly prepared themselves, ready to deliver a lethal blow to the man in the black robe at any moment. Thus, he strikes with utmost decisiveness. After all, with his cultivation level, it is impossible for him to be defenseless. Yet, the man in the black robe raised his hand and made a feigned grasp toward the Grand Elder, instantly eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him as the techniques he had conjured dissipated, his entire body oozing blood from every pore. Crack. Under the relentless pressure of the black-robed man's tightening grip, the Grand Elder's bones shattered and splintered incessantly. The excruciating sound of breaking bones sent chills down the spines of the disciples of the Sun and Moon sect below, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. The Grand Elder cried out in agony, struggling to look at the man in black, his heart filled with disbelief that he was being toyed with as if he were a mere child. After all, he was at the 9th level of the path to enlightenment. "I cannot believe it." The Grand Elder shouted furiously, his eyes wide with astonishment. He pointed with a finger, summoning a magnificent pagoda from his inner realm. The pagoda, composed of 9 levels and adorned in a golden-gray hue, appeared ancient and began to enlarge in the air. At its base, a portal opened, and a vast spatial force surged forth, attempting to draw the man in black closer. However, even under the oppressive might of this formidable artifact, the man in the black robe remained as steadfast as a mountain. One hand grasped the Moonshadow Right Envoy, while the other made a feigned grasp at the Grand Elder, standing tall and unwavering, completely unaffected. "Impossible!" the Grand Elder exclaimed, his handsome visage nearly contorted in disbelief. This pagoda was a sacred artifact of the saint level, yet it could not budge the man in the black robe. What was his cultivation? A terrifying suspicion began to dawn upon him. "Dare you?" Just as the Grand Elder exerted every ounce of his strength to no avail against the black-robed figure, the void surrounding the three was suddenly sealed. A purple-golden bell shattered the space, surging forth from the ether. Clang, clang, clang. The sound waves from the bell roared like thunder, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. The immense sound waves seemed to take on a tangible form, transforming into countless musical notes that coalesced into a binding formation, ensnaring the man in black. Subsequently, dozens of formidable members of the Sun and Moon sect emerged from the void, among them the leader of the sect, clad in a black and white robe. The purple golden bell was indeed his artifact. "Who are you?" he demanded, his countenance indifferent, as he exerted all his effort to control the bell and maintain the binding formations, preventing the black-robed man from breaking free. Heh. The man in black suddenly chuckled. The sound, coupled with his bronze mask, was somewhat unsettling. He gazed at the leader of the Sun and Moon sect and remarked, "You are the leader of the Sun and Moon sect? I grew up hearing tales of your legend. Now that I see you in person, it seems I was misled. What a disappointment. At such an age and with such cultivation, being the master of a sacred land and possessing vast resources, yet you are merely a semi-saint who has just entered the Saint Heart stage. Achieving the pinnacle of the path realm does not directly lead to a breakthrough as a saint. Between the two, there exist the transformations of the Sacred Heart, the sacred body, and the sacred law, commonly referred to as the 3 transformations of saints. Those who attain these 3 transformations and reach the realm of the Tao are also known as semi-saints. Chapter 47. If one fails. Do not blame the path upon hearing the scornful remarks of the man in the black robe, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect, having lived for centuries, remained unfazed, his expression indifferent. He remarked, in this age of decline, who can attain sainthood before a millennium? Even reaching 2 millennia is a daunting challenge. Cultivation is not merely accrued with time. Without the requisite aptitude, living for 1,000 years is in vain. The man in the black robe scoffed derisively, his head held high, looking down upon the leader and his companions. The leader narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. The man's sharp tongue had thoroughly provoked him. Have you considered the consequences of your arrogance, being ensnared by my artifact? The leader of the Sun and Moon sect gestured with his fingers, and the resplendent purple-golden bell hovering above the black-robed man immediately resonated with a powerful chime. The sound waves surged forth like tumultuous waves, creating golden ripples, an overwhelming force that filled the skies and bore down upon the black-robed man. The purple-golden bell was also a sacred weapon, once the personal artifact of a saintly ancestor of the Sun and Moon sect. Under the command of the half-saint leader, its unleashed might far surpassed that of the saint-level pagoda wielded by the Grand Elder. Ha! How ludicrous! Such a pathetic formation and such a trivial artifact are hardly worthy of binding me. Dream on. The man in the black robe laughed maniacally, standing his ground as the purple-golden bell descended upon him. The resplendent violet clock descended, unleashing a terrifying sound wave directed at the head of the man in the black robe. Yet, mere inches from his crown, it was halted by an overwhelming force, unable to descend any further. This individual must be clad in a formidable artifact of considerable rank. A formidable member of the Sun and Moon sect discerned the truth, his countenance darkening as he coldly commanded, "Let us strike together." With a furious cry, he was the first to act, conjuring a pair of ethereal phantoms that stretched for 1,000 meters, crashing towards the man in black. Simultaneously, dozens of other Sun and Moon sect warriors drew forth their artifacts, unleashing a torrent of attacks that filled the heavens. The dazzling and brilliant onslaught of mystical energies was as conspicuous as the 33 layers of celestial realms above. The man in black scoffed inwardly. Fortified by the imperial-grade soft armor gifted by his son, did these pitiful creatures truly believe they could inflict harm upon him? His realm far surpassed theirs, and his weaponry eclipsed theirs by a significant margin. Thus, he remained remarkably composed throughout. He was utterly serious about confronting them. With a thunderous roar, dozens of luminous and terrifying mystical attacks shattered the fabric of space, warping the void with their astonishing destructive power. Yet, no matter the magnitude of the commotion, it did not alter one undeniable fact. The man in black emerged unscathed. He remained standing, as every assault was thwarted at the 3-inch mark, completely isolated from him. "Stand back!" Suddenly, the silent leader of the Sun and Moon sect bellowed, raising both hands high above his head. A formidable surge of spiritual power coalesced into a vortex, rushing towards a specific point in the vast expanse above the Sun and Moon sect. With a resounding crash, the clouds dispersed at an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters, and the very fabric of space shattered, revealing a jade-green seal resembling the imperial seal of a founding dynasty that soared forth. In an instant, the heavens fractured, and the ethereal image of the 33 layers of celestial realms above appeared to ripple in response to the manifestation of the seal, the scene trembling with instability. Golden rays of divine light cascaded from the 9th heaven, resplendent and magnificent, while vibrant hues of 9-colored clouds dazzled the eye. In the sky, 5 sacred beasts roared ceaselessly, swirling around the great seal in a spirited dance. This seal was none other than the seal of the Sun and Moon stars, a supreme imperial weapon, once wielded by the founding master of the Sun and Moon sect, the holy emperor of Sun and Moon, the anxious leader of the Sun and Moon sect. Wary of unforeseen circumstances and recognizing the formidable prowess of the black-clad man, summoned the imperial weapon without hesitation. He sought to ensure the immediate suppression of the black-clad figure. The cautious leader channeled all his energy into the seal of the Sun and Moon stars, leaving no opportunity for the black-clad man to escape. The great seal emitted a continuous emerald glow in the high skies, casting a shadow over the heavens, revealing the dazzling starry sky to the world. As if drawing the cosmos down into view, magnifying it countless times, a sight both breathtaking and awe-inspiring. The starry expanse shimmered, with myriad stars twinkling. In that moment, cultivators across the vast territory of the Sun and Moon sect looked up in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Yet they could sense an overwhelming imperial might. The sacred land of Yaoguang and numerous ancient clans, along with hidden sects, simultaneously turned their gaze towards the Sun and Moon sect. Astonishingly, the Sun and Moon sect had resorted to utilizing the celestial seal of Sun and Moon. What formidable foe could have prompted such a response? The imperial authority of the celestial seal was terrifying, with the laws of the emperor swirling and a palpable aura of lethal intent, clearly indicating that its wielder intended to take lives. In this eastern domain, apart from the sacred land of Yaguang, were there truly others capable of compelling the Sun and Moon sect to unleash their ultimate imperial weapon? In truth, the Sun and Moon sect possessed profound depth and did not require the invocation of the celestial seal. However, the sect master sought stability and wished to avoid further complications. Deploying the ultimate imperial weapon was the most direct and swift course of action. I have hostages in my possession. Not one, but two. The man in the black robe remained unfazed. Though his body trembled slightly under the imperial pressure of the celestial seal, he spoke with remarkable composure. He gestured towards the Grand Elder and the barely conscious Moon Shadow Rite Envoy. You underestimate the ultimate imperial weapon. Imperial weapons possess a spirit. They will not harm my sect's members, but only you shall perish. Those who offend my sect must be eliminated. The sect master of the Sun and Moon uttered coldly. His palms pressed together, his hair standing on end as he took on the appearance of a formidable war god, exuding a terrifying aura imbued with a faint sanctity. The celestial seal of Sun and Moon had been specially refined by the Sun and Moon Emperor using his imperial blood and a fragment of his imperial soul, ensuring that it would not mistakenly harm the cultivators of the Sun and Moon sect. Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe was taken aback. No harm would come to his own people, only he was to be targeted? What on earth? With a sharp crack, he violently crushed the necks of the two individuals. His formidable consciousness surged into their bodies, shattering their divine infants, annihilating their celestial souls, and obliterating their Tao platforms, ultimately slaying them utterly. Following this, he let out a hearty laugh and proclaimed, "Young one, this is the supreme divine ability known as when she transforms into three purities. Though I am but a brute, I am a cautious brute. How could I embark on such perilous ventures without preparation?" Upon hearing this, the powerful members of the Sun and Moon sect widened their eyes in disbelief. Once she transforms into three purities, a legendary ability attributed to an ancient celestial sovereign, allowing one to manifest as three, each an authentic incarnation. It has been said of that sovereign that even among emperors, he stood unparalleled. With merely this supreme divine ability, he could look down upon the past, present, and future with disdain. Yet, after the mysterious demise of that sovereign, one chi transforms into three purities vanished without a successor. To think that this individual has inherited such an exalted power? We shall not be swayed by mere words. Indeed, that sovereign left no disciples. The supreme ability of one chi transforms into three purities has long since faded from the annals of history. You have harmed the strong of our sect. Today, you shall find no place to rest in death. The members of the Sun and Moon sect roared in anger, undeterred by the black-robed man's intimidation. Believing him to be merely struggling in his final moments, they sought to intimidate him, hoping to uncover a flaw and seize the opportunity to escape. They would not grant him such a chance. For the slaughter of our sect's ancestors and the great elder, you shall not be spared. The Lord of the Sun and Moon bellowed with fury as the celestial seal descended from the heavens, imbued with the power of the stars, instantly obliterating all in its path. The man clad in black stood proudly, offering no resistance, and under the onslaught, he was reduced to mere dust, dissipating into the cosmos. "Ha!" taunted the ruffians of the Sun and Moon sect. "Let us continue our game. I have all the time in the world." Before the Lord of the Sun and Moon could relish his triumph, a derisive laughter echoed from a distant horizon. The voice belonged to none other than the black-cloaked figure who had just perished beneath the celestial seal. How infuriating! The Lord of the Sun and Moon roared, his body trembling with rage. Chapter 48. Who is this person? Such valor. Soon, the events transpiring within the Sun and Moon sect rapidly spread across the eastern domain. Someone deliberately leaked the news, eager to witness the sect's embarrassment. Numerous factions gazed in disbelief, unable to accept the truth. An elder and a semi-holy ancestor of the sect were slain before the eyes of all its members. Moreover, that individual managed to escape unscathed, even after the Sun and Moon sect had resorted to employing imperial weapons. Incredible! What a formidable figure! The Sun and Moon sect has suffered a tremendous humiliation. A prestigious sacred ground of the utmost path has been outwitted. Indeed, despite wielding imperial weapons, they failed to vanquish this individual. It is likely they are seething with rage. Yet, who is this person, possessing such extraordinary courage? The Sun and Moon sect seems equally eager to uncover the identity of this audacious figure. having publicly declared a reward of a sacred weapon for anyone who can provide information. Goodness, a sacred weapon. Such treasures are coveted by numerous powerful factions, yet they are offering one as a reward. Truly, the sacred ground of the utmost path is affluent. What a display of wealth. Rather, I believe they are cornered and acting out of desperation. Indeed, the rumors echoed throughout the eastern domain. And as countless individuals awaited the emergence of the Xianwang imperial tomb and the opening of the immortal rankings, the Sun and Moon sect's misfortune became fodder for many a jest. Conversations abounded, praising that formidable individual for their unparalleled bravery in slaying two experts of the Sun and Moon sect before the eyes of their formidable members. Surely, such feats are beyond the capabilities of even the radiant light, sacred ground. Such a remarkable individual. I yearn to make their acquaintance and share a drink together. Many are tempted by the conditions proposed by the Sun and Moon sect, yet some scoff at them. After all, the nefarious deeds of the Sun and Moon sect are well known. Who would wish to wade through such murky waters? One might find themselves reporting a crime without the means to reap the rewards. They have engaged in countless underhanded dealings, and when the time comes to cry injustice, no one will heed your pleas. Infuriating. The leader of the Sun and Moon sect raged within the sacred hall. To utilize the Sun and Moon star seal, yet allow the adversary to escape, was utterly intolerable. A cadre of ancient elders stood in silence, their expressions grave, suppressing their indignation. The Sun and Moon sect, established for millions of years, had never endured such humiliation. How is it that the eastern region now speaks of the Sun and Moon sect? They say it is a place of false grandeur, hollow at its core. The once formidable foundation has crumbled, and now they rely solely on the imperial weapons to maintain their facade of power. The reputation of the Sun and Moon sect has been tarnished, and the prestige of the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor has been compromised. This is what they cannot abide. This is their very faith. To the ancestral grounds, summon Ancestor Luo Ning from seclusion. The leader of the Sun and Moon sect inhaled deeply, his voice trembling. Upon hearing these words, the elders immediately looked up in astonishment. Ancestor Luo Ning, the only remaining awake saint within the sect, was indeed a figure of great significance. Moreover, Ancestor Luo Ning had long since exhausted their lifespan and had entered a state of feigned slumber to slow the depletion of their vitality. In this day and age, must we truly disturb the venerable elder due to this matter? They believe the situation has yet to reach a critical point and that they can afford to wait a while longer. The Lord of the Sun and Moon gazed sternly at these individuals, his dignified countenance etched with disappointment, unable to comprehend the gravity of the circumstances. The adversary, possessing the formidable technique of transforming one into three, likely stands at the pinnacle of semi-saint power, a formidable foe targeting the Sun and Moon divine sect, indeed a grave threat. Previously, he had utilized the imperial weapon to trace the movements of the man in the black robe, who continues to linger near the Sun and Moon divine sect. His movements erratic, clearly intent on relentless confrontation, unwilling to grant them respite. At present, no one within the sect appears capable of contending with the man in the black robe, though he wields the imperial weapon, granting him superiority. The foe's agility and unpredictability render him elusive, making it impossible to secure a target. Is he to brandish the imperial weapon and pursue the adversary? Such a notion is utterly impractical. If the latter were to discern his intentions, he would undoubtedly evade capture. Thus, the Sun and Moon divine sect requires a top-tier expert to venture forth and swiftly eliminate this threat. The esteemed Ancestor Luo Ning is the most fitting candidate. A saint-level figure, invincible in this era. Regardless of the opponent's myriad tactics, escape would be impossible. Certain death awaits. Ancestor Luo Ning, though his lifespan draws to a close, is not on the brink of death. Witnessing your cowardice, I urge you to act swiftly and summon him. The Lord of the Sun and Moon swept his robe and thundered a command, his voice resonating like celestial thunder, a potent semi-saint pressure enveloping the entire hall. The elders, compelled by his formidable presence, retreated in haste, too intimidated to utter another word, and quickly exited one after another. How foolish and short-sighted one can be. Unable to discern the gravity of the situation, the master of the Sun and Moon sect, with his chest heaving violently, felt his eyes redden with fury. With such a band of imbeciles, he could never find peace in the affairs of the sect. It was imperative to cultivate astute talents. These old-timers must retreat to the shadows, for they could no longer be allowed to steer the helm. Otherwise, the dignity of the Sun and Moon sect would inevitably be tarnished by their incompetence. A gaggle of ancient men, living far beyond their prime. As the master of the sun and moon muttered to himself, he was suddenly reminded of the black-clad man's words. If one cannot endure, do not blame the road's unevenness. His ire surged anew. How infuriating! Meanwhile, the esteemed Yun Tian, cradling a teacup, stood at the precipice of a mountain, his face aglow. Gazing down at the enchanting scene of swirling mists in the distance, his spirits lifted. He had just received word of a mysterious figure in black causing a commotion within the Sun and Moon sect. This enigmatic being had slain both the sect's grand elder and a venerable half-saint ancestor. Furthermore, after the Sun and Moon sect had attempted to employ imperial weapons against him, they discovered that he was merely a manifestation of a divine technique. The audacity of his threats to persist unwaveringly had nearly sent the sect into a frenzy. Ha ha ha. How delightful, truly delightful. This affair orchestrated by the heavens aligns perfectly with my desires. To exact vengeance upon the Sun and Moon sect without revealing my identity, what a splendid strategy. With uncontainable laughter. Yun Tian was well aware of the identity of the black-clad man. It could only be the formidable Hua Yunfei blocking the way. Regarding the prowess of Song Qiong, he possesses unwavering confidence. This esteemed 99th generation leader of Daoyuan Peak has cultivated strength sufficient to rest within the ancestral tomb. Now, with his sights set on the Sun and Moon divine sect, he is bound to cause them considerable distress for a while. Moreover, he is convinced that with Hua Qiong's abilities, he can extricate himself from any situation at will. Upon hearing the report from his disciple, Go Yuanfeng, also known as the true man Go Yuan, were an unusual expression. This individual, has he truly reached a level where he can toy with semi-saints? When he returns. I must exercise restraint should I persist in my obstinacy. A single slap could prove fatal. He silently reminded himself, and then retreated into his cave dwelling to commence rigorous cultivation. The stronger one's realm, the greater one's capacity to endure blows. This principle is essential for navigating the upper echelons of the Mount Reliance sect. When disputes arise, others do not hold back, regardless of your status. A fierce slap to the face is inevitable. At Wujifeng, the true man Wujizhen paced back and forth, his expression one of vexation, muttering incessantly about his past obstinacy. Why did I have to be so obstinate? 30 years ago, when Hua Qiong departed from the sect, he boldly declared his intention to sever ties and never return. In a fit of anger, Wujizhen had blurted out, "You'd best not come back. Otherwise, I shall strike you at every encounter." Now, with Hua Qiong's imminent return, he found himself in a state of apprehension. Chapter 49. The incompatibility of man and dog under one roof. The venerable Master Lanin emerged from his seclusion, instilling a profound sense of tranquility among all present. Yet, as he personally employed an imperial artifact to divine the origins of the enigmatic figure in the black robe, he found himself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty, with only indistinct phantoms materializing. How could it be that, despite his formidable cultivation, he could not ascertain the identity of this individual? Master Lanin, exuding an ethereal grace, with a beard cascading to his knees, a ruddy complexion, and a vibrant spirit, possessed eyes that shone like twin stars, radiantly bright. It was difficult to discern that he was an elderly man nearing the end of his lifespan. He was now beset by confusion. With his saintly cultivation and the aid of an imperial weapon, how could there still exist someone in the realm capable of evading his divination? Standing behind Master Lanin, the leader of the Sun and Moon sect gazed solemnly at the celestial pattern swirling above. Master, if we cannot deduce his origins, might we predict the locations he will venture to? This way, we could intercept him in advance, he proposed. In response, Master Lanin shook his head and remarked, "While tracing his movements is indeed feasible, it is evident that he possesses artifacts capable of obstructing divination. A deeper level of inquiry proves exceedingly challenging, unless..." The astute leader of the Sun and Moon sect squinted slightly and interjected, "Unless we acquire something closely associated with him. Preferably a drop of his blood, or even a single hair." Master Lanin nodded in agreement. Precisely. Should such an item fall into the hands of another, and if that individual wields formidable artifacts, even possessing great treasures would not suffice to elude our divination. The Sun and Moon sect leader contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps I could feign weakness to deceive the opponent and gain their trust, thus facilitating a resolution through resources. I could lure them in, but it is indeed challenging. Such audacity indicates that they are not a fool and would not easily fall for such a ruse." Old ancestor Luo Ning shook his head and remarked, "If all else fails, I shall take matters into my own hands. After all, in a few years, I must enter the imperial source for slumber. Before that, I must expend some of my lifespan to eliminate this individual. Despite his outward vigor, old ancestor Luoning was, in truth, frail and had little time left. He could not recklessly wield the powers of a sage, for excessive use would swiftly deplete his remaining years. Therefore, prior to taking action, it was essential to ascertain the origins of the man in the black robe to effectively address the root of the problem. However, the opponent was already prepared. Only a rough trajectory of their actions could be deduced, while their true identity remained elusive. How can we know without trying? If we do not fall for the trap, it indicates our bargaining chips are insufficient. We possess sacred weapons, holy king weapons, and great saint weapons. We need not fear that he will remain unmoved. The Sun and Moon sect leader proclaimed boldly, although the opponent is shrouded in mystery. It is highly probable that they are a powerful figure from a sect we once annihilated, returning to seek revenge. Such a person, seemingly devoid of all, appears intent on mutual destruction, yet in reality, they are easier to conquer. Since they possess nothing, let us offer them everything. Our sect can provide the resources they seek, and even grant them a place to belong. The venerable Lao Ning turned to gaze at the Lord of the Sun and Moon, somewhat astonished, for he had never anticipated that this leader would possess such remarkable intelligence. Should the other truly deduce as much, there exists a genuine possibility of being swayed. A being of at least the second transformation undeniably warrants the attention of the Sun and Moon divine sect. As for the deceased elder and the right envoy of the Moon shadow, in his mind, the dead hold no further utility. It is the living man in the black robe who is far more deserving of recruitment. Should he succeed in enlisting the black-robed figure, the rumors circulating in the Eastern Domain would swiftly transform from mockery to admiration. The Sun and Moon divine sect would be lauded for its resourcefulness and magnanimity, capable of not only enticing the black-robed man but also embracing him without regard for past grievances. Lao Ning found this plan feasible, and he genuinely wished to avoid conflict if possible. Should he take action this time, it would necessitate a deep slumber in the imperial source, becoming entirely a foundation of strength. However, it is imperative for the Sun and Moon divine sect to have a sage-level ancestor visibly present, ever vigilant and commanding respect in the world. Lao Ning declared, "You shall undertake this task. If it fails, I shall intervene in due time. As long as he can manifest, even if he declines, we must seize the opportunity, capturing at least a drop of his blood, for in that moment, he shall find himself ensnared." He resolved to prepare for both possibilities. Should the other agree to the summons, all would rejoice. If he refuses and dares to reveal himself, we shall exert every effort to secure a drop of his blood, to deduce and trace his whereabouts and origins. If neither agreement nor presence is forthcoming, then one must take matters into their own hands, wielding the strength of a sage to swiftly eliminate him and mitigate the loss of lifespan. "Leave it to me." The leader of the Sun and Moon sect nodded and said, "Ancestor, please rest. I will find a location where the other party feels secure to negotiate, minimizing his defensive mindset. Around us, I will conceal our traces with imperial artifacts and set up an intricate web. Should he refuse, we shall strike first." The venerable Luo Ning nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Excellent. Off you go. The ancestor has slumbered for too long. I must reacquaint myself with my abilities. A sage's intervention in this era would undoubtedly cause considerable turmoil, and I wish to avoid drawing the attention of the radiant light-sacred land." The leader of the Sun and Moon sect nodded and, upon turning, vanished within the Sun and Moon temple. After his departure, Luo Ning's expression fluctuated, and in his star-bright pupils, one could almost perceive the imagery of a great star falling. On that day, the Sun and Moon sect discreetly disseminated the message, alerting the man in the black robe of their willingness to negotiate, with conditions open for discussion, and inviting him to convene atop the Qingming Mountain. This affair was conducted in secrecy, with few privy to it. However, the Sun and Moon sect was confident that the black-robed man would undoubtedly receive the news. Few are those who would refuse the olive branch extended by the sacred land of extreme Tao, and even fewer would dare to decline it. Yet, my mother has taught me since childhood that one should not share a roof with dogs, especially with those rabid canines that bite incessantly. The words of the black-robed man reverberated warmly within the Sun and Moon sect. Suddenly, the upper echelons of the Sun and Moon sect were thrown into an uproar. Some elders leaped in fury, their faces flushed and their eyes bloodshot with indignation. The audacity of such an affront to their esteemed sect was intolerable. As a sacred place of utmost authority, they had never been subjected to such derision. Contrary to their vehement rage, the sect leader maintained a composed demeanor. The reaction of the man in the black robe was anticipated. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. If peace was to be sought, a fundamental stance must be established. The other party held the right to refuse, yet he too must express a persistent willingness for reconciliation. Although the identity of the gentleman was unknown, it was presumed that previous offenses had occurred. Regardless, 3 days hence, at the summit of Qiming Mountain, the Sun and Moon sect would await his esteemed presence. After conveying this message, the sect fell silent, remaining indifferent to the mockery of the man in black. They seemed to be biding their time, anticipating the meeting atop Qiming Mountain. Atop a mountain peak, the black-robed figure stood, his garments fluttering in the wind, hair tousled and wild, his body adorned with yellow talismans. These talismans were designed to obstruct divination. A single one could effectively thwart the probing of formidable beings. The man in black, feeling a sense of unease, retrieved a stack of talismans and affixed them all over himself. Additionally, beneath his robe, he wore soft armor, a quasi-imperial artifact that served to impede divination. Recently, he had sensed a mysterious force seemingly searching for him in the shadows. Thus, he covered himself in talismans, employing them in conjunction with the armor to evade detection. He was acutely aware that the Sun and Moon sect must have employed imperial weapons to deduce his whereabouts. Moreover, he had long since distanced himself from the sect, retreating over 100,000 miles away. If he were to remain too close, the formidable power of the imperial weapon would render evasion nearly impossible. Cunning as he was, and his son, how astute, preparing such a plethora of precious treasures. Fortunately, this master was shrewd enough to discreetly acquire numerous life-preserving artifacts before his departure. After indulging for 30 years, they have certainly saved me from perilous situations. Heh. Beneath the mask, the cloaked figure smiled with satisfaction. He was remarkably composed. Chapter 50. This is too risky. The man in the black robe comprehended that behind the words of the Sun and Moon divine sect lay a grand conspiracy. Such a supreme sanctuary only cared for its own reputation. If they could salvage it, that would be most desirable. However, should he fail to recognize their intentions, they would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to eliminate him, restoring the dignity of their sanctum and warning the world that the Sun and Moon divine sect was not to be trifled with. Yet, would he be afraid? With a flourish of his sleeve, the man in the black robe summoned powerful mystical forces to shroud the realm. Suddenly, the mountaintop upon which he stood vanished from sight. After executing this, he produced a sound transmission stone, carefully dismantling its restrictions and enveloping his message within a veil of concealment, lest it be intercepted by others. Son, I am your father. Son, it's your old man. Please respond. Strangely, the sound transmission stone, which typically provided prompt replies, fell silent this time. There was no response from Hua Yunfei, or perhaps his message simply could not penetrate the barrier. The man in the black robe furrowed his brow. Puzzled, such a scenario had never occurred before. The sound transmission stone in Hua Yunfei's possession was unique. Any consciousness paired with it could communicate regardless of the distance. As long as they remained within the North Dipper constellation, the extent of this communication was astonishing. One must understand that the North Dipper constellation was vast, and an ordinary cultivator could spend a lifetime traversing without reaching its bounds. Could it be that this lad was astonishingly engrossed in his cultivation? The man in the black robe shook his head, stating, "No, it must be a place akin to a secret realm. The consciousness within this communication stone finds it exceedingly difficult to transmit." Subsequently, he abandoned his attempt to contact Hua Yunfei and turned away from the location. In the realm of the time-space divine, after soaking in the large vat for an entire day and realizing the wondrous effects of the immortal river water, Hua Yunfei, with the vat in tow, opened the portal to the time-space divine for the first time. Training within would conserve time. A single day outside equates to 30 days within. Inside the cave, only a single token floated, yet should anyone enter the cave without meticulous examination, the token would remain utterly unseen. This is because the token appears to be present, yet it actually exists within the fabric of time and space. This is a self-protective measure of the token once the host enters the time-space divine. Within the time-space divine, there is nothing particularly special. It is merely a world resplendent with vibrant colors, extending infinitely in every direction. No wonder the system cautioned that prolonged cultivation here could lead to disorientation and memory loss. Such a place, filled solely with dazzling hues, imposes a tremendous strain on the eyes. Even without looking, over time, one's spirit would become weary, and their consciousness could be invaded by the laws of time, leading to the severance of memories. As a resolute young man devoted to survival, Hua Yunfei, having practiced in the time-space divine for over 3 months, suddenly opened his eyes and emerged, unclothed, admiring his fair, pristine body, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, the immortal river water has proven immensely beneficial, even to him. Not only has his already perfect physique been further enhanced, but he has also comprehended 3 strands of celestial energy laws from the waters of the immortal river. These 3 strands of celestial energy laws are immensely powerful, unlike anything found among mortals. Once employed, they can seamlessly integrate both offense and defense, providing formidable protection and striking capability. Hua Yunfei is particularly fond of their defensive aspect, which resonates deeply with him. Suddenly, he felt the constraints of his internal realm loosening, teetering on the brink of an uncontrollable breakthrough. However, such a significant breakthrough requires weathering tribulations. It appears that a journey outside is necessary. The sect's tribulations are far too perilous. As Hua Yunfei activated the restraints and exited the temporal divine realm, his communication stone began to flicker incessantly, indicating an incoming message. He retrieved the stone, and a voice within exclaimed, "Son, son, it's your father speaking." "Father?" Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, wondering what his father wanted. He then extended his consciousness into the stone, attempting to connect with Hua Sangqiong. Soon, Hua Sangqiong answered, though his tone was rather urgent. "Son, hurry and save your father. Lives are at stake." Hua Yunfei frowned, as the sounds emanating from the communication stone were deafening, filled with earth-shattering clamor, suggesting a fierce battle among powerful beings. During the past few days of his cultivation, he had remained unaware of the events transpiring within the Sun and Moon Divine sect and the bold actions of Hua Sangqiong. "What is happening? Why is there such a commotion?" Hua Yunfei inquired. Hua Sangqiong's voice was laced with urgency. "I am being pursued. Do you understand what that means? Once again, a powerful sage is pursuing my father." Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei remained unperturbed, fully aware of his father's formidable abilities. He remarked, "Stop pretending. Are you hiding somewhere? And the opponent is unable to locate you? Are they resorting to indiscriminate bombardment?" Hua Sangqiong replied, "Have you figured it out?" "Haha." Hua Sangqiong's tone immediately lightened as he recounted the events of the past few days to Hua Yunfei. He chuckled. "A few days ago, atop Qingming Mountain, they waited for me for quite some time, only to discover that I had infiltrated the Sun and Moon Divine sect, nearly driving them to the brink of fury. Although they took precautions and summoned several semi-saint ancestors to guard, my strength proved overwhelming, forcing them into a defensive stance, unable to emerge. By the time the leader of the Sun and Moon sect returned with the imperial weapon, I had long since slipped away. In their frustration, they summoned a sage-level ancestor, known as Old Ancestor Luoning, a once-renowned figure in the Eastern Domain, who is now the one pursuing me. Fortunately, I have hidden myself well, armed with numerous concealed treasures that allow me to evade his calculations at every turn. Currently, he is raging wildly in his pursuit." After listening to Hua Sangqiong's account, Hua Yunfei could only smile wryly. His father, despite his immense strength and penchant for cunning, presented himself as a brash individual, truly a character of contradictions. "Why don't you, with your formidable power, go and eliminate that old ancestor Luoning?" Hua Yunfei inquired. "Certainly." He was merely jesting. Old Ancestor Luoning is of the sage level, thus exceedingly difficult to kill. Moreover, Hua Sangqiong's prowess should not yet have reached the sage tier. However, after 30 years away from his sect, the extent of Hua Sangqiong's strength remains uncertain. He merely scoffed and remarked, "To slay a sage would entangle one in an immense web of karma. Should the Sun and Moon Divine sect utilize imperial artifacts to deduce my fate thereafter, I fear it would be nearly impossible to evade detection, and my identity would inevitably be exposed. The wrath of a sage could lay waste to billions of miles. In this current age of diminished law, a sage reigns supreme over heaven and earth. Their every word and deed manifests the great Tao. Even conversing with a sage-level being incurs significant karmic repercussions. Should Hua Sangqiong recklessly eliminate Old Ancestor Luoning, and the Sun and Moon Divine sect subsequently summons another sage-level ancestor to employ imperial artifacts to trace him, escape would be exceedingly unlikely. In this world, the cycle of karma is relentless. Once one is ensnared in substantial karmic entanglements, evading the pursuit of the heavenly Tao becomes an arduous task." Hua Yunfei smiled faintly, contemplating his imminent departure, and stated, "If you truly possess the capability, then go ahead and kill him. I must soon leave the sect. Matters of karma I shall address." Upon hearing this, Hua Sangqiong abruptly fell silent. Hua Yunfei, perplexed, inquired, "What is the matter?" "Nothing, just polishing my weapons to a finer sheen. It makes for swifter execution." With a dismissive tone, Hua Songqiong concluded the conversation, leaving Hua Yunfei with the final words echoing in his ears. "Lawning, you little brat, your grandfather is coming." Hua Yunfei murmured to himself. Could it be that this fellow has genuinely attained sagehood? How young can he be? Previously, Hua Yunfei was merely jesting with Hua Songqiong, never anticipating that he would take it seriously. Moreover, it appears he genuinely possesses such formidable prowess. This is utterly absurd. If Master Yuntian and the others were to learn of this, would they not feel utterly humiliated? In terms of cunning, they are leagues apart. On the surface, Father merely appears to be at the celestial realm. Chapter 51. Removing all sensations, Hua Yunfei emerged from his cave dwelling and cast a glance at the abode of the celestial mechanism master. Through the stone wall, he beheld the master seated in deep meditation, diligently cultivating his skills. The celestial mechanism master was enveloped in a dense aura of Tao, exuding a formidable presence. As he nurtured a tremendous energy within, currently striving to solidify his Tao platform and break into the realm of transcendence. Remarkable, Hua Yunfei marveled, realizing that this old fellow was indeed on the verge of success. However, he also sensed the master's predicament, despite having consumed several sacred herbs to fortify his foundation significantly. The rapid progression through two realms within a mere few months to achieve the consummate level of the human celestial realm had taken its toll. Now, as he forcefully attempted to condense the Tao platform and breach the realm of transcendence, the energy within him was waning. In other words, the celestial mechanism master was still lacking the necessary refinement to successfully penetrate the realm of transcendence. In this era, the realm of transcendence is regarded as a superficial pinnacle, not easily surmountable. The foundational requirements are stringent, demanding profound comprehension of the Tao and adeptness in spiritual awareness. The Tao platform serves as the foundation for a cultivator's connection to the great Tao. Without sufficient understanding, condensation becomes exceedingly challenging. Seeing your earnest efforts, dear nephew, allow me to assist you this once. A smile graced Hua Yunfei's lips as he flicked his fingers, sending a streak of luminous energy that evaded the celestial mechanism master's perception, seamlessly entering his cave and merging within his being. Instantaneously, the once exhausted celestial mechanism master experienced a sudden jolt, feeling a powerful seed of Tao spring forth within him, aiding him in the condensation of his Tao platform. With the aid of this seed of the Tao, the celestial mechanism master found the process of solidifying the Tao platform remarkably effortless, continuously expressing his insights into the Tao. As a glimmering radiance gradually coalesced into a luminous high platform, this marked the embryonic form of the Tao platform. Achieving this milestone indicated that one foot had already stepped into the realm of the Tao. With steadiness, he was bound to attain the Tao. The celestial mechanism master suppressed his elation and swiftly stabilized the embryonic Tao platform, continuing to consolidate and express the Tao. Hua Yunfei withdrew his gaze, recognizing that he could assist no further. The realm of the Tao is a crucial juncture, and relying solely on external forces would only bring detriment to the celestial mechanism master. At this moment, by the spirit lake, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian were engaged in a friendly duel. Both refrained from utilizing their realms, relying purely on their physical prowess to battle, and their performances were striking. Whether it be the ancient sacred body or the indestructible Xian Wang body, both are top-tier physiques, making it challenging to determine a victor. Catching sight of Hua Yunfei out of the corner of his eye, the two quickly ceased their sparring and approached, exclaiming, "Master." They regarded Hua Yunfei, feeling as though in the mere days of absence, he had undergone a transformation, appearing even more ethereal, standing there as if he were both present and not. Huang Xian was rendered speechless. At this level, he had not anticipated that Hua Yunfei, after a century of cultivation in this era of waning magic, had advanced far beyond everyone else. Viewed through the lens of the former emperor, this was indeed formidable. Had he shared a lifetime with his master in a previous existence, would he have been able to attain the Tao? Hua Yunfei discerned the profound bond shared between the two, noting their solidified realms with satisfaction. He nodded with approval and remarked, "I must attend to matters outside for a while. Should any outsiders arrive, kindly instruct them to wait a few days." Casting a glance at the cave dwelling of the celestial mechanism master, he addressed Yi Bufan, "In my absence, you, as the eldest disciple, shall preside over the Daoyuan Peak. You possess the authority to deny entry to anyone without hesitation. Do not feel encumbered. Should any issues arise, I shall lend you my support." Yi Bufan promptly replied, "Understood, Master." Hua Yunfei then presented him with a communication stone, perfectly attuned to his own. This stone will facilitate our communication at any time. Should urgent matters arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. For lesser concerns, handle them as you see fit. Yu Bufan, possessing a composed demeanor and a diligent approach, instilled confidence in Hua Yunfei. Recognizing him as the future leader of the 101st generation of Daoyuan Peak, Hua Yunfei deemed it essential to grant him a measure of authority, gradually guiding him toward the higher echelons of the Kaoshan sect's vision. Turning his attention to Huang Xian, who seemed lost in thought, Hua Yunfei reassured him, "Do not fret about the imperial tomb matters. Focus on your cultivation. Rest assured, I shall oversee everything." Huang Xian, feeling a wave of relief, nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, master." With a subtle nod, Hua Yunfei ceased further discourse. As he turned, the space before him expanded, revealing a black void of considerable height, into which he stepped. In an instant, Hua Yunfei's figure vanished from Daoyuan Peak. At that moment, he had exited the Kaoshan sect, erasing all traces of his presence, leaving no one capable of tracing his whereabouts. Gazing into the closed void, Yi Bufan instinctively remarked, "Though our talents are already unparalleled, I cannot shake the feeling that our master's abilities are even more formidable." This instinct resonated within him, for the ancient sacred body had never been inferior to others throughout its existence. Although Yi Bufan was inherently composed, neither arrogant nor impatient, pride coursed through him, and he would not easily concede defeat. However, in the presence of Hua Yunfei, he often felt that his own talent paled in comparison. Huang Xin cast a glance at him and said, "Eliminate that sense of inferiority." Yu Bufan looked towards Huang Xian, having experienced the vastness of the world. Huang Xian understood well what a cultivator, especially one preparing to embark on the path to the emperor, must avoid. He regarded Yu Bufan and stated, "Brother, regardless of our master's talents or the potential encounters with others whose abilities may rival or surpass ours, we must maintain unwavering confidence in ourselves. This is an essential prerequisite on the path to becoming an emperor, the invincible heart of the emperor, a beacon amidst the cosmic expanse. Sustain them step by step towards enlightenment." Yu Bufan came to a realization, expressing, "Thank you for your reminder, junior brother." Huang Xian, as the reincarnation of the Xianhuang Emperor, possessed knowledge far beyond his own, and in just a few words, he had offered invaluable assistance. Huang Xian continued, "Our master has conveyed that you must shatter your constraints and, with the ancient sacred body, transcend the predecessors of the past. Therefore, in matters of the heart, you must be more rigorous than anyone else. Once the heart of the Tao shatters, the path of invincibility reaches its terminus, especially for you." Yu Bufan nodded gravely, finding great wisdom in Huang Xian's words. Just half a day after Hua Yunfei departed from the sect, a terrifying piece of news spread across the eastern region. Before the report could be substantiated, a cataclysmic storm erupted in Sangzhou, unleashing formidable Tao laws that manifested as a resplendent divine rainbow, obliterating vast stretches of land. Thousands of holy lights cascaded from the heavens, shrouding the 33 tiers of the celestial realm, as two overwhelming forces of sanctity collided, filling the cosmos with their might, instantly devastating the surrounding terrain. No object could withstand the pressure of these titanic forces for even a moment. Whether ferocious beasts or cultivators, regardless of their exalted realms, all felt insignificance in the face of such divine might. In a secluded mountainous region of Sangzhou, an elder emerged, gazing toward the erupting sacred energies in the distance, murmuring, "Two saint-level beings are indeed clashing. It appears they are both intent on killing." Wait, he noticed something unusual. Exclaiming in astonishment, one of the parties does not seem to have reached the saint level yet. They appear to be caught between the third transformation and the saint level, on the verge of a breakthrough. This moment was exceedingly unstable. How audacious for this individual to engage with a true saint at such a precarious time. Realizing the intentions of that individual, the elder's expression shifted through various shades, lamenting inwardly the audacity of such a hero. What tremendous courage! Chapter 52. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. A battle of saints. Terrifying news swept across the entire eastern region from the land of Sangzhou. Numerous powerful factions turned their gaze towards Sangzhou. What has transpired in Sangzhou in recent days? First, the appearance of the Xianhuang Emperor's tomb, followed by mysterious figures provoking the dominant Sun and Moon sect, and now, an unprecedented battle of saints that occurs but once in a century. When ordinary individuals engage in combat, many thrill-seekers hastily rush to the scene for a spectacle. However, when it comes to a battle of saints, regardless of who it may be or what faction they represent, all those in proximity to the battlefield flee with their families in tow. The residual power of a saint can obliterate a major sect. Should one be directly struck by the might of a saint, even the once mighty 9 great immortal sects could face annihilation. In a battle of saints, all things are reduced to mere fodder. In this current age of decline, where the spatial fabric is frail and existence itself withers, it is not an exaggeration to proclaim that saints are the supreme beings of this realm. Above a vast primeval forest in Sangzhou, the atmosphere is thick with ancient energy. Towering trees reach heights of 200 meters, home to ferocious beasts that instill terror, their overwhelming presence enough to make all cultivators tremble in fear. Yet today, even these fearsome creatures are hastily retreating. Each one is swifter than the last, wishing they had been born with 2 extra legs, their speed reaching unprecedented levels. Some have dashed out of the primeval forest, while others plunge deeper into the woods, seeking refuge among even greater beasts. Boom! A beam of light, 1,000 meters wide, descended from the heavens and plunged into the primordial forest, instantly stirring up waves of golden brilliance that cascaded into the air. As the brilliance dissipated, the surrounding landscape lay barren for tens of thousands of miles, utterly devoid of life, ravaged by terrifying arcane forces. The very fabric of space shattered, exposing a dark void that loomed ominously, instilling fear beyond measure. A fierce gale from the void howled forth, sweeping up mountains of debris. High above, in the expanse of the sky, Hua Yunfei and Ancestor Luoning were locked in an unrelenting battle. Their exchanges punctuated by the terrifying ability to easily crush those at the transcendental realm. Time seemed to lose meaning as the two ascended to the celestial realm. Standing amidst the 33 heavens, gazing at one another from a distance, Hua Yunfei, masked and exhilarated, sensed that he was at a disadvantage. However, it appeared that his opponent had been holding back, unwilling to unleash his full power, which prolonged the conflict. This circumstance ignited a flicker of hope within him for a breakthrough into the saint realm. He had reached the 3rd transformation, standing at the pinnacle of sacred law. His every gesture echoing the essence of a saint. Though he might not rival a true saint, his innate talent suggested he would not fall far behind. Today, bolstered by the support of Hua Yunfei, he resolved to seize the moment and strive for a decisive breakthrough into the saint level. Despite the daunting challenge ahead, he was determined to attempt it. Should he succeed at such a young age, he would undoubtedly rank among the youngest saints since the dawn of the end of the Dharma era. Youth, I have restrained my power in our duel. Do you understand why? Ancestor Luoning spoke, his eyes shining like stars, evoking the terrifying imagery of a great star's demise. After engaging in a protracted battle with Hua Yunfei, his demeanor remained tranquil and unruffled. Yet, within his heart, he was profoundly astonished. The mere 3rd transformation of a semi-saint had managed to endure for such an extended period in his presence. Although he had not exerted his full strength, the innate talent of this individual was undeniably exceptional, rivaling even his own capabilities. His reluctance to unleash his full power was not solely due to Hua Yunfei's formidable talent. It was also a consideration of his own advancing age. Fully wielding the power of a saint would hasten his decline and accelerate the depletion of his lifespan. Even if he were to vanquish his opponent, the cost would outweigh the benefits. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he sought to defeat Hua Yunfei with minimal expense and return to the Sun and Moon Divine sect. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Hua Yunfei's terrifying prowess exceeded his expectations, rendering ordinary saint-level strength insufficient to suppress him. In fact, it would require considerable time. Moreover, Hua Yunfei possessed an abundance of treasures of remarkable quality, which left him astounded. This situation further narrowed the gap in their strengths, as he refrained from fully employing the power of a saint. Upon hearing the words of the venerable Luoning, Hua Yunfei scoffed, asserting, "I need not know. I am aware that the saintly level is right before me." In response, Luoning let out a cold snort, contemplating the necessity of utilizing the imperial weapon to easily subdue this individual. Before departing from the Sun and Moon Divine sect, the sect leader had advised him to take the Sun and Moon Star seal with him. However, he had deemed it superfluous to wield an imperial weapon against someone of a lower realm, believing that a saint-level being was invincible in this world. Little did he anticipate that he would now find himself regretting that decision. The venerable ancestor Luoning remarked, "Although I cannot deduce your origins, I can surmise that you hail from a sect that has been expelled by my teachings. I urge you to reconsider your path, for opposing the sacred land will undoubtedly be the gravest error of your life. The profundity of the sacred land is beyond your imagination." Upon hearing his words, Hua Yunfei suddenly erupted into laughter, exuding confidence as he retorted, You are entirely ignorant of the term profoundness. The mere passage of time does not necessarily strengthen one's foundation. In my view, your Sun Moon Divine sect possesses nothing more than the advantage of imperial weaponry. Were it not for the absence of such weaponry, he refrained from elaborating further. Additional words would serve no purpose, and he had no desire to unveil the secrets of his sect. The wisdom of a sage is unfathomable. Speaking too much would inevitably lead to speculation. Ancestor Luoning seemed to grasp his implication, his expression turning icy. Such a diminutive sect as the Sun Moon Divine sect. It appears I have retained too much, leaving him unaware of what it truly means to be a sage. At last, Ancestor Luoning released the restraints upon himself. And in an instant, he erupted in a radiant golden light, a terrifying sage-level aura surging forth like a pillar of light piercing the heavens and penetrating the cosmos. In the realm of celestial beings, one can traverse the universe, yet there lies a significant risk of perishing amidst the unknown starry expanse. The Tao realm offers a modicum of safety, allowing one to sense dangers and evade them in advance through the use of Taoist techniques. However, only upon reaching the true sage level can one navigate the cosmos with ease, without the need for any transportation artifacts, effortlessly traversing star domains to reach other celestial realms. This is a feat unattainable by those at the temporal realm and the celestial realm. As the venerable Lao Ning unleashed his true, saintly power. An overwhelming pressure manifested palpably, saturating the very fabric of this domain. The entire firmament trembled, and Hua Yunfei's body was incessantly forced downward, unable to maintain a stance parallel to that of Lao Ning. This is the pride of a saint. Without achieving sainthood, one remains mortal, a chasm too vast to bridge. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Hua Yunfei was filled with exhilaration, seemingly impervious to the surrounding pressure, his expression radiating joy as he inhaled the sacred energy. This was precisely the sensation he sought. After 30 years away from the sect, traversing the northern dipper and stepping into the cosmos, this moment was his ultimate aspiration. Today, he would surely fulfill his desire. Suddenly, the terrifying battle at the saintly level escalated as a surge of divine power erupted, its immense sanctity seemingly enveloping half of the great Songzhou. Countless cultivators were engulfed in panic, the dreadful aura evoking visions of apocalyptic desolation. This divine might forcefully suppressed another, rendering the realms unequal. Yet, the weaker side, with a brilliance that shone intensely, unleashed all its strength, rushing headlong to collide with the overwhelming divine force. The conflict raged on for several days, the battlefield shifting from the heavens to the earth, and then into the void, ultimately bursting forth into the starry expanse. Observers beheld one side lift a massive star, swinging it like a weapon against the other. Stars, spanning tens of thousands of miles, danced in their hands like mere playthings, easily grasped with a flick of the wrist. A resounding boom echoed as shattered fragments of celestial bodies plummeted from the heavens, striking the earth of the Big Dipper and creating vast chasms that extended for hundreds of thousands of miles. While all eyes were fixated on the fierce battle unfolding in the cosmos, none noticed a solitary figure ascending to the skies, stepping into the celestial expanse, and with a graceful wave of the hand, shrouding the battlefield in obscurity. Chapter 53. You must inquire with those irascible old fellows to see if they concur. Hua Yunfei has arrived in the starry expanse. Beneath his feet lies the resplendent constellation of the Big Dipper, while before him unfolds a dazzling yet desolate and profound cosmic sky. The universe is fraught with perilous unknowns, where the remnants of ancient terrors occasionally drift by. Even a fleeting touch from a cultivator at the brink of enlightenment could result in an instantaneous transformation into blood. Moreover, the terrifying cosmic rays can annihilate an ordinary cultivator at the threshold of enlightenment in an instant. In this vast celestial realm, numerous stars teem with life, yet countless others, large and small, have long since lost their luster, their surfaces marred and uneven. These celestial bodies may have once basked in brilliance on some bygone day, but they have succumbed to the relentless passage of time, becoming relics of an advancing era. Hua Yunfei emanates a faint white light, rendering him invisible to the myriad powerful beings of the Big Dipper, whether they gaze upwards or employ artifacts to peer in his direction. Even the fierce combatants, Hua Yunfei and the venerable Luo Ning, engaged in battle not far away, remain oblivious to his presence. At this moment, he stands there akin to a specter. Setting forth from the Mount of Reliance, Hua Yunfei journeyed to Songzhou, tracking the whereabouts of Hua Yunfei and perceiving the fluctuations of his fierce clash with Luo Ning. Subsequently, he employed the chaos spell to quietly erase all traces, dissolving every imprint of the space and causality that Hua Yunfei and Luo Ning had once occupied. Henceforth, No one shall be able to deduce the events that transpired at that location, not even the saint-level causality of Luoning. All was obliterated and rendered invisible by Hua Yunfei. Upon completing this, he ascended into the starry expanse, arriving at the periphery of the battlefield where the two were engaged. Hua Yunfei believed it prudent to allow Hua Sangqiang to experience the essence of a sage. Although Hua Sangqiang was already battered and bruised, gravely injured, and teetering on the brink of death, Hua Yunfei remained unperturbed. By revealing such vast powers, he feared that it might inadvertently expose his father's sect, the Kaoshan sect, to potential threats. Even amidst the cosmos, where space is more stable, the might of the two sages shattered the starry skies, unveiling the terrifying void beyond. As horrific void storms surged forth, creating an apocalyptic scene. Since Hua Yunfei had promised his father to resolve the matters of causality, he was determined to fulfill this obligation completely, for it pertained to significant affairs of the Kaoshan sect, which could not be approached with ambiguity. Their foremost principle was caution against exposure. With a hum, Hua Yunfei splayed his palm, and the ancient, chaos-imbued chaos bell floated serenely before him. The essence of the bell was cloaked in an imperceptible aura, perfectly mastered by Hua Yunfei. At this moment, he intended to harness the chaos bell to employ a unique technique, shrouding the starry expanse and concealing the scene visible to the powerful beings of the Big Dipper constellation. Go. With a flick of his fingers, the diminutive chaos bell soared forth, hovering above the Big Dipper. After he gently shook it 3 times, an almost undetectable veil enveloped the constellation. It was an illusion array. Should we directly isolate the view beyond the Northern Dipper, it may inadvertently pique the curiosity of formidable forces, prompting them to seek ways to investigate this location. Instead, it would be wiser to conjure an illusionary array, allowing them to indulge in their own amusement for a time before concluding the battle. One layer is insufficient. Multiple layers must be employed for security. The Northern Dipper harbors numerous dangers, with all manner of individuals present. Thus one cannot guarantee that unforeseen circumstances will not arise. With a cautious demeanor, Hua Yunfei flicked his fingers and subsequently wove intricate hand seals, manifesting 99 illusionary arrays, continually augmenting and reinforcing the illusions produced by the chaos bell. In an instant, multiple luminous screens coalesced into a dense layer, resembling clouds, only to eventually fade away until they vanished entirely. To the naked eye, it appeared as though nothing was amiss. After completing this, Hua Yunfei retrieved another talisman, affixing it within the starry expanse of the Northern Dipper, thereby suppressing the causal intricacies of this realm. This should suffice. Only then can I rest assured. When venturing into the world, one must exercise caution. The powerful beings present within the Northern Dipper remained oblivious to any anomalies, eagerly reveling in the celestial spectacle. The sage's every gesture and technique emanated a unique Tao, with words translating into law. Should one glean any insights from this, the benefits would be boundless. Many ancient beings, having emerged from their secluded retreats, gazed with anticipation at the conflict, their internal Tao platforms rotating, divine infants blossoming, and heavenly souls surging. As they endeavored to analyze the techniques of the two formidable entities amidst the starry sky. Truly astonishing. Is this what it means to be a sage? It is often said that saints are difficult to slay, and upon reflection, the ancients do not deceive me. The might of one side has waned to an extreme degree. Yet the other side, despite expending so much time and effort, has failed to vanquish him. Indeed, although he was shattered in a single blow, he swiftly reconstituted his saintly form and resumed the fierce battle. In the heart of a city, a massive square is dominated by a mirror of 1,000 meters size. This mirror is a unique artifact, capable of glimpsing images from the cosmos. At this moment, millions of spectators encircle the square. Some stand still, while others hover in the air, their eyes fixed intently on the reflections within the mirror, occasionally emitting exclamations of awe. When will they attain such prowess? Hua Yunfei directed his gaze towards Hua Sangqiang and the venerable ancestor Luoning. Although the ancestor Luoning had unraveled the restrictions upon the saint, unleashing his power, he was originally merely at the second tier of the saint realm. Now, with little time left and his vitality diminished, his strength has significantly regressed. Thus, even with the aid of the quasi-emperor weapon, Hua Sangqiang can only barely contend, and even that is an arduous endeavor. At this moment, Hua Sangqiang's black robe is in tatters, revealing the resplendent golden silk armor beneath, a gift from Hua Yunfei. This quasi-emperor-grade armor not only isolates him from deduction, but also boasts formidable defensive capabilities. His bronze mask is cracked at the right eye, exposing his eye and the right side of his forehead. In his hand, Hua Sangqiong wields a quasi-emperor-grade chopping knife, ancient and unrefined, with a chipped edge yet possessing unparalleled sharpness. Even the venerable Lord Lanin does not possess such extraordinary equipment. After battling with Hua Sangqiong for so long, had it not been for his two quasi-imperial artifacts, he would have long since slain him. His fury is palpable. Why is this individual so extravagantly equipped? Clad from head to toe in supreme artifacts, he is armed to the teeth. Like an indomitable turtle, he expended tremendous effort to defeat Hua Sangqiong only once. Yet, he swiftly evaded and reconstituted his sacred form. Hey, Hua Sangqiong gasped, his face flushed and voice booming. Continue. Young Lanin, do not falter. If you cannot slay me today, you shall surely perish. He has discerned the waning strength of Lord Lanin. This indicates a profound weakness, a consequence of age. In a fit of indignation, Lord Lanin retorted, Impudent child, cease your arrogance. After such a prolonged struggle, we have intertwined too many celestial secrets and karmic threads. In due time, both you and the sect that supports you shall be held accountable. When that moment arrives, not only will you face repercussions, but your sect shall as well. In response, Hua Sangqiong erupted in laughter, unperturbed. You think my sect will bear the consequences? You should inquire with those irritable old fellows whether they agree. From a distance, Hua Yunfei smiled knowingly. Although he was unaware of the specifics of the sect's foundation, he understood well enough that a mere sage could not compel the Kashan sect to face repercussions. They might enter upright, but the disciples of the Sun and Moon Divine cult would surely emerge bearing a box. Chapter 54. Doubt Hua Sangqiong's dismissive remarks about the Sun and Moon sect thoroughly infuriated the venerable Luoning. The Sun and Moon sovereign represented their faith, while the Sun and Moon sect embodied their bonds. Such insults and contempt from others were intolerable. You, a mere child, shall surely perish today. In a fit of rage, Luo Ning shouted, his long beard billowing to his knees. With his hands clasped in prayer, his four eyes suddenly radiated a brilliant red and blue light. The luminous aura erupted from his gaze, illuminating the very cosmos, as twin beams of light emerged from his eyes, growing ever thicker, eclipsing even the distant stars in size. With a thunderous exclamation, Luo Ning unleashed the red and blue radiance, which culminated in the formation of a radiant sun and moon, casting their glorious light that shattered dozens of lifeless stars into mere dust. The overwhelming force shattered the fabric of the starry sky. In that moment, Luo Ning appeared ageless, his blood surging with vitality, emanating a formidable aura, potent enough to crush Hua Sangqiong. At this instant, he was a true sage, returned to the pinnacle of his youth. Is this the essence of a sage? My anticipation grows ever more profound. Hua Sangqiong trembled uncontrollably, feeling the terrifying presence of a sage. Even a mere fragment of this power could rend him apart. He finally understood the true nature of a sage. The term sage held profound meaning. This was a force beyond mortal comprehension, a power that, once grasped, transcended the ordinary and ascended to the divine. In an explosive display of strength, Hua Sangqiong unleashed the Deluo Heaven Blade technique, summoning two manifestations of himself and retrieving two sacred weapons from the Purple Mansion as celestial realm to arm them. Together, the trio executed the formidable Deluo Heaven Blade technique, a powerful swordsmanship inherited from Hua Yunfei, capable of cleaving through the very fabric of the cosmos and effortlessly shattering stars. A resplendent blade aura coalesced above them, expanding into a magnificent seven-colored radiance, spanning thousands of miles and continuing to grow. Any lifeless star that came into contact with the blade's brilliance was obliterated into dust. I have traversed the Northern Dipper for millennia, and you are the first to force me into such a predicament. Today, I shall remember your demise. The brilliance in the eyes of ancestor Luo Ning shone with a dazzling intensity. In the distance, the sun and moon fused into a radiant sphere of red and blue light, hovering amidst the collapsing starry expanse, which had imploded for hundreds of thousands of miles. A void storm, barely unleashed, was swiftly annihilated by the power emanating from the luminous orb. Although ancestor Luo Ning recognized the might of Hua Sangqiong's technique, he dismissed it as trivial compared to the sacred arts passed down through the Sun and Moon Divine sect. Luo Ning, the outcome remains undecided. Do not let your tongue be swept away by the winds of arrogance. Hua Sangqiong retorted with a cold smile, his composure unshaken, pouring forth his full strength. You know nothing of the power of the saints. Ancestor Luo Ning scoffed, then urged the red-blue sphere closer to Hua Sangqiong. In the distance, Hua Yunfei observed the fierce battle between the two individuals, his expression serene. Although their clash unleashed a terrifying spectacle, it posed no threat to him. Casting a brief glance at the illusory formation above the North Star and confirming its undisturbed state, Hua Yunfei turned his gaze towards Hua Zongqiong. The Deluo Tian Blade technique, a skill he had acquired through his sign-in rewards, lacked a defined rank but exuded an aura of formidable power. However, even with the combined might of the three wielding this technique, they would fall short against the fully unleashed prowess of the saint-level ancestor, Luo Ning. This was due to the fact that Luo Ning employed a method seemingly bestowed by the legendary Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, a technique of extraordinary strength. Coupled with his cultivation at the second layer of the Saint Realm, he unleashed an unimaginable force of terror. Should Hua Zongqiong engage him head-on, he might inflict some injury on Luo Ning, but he himself would be swiftly reduced to ashes by the crimson and azure orbs of energy. Father, it seems you are still lacking, Hua Yunfei mused with a smirk. His father had often reprimanded him at Daoyuan Peak, not only delivering frequent beatings, but also pilfering his belongings. When he had departed 30 years ago, he had even packed several ginseng fruits from the ginseng fruit tree area, justifying it with the words, "Your mother loves these." If Hua Yunfei had attempted to intervene, his father would retort, "Are you unaware of your mother's temperament? If she desires something and you deny her, do you wish to be beaten?" Now, witnessing his father in distress brought a sense of amusement, and he watched for quite some time. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If he did not intervene soon, he feared he might lose his father entirely. He could naturally discern that Hua Zongqiong sought to leverage this opportunity to break through to the Saint Realm. Thus, aiding him must be approached with careful consideration. Hua Yunfei flicked his fingers, sending a shimmering light that evaded the consciousness of both individuals and penetrated into the body of Ancestor Luo Ning. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and Ancestor Luo Ning's expression shifted as he introspectively discovered that his Dao platform had fractured. The Dao platform, a manifestation of the natural laws of the Dao, stood 10 layers high, embodying his profound understanding of the principles of heaven and earth, as well as a millennium of comprehension of the sacred path. It was remarkably stable, yet it had now unexpectedly split apart. The rupture of the Dao platform indicated a flaw in his great Dao, resulting in a wound to his Dao, and a surge of reverse blood rushed up to his throat. Ancestor Luo Ning stifled the blood, his heart filled with dread. Could it be that he had truly aged, barely mustering his full strength, only to suffer such consequences? The fracturing of the Dao platform and the resulting Dao injury were difficult to mend. Henceforth, it would be nearly impossible for him to advance further, forever confined to the second layer of the Saint Realm. Damn it! Ancestor Luo Ning seethed, fixing his gaze upon Hua Zongqiong. It was all your doing, causing my Dao platform to shatter. You deserve to perish. Yet, despite his fury, reason prevailed. The fragmentation of the Dao platform served as a warning that he had overexerted himself and must temper his efforts. Consequently, he hastily withdrew some of his strength, causing the once formidable red and blue orbs to diminish significantly in size, their terrifying aura retracting considerably. Yet, they remained exceedingly formidable. Observing this, Hua Yunfei flicked his fingers once more, sending a streak of light into Hua Zongqiong's body, infiltrating his Dao platform. This stream of light contained a unique Dao technique, harboring insights pertaining to the Saint Realm, and quietly embedded itself into the Dao platform. When Hua Zongqiong came to a sudden realization, it felt as though enlightenment had dawned upon him in an instant. In this manner, it was far more advantageous than receiving overt assistance from Hua Yunfei. After all, the sacred realm held tremendous significance. Should Hua Zongqiong discover that his saintly level comprehension originated from another, it might fracture his resolve, severely curtailing his future potential. Boom. As anticipated, upon attaining that layer of saintly comprehension, Hua Zongqiong's strength surged instantaneously. Additionally, with his innate talent already formidable, he discerned further insights built upon the foundation laid by Hua Yunfei's comprehension. His second foot was already at the threshold of the saintly level, with his big toe having crossed the boundary. His great Luo Tian blade technique sliced through the depths of the cosmic void, as if a single stroke could rend the universe asunder. Witnessing this spectacle, Hua Yunfei turned and departed without lingering. The outcome was glaringly evident. There was no doubt that the venerable Luo Ning would face inevitable defeat. No, death was certain. To ensure precaution, Hua Yunfei cast a spell, concealing it within the starry expanse, so that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, this spell would aid Hua Zongqiong in vanquishing Luo Ning. Subsequently, Hua Yunfei retrieved the chaotic bell suspended above the northern dipper and instead conjured another bronze bell. This was a grand sacred artifact inscribed with illusory paths and sealing laws, sufficient to substitute for the chaotic bell, temporarily controlling the myriad layers of illusionary formations. However, in his cautiousness, Hua Yunfei once again unleashed a spell, activating nearly 500 layers of illusionary arrays to prevent anyone from discerning the true secrets concealed herein. After all, the North Dipper Star harbors countless formidable ancient beings. Caution is paramount. Having completed his tasks, Hua Yunfei departed from the celestial expanse surrounding the North Dipper Star. His foray was primarily to aid Hua Zongxing in resolving causality issues, yet his principal objective was to transcend his own grand realm and undergo the heavenly tribulation. I refused to believe it. Suddenly, as Hua Yunfei had distanced himself, he heard a resentful roar emanating from the direction of the North Dipper Star. Chapter 55. Are you really, damn it? Hua Yunfei distanced himself from the Beidou Star region and ventured into a shadowy expanse of the cosmos, surrounded by lifeless dead stars. Here, undergoing tribulations was considerably safer, as few would dare to tread upon this desolate territory filled with barren celestial bodies. Naturally, as an aspiring practitioner of the path of survival, precautions remained imperative. Hua Yunfei had always been adept at concealing the depths of his strength, never revealing it to others. This was a tradition of the Kuaishan sect. The philosophy of the path of survival was profound and expansive, and the ancestor of Kuaishan was indeed a remarkable figure. Hua Yunfei held profound admiration for this elder, whom he had yet to meet, yet felt an affinity for in spirit. With a swift motion, Hua Yunfei planted 8 flags of various colors upon 8 different dead stars. The flags interconnected, their tips radiating an 8-colored divine light, forming a unique concealment formation that cloaked the starry expanse. Beneath this celestial canopy, Hua Yunfei's figure gradually faded from sight, becoming imperceptible even to those formidable beings who might pass nearby. With a decisive glance upward at the starry sky, Hua Yunfei relinquished the restraint on his internal realm. In an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from his being, shattering hundreds of stars into dust, unable to withstand the force unleashed. Thunderclouds roiled, obscuring the heavens, their brilliance piercing through the tranquil void of space, with blue and violet arcs of electricity stretching 100 meters wide, entwined with the laws of destruction. The heavenly tribulation loomed. Since the end of the Dharma ending age, transcending into the realm of sages no longer necessitates enduring tribulations. The heavenly Tao does not impose tests. However, to attain the sage realm, one must still face tribulations. Sages are distinct from the rest. The heavenly Tao will bestow upon them the heavenly tribulation test. Should one successfully navigate this trial, they become a sage amidst the cosmos. Suddenly, as lightning crackled, dozens of figures coalesced within the storm clouds. Each appeared to have once been a central figure of the universe, exuding an aura so formidable that all paths bowed in submission at their mere gestures. Has the preliminary tribulation been omitted? The law's imprints manifest directly. Previously, when Hua Yunfei faced tribulations, he had to endure the innate thunder tribulation to cleanse his body, which served as a preliminary test. Only after overcoming this would the thunder tribulation, tailored to his potential, bestow special law imprints. Yet this time, the preliminary thunder tribulation was absent. Immediately, nearly 60 law imprints descended. Each imprint's master seemed to have once been a principal entity of the cosmos, radiating a terrifying presence. Moreover, even more law imprints emerged from the storm clouds, resembling living beings, moving with the grace of dragons and tigers, their every movement commanding reverence. This was several times greater than before. Indeed, in the Dharma ending age, the heavenly tribulations have grown increasingly fearsome. For every step a cultivator takes, it is a battle for survival against the heavens. Hua Yunfei's expression remained unchanged as he ascended to confront those figures with their overwhelming auras. Boom! With a single punch, a golden-robed youth, born from the heavenly tribulation, was obliterated. As the youth clad in golden robes reformed his body, he gazed incredulously at Hua Yunfei, exclaiming, "Is it possible for the younger generation to be so formidable?" With his formidable prowess, he had nearly been obliterated by a single punch. Once, he had been an invincible figure of an era, a former protagonist of the celestial realm. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the preceding waves forward. A middle-aged man in a green robe approached, his appearance unremarkable and his physique slender. Yet, with each stride, there resonated the harmony of the Tao, and beneath his feet, a resplendent golden pathway emerged. Behind him blossomed a lotus, pure and radiant, embodying sacred simplicity. Hua Yunfei regarded him, recognizing that this individual was among the elite within the imprints of these laws, a veritable pyramid of existence within the same realm. "You wept to me," declaring that the tales of fairy tales are mere fabrications. At the moment Hua Yunfei was undergoing tribulation, within a desolate star in his celestial expanse. A chubby youth broke through the earth amidst an ancient mountain. His visage was round, his form ample, with notably large earlobes. Clad in a tattered Taoist robe adorned with patches and grasping an ancient bronze compass. Upon emerging from the soil, he dusted off the ancient bronze compass in his hands and, with a grin, declared, "What a treasure! In 300 years of my existence, I have unearthed such wondrous artifacts, all thanks to you." He planted a kiss on the compass, his plump face revealing a hint of lewdness, as if that were his true nature. Beneath the guise of harmlessness and endearing clumsiness lay a deceptive facade. His principle is a facade on the surface, and a different reality behind it. This is the reason he can traverse the vast star domains, visiting nearly 1,000 life-bearing planets, while living so freely. However, for the plump young man, there exists one matter of utmost solemnity and sanctity, which cannot be taken lightly and must be treated with great respect. That is, tomb raiding. Although it is an act of grave robbery, he still ensures the deceased is afforded their final dignity. Before entering, he kneels thrice and bows 9 times, offering incense. Upon exiting, he retrieves copper coins, sprinkles them with rice wine, and finally bows in gratitude for the treasures bestowed by the tomb's owner. "Oh, Venerable Xian, the humble Taoist Jiadobo, express my heartfelt thanks." One could see the plump young man shaking his head as he scattered the copper coins, forming a pattern resembling the yin-yang fish. He then poured the rice wine over the black fish design and knelt before the white fish pattern, bowing earnestly. This gesture was a token of gratitude for the inheritance left by the tomb owner, which had enabled him to thrive. Suddenly, after Jiadobo completed his homage, the copper coins arranged in the yin-yang fish pattern began to emanate a divine radiance, spinning as if a voice from the void spoke to Jiadobo. "I curse you, celestial being." The voice was intermittent and indistinct, yet one could discern the speaker's fury, as if they wished to exact vengeance upon him. "So, in your twisted logic, I must express gratitude for stealing my burial goods? You truly deserve to perish." Jiaduo seemingly remained oblivious, feigning profundity as he rose, then bowed deeply once more, proclaiming, "Your words shall be etched in my heart. There is no need to thank me for inheriting your legacy in the future. Your treasures shall flourish in my hands. In time, the unfathomable sage shall be one of my destined benefactors." Upon uttering these words, Jiaduo gestured with his fingers, unleashing a stream of light that struck the yin-yang fish emblem. Instantly, the emblem began to swirl, manifesting a yin-yang fish of 100 miles across in the starry expanse, which then dispersed, transforming all coins into radiant halos that vanished into the cosmos. The twinkling starlight obliterated the lingering remnants of the unfathomable sage's spirit. Having completed his task, Jiaduo adorned his face with his signature smile, contentedly preparing to stow away the ancient bronze compass in his possession. Suddenly, the compass's needle trembled violently, emanating an aura of enigmatic laws, pointing resolutely in a specific direction, its tip radiating a golden glow. Startled, Jiaduo followed the needle's direction, which led him to the Northern Dipper Star Domain. The ancient bronze compass was a fortuitous acquisition, possessing the ability to locate treasures, unbeknownst to him, or perhaps by design. Every location indicated by the compass led to an ancient tomb. Jiaduo speculated that the original owner of this compass must have harbored unique interests akin to his own. However, as Jiaduo calculated, a frown suddenly creased his brow. An ominous sign? Despite the Northern Dipper Star Domain being one of the most prominent star regions in the universe, in this present era, with numerous treasures at my disposal, who could possibly pose a threat to me? As long as I refrain from provoking the sacred land of extremes, all shall be well, correct? Jiadobo exercised caution, meticulously recalculating, and concluded that the ominous signs did not portend any mortal danger, but rather a potential streak of misfortune. Furthermore, considering the compass's intense reaction, it could very well indicate the presence of a grand tomb. Perhaps, it would be prudent to investigate. Chapter 56. The bold thrive while the timid perish suddenly. A resounding tremor erupted from the direction of the Big Dipper Star Domain, sending forth a wave of formidable imperial might that surged from the North Star into the cosmic expanse. In the desolate star domain where Jiadobo resided, situated far from the Big Dipper, he could still perceive a golden pillar of light connecting the heavens and the stars on the distant horizon. The intense imperial aura felt almost tangible. Despite the considerable distance, Jiadobo could not help but tremble uncontrollably, his flesh quaking in response. This was a natural reaction of a low-level cultivator confronted with a higher-level master. The term pressure here was more fearsome and direct than a tsunami or the collapse of the heavens. To speak rather bluntly, even a mere exhalation from a master could obliterate a large number of beings, a form of pressure in itself. Upon the appearance of the imperial light pillar, the ancient bronze compass in Giadobo's grasp unexpectedly emitted a unique wave of mystical energy, its needle vibrating more violently as it pointed resolutely towards the Big Dipper star domain. At that moment, Giadobo comprehended the truth. The grand tomb his compass had locked onto was neither the tomb of the great sage nor the tomb of the quasi-emperor. It was, in fact, the imperial mausoleum. As the saying goes, a dead friend does not hinder a poor Taoist. Moreover, another adage rings true: fortune favors the bold. The avaricious Giadobo found his desires spiraling out of control, his eyes, reminiscent of yellow soybeans, widening in astonishment and glimmering with fervor, while drool nearly escaped the corners of his mouth. For over 3 centuries, tomb raiders have encountered all manner of grandiose sepulchres. Yet none have ever stumbled upon the tomb of an emperor. One wonders what the atmosphere of such an imperial mausoleum would be like. Surely, it must possess an exquisite fragrance, no? Giadobo's nostrils flared with enthusiasm, and his face transformed into a comical visage, as he exclaimed, "Oh, celestial beings above! I perceive the scent of treasures. They beckon to me." However, his elation was short-lived, as he quickly faced a conundrum. The emergence of the imperial tomb unleashed such a powerful wave of energy that it undoubtedly attracted the attention of the Big Dipper and all prominent forces. At this very moment, they may have already embarked on their journey, converging upon the imperial mausoleum. The sacred grounds of the extreme path would certainly not be in short supply, for the appearance of a tomb of this caliber would stir even their hearts. An emperor is a treasure trove in himself, and even the objects he once touched, imbued with imperial essence, have become precious artifacts. Thus, the imperial tomb would inevitably incite a frenzied scramble among all. Some weaker factions may outwardly appear to defer to the sacred grounds of the extreme path, but in truth, they would secretly devise ways to obtain any artifact associated with an emperor. The path of cultivation is inherently a struggle against both humanity and the heavens. With such a golden opportunity before them, countless individuals would be willing to seize the moment, regardless of the risks involved. This, in turn, would lead to a chaotic situation. Chaos, however, signifies danger. Yet, on Giadobo's cherubic face, a cunning smirk emerged. Chaos also presents an opportunity, particularly for me. This compass will surely guide me past the prying eyes of others, allowing me to delve into the imperial tomb ahead of the rest. Upon this realization, Giadobo's excitement caused his plump form to quiver, and he could no longer restrain his desires. He swiftly retrieved a bronze flying vessel from within the Purple Mansion's celestial realm. This vessel, salvaged from an ancient tomb, once belonged to a sovereign of the primordial era, a being of saintly caliber. Crafted by a master artisan at the behest of this formidable sovereign, this bronze ship has been instrumental in Giadobo's survival and wandering through the starry expanse for over 3 centuries, largely due to its exceptional capabilities. "Let us act without hesitation," he declared. "Fortune favors the bold and forsakes the timid." With fervor, Giadobo opened a passage through the cosmos, a remnant of ancient cultivators' celestial pathways. For those below the saintly rank, such paths serve as the safest means of traversal, devoid of significant peril. Completely entranced by the allure of the imperial tomb, Giadobo navigated the bronze vessel into the ancient stellar route, vanishing from sight. In his reckless abandon, he cast aside all notions of danger. Were Hua Yunfei to become aware of this folly, he would undoubtedly shake his head and remark, "The youth is beyond redemption. To disregard matters of life and death so cavalierly. How could one still be deemed cautious? His understanding remains woefully shallow." Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei, amidst his tribulation, sensed the sudden surge of regal might emanating from the northern Dipper Star region. Though besieged by numerous formidable figures and surrounded by ominous energies, he nevertheless turned his gaze toward the direction of the northern Dipper. He squinted his eyes, calculated with his fingers, and murmured, "Is it truly time for the birth to occur? At present, the threshold of the Tao has scarcely allowed entry into the 1,000-mile radius of the imperial tomb. If my conjecture holds true, it is likely that an ancient ancestor from a supreme holy land is about to employ their divine powers to enter the imperial tomb." Upon this realization, Hua Yunfei understood that he could not afford to linger any longer. According to his plan, he had been awaiting this very moment. As soon as the might of the imperial tomb weakened, he was confident he could evade those from the supreme holy lands who had clandestinely brought imperial artifacts. He intended to lead Huang Xian into the imperial tomb ahead of others to procure what he needed. This would allow him to sidestep others and ensure his safety. However, the sudden developments concerning the imperial tomb had occurred sooner than Hua Yunfei had anticipated. It seemed those from the Supreme Holy Lands had employed some method to precipitate this outcome. They could no longer wait. He needed to act swiftly. There was no time for comprehending the imperial principles. Originally, Hua Yunfei had been navigating among the imprints of these imperial laws, engaging with them to experience the pinnacle of the imperial principles they had once cultivated. Each emperor had pursued a different path, yet all ultimately reached the zenith of the Tao, commanding submission from myriad paths. Although Hua Yunfei possessed numerous imperial scriptures, opportunities to directly comprehend the imperial principles were few. He had intended to make the most of the tribulation to deeply understand these principles, but circumstances now dictated that he was somewhat pressed for time. Heavenly Sun, Divine Moon. A golden-haired youth, clad in a red and blue robe, descended with a terrifying presence that oppressed the very fabric of the cosmos. His fists, infused with the divine power of the sun and moon, possessed the capacity to shatter stars with ease. Disrupted from his thoughts, Hua Yunfei cast a glance at him and let out a low scoff. Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, each time you face tribulation, you seem to revel in making your presence known. Youngster, do not be so arrogant. The Sun and Moon Saint Emperor, with his flowing golden hair, was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of nobility that befitted a supreme figure of his era. Every gesture of his radiated an air of grandeur, embodying the majesty of an emperor. Your descendants are overly audacious. Should they continue their antics, they risk squandering your legacy. They have provoked forces they ought not to have, and even the extreme Tao sacred land may lay waste to you. As Hua Yunfei observed the Sun and Moon Saint Emperor approach, his expression remained calm. However, just as he contemplated his next move, nearly 20 other figures embodying imperial laws surged forth from all directions. Each one emanated a dreadful aura that caused the stars to lament and resonated with myriad forces. Among them, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man in green was the most formidable. Behind him, a white lotus bloomed, its countless petals flourishing above myriad paths, radiating resplendent holy light that cascaded down like a divine river. This was the Qingxuan Emperor. It was said that he once pried open a corner of the celestial gates, nearly breaking free from his confinement. Yet, in the end, he met with failure. Spilling blood on the path to immortality, his lifeless body left before the celestial gates. Chapter 57. Why does this person grow stronger with each battle? The Azure Xian Emperor stands as a paragon among sovereigns, his true form a celestial lotus born at the dawn of creation. After countless eons, he attained sentience and embarked upon the path of immortality. Since the inception of his cultivation, the Azure Xian Emperor has traversed his journey with remarkable vigor, finding few equals as he swiftly subdued the formidable powers of the star realms, ultimately achieving the status of an emperor. It is said that he may be the sovereign who attained enlightenment in the shortest span of time since beginning his cultivation. Furthermore, he is revered by subsequent emperors as an unparalleled figure within his realm. The Azure Xian Emperor allied with the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor and over 20 other sovereigns, their formidable presence radiating an overwhelming aura. Although Hua Yunfei exuded an air of humility, it did not belie his pride. He held no interest in measuring himself against those he deemed inferior, willingly conceding in duels if it suited him. This was the pride inherent to the truly powerful. However, the presence of these once mighty beings ignited a fierce competitive spirit within Hua Yunfei as he unleashed the Sun Fist. His fists erupted in a brilliance akin to that of the sun, and from behind him, a great sun slowly ascended, its radiance oppressive and awe-inspiring. This was the Sun Fist scripture, a divine martial technique he had imparted to Yi Bufan, which he too had diligently practiced, having made significant strides in his mastery. The sun behind him bore a tangible heat, melting the very fabric of the cosmos, transforming him into a dazzling blaze as he charged towards the Azure Xian Emperor and his associates. With a resounding impact, he clashed fists with the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor, who was wielding the celestial Sun and Moon Fist technique. Between the two fists, the space was compressed, and upon shattering, it gave birth to a black hole, stirring a terrifying gale of darkness. With a crack, the arm of the Sun and Moon Sacred Emperor was obliterated, subsequently torn off by Hua Yunfei, who then propelled him away with a fierce kick. The disparity was evident. In the same realm, even the once mighty Sun and Moon Sacred Emperor could not match Hua Yunfei's might. However, these former sovereigns of the imperial era were not to be underestimated. Although the Sun and Moon Sacred Emperor was sent flying, he swiftly unleashed a powerful law that struck Hua Yunfei. In an instant, Hua Yunfei felt as if he were undergoing a trial of contrasting extremes. as two forces of the sun and moon surged into his body, racing towards the Tao platform. Just as Hua Yunfei intended to expel this force, the Azure Xian Emperor charged towards him. At the same time, a middle-aged man, bearing a great sun upon his back, rushed in with an aura strikingly similar to Hua Yunfei's. With a single punch, he destabilized Hua Yunfei, nearly causing him to topple. After deflecting the Azure Xian Emperor's attack, Hua Yunfei turned his gaze to the man who had thrown the punch, narrowing his eyes. Sun-Sacred Emperor. The middle-aged man bore a resolute visage, with defined features and an expression of calm. His fists blazed like a scorching sun, and the celestial manifestation behind him was no less formidable than Hua Yunfei's. Since you have mastered my martial arts, you must confront me directly and defeat me, declared the Sun-Sacred Emperor, as his body ignited with flames, invoking the Sun Scripture, rendering him a being far beyond mere sunlight. Hua Yunfei furrowed his brow, channeling the power of the Sun Bible to invigorate the Sun Fist Scripture. The confluence of these energies, stemming from a singular source, unleashed a force that surpassed even the reclusive Qin Xian Emperor. Indeed, the might of an emperor-level warrior, a favored child of an era, is not to be trifled with. Thus, I shall no longer conceal my brilliance. Hua Yunfei, pressed for time, ceased to suppress his own strength, unleashing nearly 70% of his power to wreak havoc among the throng of human emperors. As time progressed, the terror of his displayed prowess grew exponentially. Even the typically composed Qin Xian Emperor was stirred. Why does this individual grow stronger with each encounter? Is there no limit to his power? Just how much has he concealed? The Qin Xian Emperor was bewildered, unable to fathom the depths of Hua Yunfei's hidden strength. Tai Yi Sword Technique. Hua Yunfei drew a sword, executing the Emperor's sword technique. With a single stroke, the cosmos was illuminated. Tai Yi Sword Technique. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon emerged in the heavens and earth, depicting the growth journey of a blade of grass. A humble grass, through its cultivation of the sword path, became invincible for an entire era. With its very essence as a sword, it cleaved through the myriad paths of the universe. The ancient Emperor Tai Yi. Hua Yunfei was astonished to discover that amidst the crowd lurked the ancient Emperor Tai Yi. Upon witnessing Hua Yunfei wield the Tai Yi sword technique, the latter ceased to remain hidden. The sword path of the ancient Emperor Tai Yi is unparalleled. With mere common grass, he attained the rank of emperor, becoming invincible across the cosmic expanse, an immortal legend. Hua Yunfei wields a sword, while the ancient Emperor Tai Yi embodies the sword itself. The clash of their blades ignited a terrifying celestial storm. The formidable power of the laws forced the surrounding imperial manifestations to retreat. The sword energy was overwhelmingly sharp, capable of severing even those of the same imperial level. With a crack, the sacred sword in Hua Yunfei's hand shattered. The swordsmanship of the ancient Emperor Tai Yi was truly fearsome. Hua Yunfei sensed that in his prime, Tai Yi could cleave through the cosmos with a single strike. He stepped back, realizing that in this encounter, his swordsmanship fell short. However, in terms of overall strength, the ancient Emperor Tai Yi was far inferior to him. Though Hua Yunfei was forced back by the sword form of Tai Yi, he was propelled nearly 10,000 miles by a tremendous holy power. He instinctively shed his grass-like form, transforming into an ordinary youth clad in simple garments, a mere child of rural origins, still at the age of foraging for bird eggs. The ancient Emperor Tai Yi regarded Hua Yunfei, nodding in acknowledgement of his prowess, suggesting that should fate allow, they might spar again in the future. As he spoke, Tai Yi turned and dissipated in a mist. Having recognized Hua Yunfei's strength from their earlier confrontation, he discerned the terrifying potential of Hua Yunfei, far surpassing any imperial manifestation present. Lacking any discernible weaknesses, Hua Yunfei, though not quite at the level of Tai Yi in swordsmanship, was not far behind. After all, Tai Yi practiced a singular sword path, while Hua Yunfei embraced a path of holistic mastery. If Hua Yunfei were to dedicate himself solely to the art of swordsmanship, it would seem that the two would be evenly matched, perhaps even. Suddenly, a melodious tune resonated through the starry sky. A man clad in white approached, exuding an ethereal aura, as he played a piece on a jade-green bamboo flute. The tune was the demon's trial melody. The emergence of each extraordinary emperor made Hua Yunfei acutely aware of the formidable challenge posed by this heavenly tribulation. It appeared that the conclusion was not imminent. Hua Yunfei strategically evaded, embarking on an escape, not a retreat, but a means to buy time. He retrieved a special communication stone, deftly infused it with a unique incantation, and in an instant, established a connection with Yi Bufan, who was far away in the Beta Star domain at the Kashan sect. Bufan. There are changes at the Xian Wang Imperial Tomb. Take Huang Xian and seek out Master Yin Tian. Have him escort you to Tsangzhou to await my arrival. Time is of the essence. Go swiftly. Yi Bufan, located in Beidou, promptly replied, Understood, master. I shall head to Kaoshan Peak at once. Without further response, Hua Yunfei stowed the communication stone and plunged into the throng, ready to confront the 80 formidable empires of loss. At Daoyuan Peak, upon receiving the news, Yi Bufan realized there was no time to waste and hurried to Huang Xian's dwelling. Just as he was about to knock, Huang Xian burst forth rapidly. Upon seeing Yi Bufan, he momentarily froze, then exclaimed with great delight, Senior brother, quickly contact master. The Xianwang Imperial tomb is about to open, and the Imperial might has plummeted to an icy threshold. Those venerable ancestors of the underworld's sacred grounds are likely already preparing to infiltrate discreetly. Chapter 58. We go to the ancestral tomb to seek assistance. Upon hearing the words, Yi Bufan comprehended that Huang Xian is a reincarnated being. Must have sensed the changes at the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb. He conveyed the message he had just received from Hua Yunfei, which filled Huang Xian with elation as he exclaimed, Let us hasten to find our esteemed Uncle Master Yin Tian. Yi Bufan nodded in agreement, but just as they were about to take action, a subtle tremor coursed through Daoyuan Peak. An overwhelming pressure surged forth from the cave of the celestial machine, causing both individuals to stoop under its weight, struggling to withstand it. Furrowing his brow, Yi Bufan remarked, The Transcendence Realm. Has Uncle Master Tianji broken through to the Transcendence Realm? Was he not at the early stage of the Celestial Being Realm? Within the Kashan sect, it was well known that the head of each peak was at the Celestial Being Realm, although it was customary for individuals to conceal a portion of their abilities. To have reached the Transcendence Realm while still masquerading as an early-stage celestial being seems rather absurd. Huang Xian clenched his teeth and gradually straightened his posture, casting his gaze toward the cave of the celestial machine. Brother Yi, you are still too naive. Though I arrived later, I may possess a deeper understanding of the Kashan sect than you do. This place is unequivocally a den of schemers. Every disciple and elder you observe here likely adheres to the tradition of our sect, concealing their cultivation levels to varying degrees. But take heed. It is by the slightest margin, not just a trivial amount. Yi Bufan, Huang Xian added, moreover. The elders of greater age conceal their levels even more profoundly. You can hardly discern their true cultivation. Perhaps his outward appearance as an elder belies an even greater strength hidden beneath, surpassing that of the sect leader. Yi Bufan chuckled wryly, remarking that to truly integrate into the Reliant sect, one must thoroughly comprehend this art. He felt somewhat inexperienced, having only grasped the surface. At that moment, a shimmering phantom began to coalesce above the abode of the celestial mechanism, vast as 1,000 meters, seated majestically like a divine being. The phantom's dantian housed a radiant platform, brimming with ethereal charm, where waves of light ebbed and flowed, revealing the essence of natural law. This platform encapsulated the celestial mechanism's understanding and insights into the Tao, forging his entire being into a foundation of the way. Ha ha! A resounding laugh echoed as the spectral figure vanished, and the celestial mechanism emerged, his complexion vibrant and adorned with a proud smile. He appeared to have shed a century of age in an instant, having practiced the Tao for less than 5 centuries. I have forged my Tao platform and ascended to the realm of the transcendental. Such feats are rare in the entire Northern Dipper. Truly, I am remarkable. Yi Bufan stepped forward, saying, Congratulations, esteemed Uncle Master. Huang Xiandao echoed, Congratulations, esteemed Uncle Master. Indeed, the celestial mechanism nodded with a smile, subsequently producing 2 scrolls, which he presented to the two, saying, Here are 2 celestial-level techniques. Take them and practice as a reward from your esteemed Uncle Master. Yi Bufan and Huang Su exchanged peculiar glances before promptly expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Uncle Master, for your generous gift. The Master of Heavenly Secrets experienced an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The frustrations suffered in the Blood Demon secret realm were swiftly swept away, replaced by profound satisfaction. How had he previously overlooked his own exceptional abilities? He had effortlessly breached the threshold of the Tao realm, a feat surprisingly uncomplicated. In the past, he had only heard his esteemed Uncle Xuana speak of the challenges of forging a Tao platform, but now it seemed entirely dependent on the individual's capabilities. Huang Xian, filled with urgency, spoke up, Master Ancestor, Brother Yi, and I wish to visit Mount Kaoshan, as the Tao Source Peak is about to close. What do you think? The Master of Heavenly Secrets, in a splendid mood, paid little heed to Huang Xian's concerns. After all, he had already reaped sufficient benefits from Tao Source Peak and had no need to linger further. He replied, I understand. Let us go. Your master ancestor shall personally escort you to Mount Kaoshan. Suddenly, the master of heavenly secrets recalled something important and promptly suppressed his realm back to the second layer of the human realm. He turned to Yi Bufan and Huang Xian, admonishing them, "You must be vigilant not to disclose the news of your master ancestor's breakthrough. This is a grave taboo within the Kaoshan sect. Do you comprehend?" Yi Bufan and Huang Xian nodded earnestly. Indeed, this was a significant taboo within the Kaoshan sect. If they were to reveal his true cultivation level, how could he maintain his Fade? Very well, let us depart. The master of heavenly secrets waved his hand, summoning a cloud that descended beneath their feet. Yi Bufan recited an incantation, sealing off Dao's source peak, and together with Huang Xian, they set off with the master of heavenly secrets to Mount Kaoshan. At this moment, within the majestic hall of the mountain peak, not only was Master Yuntian present, but also the esteemed Taoist Xuanhe and Taoist Xuanqing, who presided over the ancestral land. Uncles, Grandmaster. Upon greeting, the three disciples of Tianji bowed respectfully. Master Yuntian gazed at them and inquired, "Tianji, what brings you three here?" Huang Xian replied, "Master, it is my revered teacher who sent my senior brother and me to seek your guidance." "Oh?" Master Yuntian responded with a hint of surprise. "Where is your master?" Having noticed how hurriedly Hua Yunfei departed, Master Yuntian had not been aware of his absence from the sect. Huang Xian explained, "My master left a few days ago on an important errand." Yi Bufan, perceiving Huang Xian's evident anxiety, interjected, "Grandmaster, my esteemed uncle, my master has instructed us to invite you to accompany us to the Xianhuang imperial tomb." At this, both Taoist Xuanhe and Taoist Xuanqing turned their attention towards them. The reason they were convened in the hall of the mountain peak was to deliberate with Master Yuntian regarding the Xianhuang imperial tomb. They had received alarming news from the Blood Demon clan, indicating that the imperial tomb was on the verge of being opened. The imperial might had descended to an icy threshold, and numerous powerful factions were poised to make their moves. The Xianhuang imperial tomb was of utmost significance, and the three were contemplating whether to wade into these treacherous waters. After all, involvement could prove exceedingly perilous. The eastern domain was currently unstable, with rumors suggesting that formidable forces from the other four domains were covertly approaching. The ancient race has awakened and arrived at the Xianyuan Yellow Emperor's tomb, seeking to seize opportunities. Three elders, who have devoted their lives to stability, find themselves at an impasse. A misstep could plunge the Cao Mountain sect into irretrievable peril, necessitating their utmost caution. Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei unexpectedly instructs the celestial master Yuntian to take his disciples to such a perilous location. The two individuals at the Yuan Dan realm may instantly perish amidst the aftermath of others' battles. The celestial master Yuntian does not outright refuse. Hua Yunfei has conveyed a request through a message, certainly for a reason. He inquires, "Has your master mentioned why?" Yi Bufan shakes his head, knowing he cannot disclose the true reason, and replies, "My master only said to have you take us there to wait for him." Wait for him. The celestial master Yuntian, with hands clasped behind his back, falls into contemplation. What exactly does Hua Yunfei intend? After a moment, Taoist Xuanhe suggests, "Yuntian, you should take them first. I will handle matters here at the sect." Upon hearing this, the celestial master Yuntian can only nod, as he cannot refuse Hua Yunfei's request. After all, it is merely a matter of escorting two individuals. Subsequently, the celestial master Yuntian leads Yi Bufan and Huang Xian to the transmission portal of the Cao Mountain sect, transporting them to a city closest to Zhangzhou. Meanwhile, within the Cao Mountain hall, Taoist Xuanhe and Taoist Xinqing exchange glances. The latter furrows his brow in contemplation before finally nodding. "Very well. However, given the circumstances, our cultivation alone may not suffice. Summon those old fellows. We shall go to the ancestral tomb to invite someone." Chapter 59. Is this really the ancestral tomb? The Mount Kaoshan sect possesses two significant foundations, the ancestral land and the ancestral tomb. As these are considered foundational elements, it is improbable for disciples of ordinary standing to be privy to such secrets. Even the average elders are merely aware of the ancestral land's existence, often oblivious to the number of ancestors that preside over it. Only those venerable elders who have served for centuries possess a modicum of insight. Yet their knowledge remains quite limited. Even a peak master is scarcely informed. This is not a matter of the sect withholding information. Rather, it is a tradition that mandates a degree of secrecy. The only individuals truly acquainted with the core of the sect are the successive leaders and those ancestors who have entered the ancestral land. Naturally, from certain perspectives, this understanding is merely superficial. Upon hearing that the Xuanhe Daoist and his companion intended to visit the ancestral tomb, the Tianji Jinren felt a surge of curiosity. Just as he was about to speak, the Xuanhe Daoist cast him a glance and calmly remarked that the requirements for entering the ancestral tomb were stringent, and his status was insufficient. The Xiancheng Daoist, concerned about the Tianji Jinren's pride, added that this was a tradition of the sect. He too had undergone similar trials in the past. Once, Xiancheng Daoist was a highly esteemed elder of the Kaoshan sect, but inadvertently revealed his strength at the Liming realm. He was subsequently compelled by the then Xuanhe Daoist to enter the ancestral land, disappearing from the world as if he had transcended into an immortal being. In those days, he had only heard whispers of the ancestral tomb and had no qualifications to enter. The celestial mechanic truly yearned to visit the ancestral tombs and uncover their mysteries. This place harbored the genuine essence of the sect, where numerous venerable ancestors lay in eternal slumber. He remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement, but as he turned away, the aura of his newly attained Taoist realm inadvertently emanated from him. Instantly, the two Taoists, Xuanhe and Xiancheng, were taken aback, gazing at him in astonishment. "Have you broken through to the Taoist realm?" they inquired. "Isn't it true that you are barely 500 years old?" Achieving the Taoist realm is no trivial feat. It requires the establishment of a Tao platform, a task of considerable difficulty. In our time, we were stuck for countless years before we could finally make the leap. Xuanhe's expression grew peculiar, just months prior, during the battle in the Blood Demon Clan's secret realm. He was well aware that the celestial mechanic had only reached the 8th layer of the celestial being realm. At that moment, due to some unpleasantness involving the likes of Go Yuan and others, he had not anticipated that this was all a ruse. In reality, the celestial mechanic had long since attained the Taoist realm. Contemplating this revelation, Xuanhe smiled with satisfaction, acknowledging the depth of the first seat's concealment. Despite enduring such significant grievances, he managed to keep it hidden. One couldn't help but wonder how Go Yuan and his companions would react upon learning this. "Oh dear, my apologies, I couldn't contain it." The celestial mechanic scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "You, indeed." Xiancheng shook his head, chuckling softly. "At your age, behaving like a child and showcasing such poor acting skills." He glanced at Xuanhe and added, "Senior brother, let him accompany us. It would be beneficial for him to broaden his horizons. Since Tianji has already reached the realm of the path, it is only a matter of time before entering the ancestral grounds." Xuanhe Daoist no longer refused and nodded, saying, "Let us go together and I'll show you the world." "Thank you, esteemed uncles," Tianji Jinren replied with a joyful smile, suppressing his aura. He continued, "Esteemed uncles, I." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiancheng interjected, "We understand the sect's rules, no need for further elaboration." Tianji Jinren laughed with reassurance, his heart brimming with anticipation. After nearly 5 centuries of life, he would finally witness the grandeur of the ancestral tomb. He yearned to know what level of cultivation allowed one to rest within the ancestral grounds. Although Xuanhe Daoist was a consummate master of the path, he merely presided over the ancestral site. There remained a considerable distance to the ancestral tomb. The ancestral grounds of the Kaoshan sect lie deep behind the Kaoshan Peak, in a secluded and tranquil area rich in spiritual energy. Truly a land outside of the mundane world. Upon reaching the old mountain, Xuanhe Daoist proceeded to execute a series of hand seals and recite incantations. Before Tianji Jinren's astonished gaze, he successively activated 9 concealed formations, revealing the true visage of the ancestral grounds. A surge of rich spiritual energy poured forth, presenting Tianji Jinren with a breathtaking landscape, nestled amid mountains and waters, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Truly a paradise beyond this world. Is this the ancestral grounds? The site I entered a century ago was merely an illusion. Tianji Jinren was somewhat speechless. This was indeed a remarkable concealment. The individuals among us are unable to discern authenticity. With a slight smile, the Su-In H Daoist remarked, "Let us proceed. It is a rare opportunity to enter the ancestral tomb. We ought to invite more individuals to enhance the occasion. Moreover, without sufficient numbers, entry into the ancestral tomb is impossible." The 3 companions traversed the picturesque mountains, seeking for a while until they discovered several cultivation caves. Each cave was inhabited by a venerable ancestor of their sect. Most of these individuals were well known to the TNJRN. Having once served as heads of halls or elders of peaks, their status is esteemed. Su-In H Daoist counted. Including the 3 of them, there were exactly 10. He declared, 10 individuals is just right. Now that we have enough, we shall not disturb the other old fellows in their cultivation. The TNJRN inquired, Why have I not seen my master? His master, the previous head of T&J Peak, had entered the ancestral grounds a century ago, and since then, the master and disciple had not reunited. Su Ning responded, "Your master remains deep within the ancestral land. The other past heads do as well. They have all reached critical junctures in their cultivation and should not be disturbed." Su Ning remarked, "Indeed. Your master's strength is such that even I would not dare to claim assured victory against him. He is truly a late bloomer, in his youth. I could easily surpass him. Ever since he entered the ancestral grounds, it is as if he has been endowed with extraordinary abilities." Tianjin felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to pay a visit to his esteemed master. "Well then, old fellows, let us prepare to open the ancestral tomb." Xuanhe spoke, and with a swift motion, he cast forth a drop of his own blood. Immediately, Xin Chen and the other 8 elders performed the same act, unleashing a single drop of their blood. 9 droplets of blood hovered in the air, emanating the essence of the Tao realm, erupting like a tsunami. Xuanhe turned to the celestial mechanism True Man and stated, "The entrance to the ancestral tomb is elusive and lacks a fixed point. The most direct method is to use the blood of 10 disciples at the Tao realm level of our sect to open the entrance." There was an unspoken implication in Xuanhe's words. Among the 10, there must be at least 1 disciple at the pinnacle of the Tao realm. Upon hearing this, the celestial mechanism True Man no longer hesitated. He flicked a drop of his own blood into the air, merging it with the other 9 droplets. The blood, infused with divinity, coalesced into a radiant brilliance, its terrifying might capable of instantly slaying cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm. As the 10 droplets fused together, Xuanhe activated his Taoist arts, formed hand seals, and bellowed, "Open the ancestral tomb." As his voice echoed, a mysterious aura surged across the heavens and the earth, drawing the amalgamated blood droplets into the void. Suddenly, a dark, circular aperture materialized in the void, wide enough for a single person to pass through. An exceptionally rich aura emanated from the entrance of the ancestral tomb, leaving the celestial mechanism True Man in a state of shock. This dense spiritual energy, while slightly less than that of the Tao Source Peak, was nonetheless remarkably close. What manner of place was the ancestral tomb established by the venerable ancestor of the Mountain of Support? Theoretically speaking, an ancestral tomb is a place designated for the interment of the deceased. Well, theoretically. However, upon entering the ancestral tomb and beholding the scene before them, the celestial mechanic exclaimed, "Do not tell me this is the ancestral tomb." His voice heightened by an octave. The members of the Xuanhe did not mock him. Indeed, during their initial visit, their reactions had been even more exaggerated than that of the celestial mechanic. Truly, the ancestral tomb of the Mounting Mountain sect possesses a distinctiveness that sets it apart from those of other factions. Chapter 60. My rear still aches. Upon emerging from the ancestral tomb, the master of heavenly mechanisms harbored a singular aspiration to one day recline within the ancestral sepulchre. Having lived nearly 5 centuries, he realized the triviality of his previous pursuits, having squandered precious time embroiled in the petty intrigues of a few old adversaries, a sheer folly. The true essence of life lay in cultivating stability, with the ancestral grounds as his aim and the ancestral tomb as his ultimate objective. He was reminded of how Hua Yunfei, years prior, vehemently rejected the sect's design for his demise and chose instead to oversee the ancestral lands. Sanxiong, how misguided you were. Had you glimpsed the splendor of the ancestral tomb, you would surely regret not having entered it in this lifetime. That place represents the true foundation of our sect. We, the current generation, merely exist on the surface. Casting a glance at the distracted master of heavenly mechanisms, Xiancheng offered a wry smile. He exchanged a knowing look with Xianhe, both men recognizing each other's thoughts. Xianhe then spoke with a tone laden with significance. "Qitian, at such a young age, you have reached the threshold of the Tao. Your future is boundless. Strive to enter the ancestral tomb before you turn 1200. At this, the master of heavenly mechanisms exclaimed that such a timeline was far too protracted. Spending so much time training in the outside world was a waste. If he could simply recline and cultivate within, would it not yield far greater results? He vowed to step into the ancestral tomb before the age of 1000, to become one of the sect's most formidable foundations. However, he voiced a different sentiment, Master Uncle, that may prove to be a challenge. How many prodigies have been thwarted by the 3 transformations of the sage? Xuanhe nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although he outwardly appeared to be at the pinnacle of the Lingyao realm, in reality, he had already ascended to the level of a semi-saint. He was currently striving to break through the shackles that bound him, yearning to enter the ancestral tombs at the earliest opportunity. Such places were indeed his ultimate aspiration. The ancestor of the mountain was truly remarkable, concealing secrets so profound that few could fathom them. Who could have imagined that the burial ground of the deceased would harbor such significance? The treasures hidden within were beyond mere billions. Xianqing remarked, "Brother, you may not have to wait long, but as for this old man, I wonder when I shall be granted entry." He shook his head and chuckled, utterly lacking in confidence. The requirements for entering the ancestral tombs were exceedingly stringent. Even the simplest access was fraught with difficulty, necessitating the assembly of 10 individuals, led by someone at the pinnacle of the Lingao realm. Furthermore, without a justifiable reason, attempting to enter at will could result in severe repercussions, ones that could not be resisted. The other elders from various sects, despite having reached the zenith of cultivation in this era of dwindling spiritual energy, harbored little confidence about entering the ancestral tombs. Nevertheless, they were resolute in their determination. One must have aspirations. Without effort, how could one ever ascertain their limitations? The ancestor of the mountain had created such a place to offer them hope, the hope of the entire sect. Amidst the discussions among the 10, there was one who remained silent throughout, the elder summoned from the ancestral tombs by Xuanhe and the others. This individual did not resemble the older figures present. Instead, he appeared as a youth. Dressed in azure garments, with a handsome visage and an air of elegance, he ambled gracefully ahead of the crowd, hands clasped behind his back. Listening to the murmurs of those around him, he remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the long-absent Mount Kaoshan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Who could this individual be? The enigmatic Master Tianji inquired with curiosity. Xuanhe replied nonchalantly, the 46th generation patriarch of Tianji Peak, the venerable Dao Shiwu. Our esteemed ancestor from Tianji Peak? Master Tianji's eyes brightened with recognition, realizing the familial connection. No wonder, since this figure's arrival, he had sensed a profound aura of causality permeating the heavens and earth. With the mysteries of destiny shrouded and the great path obscured, Xuanhe continued, indeed, the matters concerning the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb are of utmost significance and far-reaching implications. Given the potential dangers involved, it is most fitting to summon the ancestor of Tianji Peak, who is adept in the arts of destiny and causality. Before each action, the ancestor can predict the outcomes and veil the secrets, employing the safest methods to secure the greatest benefits for our sect. At that moment, Dao Shiwu, the 46th seat of Tianji Peak, spoke calmly, your considerations are quite astute. It seems the sect has not forgotten the teachings of the ancestral masters over the years. Thank you for your guidance, Ancestor Shiwu. Xuanhe and the others quickly expressed their gratitude with humility. Indeed, Dao Shiwu nodded thoughtfully, Xuanhe, your master has awaited you for quite some time. You must strive to advance. The sage resides in a single thought. One must not act rashly nor stray from the path. Xianqing, your father challenged me to a game of chess 3 days ago. After losing 100 matches, he was so incensed that he overturned my table, crafted from exquisite golden eagle dragonwood. As your filial duty, you must compensate me. Upon hearing this, Xianhe immediately lowered his head in shame and replied, Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. I shall not disappoint the expectations of my master and master uncle and will strive to break through the barrier and venture to the ancestral tomb. Dao Shiwu, being the master uncle of Xianhe, naturally received such reverence. Were it not for the fact that his own master, the current head of Tianji Peak, was in a crucial stage of cultivation, he would not have summoned Dao Shiwu. This individual possessed talents that once rivaled those of the former head of Dao Yuan Peak. Meanwhile, Xianqing felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, utterly speechless. His father, who had previously forced him into the ancestral grounds alongside Xianhe, had now taken to playing chess with an elder, only to flip the table in a fit of anger. Was he not afraid of retribution? Xianqing quickly declared, once this matter is resolved, I shall personally craft a fine set of tables and chairs from golden eagle dragon wood. Dao Shiwu nodded approvingly, saying, that is considerate of you. Just ensure they are sturdy, for your father's temper is quite fierce. Subsequently, Dao Shiwu cast a glance at the true man of Tianji, recognizing him as the current head of Tianji Peak. His cultivation appeared to mirror his own, and with the appearance of a celestial being, there could be no mistake. However, to have entered the ancestral tomb alongside Xianhe and others, it seemed he had already broken into the realm of Ling Dao. What is your name? Dao Shiwu inquired. The true man of Tianji promptly replied, I am called Hongqi Tian. Dao Shiwu nodded slightly, remarking, a fine name, Qi Tian. You must strive harder. Our lineage at Tianji Peak is relatively weak within the ancestral tomb. When it comes to conflict, we often face defeat. Do not be deceived by my seemingly normal gait. Not long ago, a certain member of the Hua family struck with considerable force. My rear end still aches from the encounter. Jinren Tianji was taken aback, feeling quite embarrassed. It appeared that their tradition of resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement had persisted even within the ancestral tomb. Xuanhe and the others exchanged peculiar glances, clearing their throats. Feeling sympathy for their ancestors who had already entered the ancestral tomb, one could only wonder how they fared inside. Had they been subjected to physical reprimands? Enough. Dao Shiwu ceased the idle chatter and stated, "Let us discuss the matter at hand. What are the specifics regarding the Xianwang Emperor's tomb?" Previously, when Xuanhe and the others sought his aid, they had only provided a general overview, leaving the finer details unknown to him. Xuanhe replied, "Currently, the imperial might of the Xianwang Emperor's tomb has dwindled to an icy nadir, allowing disciples of the Liming realm to enter a radius of 1,000 miles. Those of slightly higher cultivation in the Liming realm are already several hundred miles away from the tomb. The powers of the extreme Dao sacred grounds have likely summoned their half-saint or even saint-level ancestors, who are undoubtedly preparing to infiltrate the tomb ahead of us." Dao Shiwu comprehended the perilous nature of this undertaking through Xuanhe's words. He declared, "While the extreme Dao sacred grounds possess imperial weapons, one must still possess formidable strength. As long as their numbers are not overwhelming, I shall take it upon myself to handle them." Chapter 61. The merrier. In the face of the supreme sacred land, Dao Shuhua remained remarkably confident, his expression calm, as if he were merely stating an everyday fact. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "If the numbers are excessive and the consequences too great, it would be prudent for our sect to avoid involvement, lest we inadvertently expose the secrets of heaven. You must bear in mind, regardless of the circumstances, to remain vigilant against the supreme sacred land, which has once produced powers of the emperor level. It is far more formidable than it may appear." Upon hearing this, the others nodded thoughtfully. There was an oddity in their hearts. It seemed they did not regard the supreme sacred land as merely trivial. Otherwise, why would they venture into the ancestral tomb to recruit? Dao Shuhua cast a glance at the group and, after a brief moment of contemplation, remarked, "Xian Chang, and the rest of you, your realms are too low. Go and find others to replace you. At the very least, we need those at the perfected level to be of any significant use. When the time comes for battle, our sect should not suffer unduly." Xianqing felt a bit embarrassed. Was his realm truly so inadequate? He inquired, "Ancestor, how many perfected individuals should I summon?" Dao Shuhua responded, "The more, the merrier. Remember, instruct them to depart immediately, ensuring their movements remain concealed. I will signal when their assistance is required." Xianqing nodded, then departed with 7 elders, excluding the Heavenly Machine Master, returning to their ancestral grounds. The Heavenly Machine Master, sensing the situation, wisely stated, "Ancestor, my realm is too low as well. I shall refrain from getting involved and will return to the sect for diligent cultivation, striving to enter the ancestral tomb at the earliest opportunity, and seeking assistance in the fray." Dao Shiwu nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Practice your footwork and fist techniques diligently. When the time comes to engage, every punch will land with precision and impact. Go forth." The celestial mechanism master seemed to have an epiphany, leaving with a contemplative demeanor. Xuanhe inquired, "Master Ancestor, shall we proceed now?" Dao Shiwu nodded affirmatively, saying, "Let us head to the teleportation gate. Time is of the essence. Your disciple from Yutian is there alone, and his cultivation level is too low. He must not be bullied." Xuanhe smiled faintly, assuring, "Master Ancestor, rest assured. Although my wayward disciple's skills may not be formidable, he possesses some understanding of survival." He took the lead, determined to conceal his movements. Furthermore, in such a setting, his apparent cultivation at the celestial realm would not draw undue attention. Dao Shiwu nodded in agreement. Soon, the two arrived above the mount of the Reliant sect. Gazing upon the 7 main peaks and the familiar sect scenery after a prolonged absence, Dao Shiwu was filled with nostalgia. His gaze swept over Tianji Peak, only to be captivated by Daoyuan Peak. He mused, "Since the establishment of our sect, the first patriarch of the Hua family at Daoyuan Peak has been legendary. And even now, that remains true. The richness of spiritual energy here is remarkable. I dare say the current patriarch of Daoyuan Peak must possess considerable cultivation." Xuanhe recalled the visage of Hua Yunfei and remarked, "He is still but a mere child of 100 years or so. His exact cultivation level is unknown. However, he shouldn't be too far from the mark, and his innate talent is indeed impressive. In this era of decline, a century-old celestial being is undoubtedly a prodigious talent. Few can surpass such an exceptional endowment. After all, once one reaches the Purple Mansion realm, the pace of cultivation significantly slows, with breakthroughs taking years, if not decades. 100 years? Dao Shiwu furrowed his brows, having grasped the crux of the matter. How could the 99th generation's leader be so young? His father has been in the ancestral tomb for almost 200 years now, hasn't he? Xianhe, perceiving Dao Shiwu's misunderstanding, clarified. The Dao Source Peak has now passed down for 100 generations. As for the 99th generation, he glanced at Dao Shiwu's expression and continued. He ran away 30 years ago. He refused to enter the ancestral grounds, let alone the ancestral tomb. Oh? Dao Shiwu narrowed his eyes, musing. I wonder how his father would react upon learning of this. If I happen to encounter him, I shall certainly give him a lesson. Refusing to visit the ancestral tomb. What a careless fool. Let us go. We can converse as we walk. Dao Shiwu remained quite concerned about the recent state of the sect, perhaps due to his prolonged absence, fostering a sense of nostalgia. He enjoyed recounting past events and learning about the current affairs of the disciples. As the two traversed the grounds of the Kaoshan sect, even those passing nearby could not perceive their presence. They seemed to walk in a realm of void, where celestial mechanisms concealed their essence and causality ceased to exist. Soon, they arrived at a low mountain nestled among the 7 peaks, the location of the spatial domain gate of the Kaoshan sect. 2 formidable elders of the divine infant realm stood guard at this site. As Xuanhe revealed his form, the 2 elders were immediately taken aback and hastily bowed, exclaiming, "We greet the ancestor." Xuanhe nodded and instructed, "Open the domain gate and transport us to Ally City at the edge of Huangzhou." Ally City, a vast metropolis within Huangzhou, boasted a population of 100 billion and was home to countless cultivation factions, most of which established their enterprises there. Naturally, the Kaoshan sect was no exception. After Dao Shiwu and Xuanhe arrived in Ally City, they utilized the city's domain gate to be transported to another city in Songzhou. However, as they emerged from the domain gate, both were immediately struck by a profound imperial aura. The heart of Dao Shiwu, which had remained tranquil for many years, stirred for an instant. Was this the might of an emperor? Even he, upon sensing it for that brief moment, felt a chill run down his spine, an overwhelming sense of dread rising within him that was hard to suppress. It was the innate reverence a cultivator holds for those of higher status. Departing from the seemingly unrelated domain gate of the Kaoshan sect's interests, the two made their way westward, heading towards the Emperor Xuanhuang's mausoleum. In the sky, numerous divine rainbows pierced through the clouds, exuding immense power and traveling at astonishing speed. Each rainbow was a manifestation of a formidable cultivator. They were all hastening towards the Emperor Xuanhuang's mausoleum. Casting a glance at the increasingly faint 33 heavens above, Dao Shiwu remarked, "I truly wish to witness the scene where Emperor Xuanhuang's extraordinary physical manifestation is revealed. It must be absolutely breathtaking." As the imperial might gradually waned, the spectacle of the 33 heavens became ever more indistinct, with the ethereal palaces and jade towers almost fading from view. However, Dao Shiwu could discern that the true grandeur of the 33 heavens, once manifested, would be nothing short of spectacular. Xuanhe remarked, regrettably, "Even an emperor can only live for 100,000 years and cannot seal himself. Perhaps this is the fairness of the heavenly Tao?" As the two conversed, they burst forth from the spatial confines, piercing into the void, and commenced their swift journey. Half a day later, they approached the periphery of the Xianwang Emperor's tomb, which spanned a radius of 10,000 miles. Upon exiting the spatial realm, they could see, from afar, that the ground, tree branches, and even the sky were teeming with people. Among them were many fierce beasts transformed into human forms, while others, disdaining human appearance, manifested in their original terrifying guise, their fearsome presence deterring anyone from approaching. "There are many." Dao Shiwu furrowed his brow and stated, "I sense the aura of saints. There is more than one. Yet, whether the imperial weapons have been brought here remains indeterminate. They must have concealed them through their own means." Xuanhe replied, "It is merely the tomb of a single emperor. Why would they resort to employing imperial weapons? Does the extreme Dao sacred land lack treasures?" He pondered this matter and concluded that the extreme Dao sacred land should not be at a point where it needed to use imperial weapons to seize items. Dao Shiwu continued, "An emperor, the supreme being of humanity, at the pinnacle of the great Dao, every word and action, every thought and experience, everything he has touched or utilized, all imbued with imperial essence, becomes an imperial treasure, far surpassing what is merely termed a sacred weapon. Furthermore, if it were insufficient, what if within the Xianwang Emperor's tomb there lay remnants of his corporeal form or even strands of his hair? Even a quasi-emperor cannot withstand the murderous intent contained within a single drop of an emperor's blood and would be instantly slain. Do you now comprehend why they might possess imperial weapons? Xuanhe nodded and remarked, "It is for unforeseen circumstances." A teachable youth. Dao Shihua responded with a smile, before gazing in a particular direction, declaring, "I sense the aura of the life and death oblivion technique." Chapter 62. My Dao heart is just survival upon a mountain peak. The celestial being of cloud and sky stood with a serene smile, gazing at the magnificent imperial tomb in the distance, filled with deep reflections. Truly, it is worthy of being an imperial-level site. Even the mere emergence of a tomb stirs up profound turbulence. Countless cultivators flock to it, some aware of their own inadequacies, merely wishing to catch a glimpse of the tomb's true visage. Meanwhile, the majority of factions arrive in droves, hoping to acquire something associated with the emperor. Items once used by the emperor become imbued with imperial aura, an essence that lingers and ultimately transforms the object's very nature, rendering it a consumable treasure of immeasurable worth. Securing even a single piece could serve as a foundational artifact for their sect. As the emperor's might wanes, the celestial expanse reflects the varying strengths of individuals, each occupying distinct positions. At the forefront, the formidable beings of the Dao realm stand, few in number yet exuding the greatest pressure. These individuals have traversed within a 1,000-mile radius, seated in contemplation, striving to grasp the emperor's laws, yearning for enlightenment. Cultivators at the celestial being realm and below, while not as far advanced as their Dao counterparts, engage in similar practices, all aspiring to glean insights from the emperor's precepts. Understanding is independent of one's realm. History is replete with tales of sudden enlightenment leading to ascension. In a void, several powerful figures from the Sun and Moon sect stood atop an ancient war chariot, their expressions laden with confusion as they deliberated. It has been 2 days since the battle's conclusion, yet why has the ancestor not yet returned to the sect? Indeed, the esteemed ancestor ultimately vanquished the treacherous foe. However, following the fierce battle, he has yet to return. I suspect that he may have sustained injuries and is currently recuperating amidst the cosmos, but he shall return shortly. Upon hearing this, the others could only nod in agreement. Recently, the monumental clash between 2 saint-level combatants has stirred significant commotion, drawing the attention of many formidable figures within the imperial tomb. Witnessing the venerable ancestor of the Sun and Moon divine sect engage in a prolonged struggle before finally overcoming his adversary was indeed a sight to behold. It must be noted that the opponent, despite being of a lesser realm, exhibited remarkable ferocity, narrowly escaping death on multiple occasions. Ultimately, however, he succumbed amidst the stars, struck down by the ancestor of the Sun and Moon divine sect. The aftermath of this event continues to generate much discussion, with the crowd animated and exhilarated. The spectacle of saint-level combat is nothing short of breathtaking, with celestial phenomena reaching heights of thousands of zhong, filling the expanse of the cosmos. Even from the distant North Dipper, one can feel the awe-inspiring majesty of the saints. The celestial master Yu Tian glanced back at Yu Bufan and inquired, "What news from your master?" Yu Bufan replied, "I have just made contact. My master indicated that he requires a few more days due to some complications." Complications? Yu Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued that anything could pose a challenge to his esteemed master, and added, "Inquire whether he requires assistance from the sect." He surmised that perhaps Hua Yunfei had encountered a formidable opponent during his travels and was currently devising a means of escape. Yu Bufan shook his head and replied, "My master mentioned beforehand that it is a minor issue, though resolving it may prove somewhat troublesome and will require some time. He instructed me and junior brother Huang to wait patiently for his arrival, which will be soon, realizing the potential danger." Master Yuntian was intrigued as to why Hua Yunfei had chosen to bring 2 disciples at the Yuan Dan stage to such a perilous setting. However, he could not leave before Hua Yunfei's arrival, as he needed to ensure the safety of the 2. Although there had been no updates from his master, he surmised that they would not forsake this opportunity, especially considering the significance of the imperial treasures within the emperor's tomb. It was likely that an elder had been summoned from the ancestral tomb, as they might have to confront various holy sites. Furthermore, they could potentially face imperial weapons. Despite his master's formidable prowess, he would likely find it challenging to contend with them. Huang Xian, who had remained silent, gazed at the Xianhuang imperial tomb. His heart a tumult of emotions. He recalled that in his past life, at the pinnacle of his power, he had ventured to a certain place and returned only to find himself in a state of eternal meditation. Yet, he truly wished to disbelieve this. The invincible figure he had once been reigning supreme over the cosmic expanse, should not have been susceptible to any circumstance that could lead to his demise. It seemed implausible that anything could pose a direct threat to the life of an emperor. After all, the emperor stood atop the highest peak, the strongest in the entire universe. Even the most forbidden areas of the cosmic void could not directly cause the fall of an emperor. Moreover, from the hazy memories of his past life, he recalled returning unscathed, only to suddenly enter a state of eternal meditation. Once his memories were restored and he embarked on the path of ultimate enlightenment again, he vowed to uncover the truth. Huang Xian could not possibly succumb to fear, for he was the reincarnation of a great emperor, harboring within him an indomitable path. Are we being targeted? We must flee. The celestial master Yuntian furrowed his brow and whispered, sensing a formidable and unfamiliar force locking onto him, swiftly approaching. Instinctively, he contemplated escaping with Yi Bufan and the others. However, he soon discerned the deliberate aura of their compatriots emanating from the assailant. Indeed, though the figure remained unseen, a voice resonated from the void beside him. Yuntian, conceal this place, come into converse. To remain exposed is perilous. It was his revered master. A subtle smile graced Yuntian's lips, affirming that his elder was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. At that moment, the communication stone in Yi Bufan's hand also illuminated, transmitting the words of Hua Yunfei. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian felt a wave of relief. Hua Yunfei had already resolved the trouble and was on his way. In the dim expanse of the starry sky, thunderclouds stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles, the aura of destruction saturating the cosmos, capable of obliterating a star with the slightest whisper. This was no ordinary tribulation. Its might was extraordinarily terrifying. Hua Yunfei stood beneath the thunderclouds, his aura surging, the overwhelming sacred might rapidly coalescing, only to eventually retreat into invisibility. Suppressed to the realm of the celestial being, his tribulation had passed, and all embodiments of the great emperor's laws had been vanquished. It must be said that even he, when confronting as many as 81 embodiments of the great emperor's laws, felt the weight of pressure. Though many trump cards remain unplayed, considerable effort has indeed been expended. Whether it be the formidable techniques of the Qingxian emperor or the sun fist of the solar saint sovereign, both are dreadfully potent. In addition to these two, there exists the sun and moon saint sovereign, a formidable emperor-level adversary, who, recognizing his own inadequacy, resorted to ambush. Hua Yunfei even questioned whether the true entity had descended, for his thoughts and demeanor did not resemble that of a mere manifestation of the loss. Infuriated, Hua Yunfei dedicated an entire hour to pursuing and vanquishing him. This tribulation marked a metamorphosis, a transcendence of power, and rekindled a realization he had previously sensed. The age of decline suppresses others, yet leaves him unscathed. 4. Even as he approached the threshold of imperial realm transcending another significant boundary, he felt no hindrance in his cultivation. Furthermore, there was no celestial restraint upon his progress. Everything unfolded naturally, and when his cultivation reached its zenith, a breakthrough ensued. This is also the reason for his unprecedented speed and training over the past century. Hua Yunfei could only surmise that this might be attributed to the system's penchant for ostentation. He pondered whether, on the day he breaks through to the emperor level, he could challenge the mighty of the cosmos without the need for a heart of enlightenment. Impossible, utterly impossible. Such thoughts were too fanciful. Hearing the system's voice, Hua Yunfei shook his head with a smile and declared, I do not possess the heart of invincibility. My resolve is merely to endure. Perhaps a new path to enlightenment will reveal itself. Challenging the cosmos is far beyond my capabilities. Subsequently, as the storm clouds dispersed, Hua Yunfei retracted the banners of the concealed formation from the starry sky and departed from that location. Before he could approach the northern Dipper Star domain, he sensed the ominous aura of the heavenly tribulation not far away. The individual undergoing the tribulation was someone he recognized. Chapter 63. Filial Piety Beneath a Dimly Lit Star. Ominous clouds rolled in, stretching for nearly 10,000 miles. This is the sacred tribulation. Someone has broken through the constraints of the saint level, causing a resonance with heaven and earth, thus summoning the heavenly tribulation. The man in the black robe stood tall and straight, his posture unwavering. Beneath the bronze mask, his eyes gleamed with confidence and excitement. The sacred tribulation. This is indeed the sacred tribulation. Ha ha ha, I am finally on the verge of becoming a saint. Cloud Tian and his companions will surely be envious beyond measure. The man in the black robe laughed joyfully, reveling in the moment. Attaining the saint level at such a young age would undoubtedly infuriate Cloud Tian and Go Yuan. and not to mention his father, who has lingered in the ancestral tomb for nearly 2 centuries. In his childhood, his father would boast daily about his remarkable talents. Although he yearned to flaunt his achievements before him, the fear of retribution kept him from doing so. It was best to refrain from seeking him out. Moreover, what if he entered and could never return? This time, he had pressing matters to attend to. He could not afford to lie dormant in the ancestral tomb. Boom! Within the thunderclouds, the storm intensified, and a terrifying pressure descended, causing the expression of the man in the black robe to turn grave. Since the end of the Law era, there have been 2 significant challenges in reaching the saint level. First, it has become exceedingly difficult to cultivate to the saint realm in the current age. Second, those who attain the saint level often struggle to withstand the sacred tribulation. This led to the phenomenon where only those ancient families with a long-standing legacy, such as the Extreme Path Sacred Land, possess the resources to cultivate individuals at the saint level. Other factions, at most, can only reach the threshold of semi-saint before encountering their limitations. The ability of the Extreme Path Sacred Land to oversee the entire star domain is not without justification. The man in the black robe is also very cautious. Having concealed this corner of the starry sky in advance with an imperial artifact within the tribulation zone, unless one is significantly stronger than him, they would not perceive any anomalies here. Hua Yunfei gazed into the distant starry expanse, which appeared empty at first glance. Yet he could distinctly sense a profound aura of the saintly Tao's principles. Someone is undergoing the saint tribulation. Moreover, it is someone he knows. A faint smile grazed Hua Yunfei's lips as his eyes sparkled with divine light, allowing him to penetrate the concealment array effortlessly. Upon witnessing Hua Songqing struggling valiantly against the saintly tribulation, he furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Why is there so little commotion? Is this truly a saint tribulation?" The saint tribulation is a baptism. Enduring it can be immensely beneficial, and many have undergone transformative breakthroughs through this trial. Therefore, upon observing the feebleness of Hua Songqing's saint tribulation, Hua Yunfei resolved to offer his assistance. While one cannot intervene in another's tribulation, lest the heavenly tribulation intensify in response, he thought to himself, "Son, I am doing this for your own good. The more formidable the tribulation, the more profound the transformation. Wouldn't you agree, Father? Rest assured, it will remain within your capacity to bear." With that, he flicked his fingers, casting a spell that subtly entered the range of the tribulation. Thunder rumbled. Crack. Suddenly, the thunderclouds towering over Hua Songqiang expanded nearly double in size, and their girth swelled to several dozen meters. What the hell? What is happening? Hua Songqiang, bewildered, cursed. What sort of nonsense is this? It was recorded in ancient texts. No, something sinister lurked. Just as Hua Songqing began to sense the anomaly, Hua Yunfei had already distanced himself. Before leaving, he fortuitously reinforced the concealment array set by Hua Songqiang, deeming it too rudimentary and insufficiently secure. As Hua Yunfei ventured further away, he seemed to hear a wailing cry echoing, piercing and chilling, raising the hair on the back of his neck. Above the Big Dipper, in the starry expanse, the battlefield between Hua Songqiang and ancestor Luoning had been meticulously cleansed. All traces were erased, celestial mechanisms disrupted, and causal relationships obliterated. However, with Hua Yunfei's current cultivation level, he merely needed to extend his consciousness to uncover clues. He could still deduce the events that had transpired here. It was his father's fault for lacking sufficient cultivation. With that thought, Hua Yunfei extended his fingers, shattering the starry sky, allowing a void storm to sweep through this realm of celestial mechanics, thoroughly disarraying it. Others would no longer be able to deduce the events. To be prudent, Hua Yunfei reached out, severing the celestial threads spanning hundreds of thousands of miles in the surrounding starry expanse. When new celestial threads emerged, they would no longer bear the essence of Hua Songqiang and ancestor Luoning. After completing these tasks, Hua Yunfei retracted the concealment array that enveloped the Big Dipper and the sacred weapon hidden in the void. He then concealed himself within the void and entered the Big Dipper. In the eastern region, on Sangzhou, at the Xianhuang Imperial Tomb, 4 figures stood in a shadowy corner of the void, gazing through the emptiness at the Imperial Tomb. At this moment, even Dao Shiwu closed his eyes, attentively sensing the imperial might contained within the laws of the Emperor's path. Upon reaching the saint level, cultivation became increasingly arduous. Progress could take years, even decades, or nearly a century, during which stagnation was a distinct possibility. Opportunities to personally experience imperial might were scarce, and even grasping a fragment would suffice for his needs. Unbeknownst to Dao Shiwu and his companions, Hua Yunfei had already arrived beside them. Observing Dao Shiwu, Hua Yunfei wore a peculiar expression. Truly remarkable is this sect. Did they summon an ancestor from the ancestral grounds or the ancestral tomb? Their talent is indeed impressive. Name, Dao Shuhua. Age, 1999 years. Realm, second heaven of saint level. Surface, perfect saint realm. Actual, identity, ancestor of the Kaoshan sect. 46th generation head of Tianji Peak. Mid-grade rune master. Cultivation aptitude, low-grade saint level. Other talents, high-grade causal talent, mid-grade rune talent, low-grade mastery talent. Low-grade fist talent. Physique, none. Techniques, life and forgetfulness technique, no rank. Incomprehensible breath concealment technique, no rank. Longevity technique, no rank. Tianji causal scroll, saint level, divine ability, heavenly eye magical artifact, void dust brush, saint level. Fortune, purple. The ancestor of the saint level aptitude, with a true cultivation level already at the perfect saint realm. Truly, a pride of our sect. Hua Yunfei marveled at Dao Shuhua's exceptional talents. Achieving the perfect saint realm before the age of 2000. This would have been considered unparalleled genius even in the former era. How is such a feat accomplished? The speed of cultivation is astonishing, surpassing the limitations of the post-law era. However, the emergence of Dao Shuhua instills in him a profound sense of security. It is indeed comforting to be sheltered within the Kaoshan sect. Noteworthy, bring Huang Xian to meet me. Hua Yunfei conveyed to Yi Bufan that with Dao Shuhua and the others present, it would be inconvenient to proceed with their affairs. This pertains to a significant matter in Huang Xian's life, and it is not suitable for others to be privy to it. Master. Upon hearing Hua Yunfei's words resonate in his ears, Yi Bufan's expression brightened with joy. He then turned to the esteemed Yun Tian and said, Master Uncle. The two venerable ancestors, our master has arrived. He just transmitted a message to me, instructing me to go find him along with junior brother Huang. Dao Shiwu suddenly opened his eyes, enveloping the four of them in a veil of celestial secrets, ensuring that no one could detect their presence. The master of these two young ones, the current head of Daoyuan Peak, was indeed capable of evading his senses and directly communicating with Yi Bufan. Truly, Daoyuan Peak is formidable. Alas, the hope of winning in a fight seems bleak. There are simply too many, and each one is fierce. What a farce. He impatiently closed his eyes, inwardly cursing the one who had been persistently provoking him. Chapter 64. The thief Hua Yunfei naturally stood behind Dao Shuhua and the others, yet they remained oblivious to his presence. After Yi Bufan and his companion bid farewell to Master Yu Tian and departed, Master Yu Tian observed their retreating figures with curiosity, remarking, This lad Yunfei is rather enigmatic, having arrived. He does not even show himself for a greeting. Xuanhe smiled and replied, Let the children pursue their own endeavors. It is best that we old-timers refrain from interfering. Should they encounter danger, we shall bear the responsibility. After all, is not the sect their steadfast support? Master Yu Tian nodded in agreement. Acknowledging that the three youngsters likely had no grand designs in mind, Xuanhe added, It is a rare opportunity. The imperial might within the Tao of the Emperor is indeed a remarkable thing. Master Yu Tian nodded, sighing as he said, As my realm progresses, it is time to take a seat in the ancestral land. To be frank, I am somewhat reluctant to part with the mundane world. Xuanhe reassured him, Do not worry. The ancestral land is quite liberating. Moreover, do you not wish to enter the ancestral tomb? Upon hearing the mention of the ancestral tomb, Master Yu Tian fell silent, contemplating the idea of finding a fitting end when the opportunity arises. In a secluded location, Yi Bufan and Huang Xian followed Hua Yunfei's instructions and arrived to await further developments. Soon, they were enveloped in a unique concealment technique, and Hua Yunfei appeared beside them. Addressing Huang Xian, as of now, the imperial might has reached a freezing point. Those supreme holy lands are likely on the brink of losing their restraint. He has sensed the presence of not merely one, but multiple imperial weapons concealed within the surrounding void. Although they are well hidden, that elusive imperial might, when confronted with the imperial aura of the Xian Wang, instinctively emanates a counteracting force. This inevitably draws the attention of those who are perceptive. Hua Yunfei and his companions must infiltrate the Xianhuang imperial tomb ahead of others, and to achieve the utmost safety in their entrance, without arousing the suspicions of those wielding imperial weapons from the extreme holy lands. The role of Huang Xian is undeniably paramount. As the reincarnation of the remnant soul of the Xianhuang Emperor, his blood undoubtedly shares a common origin with that of the Emperor. Utilizing Huang Xian's blood as a conduit to forge a passage to the tomb's interior appears to be the most discreet method to avoid stirring any ripples. Upon seeing Hua Yunfei, Yi Bufan and his companion felt a significant sense of reassurance. The overwhelming presence of formidable beings around them rendered their own status akin to a mere leaf afloat on turbulent waters, easily overturned with a mere gesture. Even in the company of Dao Shuhua, they could not find a moment of security with Hua Yunfei. Logically, as the ancestor, Dao Shuhua should possess a greater sense of safety. However, in contrast to others, they were more inclined to place their trust in Hua Yunfei. Upon hearing Hua Yunfei's words, Huang Xian did not hesitate. He pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall. The blood was drawn towards them by Hua Yunfei, hovering before the trio. With a graceful gesture, Hua Yunfei directed a beam of light into the blood. Instantly, from the still liquid, a faint trace of imperial might began to emanate. Huang Xian's eyes widened. This was the imperial might contained within the blood of his past life. Within oneself, there exists an astonishing power. Although it is now considerably diminished, being of imperial origin, it undoubtedly qualifies as a treasure that transcends one's current realm. Henceforth, his blood must not fall into the hands of the mighty, should a cunning intellect uncover it. It would spell significant trouble. This is an artifact that can unequivocally reveal his identity, an exceedingly perilous matter. The likelihood of being discovered by formidable beings or imperial artifacts is far greater. Fear not, for I am here. Hua Yunfei, perceiving Huang Xian's trepidation, spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Huang Xian felt a profound sense of reassurance. He found it curious that despite his unwavering resolve and fragments of imperial memories, he could develop such a strong sense of dependence and security towards this youthful master. Hua Yunfei continued to channel the imperial might within the blood. As this faint trace of imperial force intensified slightly, it was astonishingly sensed by the imperial tomb zone emanations. The two forces began to intertwine and resonate with one another. The imperial might of the tomb seemed to be predominantly drawn from Huang Xian's blood, as if it had discovered its rightful master. Suddenly, the imperial tomb trembled. The principles of imperial Tao danced, and a colossal imperial might erupted violently from within its depths. The shockwave shattered those nearby, caught completely off guard. Even ordinary cultivators at the threshold level, unable to react swiftly enough, met their demise on the spot. In the heavens above, a celestial resonance seemed to echo. The once dim 33 layers of the celestial realm regained their brilliance, showering down golden light and colorful mist. The ethereal palaces above seemed to house celestial beings who gazed down upon the imperial tombs below. What could be the reason for this sudden surge in imperial might? A nearby formidable cultivator, a master of the temporal realm, flushed with exertion, struggles to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the imperial aura. Yet, tragically, he succumbs, his body bursting apart like a ripe fruit. Retreat. The surroundings of the imperial tomb echo with panic as the imperial force surges once more, compelling all to hastily withdraw. They flee until they reach a distance of 100,000 miles, where the imperial pressure finally begins to wane. In the shadows, the forces of the supreme sacred grounds also retreat to 100,000 miles away, their imperial artifacts emitting a faint glow. The previously unleashed imperial might is perceived by them as a provocation. The artifacts, possessing their own spirit, become unruly, some even attempting to break free from the control of their wielders to engage in battle at the imperial tomb. What is the cause of this phenomenon? The imperial might had been at an all-time low for months, yet today it has erupted unexpectedly, forcing us back 100,000 miles, and without any forewarning. From the darkness, an ancient being from the Tianshu sacred ground of the central region furrows his brow and speaks, his voice low yet resonant, echoing to the other supreme sacred grounds. A woman's voice, clear and melodious, responds, suggesting perhaps this is a phenomenon of returning light, possibly the final eruption of imperial might, allowing us to soon enter the imperial tomb. This is the response from a powerful figure of the Yaoqi sacred ground. Legend has it that the founding master of the Yaoqi sacred land is a female human emperor, a figure of extraordinary talent who dominated an era and remained unrivaled across the cosmos. Regardless of the circumstances, during this occasion at the Xianyuan Huang Emperor's tomb, our most powerful factions will share the spoils, while we regard other forces with disdain. A sinister voice echoed, dismissing the presence of rival factions entirely. The strong from the Tianshu sacred land glanced over, letting out a low grunt, acknowledging the unyielding dominance of the Wanku mountain. Masters of the art of Gu. They are untroubled by group battles, yet others harbor deep fears of them. Once ensnared by their Gu techniques, one finds it difficult to escape their control. Thus, the southern domain's Wanku mountain is deemed the most fearsome of the extreme Dao sacred lands. It is rumored that their extreme Dao imperial weapon can even plant goo from a distance, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Even the extreme Dao sacred lands are reluctant to engage them in conflict. Enough of this idle chatter. The imperial might is descending. Just as the Yaoqi sacred land has speculated, this is the final eruption. Another faction interjected, their members clad in Taoist robes, a mere handful standing stoically as they spoke. These individuals hail from the Kunlun divine palace of the northern domain, said to be descendants from another star domain. They fled their home following a devastating war that left them vanquished. Meanwhile, other factions observed quietly, refraining from speech yet fixated on the Xianyuan Huang Emperor's tomb. Almost simultaneously, their figures began to converge toward the sacred site. Unbeknownst to them, the majestic power of the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb erupted with an overwhelming force. A display of imperial might that was meant to conceal rather than reveal. This was a contingency left by the great Emperor Xianyuan, designed to eliminate risks and ensure that Huang Xian could safely enter the imperial tomb without harm or obstruction from external foes. At this moment, Hua Yunfei, Yibu Fan, and Huang Xian had indeed breached the Xianyuan Emperor's tomb and successfully entered its inner sanctum. However, the trio was suddenly taken aback, for they realized they were not the first to arrive. There are thieves. Huang Xian's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that someone was already desecrating his ancestral grave? The imperial might had not yet fully dissipated. How could anyone have gained entry so swiftly? The revered holy lands had not stirred at all. Athaha! What a windfall! This time, the impoverished monk had struck gold. Those foolish holy lands remained blissfully unaware that the imperial tomb was nearly emptied by him. Chapter 65. How can others live? A maniacal laughter echoed from a nearby corner. The owner of the voice was exceedingly arrogant, stuffing treasures into his clothing while simultaneously belittling those who had yet to enter the sacred ground of the underworld. Brother, all brothers, while they were mutually restraining each other, I seized the opportunity. When you finally step inside and behold the desolate imperial tomb, will you not be driven to despair? Ha. Just imagining that scene brings a smile to my face. Hua Yunfei and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar and their hearts filled with astonishment. Who could possibly have entered the imperial tomb so swiftly? Did the overwhelming power unleashed moments ago not obliterate him? With a wave of his hand, Hua Yunfei concealed their figures and approached with curiosity. Junior brother, remain calm. Yibu Fan, observing Huang Xian's tightly clenched fists, quickly offered reassurance. He understood all too well that one would hardly feel joyful upon discovering their ancestral grave violated. Moreover, the audacity of their intruder, sneaking in and mocking the forces of the world, was infuriating. Even he, who was typically composed, felt a surge of anger, wishing to rush forward and deliver a few blows. Huang Xian took a deep breath, his teeth trembling slightly, and said, to enter normally is to go with the flow. But he is nothing less than a grave robber. Master, please take charge on my behalf. Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei nodded and replied, rest assured, today I shall act in your stead. Whoever dares to disturb my disciple's tomb must be ready to face the consequences. Within the imperial tomb, the once formidable imperial aura had significantly diminished following the recent cataclysm. Even the most accomplished beings of the celestial realm could withstand its remnants. This phenomenon occurred as the explosion emanated from within, leaving the exterior's imperial might considerably weakened, yet paradoxically more potent than that which lingered inside. Thus, the threshold for entry had not yet been reached for all. Only those from the supreme sacred grounds, equipped with imperial artifacts, managed to approach. Inside the tomb lay a vast bronze palace, exuding an ancient and profound atmosphere, devoid of excessive ornamental structure and remarkably spacious. Many areas that should have housed funerary treasures were now merely empty shelves, bereft of their former glory. How excessive! Not a single item left behind? Yibu Fan muttered, contemplating the ruthlessness of the individual responsible, whose path seemed to leave no trace of life. As the trio rounded a corner, they finally beheld the source of the peculiar sounds. It was a rotund man, his eyes large and bulging like beans, fixed greedily upon the treasures before him. His plump visage, which might have appeared endearing under different circumstances, now bore a sly smirk that was anything but charming. In his left hand, he clutched an ancient bronze compass, while a white silk cord was tied around his waist. At that moment, he was rummaging through a storage chamber resembling a treasure trove, eagerly sifting through the riches. Mine, all mine. The corpulent Taoist chuckled lewdly, hastily stuffing the valuables into his purple mansion, his movements fluid and rapid, revealing an undeniable expertise. It was evident that he was no novice in this endeavor. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to glance back, only to find nothing amiss. The stout Taoist furrowed his brow, casting a sweeping gaze around him, muttering, "Strange, why do I feel a cold gleam at my back?" Regardless, the recent explosive surge of imperial might should soon manifest in these days. The supreme Holy Lands would be making their entrance, and he needed to hasten his pace. After completing this significant endeavor, he would swiftly depart from the North Dipper Star territory. Behind the stout Taoist stood Hua Yunfei and his companions, yet he remained oblivious to their presence. Observing the stout Taoist, Hua Yunfei narrowed his eyes and remarked, "What a peculiar creature indeed." Indeed, the stout Taoist before him was an incarnation of a pig spirit. Name, Jia Duobao. Age, 421 years. Realm, first heaven of the celestial realm. Surface, first heaven of the path realm. Actual, identity, wandering pig spirit. Profession, tomb raider. High-grade talisman master of the heavenly tier. Mid-grade formation master of the heavenly tier. Cultivation aptitude. Lower-grade holy tier aptitude. Other talents. Lower-grade holy tier formation talent. Lower-grade holy tier talisman talent. Lower-grade holy tier earth talent, etc. Physique, none. Cultivation techniques. Purple profound art. Purple mansion level. Sacred map, saint level. Talisman unraveling, saint level. Tomb Raider's revelation, unranked. Divine abilities, none. Magic artifacts. Ancient bronze compass, unranked. Filial piety white silk, unranked, etc. Fortune, golden. A pig spirit possessing holy tier aptitude and golden fortune. How could others possibly contend with such a being? Hua Yunfei was left speechless. Before him stood a corpulent figure, a pig spirit, yet endowed with remarkable talent and an extraordinary fortune, akin to that of Yi Bufan, reaching the pinnacle of gold. An exceedingly fortunate pig spirit. This individual was also a professional tomb raider, and it was likely that most of his treasures were acquired through nefarious means. Furthermore, being the first to enter the imperial tomb, this pig spirit undoubtedly harbored significant secrets, although Jia Duobo's true strength had already ascended to the threshold of the Tao. Such prowess was commonplace outside the tomb. Thus, his early entrance must indicate that he possessed something of immense value. Hua Yunfei's gaze was drawn to the ancient bronze compass cradled in Jia Duobo's hands, which appeared to be a magical artifact. However, Hua Yunfei could not discern its unique qualities. What he could observe, however, was that any trace of imperial might that approached Jia Duobo would be effortlessly extinguished by him. Indeed, extinguishing imperial might with such nonchalance was rather unsettling. Additionally, the charm tied at Jia Duobo's waist, Shao Si Liao Bai Ling, seemed to serve as a specialized artifact for tomb raiding, capable of warding off malevolent spirits and subduing phantoms. Quite affluent indeed. Huang Xian glanced at Hua Yunfei and said, "Master, I shall first sense the location of the main tomb. Please handle this tomb raider. We cannot allow him to be so arrogant. It is infuriating." Huang Xian must locate the main tomb, for the imperial heart should be sealed there. Only by merging with the imperial heart can his shortcomings be rectified. Perhaps his qualifications may ascend to the level of an emperor. However, the main tomb undoubtedly stands as the most significant location within the imperial mausoleum, exceedingly difficult to locate. Only he, bearing the blood of the Xianhuang emperor, possesses the ability to sense the general direction of the main tomb through his own blood. Yet, this requires time. Allow me to assist you. Hua Yunfei extended his hand and lightly tapped Huang Xian's forehead, causing Huang Xian to feel a clarity of thought, as if the entire ancient bronze palace had been imprinted in his mind. He seated himself on the ground, beginning to sense the whereabouts of the main tomb. Beside him, Yi Bufan moved closer, safeguarding his path. Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei cast his gaze toward Jia Duobao. At that moment, it was evident that Jia Duobao had gathered all the treasures within this treasure house, leaving not a single item behind. The interior was utterly barren. Perhaps due to acquiring an abundance of items related to the emperor, an almost imperceptible aura of imperial power began to emanate from Jia Duobao. For ordinary cultivators, this would impose an overwhelming pressure upon their essence, capable of shattering their mental resolve with but a thought, such as the might of an emperor. Even the descendants who merely acquire his possessions and become imbued with imperial energy can grow tremendously powerful, just as Jia Duobao was preparing to proceed to the next destination. His ancient bronze compass began to tremble, a formidable force compelling him to fly away. Jia Duobao was taken aback. The ancient bronze compass, which had accompanied him for 3 centuries, was attempting to slip from his grasp, despite his best efforts to hold it down. Employing his Taoist techniques to restrain it, and reciting true incantations. He could not prevent the ancient bronze compass from bursting forth from his palm, drifting not far from him. It was grasped in the hand of Hua Yunfei. Jia Duobo, upon seeing Hua Yunfei, was taken aback. When had this person arrived? Chapter 66. I'm truly impressed. Jia Duobao's plump flesh quivered as he beheld Hua Yunfei, his face suddenly paling with shock. He had not discerned how this individual had appeared before him. Not one to act rashly, he was quite astute. Hua Yunfei's ability to forcibly seize the ancient bronze compass indicated a formidable strength, at the very least surpassing his own capabilities. He scrutinized Hua Yunfei with caution and remarked, "Is it not rather improper to resort to such coercion in broad daylight?" Hua Yunfei casually jostled the ancient bronze compass, which appeared, upon closer inspection, to be an ordinary object. Yet, this seemingly mundane item possessed the extraordinary ability to effortlessly shatter imperial authority. Quite remarkable. The more unremarkable something appeared, the more complex its true nature often proved to be. Having signed in for over a century and having encountered countless treasures, his experience spoke volumes. This ancient bronze compass was undoubtedly a priceless artifact. Casting a glance at the increasingly crimson-faced Jia Duobao, Hua Yunfei inquired, "Did you rely on this to gain entry to the imperial tomb?" Jia Duobao, ever cunning, would not concede. With a quick flicker of his eyes, he replied, "Of course not. How could one possibly enter the imperial tomb with such trinkets?" "Oh." Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Then how did you manage to enter the imperial tomb before me?" Jia Duobao's consciousness surged into the Zifu cave heaven, rummaging through his possessions until he ultimately retrieved a black jar, unremarkable and devoid of features. Yet, this black jar was indeed a genuine royal-grade magical artifact, albeit rather unattractive. It was a treasure he had acquired 50 years prior from a royal-grade grand tomb. The pain was unbearable for Jia Duobo, yet without presenting something substantial, the other party would remain unconvinced. Thus, one must sacrifice the trivial for the significant. The bronze compass must not falter. This is a treasure that can lead to wealth and prosperity. In the future, tomb raiding will rely upon it. Fortunately, the bronze compass is utterly nondescript, lacking any distinguishing features. It was only through a chance misstep that I fell into the ancient tomb and discovered the remarkable utility of the bronze compass. The other party likely is yet to recognize its worth. I must swiftly utilize this treasure to entice them and reclaim the bronze compass. It was this sacred king-level artifact that granted me access to the imperial tomb. Jia Duobo flattered with a smile, "Senior, your strength is profound. If you desire it, please take it. However, that compass is a family heirloom. I humbly request you to return it to me." Hua Yunfei did not even glance at the black jar and replied, "Do you take me for a fool? The extremity sacred land has not yet entered. Yet you claim to have done so, relying on a mere sacred king-level artifact?" Jia Duobo, aware that Hua Yunfei would undoubtedly doubt his words, had long prepared a retort. Those in the extremity sacred land are merely entangled with one another, while formidable ancient race warriors lurk in the shadows, observing closely. Under such complex circumstances, they naturally cannot enter. This black jar, though it may appear unseemly, is a spatial artifact. Its offensive capabilities may not rival that of imperial weapons, but it can indeed create an opening into the imperial tomb. Is that so? Hua Yunfei shook his head with a smile, acknowledging that this pig spirit possessed a modicum of intelligence and had swiftly concocted a clever excuse. Nevertheless, he resolved not to return the ancient bronze compass to him, as it undoubtedly represented a treasure worthy of further study. The pig spirit had taken numerous burial items from Huang Xian's previous life. This would serve as compensation. Seeing Hua Yunfei's unwavering skepticism, Jia Duobao's heart burned with frustration. How infuriating. This man was utterly intolerable, taking advantage of his goodwill. Despite his courteous demeanor and offering a Saint King-level artifact, Hua Yunfei remained unappreciative. Externally, he appeared to be in the early stages of the celestial realm. But how much power was concealed beneath that facade? Jia Duobao could not fathom Hua Yunfei's true strength and dared not resort to forceful means. Should he take action, it would irrevocably sever any chance for negotiation. Jia Duobao proposed, "Senior, your strength may be formidable, yet one should leave a thread of mercy. I am willing to exchange this Saint King-level artifact for my ancestral heirloom." Observing Jia Duobao's conflicted expression, torn between confrontation and caution, Hua Yunfei found the situation amusing. However, he was not a fool. He recognized the gravity of the moment. Typically, a mindless brute would have resorted to using their artifact in such a dilemma. Hua Yunfei inquired, "How many treasures do you possess?" As he spoke, he cast a glance at the white silk ribbon tied at Jia Duobao's waist. Instantly, Jia Duobao tightened his grip on the ribbon, his demeanor shifting to one of vigilance. Senior, do not overstep your bounds. Hua Yunfei cast a glance around the treasure chamber, now stripped bare by Jia Duobao, and inquired, who is being excessive? Jia Duobao, unfazed and with a steady heart, retorted, it is not your family's. Do you not understand the principle of first come, first served? Hua Yunfei clenched his fist and remarked, do you comprehend the true essence of this world? Instinctively, Jia Duobao took a step back, questioning, what do you mean? Aha. Hua Yunfei continued, you should grasp this. After all, you are quite the cunning swine. Before he could finish, Hua Yunfei raised his hand. Alarmed, Jia Duobao turned and fled, realizing that this individual had merely been seeking a pretext to seize his wealth. Do not go too far, he shouted in frustration, feeling utterly helpless. He was no match for Hua Yunfei and could only evade his strikes through frantic maneuvers. Astonishment coursed through him as he pondered Hua Yunfei's strength, capable of piercing through his true form, for he had always regarded his true identity, aside from the ancient bronze compass, as his greatest secret. Little did he expect it to be unveiled by Hua Yunfei. If you wish to reason with me, then allow me to impart this wisdom, and this world might determine truth. Do you understand? Hand it over. Hua Yunfei's hand rose, yet to Jia Duobao it seemed omnipresent. No matter where he attempted to escape, he could not elude the grasp of Hua Yunfei. At last, the inevitable occurrence befell Jia Duobao, who sank to the ground, ceasing his flight. I am truly astounded, he exclaimed. I can see defeat. You are indeed formidable. In that moment, Jia Duobao finally comprehended that the ominous portent he had sensed amidst the starlit sky was embodied in the figure of the young man clad in white before him. If given another chance, he would unequivocally refrain from venturing to the Northern Dipper. The loss he faced was far greater than any treasure could justify. In his heart, no amount of riches could rival the ancient bronze compass. Yet now, in the hands of Hua Yunfei, it seemed not only the compass would be beyond his grasp, but also other treasures would be at risk of being lost. Noticing that Jia Duobao had ceased his escape, Hua Yunfei retracted his hand and commanded, approach me. Upon hearing this, Jia Duobao pouted and, with a hesitant demeanor, slowly made his way closer to Hua Yunfei. Casting a sidelong glance at him, he muttered incessantly, should you curse me again, I shall ensure you are rendered mute henceforth. Hua Yunfei replied, your choice to pursue the craft of tomb raiding has sowed the seeds of your fate. Today's misfortune within the Imperial Mausoleum is the fruit of your actions. Now, relinquish all valuables you possess. He sought to ascertain whether this habitual tomb raider bore any treasures akin to the ancient bronze compass. Indeed, this individual was a thief. He sought everything of worth. Jia Duobao's heart ached with despair, yet he felt compelled to comply, for the display of strength Hua Yunfei had just exhibited instilled a profound sense of fear within him. He was far superior to him by more than merely a fraction. Jia Duobao's consciousness delved into the purple mansion cave, extracting one treasure after another. His expression was one of grievance, his lips pursed in a manner that suggested he was on the verge of tears. These treasures were the fruits of his labor over several centuries, painstakingly acquired from numerous ancient tombs. And now, he was about to relinquish them without a fight. Amidst this sense of injustice, an astonishing thought began to take root in Jia Duobao's mind. It turned out that robbing was far more lucrative than tomb raiding. If he were to cultivate this side endeavor, employing a dual approach, wouldn't that be? He absorbed the experience and successfully grasped the crux of the matter. Chapter 67. The enormous pit. Jia Duobao pondered over his side business, and unexpectedly, his sorrow began to dissipate. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, broadening into a grin. With this lesson learned, he was certain that he would forge ahead in the illustrious and noble profession of tomb raiding. Failure is the mother of success. Moreover, there existed another promising venture, robbery, that could expand his entrepreneurial horizons. By pursuing both avenues, he was bound to grow increasingly affluent in the future. Viable. Absolutely viable. How had he not considered this before? Suddenly, realization struck him. His expression froze as he exclaimed, wait a moment. Am I not currently being robbed? What was there to be joyous about? By the heavens! As the truth dawned upon Jia Duobao, the grievances that had vanished from his heart surged back anew. His hands were still busy extracting treasures from the purple mansion cave. As he continued to unearth these treasures, a mound of riches gradually took shape before the several onlookers. Magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, techniques, spirit stones, and a plethora of other treasures were present, all in abundance. more comprehensive than many esteemed sect's vaults. The pile of riches had already risen to several hundred meters, yet Jia Duobao's hands did not cease their motion. However, they trembled with each extraction, as the remaining treasures were the finest among them, and he was loath to part with them. 3 centuries of toil had been undone in an instant. He felt a despair that bordered on hopelessness. Yu Bufan gazed in astonishment at the mountain of treasures before him, exclaiming, "Has this individual plundered the treasury of the extreme path sacred land? Surely, this is an excessive amount." Hua Yunfei chuckled, replying, "There is more to it. This person is a top-tier tomb raider. It is likely that many grand tombs have fallen victim to his nefarious deeds. The white silk he bears is an artifact worn when entering significant tombs, serving to suppress malevolent spirits. The masters of these grand tombs have slumbered underground for countless millennia, their corpses having gained spiritual awareness. Should an unwary tomb raider intrude, the tomb's owner would be provoked. The awakened corpses would emerge to subdue the intruder. Furthermore, Jia Duobao's white silk can conceal his life force, preventing detection by these sentient corpses. Simultaneously, the silk possesses the ability to repel malevolent spirits. Its aura instills fear in the corpses, compelling them to refrain from leaving their coffins. Yi Bufan glanced at the woeful Jia Duobao and inquired, "Master, do all these treasures belong to us now? Should we fetch a sack to gather them?" "There's no rush," Hua Yunfei replied with a smile, shaking his head. "This individual is indeed gifted. Perhaps we might offer him a chance at redemption. His saint-level aptitude and golden fortune make him an invaluable asset." At this moment, within Jia Duobao's purple mansion, both his waist pouch and storage bags were utterly devoid of contents. A dazzling array of treasures amassed into towering hills, predominantly comprising spirit stones and elixirs. Artifacts for various realms are abundantly available, with no fewer than 10 sacred weapons among them, alongside 3 royal sacred weapons and 2 grand sacred weapons. Such a plethora of precious treasures would surely evoke envy even in the most esteemed sacred lands. The renowned sects, upon witnessing this spectacle, would undoubtedly feel a sense of shame, for their own troves may pale in comparison to the bounty before them. Hua Yunfei cast a sweeping glance over the mountainous accumulation of treasures, ensuring there was nothing akin to the ancient bronze compass among them. He then remarked, "Do not feel slighted. While these treasures may appear invaluable to you, they hold no worth in my eyes." He feigned indifference, though inwardly, he was brimming with delight. Bah! Jia Duobao believed Hua Yunfei was deliberately provoking him, and in his heart, he unleashed a tirade against Hua Yunfei's ancestors. Surely, even the most prestigious sacred lands would be tempted by his treasures. How could Hua Yunfei possibly dismiss them? Seemingly aware of Jia Duobao's thoughts, Hua Yunfei refrained from engaging in an argument, merely shaking his head with a smile. Did he seem like one in need of treasures? He possessed an abundance of sacred weapons, grand sacred weapons, and imperial-grade artifacts, enough to establish a museum. To him, Jia Duobao's meager offerings appeared rather ordinary. However, the ancient bronze compass was indeed a treasure that piqued his curiosity and stirred his interest. Hua Yunfei cast a fleeting glance at the white silk around Jia Duobao's waist, contemplating for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from seizing it. Such an item bore an ominous aura, steeped in malevolent energies, rendering it inauspicious to possess. Hua Yunfei was about to speak when Huang Xian, who stood behind him, suddenly opened his eyes and declared, "Master, I have located the main tomb." Upon hearing this, Hua Yunfei gestured with his hand, sealing Jia Duobao's movements and senses, ensuring their conversation remained unheard by the pig spirit. He turned to Huang Xian and inquired, "In which direction?" Huang Xian pointed downwards, indicating that beneath the bronze treasure hall, concealed within a small secret realm, lay the tomb. However, he hesitated, his expression turning peculiar as he added, "But the item I seek does not seem to be there, and it appears that the main tomb has been left with some sort of special trap from a previous life." Hua Yunfei extended his consciousness to envelop the ground surrounding the bronze treasure hall, meticulously probing for a while. Indeed, he detected an anomaly in a certain area, likely the entrance to the secret realm of the main tomb that Huang Xian had mentioned. He remarked, "A trap left by a previous life? One intended to assist you in restoring your foundation?" "No." Huang Xian shook his head, his face displaying a strange countenance as he replied, "It is a deceptive trap. Hua Yunfei, Yi Bufan, I too am uncertain as to why this is the case." Huang Xian found himself in a mix of laughter and tears. Moments earlier, he had utilized his own blood and the indestructible essence of Xian Wang to sense the location of the main tomb, swiftly identifying it directly beneath the bronze treasure hall. The main tomb lies concealed within a secret realm, Upon discovering it, a multitude of fragmented memories surged into his mind, echoes from a past life prior to his transcendence. These recollections revealed that the Emperor Xianyuan had not entrusted the imperial heart within the coffin of the main tomb. Rather, it was hidden elsewhere. The main tomb, which should have housed the imperial heart, was instead ensconced with various specialized mystical arts, concealing numerous deadly traps. Regardless of the number of intruders, anyone daring to tread into the secret realm of the main tomb would inevitably face demise. Furthermore, as indicated by the memories, the entire Xianyuan Imperial Mausoleum was laced with lethal mechanisms, be it the bronze treasure hall or the numerous side chambers. Every corner harbored danger. The Xianyuan Imperial Mausoleum was nothing short of an immense pitfall. Should anyone trigger the most formidable trap, all who entered the mausoleum would be doomed to perish. It was evident that the Emperor Xianyuan had foreseen events that would unfold 30,000 years hence. This act served as a dire warning to the world. The Emperor's sepulchre was not to be entered. Huan Xin cast a glance at Jiadobo, the rotund figure who had entered long before, seizing countless treasures while emerging unscathed. He had perfectly circumvented all traps, whether through sheer luck or some extraordinary means remained uncertain. Hua Yunfei's expression was peculiar. The Emperor Xuanyuan's actions were undeniably cunning, designed to ensnare all those who harbored ill intentions toward the mausoleum. A fleeting glance at Jiadobo, who had survived, was understandable, for he was indeed a pig blessed with golden fortune. A fortunate pig possesses its own celestial favor. It seems the Emperor Xianyuan was also a kindred spirit in this regard. The method employed is not only ruthless, but also remarkably cunning. Hua Yunfei inquired, "Where is the imperial heart concealed now? Given that the Xianyuan Emperor's mausoleum is a vast trap, it is unwise to linger here. While they may not trigger the trap, there is no assurance that those from the supreme sacred grounds will refrain from doing so. It would be unwise to risk being drenched in blood." Huang Xian gazed upwards at the apex of the bronze palace and remarked, "The most perilous place is often the safest. In my previous life, I calculated all possibilities and ultimately concealed the treasures here." He began to chant an incantation, and instantly the entire bronze palace trembled. The might of the emperor roared, and the laws of the imperial path danced in the air. Chapter 68. How far can you strengthen? The emperor's might roared, and the laws of the imperial Tao danced in the air. Huang Xian's entire demeanor transformed as he stood beneath the heavens, the indestructible body of Xian Wang being awakened. In a fleeting moment, Hua Yunfei and Yi Bufan seemed to glimpse a towering figure standing behind Huang Xian. The figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by a brilliant river of stars, with the 33 heavens above his head, exuding an unparalleled majesty. He appeared to stand at the pinnacle of humanity, his eyes like stars, gazing down upon the cosmic expanse. The Xianwang Great Emperor. Yi Bufan's eyes widened as he felt the terrifying imperial might transcending time, descending upon the bronze palace. It was the formidable power of the Xianwang Great Emperor from 30,000 years ago. Huang Xian continued to recite the true incantation, fully awakening the hidden imperial power within the bronze palace. This power pierced through space, tearing apart the void, lifting a box from the distant depths of the cosmos. Crack! Above the bronze palace, the fabric of space shattered, and a purplish-red square box emerged. In that instant, the hearts of Hua Yunfei and the others tightened, as if gripped tightly by an unseen force. Gazing at the purplish-red box, they could sense an extraordinary magic emanating from it. Do not look. Hua Yunfei, possessing a sufficiently elevated realm, managed to resist this force. However, for Yi Bufan, who was only at the Yuandan realm, it would take but 3 breaths before he could perish on the spot. Yi Bufan hastily closed off his senses, completely severing his connection to the external atmosphere. Despite this, he still felt as though he were plummeting into the depths of hell, every hair on his body standing on end as he sensed an overwhelming terror. Seal. Hua Yunfei uttered a single word of truth, enveloping both himself and Yi Bufan, isolating them from the dreadful aura. Within the crimson box lay the heart of the Xianwang Emperor. The heart of an emperor, how terrifying it is. Its essence could annihilate any quasi-emperor. The aura was simply beyond the endurance of ordinary cultivators. Moreover, the crimson box, clearly refined by the emperor himself, was capable of isolating 99% of the imperial blood aura. Otherwise, at such close proximity, Hua Yunfei would have to employ his ultimate trump card to withstand it. The emperor's heart. At long last, he beheld it. Huang Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, an overwhelming excitement coursing through him. This was an indispensable element for his rise. In his previous life, as an emperor, he could have lived for at least 100,000 years, his lifespan being remarkably extended. Yet he had perished at the peak of his power, shaking the cosmos. This was undeniably abnormal. The Xianwang Emperor, filled with reluctance, had plotted for 30,000 years through unconventional means, giving rise to Huangxian. Perhaps he sought to accomplish something left unfinished. Huangxian shared this sentiment. Although his memories were incomplete, he could not entirely consider himself the Xianwang Emperor. Yet, should he ascend to emperorhood in the future, he would undoubtedly seek to uncover the truth behind his previous life's demise. The unfinished matters of his past life, he would resolve them in his stead. The crimson box, upon its appearance, was drawn into Huangxian's body, vanishing without a trace, as it was absorbed. The fusion of the emperor's heart required considerable time, and this place was unsuitable. After all, the extreme Dao sacred land could intrude at any moment. Should they detect any clues, a bloody conflict could ensue, stirring great upheaval. To ensure safety, Huangxian sought a secluded location to merge with the emperor's heart. Once the box disappeared, the bronze palace fell into a profound silence. The imperial aura dissipated, and the laws of the emperor faded away. Huangxian turned to Hua Yunfei and said, "Master, I have finally achieved my goal. Thank you." Without encountering Hua Yunfei, he would not have had the opportunity to restore the indestructible body of Xian Huang within a century. Nor would he have so easily entered the emperor's tomb to acquire the emperor's heart. All of this was made possible by Hua Yunfei's support. It was the master's formidable strength that safeguarded him, allowing him to traverse the emperor's tomb while shielding him from all celestial secrets. "You are my disciple." Expressing gratitude feels rather formal, Hua Yunfei replied with a smile, dismissively waving his hand. With the acquisition of the emperor's heart, Huangxian's shortcomings would be rectified, and his innate talent might truly attain the level of an emperor. In the future, the possibility of re-establishing his path to enlightenment could arise. Several millennia hence, the Mountain of Reliance might gain a formidable ally of emperor-level strength. Thus, with a disciple to shield him, he could live more securely and contentedly. Having little interest in conflict, he simply wished to live gracefully and embrace life with a smile. Hua Yunfei cast a sidelong glance at Jia Duobao and remarked, "There is no rush to depart. Allow me to deal with this swine first." Huangxian nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I shall take some time to cultivate. The imperial might, the laws of the emperor, and the essence of Xian Wang here are of great benefit to me." Hua Yunfei then turned his gaze towards the immobilized Jia Duobao. Bound in place, Jia Duobao found his senses sealed, his consciousness restrained, rendering him unable to see or hear anything. Yet, a chilling sensation had recently washed over him, as if something horrific had manifested within the bronze palace. Even with his senses dulled, he sensed the ominous presence of death lurking nearby. With a wave of his hand, Hua Yunfei released Jia Duobao from his confinement. "Ah!" Jia Duobao exhaled sharply, glancing around in confusion, blinking as he found nothing particularly amiss. He then turned to Hua Yunfei and questioned, "What exactly do you intend to do?" "I've relinquished all my treasures to you. All that remains is this white silk." As he spoke, Jia Duobao tugged at the white silk with a tone of grievance. Torn between anger and fear, wary of the consequences of provoking Hua Yunfei, "I offer you two choices. First, accompany me back to the sect." Before he could finish, Jia Duobao shouted, "I choose the second option." At this, Hua Yunfei narrowed his eyes and said, "Very well, I commend your courage. The second option is death." With that, Hua Yunfei conjured a colossal hand, stretching 1,000 meters in size, and swung it towards Jia Duobao. "Curse it!" Jia Duobao's eyes widened, almost bulging from their sockets, as he faced a choice he had not anticipated. "Wait. Senior, please hold on." Hua Yunfei paused midair and inquired, "Have you made your decision?" With a sorrowful expression, Jia Duobao lamented, what could he possibly contemplate? Ultimately, he did not wish for death. Encountering Hua Yunfei had proven to be the most unfortunate event in his 400 years of existence. "Truly cursed." In a hushed tone, Jia Duobao asked, "May I inquire which sect you hail from, senior?" Given Hua Yunfei's formidable strength, he might belong to a powerful holy land, which would be somewhat acceptable. After all, with the vast resources of a holy land, he could aspire to become an elder, occasionally venturing out to unearth graves, leading a rather comfortable life. Hua Yunfei replied nonchalantly, "Eastern region, Mount Reliance." Upon hearing this, Jia Duobao was taken aback. After arriving at the North Dipper Star, he had thoroughly researched various factions. Mount Reliance had once been one of the 9 great immortal sects, with an ancestral figure of the transcendental realm presiding within. What a dismal sect! Jia Duobao was left speechless, for he knew that since the emergence of the ancient clans and hidden great sects, the once prestigious 9 great immortal sects had faded into obscurity. Even with his genuine prowess reaching the transcendental realm, he could easily assume the role of an ancestor if he were to join Mount Reliance. Jia Duobao felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. He had initially believed Hua Yunfei to be immensely powerful, perhaps originating from an unparalleled holy land. Unexpectedly, it originates from an ordinary sect that has been stripped of the prestigious title of the 9 great sects. Observing the expression of Jia Duobao, Hua Yunfei discerned his thoughts. And with a slight smile, he remarked, "While the outward strength of our sect may seem rather ordinary, my invitation for you to join the Mount of Support signifies your apprenticeship under me." Jia Duobao replied, somewhat at a loss for words, "Is there really a distinction? I acknowledge that your prowess surpasses mine, and you may indeed be an ancestor of the Mount of Support, but is that all there is to it?" At this, a smirk graced Hua Yunfei's lips. Since taking Yi Bufan as a disciple, each method of apprenticeship varied, necessitating tailored approaches. Dealing with someone like Jia Duobao was, in fact, quite straightforward. Hua Yunfei fixed his gaze upon Jia Duobao's eyes. In an instant, a towering giant appeared within Jia Duobao's consciousness. Standing tall as he gazed upon the starry river, radiating an overwhelming sacred might, the resplendent aura of holiness, Jia Duobao's mouth fell agape. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Ji Great Sage Realm. My goodness, that venerable one. He is actually of the Great Sage level?" It dawned on him that he had been bargaining and playing tricks with a formidable being of the Great Sage level all along, truly. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, bungee jumping atop a grave. Chapter 69. In the atmosphere upon realizing the formidable prowess of Hua Yunfei, Jia Duobao's pupils quivered as he murmured, "Indeed, my perspective has been woefully narrow. You must be the legendary ancestor of the Kashan sect, a master of the Dao realm?" Jia Duobao recalled a widely known fact in the Eastern domain. The Kashan sect, one of the 9 great immortal sects, was presided over by an ancestor of mid-Dao realm cultivation. The young man before him, clad in white, appeared youthful. Yet one could not dismiss the possibility that he was an ancient being who had cultivated for millennia. Perhaps he was indeed the fabled ancestor of the Dao realm, concealing his true strength and merely displaying mid-Dao realm capabilities to the world. Such a level of concealment was astonishing. Hua Yunfei chuckled softly, shaking his head at Jia Duobao's words. "I am merely the head of a single peak, having yet to engage with the core operations of the sect." "Just the head of a single peak?" Jia Duobao exclaimed, incredulity etched upon his face. "Could it be that there are individuals even more powerful than you within the Kaoshan sect?" With a mysterious smile, Hua Yunfei replied, "In the Kaoshan sect, I am indeed a minor figure. However, you have yet to answer my inquiry. Are you willing to return with me to the sect and join the Daoyuan Peak?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jia Duobao recognized the opportunity before him and prostrated himself on the ground, declaring, "I am eager to follow you back to the sect, esteemed senior." "Master, please." Hua Yunfei interrupted him, saying, "There is no rush. I shall need to assess you for a time. Should you perform satisfactorily, I will formally accept you as my disciple." He had just inquired within his mind about when the system would next issue the disciple recruitment task. However, the system remained obstinately silent, merely responding with the enigmatic phrase, "Stay tuned." Thus, for the time being, he could not accept Jia Duobao as a disciple. If the system were to later deny recognition, it would undoubtedly lead to a most unfortunate predicament. Regardless, it was wise to first guide the individual along, for although he was but a novice, he possessed the rarest of qualities, sacred tier potential, a promising prospect indeed. While he may not achieve the same heights as Yi Bufan and Huang Xin in the future, resting within the ancestral tomb should pose no significant issue. Jia Duobao rose, casting a glance at the nearby treasure peak, tentatively pointing and inquiring, "Senior, these?" Hua Yunfei replied, "Retrieve them. They are all our own now. How could I harbor any covetous thoughts towards your possessions?" Jia Duobao was overjoyed, his consciousness enveloping the treasure peak, swiftly drawing it back, utterly ecstatic. There are few joys and sorrows in life that can compare to this moment. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. "Hold on. I have yet to agree to your reclamation of the treasures." From not far behind the fabric of space shimmered, gradually coalescing into a swirling portal. 3 figures emerged from the vortex, their auras terrifying and imbued with sacred might. As they materialized, this overwhelming presence immediately focused upon Hua Yunfei and his companions, particularly honing in on Jia Duobao. The treasures of this portly figure had clearly captured their interest. The speaker was the towering figure on the left, a man standing an impressive 3 meters tall. His thick hair cascaded down, and his chin was adorned with a golden beard. A menacing scar ran across his left eye, while his exposed chest revealed a muscular torso, also covered in golden chest hair. Merely standing there, one could sense the formidable power emanating from him. Were it not for the stabilizing influence of the imperial might within the bronze treasure hall, he might have been capable of distorting space with sheer strength alone. Jia Duobao, upon hearing his voice, was somewhat taken aback by the sudden intrusion but chose to disregard him, focusing instead on gathering the treasures into his purple mansion. After all, he had someone shielding him who could possibly harm him. Soon, he had packed away the mountains of treasures. The bearded man narrowed his eyes and spat out, "Unappreciative fool." With that, he extended his hand towards Jia Duobao, his fingers surrounded by swirling runes. In a fleeting moment, a beastly arm covered in golden fur seemed to materialize. Hua Yunfei had noticed their presence. He had sensed them long before their arrival. The intense spatial fluctuations at such a close range could not escape his perception. Not only them, but at that very moment, multiple spatial portals appeared throughout the bronze treasure hall and other adjacent chambers of the imperial tomb, indicating that formidable individuals had breached the sanctum. Coincidentally, these three had found themselves right in the path of the newly formed spatial passage, leading to their unexpected encounter. Faced with the assault of the bearded man, Hua Yunfei disdainfully refrained from blocking, exhaling a breath of indifference. In an instant, the bearded man exploded into a myriad of fragments, splattering blood upon the two bystanders. Stunned, they turned to gaze at the spot where the bearded man had once stood, their eyes widening in disbelief. "What the hell? Is he dead?" "Ah, my dear friends, I have slain your companion. Do you seek vengeance on his behalf?" Hua Yunfei's voice resonated in their ears, sending shivers down their spines, their faces turning pale with terror. "And no, they stammered. "We were not acquainted with him. We were merely passing through. We'll take our leave, immediately." The two shook their heads vigorously, their hands waving frantically as they turned to flee. Filled with dread, they had not anticipated encountering such formidable resistance upon their arrival. They had assumed that with their combined prowess as half-saints in their second transformation, they would reign unchallenged within the imperial tomb. After all, the number of saintly beings permitted entry was scarce, and it seemed improbable that they would cross paths with a formidable foe. Yet, scarcely had they entered the tomb before one had perished. In a sudden turn of fate, one of them, moving slightly faster than the other, was obliterated in an instant, his inner Tao platform, celestial soul, and divine infant all eradicated. The remaining individual froze in place, his complexion ashen, his teeth chattering in fear. At that moment, he was acutely aware that the figure before him was not merely a saint, but possibly one at the mid-level of saintly prowess. Otherwise, with the prowess of three half-saint level beings, it would be impossible for them to be slain consecutively from a distance. "Senior, I am from the Nine-Headed Lion clan." Suddenly, before he could finish his sentence, he erupted, blood splattering across the ground. Even someone from the imperial lineage cannot escape this fate. Hua Yunfei spoke with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, he unleashed his techniques, obliterating the surrounding heavenly secrets and dismantling the threads of causality. The act of annihilating corpses and erasing traces was instinctive to him, ingrained in his very essence. The three individuals belonged to the Nine-Headed Lion clan, a branch of an ancient race, and were half-saint level powerhouses, suggesting their significant status. To avoid unnecessary complications, it would be prudent to exercise caution. One must not provoke the small, only to face the wrath of the great, although he could effortlessly dispatch them with a mere wave of his hand. The nuisance would be unbearable. "Senior, regarding my ancestral treasure." Witnessing Hua Yunfei's nonchalant resolution of the three half-saints, Jia Duobao felt an increasing reverence for him. Nonetheless, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of the bronze compass, hoping to reclaim it. The imperial mausoleum is not a place to linger. We must depart swiftly. If we delay, we may not escape the consequences. Jia Duobao was unaware that the entire imperial mausoleum was riddled with countless landmines, fatal upon contact. Should anyone trigger the most significant trap, the entire mausoleum would detonate, unleashing the most potent killing technique left behind by the Xian Huang Emperor. At that moment, even they would be ensnared in the chaos. Outside the imperial mausoleum, he observed numerous factions rushing eagerly into its depths. The esteemed Yuntian Jinren could scarcely contain his impatience. He turned to Dao Shihua and inquired, "Ancestor, when shall we make our entrance? If we delay, we may scarcely seize any treasures." Dao Shihua replied, "If treasures are beyond our grasp, we may resort to seizing individuals." "Seizing individuals?" Yuntian Jinren was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehension dawned upon him, and his eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, how astute of you, ancestor. This strategy is truly brilliant. Chapter 70. I teach never to bow down beside him, Xuanhe. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, could not help but smile with pride. Truly, the old ancestor possesses profound foresight and remarkable tactics. A role model for our generation. Once those individuals have gathered sufficient treasures, they shall then venture into plunder. This way, not only will they save time on their treasure hunt, but they will also procure an abundance of riches. The spoils from robbing 100 or even 1,000 individuals will undoubtedly surpass what they could acquire through their own searches. Dao Shiwu stated, coordinate with the others. And when the time comes, we shall strike together. Take as much as you can. Prepare several storage bags. However, remember to leave no trace. Bring along the concealment artifacts. While you rob others, I shall seize the extreme Dao sacred land. Realizing this, Yuntian Junren nodded eagerly, his heart, which had lain dormant for so long, now trembled with anticipation. How exhilarating! Xuanhe, who had lived for over 1,000 years, shared the same sentiments. It seemed he had never engaged in such thrilling endeavors. Dao Shiwu cast his gaze towards a nearby area close to the imperial tomb, perplexed. Why have the members of the Sun and Moon Divine sect not yet entered? The other extreme Dao sacred lands have long since made their entrance. There, several powerful figures from the Sun and Moon Divine sect stood, hesitating before the imperial tomb. Eventually, they sighed and began to withdraw, leaving the imperial tomb behind. This unexpected turn of events left the three in utter bewilderment. After waiting for several months, with the imperial tomb now so close at hand, why had they suddenly chosen not to enter? In the celestial expanse of the North Dipper Star domain, amidst the battleground of Hua Sangqiong and the venerable Lao Ning, the two figures stood, their expressions darkened, suppressing their ire. One of them was none other than the leader of the Sun and Moon Divine sect. The other, an elder clad in a crimson robe, with hair and beard as white as snow and a gaunt visage, was enveloped in a faint aura of death. This individual was Lao Yang, an ancient progenitor in the annals of the Sun and Moon Divine sect, who, having exhausted his lifespan, had long succumbed to a deep slumber in the imperial source. 2 days prior, the spiritual tablet left by Lao Ning in the ancestral temple had shattered unexpectedly. This signified the demise of Lao Ning. Just moments ago, he had vanquished a man in black robes before all, his divine might resonating throughout the North Dipper Star. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, he had suddenly perished. In the wake of this shock, the Sun and Moon Divine sect hastily sealed the news, forbidding the elders guarding the ancestral temple from disseminating any information. To ensure utmost secrecy, they even placed this elder under house arrest to avert any unforeseen circumstances. The fall of a sage-level progenitor was a matter of immense significance, one that could reverberate throughout the Eastern Domain. Should it come to light, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from the shaking light sacred land and provoke unwarranted controversy. With resolute determination, the leader of the Sun and Moon Divine sect entered the ancestral grounds to summon the venerable Lao Yang, who was also the father of Lao Ning. Confronted with the death of his son, he maintained an air of tranquility. At his advanced age, he had long since relinquished attachment to worldly matters. More than the loss of his own offspring, he was profoundly concerned about the reputation of the Sun and Moon Divine sect. The divine emperor of the Sun and Moon was their unwavering faith, who, pray tell, possesses the audacity to slay a venerable elder of the Sun and Moon sect. Have they truly lost their sanity? The sequential assassination of pivotal figures within the sect is an overt display of defiance, is it not? The elder from Luoyang cast a glance at the leader of the Sun and Moon sect and inquired, "Are you certain that the man in the black robe was vanquished by Luoning?" The leader of the Sun and Moon sect affirmed with unwavering conviction, "Indeed. This matter is known to many. The clash of saints is an exceedingly rare occurrence in this degenerate age, with countless factions employing specialized artifacts to witness the celestial battle unfold." The elder from Luoyang fell into a contemplative silence. He had attempted to deduce the events multiple times, yet to no avail. The vast expanse of the starry sky had been meticulously cleansed by someone with intent, leaving no trace behind. Even the threads of fate bore no hint of Luoning's karmic ties. Who possesses such extraordinary prowess? How could I, an elder, find myself utterly impotent in uncovering any useful information? Not even the use of imperial weapons yielded any evidence. The celestial seal of Sun and Moon hovered beside them, emanating a gentle luminescence, steeped in the profound laws of the imperial path. Has the man in the black robe reappeared since Luoning's demise? The elder from Luoyang queried. The leader of the Sun and Moon sect nodded, stating, in recent days, there has been no sign of his presence. Is the elder suspecting he is still alive? The elder from Luoyang narrowed his eyes and replied, Currently, two possibilities arise. One, this individual concealed his true strength and, at the last moment, unleashed it, resulting in a mutual destruction with Luoning. In the second scenario, it is suggested that the individual in question had accomplices, and that Luoning ultimately fell at the hands of two. The Sun and Moon sect master furrowed his brow, pondering the implication. Does this mean that what everyone witnessed that day across the entirety of the Big Dipper was merely an illusion? He discerned this layer of meaning from the words of the ancestor of Luoyang. However, if indeed everything observed that day was an illusion, the ramifications would be truly terrifying. What kind of person, what degree of cultivation, possesses the capability to orchestrate such a grand deception across the entire Big Dipper? To fool everyone? The ancestor of Luoyang nodded thoughtfully, stating, the first scenario is implausible. If they perished together, who then would have cleaned up the battlefield? The scene was left so immaculate that even the imperial artifacts could not deduce what transpired. Therefore, the second possibility holds the most weight. Luoning perished due to an ambush, with the adversaries employing illusions to deceive all present. Upon concluding, the ancestor of Luoyang sighed and remarked, if this is indeed the case, then those who have set their sights on us may belong to an organization. To craft illusions that can deceive the entire world, it would require the collaboration of multiple top-tier powerhouses. The Sun and Moon sect master furrowed his brow in contemplation and suggested, Ancestor, is it not possible that the one who deployed the illusion is but a single person? An individual of unfathomable strength? And that the traces of battle here were also cleared by this person? The ancestor of Luoyang regarded the Sun and Moon sect master with a measured gaze. This conjecture was undeniably audacious. For one person to accomplish such a feat, their level of cultivation must be extraordinarily high. At the very least, they would need to reach the Saint King level and possess formidable magical artifacts to assist them. In the realm of the Beta constellation, where the strong are as numerous as the fish in the river, the prospect of evading the gaze of formidable warriors seems exceedingly slim. The leader of the Sun and Moon sect declared, regardless of the circumstances, it is evident that the opponent possesses remarkable strength, along with formidable artifacts. What shall we do, venerable ancestor? Should we swallow our pride? Upon hearing this, the elder of Luoyang's eyes widened, his sacred aura surging mightily as he forcefully sent the leader of the Sun and Moon sect flying. With a thunderous voice, he proclaimed, the Sun and Moon sect never boast to anyone. As the current leader, overseeing the entire sacred ground, how could you utter such words? You have brought disgrace upon the Sun and Moon Holy Emperor. In an instant, the elder's favorable impression of the leader dissipated. Although the leader was a semi-holy level powerhouse, he was struck by the elder's divine might and sent flying thousands of miles, spewing forth blood before shattering a star in his path, eventually stabilizing himself. Clutching his chest, he struggled to rise, his complexion pale, fully aware that he had misspoken. Returning to the side of the elder, the leader refrained from further comment. The elder of Luoyang snorted coldly, stating, you should be more aware of the doctrines of the Sun and Moon sect than anyone else. Our sect shall never bow, and no one can compel us to do so. This matter is far from resolved. Gather everyone and investigate. Seek out the whereabouts of that man in the black robe. Since he has repeatedly provoked our sect, he undoubtedly harbors enmity towards us and will surely reappear given the opportunity. All those privy to this matter have their consciousness inscribed with a binding decree. Any who dare to reveal it shall meet a grim fate. The master of the Sun and Moon nodded in solemn agreement. Ultimately, the two returned to the North Dipper star, commencing the summoning of formidable members of the Sun and Moon divine sect from afar, preparing for a thorough search for the whereabouts of the enigmatic figure in black robes. Just as they departed, on a dim star several thousand miles away, a masked man in a black cloak emerged. His body was adorned with concealment talismans, effectively severing all traces of his presence. If you were to locate me, that would indeed be a curious affair. Chapter 71. Safety First in the Present Day. Even cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm are deemed worthy to step into the imperial tomb. The majesty of the emperor has nearly dissipated, and the 33 layers of the celestial firmament above have become faint and nearly invisible. This lowered threshold has ignited hope among countless cultivators of lower realms surrounding the imperial tomb. Their eyes gleam with anticipation, and their breaths quicken. Cultivators are, after all, those who vie against others and challenge the heavens. Should they discover a few invaluable treasures and top-tier techniques within the imperial tomb, they could undoubtedly transform into dragons ascending to the heavens, with the potential to become formidable powerhouses, if fortune does not favor them. The worst outcome is merely death, a trivial affair, for they could always start anew in the next life. This notion resonates in the hearts of many. Every cultivator below the celestial realm harbors similar thoughts. Since embarking on their journey of cultivation, they have endured countless life and death struggles in the pursuit of opportunities. They have brushed shoulders with death innumerable times. Their relentless efforts are driven by the desire to carve out a radiant future for themselves. Unlike cultivators from formidable factions, who have access to boundless resources, they must rely solely on their own tenacity to forge their paths. At last, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm took a decisive step forward, transforming into a streak of light as he swiftly flew toward the Imperial Tomb. His expression solemn and holding a magical artifact. This journey may well be one of peril, possibly without return, yet he bears no regrets. The path of a cultivator is one fraught with challenges in the mortal realm. A bright future must be seized through one's own efforts. With one leading the charge, an increasing number of individuals began to mobilize, employing their movement techniques to become radiant streaks of light as they surged toward the Imperial Tomb. Amidst the throng, a nefarious figure emerged, a bald man with a sinister countenance, exuding an aura of divine infant cultivation. With a ferocious swing of his blade, he severed the head of a practitioner at the Purple Mansion level. Ha ha ha, I shall be the first to enter, he cackled maniacally, mercilessly slaying those of lower cultivation as he surged forward. Others, though seething with indignation, dared not voice their anger. They recognized that the long knife in his grasp was a heavenly artifact of tremendous power, rendering most divine infant cultivators no match for him. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, piercing through the bald man's chest. The divine infant within him was eradicated, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. It was a young boy clad in black, his youthful visage juxtaposed with an icy ruthlessness. After dispatching the bald man, he did not linger, but instead, he charged directly towards the Imperial Tomb. He was the Black Rakshasa, a prodigious genius who, at merely 100 years of age, had ascended to the divine infant realm, a source of pride for the scattered cultivators. A gasp of recognition rippled through the crowd as some identified the young figure. Seizing the opportunity, a few swiftly followed in the wake of the Black Rakshasa, utilizing his path to reach the Imperial Tomb. The surroundings of the Imperial Tomb were chaotic, a maelstrom of murderous intent, with countless individuals resorting to treachery. Here, harboring any semblance of hope would only hasten one's demise. Only those with hearts as cold and ruthless as steel could hope to prevail in the end. In the distance, the esteemed Yuntian gazed upon the magnificent scene before him, placing a hand upon his forehead, and remarked, "These are merely children, yet to grasp the essence of survival. At such a tender age, akin to blooming flowers, they ought to prioritize their lives above all else. Everything else is secondary. The various major forces, including the Supreme Path's sacred land, have ventured forth. To charge in recklessly is sheer folly." Xian he chuckled and replied, "Yin Tian, not everyone possesses our temperament. Many are those courageous souls who dare to charge forth and slay. Though their lives may be fleeting, they are deserving of respect." Clad in azure, Dao Su gazed into the distance, the winds gentle and clouds serene. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards a certain direction, his brows furrowing in concern. Boom! To the left of the Imperial Tomb, a tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a torrent of potent laws that surged skyward. The ascending cloud of smoke claimed the lives of thousands of cultivators who were rushing towards the Imperial Tomb, their bodies falling like dumplings in a deluge of severed limbs and blood, cascading down like a torrential rain, staining the earth crimson. The tumultuous waves of energy had yet to subside when, not far from the explosion, a blinding light erupted, and a colossal sword pierced the heavens. Descending upon the Imperial Tomb, the overwhelming and terrifying aura resulted in the demise of tens of thousands of nearby cultivators, leaving a gaping hole in the vast structure of the Imperial Tomb. Despicable! You humans are utterly vile. Even the Emperor-level beings are no exception. How repugnant! Explosions follow me wherever I go. How can I be so unfortunate? Within the Imperial Tomb, a thunderous roar erupted, resonating like the very tremors of the heavens, filling the surrounding realm with an overwhelming sanctity. This was the anguished outcry of a saint, venting his pent-up fury. As a formidable being of the saintly tier, he had encountered relentless setbacks since his entrance into the Imperial Tomb, with every endeavor culminating in disaster. Initially, he faced mere ordinary Taoist attacks, insufficient to pose a threat. However, as he progressed, he encountered increasingly terrifying prohibitions, ones that even his formidable cultivation could no longer withstand. His body was bleeding, severely injured, and afflicted by a curse. causing his vitality to wane and his blood essence to evaporate. Should this continue, even a being of his caliber would meet his demise. In his wrath, he cursed the Xianhuang Emperor and humanity itself, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the latter, which had only intensified. The Xianhuang imperial tomb was insidiously laden with an array of concealed prohibitions, clearly orchestrated by the Xianhuang Emperor himself. Such treachery from a being of the emperor's stature was indeed despicable. While we could understand the imposition of trials, the indiscriminate laying of traps was utterly excessive. What sheer luck would it take to avoid triggering these prohibitions? The saint burst forth from the tomb, his visage grim and his form stained with blood. Although his formidable sanctity was daunting, it now seemed somewhat tenuous. He sought a refuge to heal, needing to expel the malevolent magic within him post-haste, lest he succumb to a certain death. This was a method left by the emperor, and it required immediate attention. This scene unfolds not only in this location. As an increasing number of individuals flock to the imperial tomb, the restrictions are triggered with greater frequency. One can hear intermittent explosions and furious curses emanating from the tomb, all directed towards the esteemed Emperor Xianhuang. Even amongst the human race, expressions are as dark as the bottom of a pot, their frustration so profound that it threatens to spill forth as blood. After all, it is their own emperor who once safeguarded all beings. Such invectives are unacceptable. Yet, the sense of indignation is overwhelming. I need to find someone to vent my frustrations. One individual, consumed by rage, shouted and charged at another, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Are you out of your mind? What have I done to provoke you? The assaulted party, bewildered and on the verge of exasperation, wondered who this person was. Meanwhile, Dao Shiwu gazed towards the direction in which the ancient race's sage had vanished, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The opportunity has arrived, he declared. An unforeseen incident has transpired at the imperial tomb. It is likely that many will attempt to flee. Inform others to prepare for action. But remember, safety comes first. Afterward, remember the scene of the incident. I shall personally destroy the threads of fate to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The two elders, Yun Tian and Xian He, were eagerly rubbing their fists together, their aged hearts trembling with anticipation, for the moment to take center stage had finally arrived. Shortly after the departure of Dao Shiwu and his companions, Hua Yunfei and his three associates materialized at the scene. Hua Yunfei surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Yun Tian and the others, and murmured, could they have already entered? He endeavored to deduce the events transpiring here, only to discover that the threads of fate were utterly devoid of any traces. It was as if no soul had ever graced this place. This esteemed ancestor was no ordinary individual. Dao Shiwu possessed an extraordinary talent in the realm of celestial mechanics. Reaching a level of supreme excellence akin to that of a saint, his mastery transcended mere cultivation. Even he, without the aid of any magical artifacts, found himself incapable of unraveling the entirety of the occurrences in this locale. After channeling his immense power, a whisper emerged from the depths of the celestial mechanics. If treasures cannot be seized, then one may resort to capturing people. Hua Yunfei wore a peculiar expression, initially. He had harbored concerns for Dao Shiwu and his companions, fearing they might inadvertently wander into the imperial tomb and encounter peril. To his astonishment, they had no intention of entering at all. Instead, they set forth to waylay those who emerged from the imperial tomb laden with treasures. Truly, an ancestor of our sect. Seasoned and judicious, never ventures into perilous grounds. Safety first. Chapter 72. Observe attentively, learn diligently within a secluded mountain forest. The golden lawn sage of the ancient races was tending to his wounds. His complexion was a dark red, with deep purple veins appearing on his brow. The detestable human race. The abominable human emperor. Such cunning and insidiousness. The golden lawn sage closed his eyes to heal, his eyelids trembling, muttering curses that were barely coherent. He could hardly fathom that despite his lifetime of wisdom, he had stumbled in the tomb of a deceased, leaving him with naught but humiliation. It was indeed a tumultuous journey, filled with unforeseen calamities. He had acquired little, but inflicted upon himself grievous injuries. He must surely be the most unfortunate sage to have entered the imperial tomb this time. Once his injuries were healed, he vowed that the human race would pay dearly. If he could not seize treasures within the tomb, he would do so outside. Surely, fortune would smile upon him there. Finally, the golden lawn sage found some tranquility and began to focus on his recovery. Fortunately, he had brought ample healing elixirs when departing from the Golden Lawn clan, which stabilized his condition. A day later, he rose. Though his wounds had not fully healed, He was no longer in grave danger. Ha ha ha. It was time for me to take action. Even against the most formidable of sacred places, I shall not relent. All shall belong to me. The Golden One sage sneered. Intent on seizing treasures from the human race, particularly from those who had emerged from the imperial tomb, he was determined to unleash the pent-up resentment he had just endured. In the realm of mere mortals, a venerable elder, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, gazed down upon the Golden One saint with an air of indifference. His presence was ethereal. With a long beard cascading to his knees, a ruddy complexion, and a spirited demeanor, his eyes shone like twin stars, radiating brilliance. The Golden One saint narrowed his eyes, his towering figure emanating an imposing aura as he regarded the elder with a hostile expression. In his recent fervor to heal, he had failed to detect the elder's arrival. "Pray tell, which saint of the human race do you represent?" he inquired. The elder responded nonchalantly, "I am Saint Luoning of the Sun and Moon Divine Cult." The Golden One saint paused momentarily, recognizing the name. The Golden One clan resided in a certain area of Tsangzhou, sharing proximity with the Sun and Moon Divine Cult. Not long ago, he had observed this very individual slay a black-robed man on the verge of ascending to the saint realm amidst the cosmos. "An old man on the brink of decay dares to admonish me?" The Golden One saint scoffed. "If it took such effort to slay a semi-saint, what could this elder possibly use to contend with me?" He held the venerable Luoning in utter contempt. Luoning, looking down upon the Golden One saint, remarked, "Do you truly disregard the Sun and Moon Divine Cult? What nonsense is this Sun and Moon Divine Cult? Hasn't it merely produced one emperor-level figure? Without the imperial weaponry, you are inferior even to my Golden One clan. The Jinwan clan has produced only one supreme-level powerhouse, who once dominated the cosmic expanse in that era. Yet there exists a significant disparity when compared to the emperor level. Upon the demise of this supreme being, he bequeathed a supreme-grade artifact, the most formidable treasure of the Jinwan clan, embodying the essence of their lineage. However, although the Jinwan clan lacks imperial weapons, they are not to be underestimated compared to the Daiyue Shinjio. As long as an emperor does not wield an imperial weapon, the Daiyue Shinjio, even if they bring forth their imperial armaments, will find it arduous to contend with the Jinwan clan, which possesses a supreme weapon. The two engaged in a fierce standoff, their gazes clashing with palpable tension. "I shall claim your blood to assuage the hatred that resides within me. All of humanity deserves to perish," the Jinwan saint bellowed, transforming into a streak of golden light as he surged towards the venerable Liaoning. The enmity between humanity and the ancient races has endured since time immemorial, resulting in countless conflicts throughout history. It was only through the mediation of various emperors and ancient sovereigns that relations were somewhat ameliorated. Nevertheless, when significant events transpire, both sides swiftly assume opposing positions and engage in fierce combat. As the Jinwan saint initiated the assault, a smile crept upon the lips of the venerable Liaoning. "I am a being of the second tier of the saint realm. How can you possibly contend with me? You, on the verge of demise, devoid of vitality. Can you truly claim to stand at the second tier of the saint realm?" The Jinwan saint scoffed, his 5 fingers morphing into golden claws as he swept forth, tearing the heavens asunder, a terrifying holy might enveloping the venerable Liaoning's form, preventing any escape. That is not necessarily the case. As the venerable ancestor of Liaoning spoke, he casually waved his hand, effortlessly extinguishing the assault of the Golden One saint. Without hesitation, he charged towards the Golden One saint, employing the most rudimentary techniques of the sacred fist, engaging in close combat. "How foolish," he cackled. "The physical constitution has always been the forte of the ancient races. Do you not know this?" The Golden One saint scoffed, secretly deriding the elder's naivety, and fearlessly retaliated, unleashing his own physical prowess. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, the Golden One saint was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Before he could regain his composure, a powerful kick landed squarely on his rear, shattering the sacred bones of his lower body, sending fragments mingled with copious blood spilling across the ground. Then, the venerable ancestor unleashed a mighty punch, obliterating the ribs of the Golden One saint, divine blood spraying forth, causing the very air around them to shimmer with its sanctity. "I do not believe it," the Golden One saint bellowed, realizing with horror that he was no match for the elder in martial prowess. Despite being on the brink of death, his vitality seemingly depleted. How could his physical strength remain so formidable? Is the Sun and Moon Divine Sect something you can fathom? The Sun and Moon Sacred Emperor is unmatched in the realm. The venerable ancestor of Liaoning roared, invoking the signature divine art of the Sun and Moon Divine Sect, rendering the Golden Wand Saint dazed and collapsing to the ground. The fallen Golden Wand Saint, bewildered, could scarcely comprehend his defeat, particularly in the realm of physical combat. I truly did not expect this. Your Sun and Moon Divine sect is quite adept at deception. Just a few days ago, the spectacle in the cosmos was performed splendidly, he remarked with a sardonic tone. A few days ago, in the face of the black-robed man who had undergone the third transformation of a half-saint, the aging ancestor of the Luoning clan, with great difficulty, managed to subdue his opponent. Today, however, confronted with a being of saintly caliber, it could be said that he effortlessly resolved the situation in an instant. How deeply concealed. Enough chatter. Surrender all your treasures. I shall spare your life out of respect for your lineage as a member of the Jinwan clan. The Grand Saint of the Jinwan bellowed. You speak nonsense. The Luoning ancestor ceased his words and, with a swift kick, shattered the man's head. Employing sacred arts to confine the Tao platform, the celestial soul, and the divine infant within him. Subsequently, the Luoning ancestor directly intervened, his consciousness sweeping through the Grand Saint's purplish abode, leaving it devoid of treasures before departing with grace. In his wake, the Grand Saint of Jinwan reassembled his sacred form, his countenance as dark as a soot-covered pot, trembling with rage. Why am I so unfortunate today? This infuriates me. The Sun and Moon Divine sect, we shall see who prevails. Indeed, the exhilaration of directly subduing an opponent is truly delightful. No wonder those old-timers secretly honed their martial arts to perfection. As the Luoning ancestor distanced himself, his form suddenly transformed into that of a youth clad in green. He relished the sensation of having just bested the Grand Saint of Jinwan. Afterward, once the Grand Saint had vacated the forest, he returned, deftly manipulating the threads of fate and cosmic order. Rather than obliterating the scene of their confrontation, he deliberately left a faint trace, a mere whisper of shadow. This is precisely the effect he desired. After completing his task, the youth clad in green departed from this place, vanishing into the void. In the next moment, a figure in white emerged. With a mere gesture of his finger, he unleashed a unique spell that confined this realm, rendering the shadow left by the green-clad youth even more lifelike. Thus, it became difficult to discern the true from the false. The figure in white then addressed the three individuals trailing behind him, saying, "Observe closely and learn well. The culture of the way is profound and expansive. The extent of your understanding hinges upon your own efforts." Chapter 73. Patience. Allow me to demonstrate my skill. Yi Buffan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even someone as composed as he could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Engaging in such activities was undeniably thrilling. He exclaimed, "Truly, the ancestral master speaks with eloquence and acts with astuteness, a paragon for us all. This endeavor is well within my expertise." Huang Xian's lips curled into a smile. This scene was all too familiar. Before the Xian Huang Emperor attained enlightenment, he had engaged in similar ventures. Against rival sects and formidable factions, he would seize whatever he could. When there was nothing of value, he resorted to capturing individuals, compelling those grand sects to offer spirit stones and treasures in exchange for their release. Countless cultivation resources had been amassed through this skill. It must be said, this technique is remarkably efficient, yielding swift rewards. So long as one exercises caution, no one can lay a hand on you. Is this the Kaoshan sect? This aligns perfectly with my inclinations. Jia Duobao's eyes, the size of yellow beans, glimmered with newfound discovery. He felt an overwhelming sense of missed opportunity regarding the Kaoshan sect. Hua Yunfei smiled gently. "Come, my disciples, let me expose you to more experiences, so you may return and thoroughly study the essence of these teachings. Strive to pass down this skill. It holds immense potential." The imperial tomb was shrouded in mystery, filled with countless restrictions. Those who ventured forth without consulting the omens were doomed to face certain death. Ha! I have emerged. I have escaped. At last, someone had managed to break free. It was a young man clad in yellow robes, his complexion invigorated, with eyes gleaming with brilliance, utterly elated. Despite the myriad challenges within the imperial tomb, he managed to unearth several exquisite treasures. The young man in the yellow robe swiftly concealed his presence and hastily distanced himself. Having acquired the coveted artifacts, he knew he could not linger in this place. Should he encounter someone with designs on his treasures, misfortune would surely befall him. Not long after he departed, an elderly man unexpectedly obstructed his path. The diminutive figure floated before him, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he inquired, "Young friend, might I borrow something?" The young man's expression stiffened, inwardly cursing his ill-fated tongue. It seemed his thoughts had manifested into reality. Above in the heavens, an elder clad in purple robes, Possessing the formidable cultivation of the 8th layer of the path, displayed an expression of exhilaration, his joy barely contained. Just moments ago, he had discovered a grand saint-level cultivation manual within the imperial tomb, profound and enigmatic. With the aid of this text, he believed he might one day ascend to the semi-saint level. Greetings, a gray-robed elder suddenly materialized in front of him, blocking his way while politely offering a salutation. The purple-robed elder furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. However, upon discerning that the other's cultivation was merely at the first layer of the path, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Do you require something? The gray-robed elder inquired with a congenial smile. Might I borrow an item from you? Borrow something? The purple-robed elder frowned, his demeanor turning sour. Are we so well acquainted? You expect me to lend you the treasures I acquired from the imperial tomb? The gray-robed elder, hands clasped behind his back, continued to speak casually. Upon hearing this, the elder in the purple robe shot a glare, coldly retorting, Have your eyes gone blind? With my cultivation at the 8th layer of the path, am I someone you can covet? As he spoke, he directly formed a hand seal, exhaling a breath that transformed into a torrent of purple energy, spanning a diameter of 10,000 meters, surging towards the elder in the gray robe. He had always been ruthless towards those lacking discernment, preferring action over words. Do not rush. Allow me to reveal my prowess. The elder in gray lightly coughed, and his cultivation, initially at the first layer of the path, ascended to the second layer. Under the watchful gaze of the purple-robed elder, the gray-robed elder's power surged to the pinnacle of the path. With a mere wave of his hand, the purple torrent unleashed by the elder in purple vanished without a trace. The gray-robed elder smiled amiably at his counterpart, inquiring, May I borrow now? The expression on the face of the elder in purple darkened. Who was this person? To masquerade as being at the first layer of the path, while actually being at its pinnacle, was this individual mentally deranged? Even if the elder was at the pinnacle of the path, still, before he could finish his thought, the gray-robed elder inadvertently revealed a hint of his semi-saint level cultivation, causing the purple-robed elder to falter in shock. He stared blankly at the gray-robed elder, asking, Might I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Do you think I would divulge that I am a member of the Sun and Moon Divine sect? Replied the elder in purple, left speechless. 3 days later, news erupted around the imperial mausoleum, creating a tremendous uproar. What? Recently, a spate of hundreds of robbery cases has emerged, with the Sun Moon sect identified as the instigators. Indeed, the victims convened to deliberate and arrived at this astonishing conclusion. How is this possible? Did the Sun Moon sect not partake in the spoils? Surely, they must have gathered considerable treasures. However, an elder revealed that he personally witnessed the formidable members of the Sun Moon sect refraining from entering the imperial tombs. Instead, they departed early, vanishing from sight. It seems they were merely lying in wait. How terrifying! Furthermore, it is rumored that the Saint of the Golden Luan also fell victim to plunder, his very body disassembled. A saint robbed? Who possesses such audacity? Whispers suggest it was the illustrious ancestor Luoning, who recently displayed great prowess amidst the stars. Such a sensational revelation. Countless cultivators exchanged hushed tones, astonished by this incredible turn of events. No one anticipated that while the mantis stalked the cicada, the yellow oriole lay in wait. The Sun Moon sect emerged as the ultimate beneficiary. They managed to procure vast treasures without even entering the imperial tombs. In stark contrast to those who rushed in, only to return empty-handed from the several supreme holy lands. Their approach is remarkably astute, albeit somewhat unscrupulous. Hark! A powerful presence from the Sun Moon sect approaches. Observers noted 4 formidable figures soaring from the horizon, comprising some of the individuals who had departed earlier from the Sun Moon sect. These 4 did not perceive the peculiarities surrounding them. Instead, they were diligently tasked with tracking the whereabouts of a mysterious man in a black robe, surrounding the imperial tomb. A multitude of cultivators gathered, eager to catch a glimpse of the formidable figure rumored to dwell within. Suddenly, the leader among the 4, a middle-aged man with a horse-like visage, darkened in countenance as he discerned that hundreds were converging upon their location. What are you doing? Before he could finish his inquiry, a hand, as large as a fan, made intimate contact with his cheek, sending him tumbling through the air in a dizzying spiral. Before he could regain his footing, a peculiar artifact enveloped him, rendering him vulnerable to a relentless barrage of blows. Assailants emerged from the shadows, employing exceedingly cruel tactics fueled by personal vendettas. I am an elder of the Sun Moon sect. You cannot act recklessly, the middle-aged man cried out. invoking his affiliation in an attempt to assert dominance over his attackers. However, his words only serve to inflame their fury further. It is precisely you from the Sun Moon sect we seek to punish. How dare you steal my techniques? A purple-robed elder, bristling with indignation, brandished a wooden staff with fervor, delivering a series of resounding strikes to the man's head. The other three formidable members of the Sun Moon sect fared no better before they could comprehend the situation. They too were struck down and ensnared within burlap sacks, subjected to a merciless onslaught. This is intolerable. Can someone explain what is happening? The middle-aged man and his companions lamented, bewildered by their unprovoked assault. Shut your foul mouth. An elderly man, wielding a wooden staff, struck him twice, rendering him unconscious. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself alone, save for three others who remained in a state of stupor. He was oblivious to his assailant. Bludgeoned and ensnared in a burlap sack, he had failed to perceive the identity of his attacker. The middle-aged man with a horse-like face, bruised and battered, felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body. He had bribed a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm and learned the unsettling truth. Stunned, he pondered, is the esteemed ancestor Luo Ning still alive? Then how could his spirit tablet be shattered? Their return to the imperial tomb had been a deliberate mission, prompted by the command of the Sun and Moon sect leader to seek out the whereabouts of the enigmatic figure in a black robe. Chapter 74. Signing in to acquire the second supreme artifact, the four individuals conducted extensive inquiries and discovered that, in recent days, formidable figures from the Sun and Moon sect had been engaged in a series of brazen robberies. Their operations spanned a wide array of targets, with individuals from every realm falling prey. Even among the saint level, there were reports of the esteemed ancestor, Luo Ning, lying in wait. It was said that not only had the Saint Gene One been victimized, but also an ancient elder from the Eastern Ancient Clan had suffered a similar fate. Infuriated, this elder from the Eastern Ancient Clan was now on a relentless quest to confront the perpetrators from the Sun and Moon sect, vowing to exact his revenge upon these scoundrels. While others trembled in silence before the Supreme Holy Land, he dared to voice his fury. The Eastern Ancient Clan, a venerable lineage with a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, possessed profound strength and would not cower before the Supreme Holy Land. Furthermore, the Sun and Moon sect was in the wrong in this matter, driven by a desire to preserve their facade. Even should he take action, the repercussions for him might not be as severe as anticipated. Reports surfaced of individuals from the Sun and Moon sect approaching. In the distance, a formidable aura, resplendent in green, loomed ominously, casting shadows across the heavens. This overwhelming presence, laden with fury, heralded the arrival of the elder from the Eastern Ancient Clan. Upon hearing the announcement, the four members of the Sun and Moon sect wasted no time. They fled without hesitation, uncertain of the unfolding events. They deemed it unwise to risk their lives unnecessarily. Let us contact the sect leader and report this incident. We must ascertain whether this act of robbery was indeed committed by our sect or not. The quartet, not lacking in intelligence, were all elders within the sect, possessing late-stage heavenly realm cultivation. Yet, they had received no word of such occurrences. Was it possible that the sect had covertly dispatched even more powerful individuals to carry out these deeds? Given their understanding of their teachings, such actions are not entirely unexpected. Yet there remains an air of mystery about the situation. Where are you going? The venerable elder of the Eastern Ancient Clan manifested a celestial expanse, his formidable presence suffusing the heavens and the earth. Above, the ethereal light descended, reverberating with the profound sounds of the cosmos. Elder, allow me to explain. I shall not listen. Hua Yunfei stood atop a lofty mountain, gazing down upon the distant, towering peaks, feeling a sense of supremacy over the landscape. Behind him, Yi Bufan, Huang Xian, and Jia Duobao sat in quiet contemplation, absorbed in their thoughts. In recent days, Hua Yunfei had led them stealthily in the wake of the ancestors, and the trio had gleaned considerable insights, gaining a renewed understanding of the path of Go Dao. The Dao that can be articulated is not the eternal Dao. With myriad paths, countless in number, inexhaustibly available, our sect reveres the grand aspirations of our ancestral master, cultivating the path of Go Dao, grounded in essence, unified in life, living is the sole truth. What, then, is Go Dao? A tapestry of truth and falsehood, an intricate interplay of reality and illusion. An enigma that eludes clear definition. Go Dao moves with the ferocity of thunder, yet remains imperceptible. Remember, Go Dao does not equate to cowardice. Should someone provoke you, you may still retaliate. Yet, it is imperative to bear in mind that a gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall, especially within this realm of cultivation. Safety must always be paramount. Hua Yunfei's words resonated like the celestial sounds of the Dao, enlightening the three, who found themselves entranced, as if drifting toward transcendence. However, these teachings were merely fragments passed down from their ancestral master. In regard to the venerable ancestor whom he has yet to meet, Hua Yunfei harbors a profound admiration, and the two resonate with each other remarkably well. Alas, the ancestor has departed from this world for over a millennium, leaving no opportunity for him to seek guidance. Yi Bufan and Huang Xian have already begun their cultivation of the elusive concealment technique, a critical skill that is essential for all disciples of the Kashan sect. They have made some progress in mastering this technique and have concealed a considerable amount of their strength. However, they still fall short of Hua Yunfei's expectations by a minuscule margin. As for Jia Duobao, the task of accepting disciples has yet to be assigned to him. Thus he is currently unable to practice the concealment technique. As a peak master, he is bound by the rules of the sect, which naturally extend to his own conduct. He may offer preliminary guidance, yet the core teachings of the sect can only be imparted once a disciple's status is firmly established. While the three are absorbed in their contemplations, Hua Yunfei, in a moment of idle reflection, suddenly recalls that it is the beginning of a new month. The time for signing in. With the abundance of treasures he has amassed, his enthusiasm for signing in has waned. What a pity. System, initiate the sign-in process. Ding. Sign-in successful. Total sign-in duration, 101 years. Hua Yunfei raised an eyebrow, hoping to exchange a decade of his lifespan for something extraordinary. In recent months, aside from the temporal and spatial divine realm, he has not acquired anything of significant value. The annual sign-in system is the most promising avenue for obtaining exceptional items. If treasures are to come, let them be of the highest caliber. Ding. Sign-in successful. Reward, Dan Wang Supreme Cauldron. The Dan Wang Supreme Cauldron? The legendary Dan Emperor? Hua Yunfei, while perusing the ancient text in the Zongjing Pavilion of the Mount Chang sect, delved into the significant events of the starry universe and engaged in an exploration of the eminent figures within it. His fascination with historical literature had been ignited even before his transcendence. The Dan Emperor Zunzhong Ding, a remarkable artifact, had left an indelible mark in a bygone era. However, the accounts of the Dan Emperor's exploits are rife with contradictions, predominantly divided into two distinct perspectives. Some assert that the Dan Emperor was extraordinarily gifted, surpassing his contemporaries, ultimately achieving the Tao through alchemy and ascending to become the first alchemical emperor in history. Others contend that while the Dan Emperor indeed overshadowed his peers, he was a rare paradigm of his time. Nevertheless, during his tribulation, he encountered immense calamity and ultimately failed to transcend. Yet, he did not perish in the emperor's tribulation. Instead, he became a formidable supreme being. Having failed to ascend during the emperor's tribulation, the Dan Emperor was forever denied the chance to glimpse the realm of emperors, remaining eternally confined to the supreme realm. Although he held the status of a supreme being, never attaining the title of emperor, this remained a lifelong regret. However, Hua Yunfei unearthed a clandestine legend through his research. It is said that in his twilight years, the Dan Emperor concocted an imperial elixir, which, upon consumption, granted him a renewed opportunity to enter the emperor's realm, subsequently invoking the emperor's tribulation once more. Yet, by that time, the Dan Emperor had grown exceedingly frail, his lifespan nearing its conclusion, and ultimately, he met his demise during the tribulation. This legend remains obscure, primarily because few believe it. The heavenly Tao is impartial to all. Every individual is granted but a single opportunity to transcend the emperor's tribulation in their lifetime, with only 3 possible outcomes. Successfully transcending the tribulation, one ascends to the rank of emperor. Failing the tribulation, yet surviving, one becomes supreme. Failing the tribulation and perishing, one is reduced to ashes. Since time immemorial, no one has ever attracted a second imperial tribulation. Among the countless prodigies, how could it be that only he, the Pill Emperor, is so extraordinarily unique? Therefore, this secret tale has circulated widely, yet few believed it, ultimately fading into obscurity. Hua Yunfei harbored doubts regarding this legend, though he also found it to possess a degree of credibility. The Pill Emperor, who embraced the path of alchemy, nearly became the first emperor of alchemy. It is indeed plausible that he devoted his entire life to concocting the Emperor Pill. With the Emperor Pill, the Pill Emperor could once again step into the imperial realm, provoking a second celestial tribulation. The host's thoughts were astute. The Pill Emperor indeed summoned a second heavenly tribulation. However, he perished beneath its weight. For he was far too aged at that time, and even with utmost refinement, his combat prowess was insufficient. A look of admiration crossed Hua Yunfei's face as he remarked. Though he did not undergo the imperial tribulation, the exploits of the Pill Emperor are unmatched by any emperor. Had he not been treacherously undermined during his first trial, the Pill Emperor would surely have become an emperor. Just as Hua Yunfei was about to voice his curiosity, the system interjected. One day, the world shall shine brilliantly. And you will come to know this, and much more. Ding. The Pill Emperor's Supreme Cauldron is being issued. According to the host's request, it can be stored in the system space or reclaimed by the host in the Purple Mansion. Hua Yunfei replied in exasperation, if I place it in the Purple Mansion, you will undoubtedly create a great commotion again. Indeed, the host understands me. It takes a month to install once, leaving one feeling quite anxious. Ding. The Supreme Pill Emperor Cauldron has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time when needed. Ding. A reminder for the host, although the Pill Emperor's second tribulation was a failure, he utilized the power of the Imperial Tribulation to forge his life's magic weapon with his final essence, ultimately allowing the Supreme Pill Emperor Cauldron to transcend into an Imperial artifact. Remarkably, he is the only supreme being in history to possess an Imperial weapon without being an Emperor himself. Upon hearing the system's words, Hua Yunfei could not help but admire the Pill Emperor immensely. His life's magic weapon has transformed into an Imperial weapon, fulfilling half of his aspirations, perhaps. This means that the reward for this sign-in is yet another extreme Imperial weapon? How delightful. One need not stifle their laughter, let it come forth freely. Am I the sort of person whose joy is easily discernible? Hua Yunfei remarked, his lips involuntarily curling into a wry smile. With yet another extreme Imperial weapon acquired. Alongside the Chaos Bell, he now possesses two such treasures. This is an accomplishment even emperors cannot achieve. Chapter 75, The Scapegoat. A few days later, the surroundings of the Imperial tomb echoed with a relentless cacophony as more individuals triggered the prohibitions set forth by the Xianhuang Emperor. Some met a tragic end on the spot, while those who survived continued to curse and delve deeper into their treasure-seeking endeavors. Among these prohibitions, the most terrifying were the peculiar incantations, such as the god-slaying technique and the corrupted blood technique, which often resulted in instant death upon contact. The explosive traps, though formidable in their commotion, were merely ordinary prohibitions and posed less of a threat. The truly perilous ones were the silent traps, initially unnoticed. They would only reveal their danger when one found themselves gazing upon the spectral remains of a fallen comrade beckoning towards them. Nevertheless, the myriad prohibitions of the Imperial tomb could not deter the fervent treasure hunters. These individuals wagered their lives in pursuit of glory within the tomb, resolute that as long as they remained alive, they would press on with unwavering determination. Some emerged triumphant, departing with triumphant laughter, while others met their demise, forever resting within the tomb, their remains reduced to mere bones. Ha ha ha, I shall take my leave now, dear friends, until we meet again. The strong from Wanku Mountain erupted in hearty laughter. Although they had suffered losses of several semi-saint level members, their gains were considerable, having acquired astonishing treasures. They resolved to withdraw, unwilling to linger any longer. After all, the countless prohibitions of the Imperial tomb harbored the risk of triggering a cataclysmic explosion at any moment. In such an event, even a saint could meet an untimely demise. The people of Wanku Mountain departed, only to return 2 days later, leaving with great vigor and returning in utter disarray, his eyes brimming with resentment and his countenance as grim as if he had consumed excrement. Where are the followers of the Sun and Moon Divine sect? Come forth, I demand. The venerable leader of Wanku Mountain was on the brink of madness. An overwhelming aura of sanctity enveloping the heavens, suffocating the cultivators surrounding the Imperial Mausoleum, their faces flushed with exertion. With a sudden explosion, a cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm could no longer withstand the pressure and perished in an instant. This was merely the beginning. The saints and formidable figures of Wanku Mountain unleashed their divine might without restraint, saturating the realm, resulting in an increasing number of tragic fatalities beneath their formidable presence. Even those of the celestial being realm appeared as insignificant as ants under this oppressive force. The once proud power of the heavens and earth faltered, rendered ineffective as the might of Wanku Mountain's champions seized control. A terrifying consciousness swept over each individual, seeking out the nefarious agents of the Sun and Moon Divine sect. Heh, old evil withered one, should you falter, do not blame the path for being treacherous. If you are robbed, it merely reflects your lack of strength. Our celestial pivot Holy Land shall no longer be involved. Esteemed guests, I bid you farewell. I advise all, there are certainly great prohibitions deep within the imperial mausoleum. The main tomb is not to be approached, heed my warning. After their scornful remarks towards Wanku Mountain, the powerful figures of the celestial pivot Holy Land issued a cautionary note to those seeking the main tomb. From their observations and the prohibitions surrounding the Xianwang Imperial Mausoleum, they deduced that the main tomb is undoubtedly a perilous bomb. Given the circumstances surrounding the mausoleum, it appears that the Xianwang Great Emperor is far from benevolent. Not long after, the celestial pivot Holy Land made its return. The expressions of several individuals were as dark as the bottom of a pot, while the countenance of the sanctified figure from the celestial pivot was marred with shades of purple and deep black. The formidable warriors of 10,000 Caves Mountain had yet to depart, and upon witnessing the celestial pivot's recent humiliation, erupted into laughter. How does it feel? My strength may be lacking, but it seems you are not faring much better. The sanctified figure from the celestial pivot gritted his teeth, his eyes glinting with a ferocity that could pierce through flesh. What are you still doing here? An elder from 10,000 Caves Mountain inquired. We are waiting for you. The elder continued, I am also awaiting others. Once we have gathered sufficient numbers, we shall confront the Sun and Moon Divine sect for an explanation. It may have been tolerable for them to covertly annex smaller sects, but now they have set their sights upon us, the Holy Lands. Do they believe themselves to be superior to the other sacred domains? The celestial pivot shared similar sentiments. Known for their audacity, the leaders of the Sun and Moon Divine sect were notoriously unyielding. Relying solely on their two factions, it was uncertain whether the Sun and Moon Divine sect would acquiesce. Do you truly believe this matter originates from the Sun and Moon Divine sect? An elderly man clad in green approached and spoke quietly. He was an elder from the Eastern Ancient Clan who had recently fallen victim to a robbery by the venerable Luo Ning. Waiting here, he shared the same perspective as the two Holy Lands. The Eastern Ancient Clan alone would not provoke the Sun and Moon Divine sect's regard. The sanctified figure from 10,000 Caves Mountain sneered ominously. Does it truly matter whether it is so? What I seek is the outcome. It is the Sun and Moon Divine sect's responsibility to uncover the truth. As long as I am sufficiently compensated, Wanku Mountain may overlook past grievances. Otherwise, the saint of the heavenly pivot declared, indeed, if the Moonlight Divine sect feels wronged, they may investigate on their own. We are solely concerned with the treasures within the imperial tomb. Naturally, the physical torment and psychological scars endured previously must also be addressed by the Moonlight Divine sect. If the true culprit remains undiscovered, they shall bear the blame. To become the ancestor of a supreme holy land, achieving sanctity in this age of decline. Each has undoubtedly been a prodigy, possessing wisdom that cannot be trifled with. From the very beginning, they sensed something amiss. Yet, such matters were trivial. They cared not for being used as pawns, for they were determined to reclaim their rightful treasures. The Moonlight Divine sect must shoulder this blame, otherwise, they would unmask the forces behind the scenes, which they would also accept. Someone must bear this burden. Before long, a bridal sedan appeared. A treasure of the Yaoqi Holy Land, within which sat the Yaoqi female saint. The ancient sage of the Eastern clans expressed astonishment. Even the Yaoqi female saint is not spared? It seems the adversary is impervious to persuasion, offering no concessions whatsoever. Suddenly, from a distance of 100,000 miles, an overwhelming imperial might surged forth, a mirror radiating divine brilliance, soaring into the heavens. The Kunlun Divine Palace has engaged in battle with the opposing force. On the mountaintop where Hua Yunfei resided, the celestial master Yutian had already arrived. And shortly thereafter, Xuanhe returned, leaving only Dao Shiwu yet to return. The celestial master Yutian remarked, the ancestor of nihility has gone to confront the Kunlun Divine Palace. And those fellows are exceedingly cautious, keeping the imperial weapons close at hand. The numerous caves of Mount Wanku, the sacred land of Tianshu, and the Yaoqi among several other supreme sanctuaries have already returned their imperial weapons to their clans long before needing them to access the imperial tombs. However, the Kunlun Divine Palace exercises great caution. They have stationed individuals outside, wielding imperial weapons, awaiting the return of their formidable members from the imperial tomb. The Xuanhe Taoist responded, the Kunlun Divine Palace has an enigmatic origin, tracing back to other star domains. It is likely that the ancestor of nihility will encounter considerable challenges. Hua Yunfei added, given the ancestor's formidable prowess, he will undoubtedly prevail. Yet, the greater the challenge, the more authentic it becomes. The sages of these sacred lands are advanced in age, and the era of decline has stunted their cultivation. leaving them stagnating at the initial third layer of sagehood. Yutian and Xuanhe nodded in agreement, indeed. Despite the foundational strength of the sacred lands, cultivating sages during this era of decline is merely a strenuous endeavor. Attaining the third layer of sagehood is nearly the pinnacle. Yutian gazed toward the imperial might on the horizon, pondering, I wonder at which layer the ancestor finds himself stuck? 3 days later, the fluctuations of imperial might dissipated, and the formidable members of the Kunlun Divine Palace returned with grim expressions. Casting a glance at the strangely colored faces of the other sages, one of them irritably remarked, What are you staring at? Chapter 76, Kindred Spirits Within the Sun and Moon Sanctuary. The leader of the Sun and Moon sect paced back and forth, his head large as a cauldron, brow furrowed, and countenance dark. He had just received news that the revered ancestor Luoning had allied with other formidable figures within the sect to rob those who emerged from the imperial tomb. They were demanding everything of value from anyone they encountered, not only the treasures from the imperial tomb but all their possessions of worth. While this might be overlooked for ordinary individuals, the Sun and Moon sect had little concern for them. However, even the esteemed sacred grounds were not spared, with even the powerful of the ancient races falling victim. Who could it possibly be? The leader of the Sun and Moon sect gathered his semi-holy might, the essence of the Sun and Moon saturating the entire sanctuary. With narrowed eyes, he pondered the root of the issue. Although ancestor Luoning had perished, others remained unaware, yet someone was brazenly robbing under the guise of ancestor Luoning's name. He murmured, This indicates that this individual is allied with that enigmatic figure in the black cloak. Indeed, it appeared to be a singular organization targeting my Sun and Moon sect, intent on devising schemes to ensnare us. Truly infuriating. Who could it possibly be? The leader's frustration intensified as he failed to reach a conclusion. He mentally reviewed the factions he had offended or annihilated over the past few centuries. The Lihua sect? The Zhongyang sect? The Luo Shui Immortal sect? The Tian Dijingyi sect? The Kaoshan sect? No, these sects, while some concealed their true strength, appeared to be far from the capabilities exhibited by the black-cloaked individual and his associates. They surely rivaled the sacred grounds. Could it be that the master of the Sun and Moon sect, with his piercing gaze, is directing his attention towards the direction of the radiant light sacred land, suspecting it to be the stronghold of this hypocritical faction? Although the Sun and Moon sect may be labeled as unscrupulous, engaging in covert mischief, many are aware of their malevolent reputation. Yet, in the eyes of the master, the radiant light sacred land, which receives much flattery, is the true embodiment of wickedness. For countless years, the Sun and Moon sect has occasionally found itself unjustly accused of annihilating rival sects, suffering from clandestine scorn. In reality, these sects were not vanquished by them. Rather, after their demise, the blame was deceitfully attributed to the Sun and Moon sect. Such incidents have not occurred merely once. After enduring multiple instances of this calumny, the Sun and Moon sect reached its breaking point. They could overlook 1 or 2 accusations, for indeed, the Sun and Moon sect has engaged in such deeds, and explanations often fall on deaf ears. However, the relentless smear campaigns were bordering on excessive. Do they not regard us as human? Ultimately, after thorough investigations, they discovered that nearly every major sect's downfall was shrouded in the shadows of the radiant light sacred land. On the surface, the radiant light sacred land appears resplendent, performing benevolent acts for the masses, while beneath the facade, they have committed numerous dark and bloody deeds. In some instances, when calamity struck, the true culprits were none other than the radiant light sacred land. They would personally intervene, clearing the disasters they themselves had instigated, only to receive accolades from the public. Once, an elder from the Sun and Moon sect confronted them, yet the radiant light sacred land refused to acknowledge their culpability, feigning ignorance. This enraged the elder to the point of nearly causing a scene at the radiant light sacred land. Since then, in the shadows, the Sun Moon sect and the shaking light sacred land, the 2 dominant forces of the Eastern Domain, have engaged in a fierce rivalry. However, after the ascension of the new leaders of both sects, such conflicts gradually diminished. The newly appointed sovereigns seem to have reached an unspoken understanding. Yet, in light of recent events, such tacit agreement appears to be a mere illusion. The adversary is undoubtedly plotting something monumental. It is utterly infuriating. The series of recent incidents has inflicted grievous losses upon the Sun Moon sect, including the death of a saint-level figure and another at the half-saint level, as well as the demise of a venerable elder at the 9th level of the Tao realm. Such treachery, could it truly be you, shaking light sovereign? The leader of the Sun Moon sect has been overwhelmed with indignation, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. wishing to tear apart the attire of the shaking light, sacred land, to unveil the truth behind their actions. At that moment, an urgent voice broke through the tension. Sect Master, emissaries from Wanku Mountain, Kunlun Divine Palace, Yaoqi Sacred Land, Tianshu Sacred Land, the Jinluan clan, and the Eastern Ancient Clan have come to pay their respects. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Sun Moon sect felt an even greater burden weighing upon him. With one crisis unresolved, another emerges. Even as a half-saint, he has recently felt utterly drained. He commanded, quickly summon Ancestor Luoyang. Atop the mountain, the figure of Dao Shiwu emerged from the void, clad in azure garments, exuding an air of nonchalance and elegance. With the visage of a youth, he bore a smile that radiated a unique confidence. Upon seeing Dao Shiwu, Xuanha's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Master Uncle, what brings you here?" Dao Shihua's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, "The treasures of Kunlun Divine Palace have not yet been fully seized. With the strength of young Luo Ning, he is insufficient to wrestle any relics from the Kunlun Divine Palace, which has already employed imperial weapons. After I discreetly appropriated 2 treasures, I left them in a state of vexation, heavily injured, and managed to escape." Upon hearing this, Xuanha and the real person Yutian chuckled with delight, praising their ancestor's cunning methods and superb acting, leaving no trace of flaw. "You have also garnered some rewards, I presume?" Dao Shihua inquired. "He, the master and apprentice." Yutian and Xuanha exchanged glances filled with pride, declaring, "Everything is well within our grasp." "And this individual is the current chief of Daoyuan Peak?" Dao Shihua's gaze shifted towards Hua Yunfei, standing behind them, narrowing slightly, his pupils glinting with a flicker of brilliance. Hua Yunfei, performing the customary gesture of respect for younger disciples, said, "I pay my respects to the ancestor. I am Hua Yunfei, the 100th generation chief of Daoyuan Peak." "Ah, your grandfather has spoken of you." Dao Shihua replied with a warm smile, approaching Hua Yunfei and circling around him thrice, nodding in approval. "Indeed, you are a true descendant of Daoyuan Peak. This hand, while appearing delicate and tender, must deliver quite a sting." Dao Shihua grasped Hua Yunfei's hand, feeling and squeezing it, reminiscing about the earlier incident of being kicked. He felt an overwhelming urge to return the favor with a kick of his own. "I may not prevail against your elder, but can I be bested by you?" "A mere junior?" Cough, cough. Dao Shihua suppressed his thoughts, for as an elder, he must adhere to the decorum expected of his station. Upon witnessing Dao Shihua retract his hand, Hua Yunfei felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had just sensed that this esteemed ancestor harbored intentions to strike him. But why? Was it because of his grandfather and the others? Hua Yunfei had only met his grandfather once, at the moment of his birth. He had made a special journey from the ancestral tomb to greet his eldest grandson. His name, bestowed by his grandfather, was Yunfei, symbolizing the ascent of a dragon. Soaring into the heavens, Hua Yunfei gazed into the distance and perceptively sensed a thread of celestial fate approaching their direction. With a swift motion, Dao Shihua pointed, severing the thread, which vanished without a trace. He smiled faintly and remarked, "Indeed, it is he." Neither the celestial master Yuntian nor the Taoist Xuanha had detected the celestial thread, indicating that the one who intervened was of a far superior realm. Xuanha inquired, "Master Uncle, whom do you refer to?" Dao Shihua answered, "On my return journey, I encountered someone akin to us." Hua Yunfei and the others stared at him, pondering the implications. Someone akin to them? A flicker of understanding illuminated Hua Yunfei's eyes as he asked, "Ancestor, do you mean the path of survival?" At this, the celestial master Yuntian and the others displayed expressions of intrigue. In truth, there were many practitioners of the path of survival in this world, yet few congregated together. The fact that this individual had captured Dao Shihua's attention suggested he was a person of significance. Dao Shihua, not one to keep them in suspense, continued, "On my return, I sensed the aura of a treasure from a semi-saint, and I had intended to seize it effortlessly. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be a sage, concealing several realms. Moreover, this individual possesses numerous techniques and has cultivated the way of heaven's mechanisms and causality. The treasures that facilitate escape are countless, and even I have expended considerable effort to capture him. Had it not been for my deeper understanding of the way of heaven's mechanisms and causality, I might have inadvertently allowed him to flee." Upon hearing the description of the Tao of Emptiness, Hua Yunfei and the others could only imagine the extent of the opponent's capabilities. Not only has he concealed multiple realms, but every aspect of him is equipped with means for escape and survival. These are the foundational elements of the path of survival, are they not? A smile crept upon Hua Yunfei's lips as he exchanged a glance with the real man Yun Tian and remarked, "Fellow cultivators." Shin He Dao added, "If given the opportunity, I would indeed like to make his acquaintance."